Dreamscape presents Don Caselli by Jaquel J. Narrated by Jamal Roque and Elise Anthony. 1. Landing Caselli. Wale played low over the speakers throughout my penthouse as I sat at my desk that overlooked Central Park. My desk faced the view of the infamous park that was stolen from us, just like everything else in this country. I listened to Wale rap about wanting a black Bonnie as I continued to pull reports for Case House. The reason Menace sent me to fucking college twice was so I could spend every top of the month pulling fucking reports for our businesses and making sure they were secured. As I clicked send to the portal, I leaned my head back on my office chair, pulled my glasses off my face, and took a deep breath. Since graduating, this was mostly all the fuck I had time for. I didn't have classes anymore, so Menace figured I could take more of the load off the family's accountant. He didn't trust him. If he had a valid reason other than the fact that the man put steak sauce on his steak, then I would have been ready to ride behind his reasoning. The sun was starting to set over the park, letting me know that my workday had officially ended. Fuck any calls from business partners overseas and our accountant the minute he went to double-check the work I uploaded to the portal. I didn't give a fuck about doing anything tonight but drinking and chilling. Looking at my watch, I shut down my computers and pushed away from the desk. The 6 hours I sat there, I hadn't consumed anything. My stomach growled as my feet shuffled across the light wooden floors as I made my way to the kitchen. The massive kitchen was chef-grade with top-of-the-line appliances, features that made a nigga like me happy. I loved to cook and get lost in fucking around in the kitchen. Time was always the problem. My kitchen didn't get used often because I was too busy with school or other shit. Aside from that, the only sign of fresh produce was usually every other week when I received the delivery from Case Farms. The organic vegetables were delivered to all of us, and most of the time they went bad because I didn't have time to cook. It wasn't that I didn't enjoy cooking. Time was always working against me, so by the time I made it home, the last thing I wanted to do was cook a meal. If I wanted to catch a slight mood, I would light a spliff, cook, and zone out to my music. Grabbing a fresh Granny Smith apple, I took a bite and leaned against the counter while I scrolled through my phone. The happy birthday text message I sent earlier was still unread, only saying delivered. Exiting out of my text messages, I went to the second call on my log and pressed the name while I continued to eat my apple. "What we looking like tonight?" Beans answered the phone, already knowing the timing I was on. Since graduating, I had more free nights where I didn't have to cram and study for different exams. Nobody was holding my hand or forcing me to a desk to study. The only thing that kept me focused on school was Menace. I didn't want to envision the look on his face if I had to tell him I wasn't graduating. "Shit, I'm trying to see what you on. Eating a fucking apple in the damn dark, I'm so bored." I chuckled. "Sounding like Big Bro over there. You cool?" Bean snorted. I shook my head because Menace loved the fucking dark. I always said it calmed him, but when I was younger, I used to think he did it to scare me. I would come down for a drink of water, and that nigga was in the living room sitting in the dark, playing with his hands. "What you about to get into? Still handling the shit for men's?" "Nah, it's all handled. Green texted me. She had Tiny's for Kennedy's birthday dinner." When I heard Kennedy's name, I was more interested in the conversation. There was only one spot I wanted to hit tonight, and it was Tiny's. "She invited you?" Bean snickered like I told a fucking joke. "Nigga, she told me. Means she want me there. Kennedy invited her to have dinner with her girls. Messy bitches." I couldn't stand the bitches Kennedy hung around. Granted, at least 3 of them were Case House girls. They were forever leading her down the wrong path, and not because they worked for Case House. I didn't care how they got their money, because the more they popped a pussy, the more the Casellis ate. "Yeah, but you infatuated with their best friends, so get dressed. We heading there tonight. Always some shit at Tiny's." I wasn't going to fight him on that, especially since I texted her ass this morning and never received a response. Bet. Every bad bitch went to Tiny's for dinner and drinks on their birthday. It was a social club and restaurant. Everybody knew everybody, and you had to be making a certain kind of money to even be invited. Any bitch or nigga in that bitch was getting to the money. Music was always loud, and velvet boots were available if you wanted to catch a vibe alone or with your significant other. The tables were always crowded with bottles upon bottles and food scattered throughout. Tiny's was a spot where you didn't have to worry about splitting the bill and having the server run several different cards. You just knew, if you were bad enough, some nigga was gonna float his card over to your table and cover the tab. On the nights that I wanted to be alone, but my home was too quiet, I found myself in a velvet booth with a drink and my favorite lobster ravioli they served. Observing my surroundings had been drilled into my head by Menace and Corleone for years. I sat in the back, where I had a full view of everyone and enjoyed my food and drink. Naturally, I was a person who craved to be around people. That shit didn't work when your older siblings loved to be alone. Cora was more receptive to me coming to sit in her space, but after a while, she started asking questions that told you she was ready for you to leave. Zoya and I were close, but she was more like Menace than she wanted to admit. They both liked to be alone and never had a problem with the shit. They valued their privacy and alone time, so I couldn't fault them on that. As I leaned against the counter, the track changed to Wale reciting a poem about an ambitious girl, the kind of woman I wanted in my life. Fuck that. Needed. As much as I could take care of any woman who came into my life, I craved a woman with ambition. She didn't want to be there with me because of the money in the bank or the name. Her concern was more on chasing her own dreams, building a life that would perfectly align with mine. I wanted to spoil her because that wasn't something she was looking for. The kind of woman you could see the hustle coming out her pores because she wanted to win in life that bad. It was never about the kind of man she decided to be with. He was the bonus. I dated all kind of women throughout college and the shit got boring. Everybody was following this aesthetic of what they thought niggas with money wanted. When I thought about who I saw myself being with, it was Kennedy. Kennedy followed the same lame-ass aesthetic. She was more than that, though. I never understood why she followed her friends when she was different. I checked my text messages and saw she finally replied. Ken. Thanks, Don. I really appreciate the jewelry. Since I was seeing her in a few, I ignored her text and went to get dressed before I heard Beans blowing my phone up about being late. His ass was thirsty to get around Green's ass since we spent Thanksgiving on the yacht together. Kennedy and Green came to party with us on shore, and something between them happened. Something transpired between me and Kennedy, too. She woke up the next morning tripping because we slept in the same hotel suite. Meanwhile, the night before, she was pulling me to my room. It was always so fucking hot and cold with her, and I never knew where I stood. One minute we were on the same wavelength, then the next second she was second-guessing shit and telling me we shouldn't have feelings for one another. While she was worried about Menace, I never gave a fuck. Who the fuck died and made him in charge of who I wanted to be with? Menace kidnapped his fucking wife and fell in love with her. The nigga wasn't qualified to set any rules on who could and couldn't be together. That was the only reason Beans hadn't really stepped to Green the way he wanted to. Green was Menace's second assistant. Even with her working with Stevie, she was still heavily involved in his day-to-day life with Jeffy. Beans was one of his top generals, someone he trusted, and that list was already short. The nigga would cut himself off if he thought the wrong thoughts. Beans was invited to his home, vacations, and to be around our family. That wasn't extended to everybody, so he was careful not to fuck that up. The view of the park followed me into my bedroom as I went into my closet to decide on what to wear. I wasn't in the mood to get dressed up. Shit, it wasn't my birthday, and Ken already was acting funny. I wanted to take her out for her birthday and had sent her the text last night asking before I wished her a happy birthday. She had me out here bad with the way she picked and chose to respond to me. Snatching a pair of freshly ironed Essentials sweatshorts and a Jill Sanders t-shirt, I went over to my shoe closet that was in the next area. When I moved in, I had the wall to the bedroom beside the master knocked out to expand this closet. Menace taught me a lot of shit, mostly how not to be a fucking nut. But one of the main things the man was strict on was having a good pair of shoes and tailored suits. Funny, because his ass hated anything that wasn't a pair of sweatpants. Anytime he popped out in a suit, you would spend the whole night trying to find a flaw, and you would never find one. I settled on a pair of Travis Scott low-top ones and then tossed my clothes on the bed before going to shower and spend the rest of the night out. Me and Beans may start at Tiny's, but we always ended up somewhere else. Being the youngest, I was always underestimated. My siblings were all big presences. I often found myself lost in the shuffle. Added with the fact that I couldn't remember my parents, I couldn't even count on that. I could never decide if I was like my dad. Nah, maybe I was like my mother. While my older siblings could rely on that, I was left putting the pieces together with old pictures and not too many trips down memory lane. Menace never spoke about them, And Cora mentioned small things, but nothing to where I could paint the picture of who they were. Hell, I just discovered Stevie and Menace got married on my mom's birthday. Zoya pretended like everything was fine when I knew she hated not having a mother. She hated that all her friends had moms they could lean on, and we had Menace. We used to have Angelica, but she ended up leaving, and we were never told the reason. I knew the bullshit excuse Menace gave wasn't the truth. Shit was perfect, and then the next thing I knew, she was packing up her bedroom and telling me that we were old enough now. Me and Zoya still needed her, and I worried about how Menace was going to do all that she did. Who was going to hug me when I failed a test and tell me I was still smart? Menace would rather pull his toenails off before he hugged anybody. Who was going to help with homework? Whenever Menace did make dinner, he made the same shit every night and then told us we could eat grass for being ungrateful. Menace and Cora split the responsibilities. While Zoya could lean on Cora to teach her all about the womanly shit, I had to lean on my brother. He showed me how to shave and keep my shit neat. Did he do it the normal way? Nah. He purchased a fucking plant, clipped the shit up, and told me my shit should be presentable and neat. When it came to keeping my hygiene, he was on me like white on rice. Menace taught me how to properly squeeze a toothpaste tube, brush my teeth without getting toothpaste residue on the mirror, and to be as neat as possible. As much as I hated going over to his house because of all the rules, I appreciated the lessons he instilled in me. I was neat and made sure my house was at all times. I brushed my teeth without a mess and always kept a tailored suit and a good pair of designer loafers. When it came to the woman arena, I was as clueless as anything. Menace didn't date, and even when he was entertaining someone, we never met them, and he was never around them long. By the time we got cool with him having someone, they were as good as gone. With Stevie, I watched how he was and took notes. He cared for and loved her, and he wanted to spoil her, make her life easier because it had been complicated thus far. He was a menace to the world, but a saint to her. I've had my fair share of relationships that never worked because my heart was never in it. It was always something that had me second-guessing what I was doing, and I learned if I had to second-guess anything, then that meant it wasn't meant to be. With Kennedy, I never second-guessed her. I knew her life hadn't been the best, and I wanted to save her. I wanted to make all the trauma and pain she experienced disappear because I was into her like that. Was it love? Nah. It could be, and that's what pissed me off about her. She didn't want to see where the shit could go, how it could feel to be in love with the right person who wanted to take care of her. Even when Menace found out she was the daughter of our father's friend, she still wanted to work. He made it where she didn't have to work for Case House, and she refused and wanted to continue. Kennedy was fucking hard-headed, but I wanted to be the man who changed that. Allowed her to lean into me so I could be hard for both of us. Aside from the Caselli money and my trust fund, I had my own bread too. Working with Corleone, I could make money that had nothing to do with my brother or trust fund. It was the reason I had so many cars in the parking garage downstairs. It never got away from me that I was privileged. I attended private schools and experienced shit in life that some people would never get to. I never went through the phase of wanting to be someone that I wasn't. Even before we came into our family's money, we were never starving. Most rich kids wanted to experience the other side and hated to be referred to as rich. That wasn't my reality because I embraced being wealthy. Waking up in my penthouse every morning was something I thanked God for. Never having to question where money was going to come from was a blessing, and I didn't want to stand on the block to prove that I had heart. I already knew I had it, and was raised by a man who had more heart than any damn body. Ruthless as they came, and went to private school. My social class had nothing to do with how quick I'd put this gun to your fucking mouth if you tried me. I allowed myself to let my guard down a few times, and it almost cost me my life. When it came to me and mine, I would protect them with everything I had. I was trying to do the same with Kennedy, and she was playing games with me. I pulled my Rolls Royce in front of Tiny's, and the valet jogged around the stand to come open my door and take the keys. Beans looked in his phone, making sure nothing needed his attention before he opened his door and hopped out. It was the reason he was Menace's top general. His attention to detail and always being on top of shit was why nothing ever happened without him knowing. "Welcome, sir. We hope you have a great night," one of the valet attendants said as I stepped out. "Appreciate you." I slipped $100 bill into his palm. He paused and then looked back at me. Put me on, man. The fuck kind of Rolls Royce is this? I laughed. Rolls Royce La Rose Noire Droptail. He held his fist to his mouth and hopped up and down. Fuck! Mind if I take a picture? Knock yourself out. I rounded my car and dapped one of the familiar valet attendants. The one who took my keys had to be new. When Gabriel, one of Menace's workers who worked in his garage, sent me the picture of his new whip he had got in, I needed it. Menace hardly drove any of his cars. His garage was nothing more than a damn showroom of cars he liked to keep free of dust and dirt. When I purchased a car, I used that shit and whipped around the city because that's what it was for. Got everybody out here taking pictures of that shit. Beans nudged me as we walked into the restaurant. Soon as the host saw us, he smiled and extended his hand. Mr. Caselli and Mr. Benjamin, I didn't see a reservation for you. We'll always accommodate you with a table toward the back. We're good. Beans! We both turned and saw Green walking over. The Green who was always running around Stevie and Menace's crib with her hair in a big-ass bushy bun and sweatpants on wasn't the Green in front of us. She wore a strapless sage green dress that hugged her body like a glove. Her breasts were sitting up, her hair was straightened, and she apparently had gotten a haircut because it stopped at her shoulder. With the flute of champagne in one hand and her clutch in the other, she quickly did a light sprint in her heels to give us both hugs. Come on, we're down here. Some of Kennedy's friends didn't come, so there are extra seats. Beans wasn't hearing shit she was talking about because he was too busy taking in all of her. She stopped when she realized that he hadn't responded to her. Got the nigga stuck, Green. She blushed as she looked at him. Really? This dress is so old, and Navy told me to just toss it on. I ignored her little rant about her dress and headed down to where the table was. Kennedy was laughing, talking, and taking pictures with the people who did show up. As she looked up, she spotted me and smiled. Mr. Caselli, you came out to celebrate me tonight? Kennedy smiled as she finished up taking a selfie with one of her friends. She wore this hot pink silk dress that clung to her body and exposed her stomach. The dress draped around her entire front, leaving that small peekaboo spot for her stomach. Her skin glistened under the low lights, and I could smell her from where I stood. She smelled like cherries and cream. Happy birthday, Ken. Tossing her arms around my neck, she hugged me, and I could tell that she had been drinking. Thank you, sweetie. I held her at the waist and smelled her neck as our eyes connected. It was like she remembered something and quickly backed up. Help yourself to anything. Let me go and take the rest of my pictures. Do you? She paused and smiled before she rushed off to take pictures with the rest of her friends. Beans had already made himself comfortable over by the bar with Green, who was asking me what I wanted. I signaled to let her know that I was good and went over toward the table and sat down. Seat taken? I asked, but wasn't really even paying attention to who was sitting there. After not hearing a response, I finally looked down to see a brown-skinned shorty with her face planted in a Kindle. I tapped the back of her seat gently, and she pulled her eyes away from the Kindle to look up at me. Her brown skin glistened with each flicker of the candles that served as decorations on the table. Her almond-shaped brown eyes stared up at me with a confused expression on her face. Her braided hair fell down her exposed shoulder. With her hair braided in that loose style women got now, she had the front pulled up, exposing her features with a few pieces framing her face. The rest flowed down her back. The navy blue backless dress she wore hung off her shoulders and complemented her complexion, along with the gold, bold earrings she wore. Her legs were crossed, and she leaned over and secretly read in the middle of all that was going on. Excuse me? Is the seat taken? I repeated myself. She removed the small purse from the seat. Not anymore. I watched as she sat it on the table in front of her, next to the half-eaten food, and went back to reading her Kindle. My older sister has a bag like that. Cora and Hermes went together like macaroni and cheese. Every time I saw her ass, she had a new bag on her arm. Being that we shared the same sales associate, I knew her ass was spending a grip on whatever she wanted. That was the thing when it came to being a Caselli. Money was limitless, and you just spent the shit because you could. Whenever a total was read to me before charging my card, I never winced or reacted because there was no feeling behind it. I was numb to it all. After getting whatever I wanted, knowing I could wake up and go anywhere in the world because I wanted to, was something most people wish to do. But I had the power to do it, and all it ended with was me waking up in another country, alone. She dragged her eyes away from the Kindle again and stared at me. She doesn't have this bag. I can promise you that. I watched as she looked at my watch and then snickered to herself. Now she had me out here curious, because what the fuck was wrong with my watch? Like she had done twice before she went back to reading, this time switching to the next page. How you figure? I guess she figured I wasn't about to let her read in peace, which was damn near impossible in the environment we were in. Placing her Kindle on her lap, she turned slightly to face me. I can bet she didn't go to Canal Street to get this bag and talk him down to $40. She waited for my response, and I connected what she meant. She was wearing a replica bag and had haggled the Chinese sellers down to her price. Looks good. I like to think so. Why are you reading in the middle of a dinner party anyway? Since I had her attention and Beans was over there talking with Green, it couldn't hurt to hold a conversation to pass time. Is it a crime to enjoy reading? Nah. Wondering how you can even focus with all this shit going on. I can never study when too much is going on around me. In college? Used to be. She nodded her head. I tune people out, and have been doing it since I was a child. It has always been easy for me to become lost in a book, especially when it's a good book. What are you reading? Black Wives of Atlanta by Seven McCrae. I nodded my head. Good? Too good, which is why I'm reading in the middle of this dinner. Well, trying to. She removed the loose strand that fell in her face and looked around. Why did you come if you were going to read the whole time? The question seemed to be a loaded one, with the way she huffed and fixed herself on the chair she occupied. I watched her as she continued to scan the crowds of people enjoying a night out. Kennedy was talking to one of her friends and checking a new watch, something she probably got from one of the men she had as a client. She claimed she wasn't taking any clients, but that never stopped them from sending her shit to convince her to take them as clients. Shorty checked her phone and then sat it next to her purse before looking over at me. My cousin dragged me here because she said the birthday girl invited her and she didn't want to say no or come alone. So I was pulled into sitting at this table acting like I know these people. A chick in a gold dress walked up to the table and stood there with a smile on her face. Hey, Navy, do you think I can get a quick selfie? I love you. She switched out of her slump and smiled, waving for the girl to come around to our side. I watched as she took hold of the girl's phone. We need to get these angles right. You ready? Yes, girl. The chick was almost too excited to be close to her and get a picture with her. She took a few pictures and then handed the phone back to her. Thanks so much, girl. Don't even mention it. She waved it off like someone didn't just ask for her picture and fangirled right in front of us. Don't tell me you want a picture too, she joked. Shit, might need one. Why she wanted your picture? I'm a content creator and she's a supporter. She downplayed it, and then her eyes lit up when Green made her way over with Beans behind her. You invite me out and then ditch me to drink and take selfies with these bitches? She started in on her the moment Green put her clutch on the table. I looked from Green and then back to Shorty and was trying to figure out their connection. My cousin, her name is Green. He knows me, Navy. This is my boss's brother, Don Caselli. Not that I wanted her to, but I expected her to act differently and get excited. Hey, Don. Beans looked at Green. The fuck is up with your family and color names? Green laughed. Our mothers had this deal with each other. If they both had girls, then they would name us the other's favorite color. It's a joke within the family that we all laugh about. It's so hilarious, her cousin sarcastically replied while rolling her eyes. Don't be mad because your mother took it a step further by adding blue. Green busted out laughing. Navy looked at her and flipped her the middle finger. The next time you don't want to attend an event alone, make sure you forget my number. Green continued to laugh and then snatched her clutch back up. Relax. I know you have been miserable since we arrived. Beans invited us back to his place for drinks and hookah. She snatched her bag up and stood up. And that was when I got a good view of the ass she was hiding from me. The dress fell down her body like a piece of silk falling from a freshly undone bed. So effortlessly. You wore navy blue because that's your name? I asked, remaining seated as she stood beside me. Her hair touched my arm as she looked down at me. It's the only thing that looked cute on me tonight. Find that hard to believe. She smiled. Are we leaving or what? I saw Kennedy coming from across the room toward where we were. Navy headed around me, ready to get the fuck out of here. I peeped her Kindle and picked it up as I stood to leave. Lander, Are you really going to leave right now? She asked, checking her watch, then looking back at me. You busy, birthday girl. It's cool. I'll get up with you. Well, look at you being so nice and holding Kendalisha. Navy came back over and gently took her Kindle from my hand. When I looked down at her, her body fit just perfectly next to mine, like she was meant to be there. She looked at Kennedy and smiled. Yeah, I got you. She shoved it back into my hand. Cool. You can carry it since it doesn't mesh well with my outfit. With that, she went back over toward where Green was, while Beans went to settle the table for me. Kennedy watched her walk away, and then her eyes looked up at me. You messing around with Navy? Come on, Don. I looked down at her, not even rattled by what the fuck she said. Kennedy was throwing shit out there because my attention for a split second wasn't on her. Even from across the room as she took pictures and talked with friends, I watched as she looked up every so often and saw me and Navy talking to each other. Nah. Then why are you leaving with her? I looked back at Navy, Green, and Beans waiting for me. You see two other people, right? The frustration entered her face, and it made her look even more cute. She wasn't getting her way and was mad because of it. I thought you came for me. You preoccupied. Finish enjoying your party and then hit me up. I rubbed the back of my hand gently down her face, and she smiled up at me. She wanted to kiss me, and her body wouldn't allow her to because she was scared of anything getting back to Menace. While she was worried, I didn't give a fuck what made it back to his ass. The fuck was he gonna do? Put me over his knee and beat me? Cutting me off from the family's money was a thought, but I could take care of myself without the Caselli money, and he knew that shit. As much as he didn't want what was happening between me and Kennedy to happen, the shit was moving toward that. I hoped. You gonna answer? She folded her arms as she stole a peek at Navy, with her head down in her phone. Her golden skin was flustered because, with it being a packed house tonight, it was slightly warmer than usual, and the pink dress she wore seemed heavy. All the light in the room attracted toward her, as it should, and that meant the heat, too. Come on now. Don't I always answer the phone for you, Ken? She blushed, her cheeks becoming more red. Tonight might be different. I looked back at Navy, who wasn't paying us any attention, and then back at Kennedy. Stop all that shit. Have fun with your friends, and then call me to pick you up. 'Kay. I watched as she walked backward back to her friends, and I turned around with Navy's Kindle in my hand and walked past them toward the exit. I'm riding with Green back to my crib, Beans said as she told the valet to bring Green's car around. My car remained parked up front for everyone to see. The newbie didn't even get the chance to drive it toward the back. His hating-ass co-workers. Soon as they saw me, they scrambled to grab my key from the metal box. Don, I got you. Chill, I laughed. I ain't about to die because my key's not ready. Green's Aston Martin pulled up, and Beans held her waist as he opened the passenger door for her. Menace paid Green and Jeffy well, and now with her being Stevie's assistant, I knew the money was 10 times better because Stevie was generous. You want to ride with me? She looked at the valet pulling the car over closer to where I was standing. Hell yeah. I laughed, walking her over toward the passenger side and held the door open for her. She climbed inside and fixed her dress, pulling it so I didn't close it in the door. Hold on, Kendalisha. She smiled. I plan to read the entire ride there. I rounded my whip, tipped the attendant, and then got into the car. Soon as I closed the door, I turned on The Kid Frankie by Wiz Khalifa and pulled away from Tiny's, bumping my music loud. Navy looked around the car as she crossed her legs and looked over at me. How does it feel to be God's favorite? I turned the music down but heard everything she said to me. What you mean? She waved her hand around the car. You're black, rich, and fine. How does it feel to be God's favorite? She repeated her question and laughed. Her Kindle rested between us, and I watched to see when she would pick it up. Instead, she was focused on my answer. You black, rich, and fine, movie star. Oh, please. Every once in a while, a supporter seats me out in the wild and wants a picture. My cousin literally drives an Aston Martin because of her boss, goes on private jets and yachts. I'm also not rich at all. Answer my question, or I'm going to press all these buttons. Money is not everything, says the one who has it. I looked over at her as she replied to a text message and then took a deep breath. Boyfriend? Something like that, she muttered, clearly not amused to even mention whatever nigga that pissed her off. You and the birthday girl are a thing? Nah. Are you sure? Her attention went back to her phone, and she aggressively responded, then looked over at me. Do you mind driving me home instead? Yeah. Where you stay? Crown Heights, off Eastern Parkway. I can direct you from there. She leaned up in the seat and gave me directions to where she lived. While she directed me, she called her cousin to tell her she was going home. Green didn't put up a fight or argue, which told me this was typical behavior for her. She continued to go back and forth with whoever in her phone. You good over there? Navy put her phone down as I exited the Brooklyn Bridge. She was trying to put her words together, and I was patient and continued to listen to my music until she had something to say. Have you ever been with someone and knew that the person wasn't your forever, but at the same time, you put so much time into it with them that you didn't want to let go? Can't say that I have. She heaved a sigh. Lucky for you. Like, I know this man isn't my forever, and here I am arguing with him and rushing home to him. He's been around forever. We went to high school together. With this new life he's entering, I just feel like we're not going to last, and maybe it's not supposed to. Our parents grew up together, so naturally my family considers him family. You've been with homie since high school? She smiled. Yeah, he's my first of everything. When he went away to college, things were harder for us. Now that he's back and about to be drafted, it's like we're trying to merge our lives back together when we've gotten used to living apart. I laughed. There's your reason right there, Blue. You don't want to let go. Her eyes snapped in my direction. Blue? You got two names that are associated with the color blue. Shit funny. Well, make sure when you spell it right. She messed with her bracelet. What if letting go means I lose him forever? I don't want to lose him. We basically grew up together and have always been in each other's lives. Sometimes losing people isn't that bad. It propels us to where we need to be. People can hold us back without even realizing this shit. Down that block. We turned down Nostrand Avenue, and she directed me to pull over in front of a 3-story walk-up squeezed between a pizzeria and a check-cashing place. Navy looked down at her hands and then back over at me. It was nice meeting you, Don. Thanks for giving me a ride home. Don't mention it. I got out and walked around as people on the block stared at my car casually parked in the middle of Nostrand Avenue. My hand touched my gun in the back of my shorts as I opened the door for her. She took my hand and stepped out. Well, I would say see you around, but your circle and mine won't ever mix. I walked backward to the driver's side. It be like that, Bluey. If it's meant for me to see you around, I will. Navy, what the fuck you doing? I heard a voice, but never looked up, because the nigga didn't address me. He was hollering out the window at her like a crazy person. If the nigga was so concerned with his woman getting out of another man's car, he should have been downstairs addressing the shit with me. I wasn't paying his ass any attention, and neither was she, because she was still standing there with her arms folded, watching me. The cool breeze blew her braids behind her, and the loose strands into her face. Before long, the coolness of spring would be leaving us, and summer would come in. See you around, Blue. Her smile was infectious as she turned and walked toward the door. Using her key fob, she let herself into the building the same time I got back into my car. Watching her wave, I slowly pulled off the block and headed back to the city. I'll be damned if I went over to Beans' crib and played third wheel with him in Green. It took me no time to breeze through the light traffic to make it back to my building. Valet was there to pull my car back into the garage as I tossed him the keys. Have a good night, Mr. Caselli, he replied and got into the front seat as I nodded. My building smelled like the Ritz-Carlton Hotel the second you walked into it. The front desk was manned by the usual night staff, who nodded at me as I breezed by, never making small talk. I pressed the button and swiped my card to get to my floor. As the elevator took me up to the top floor, I leaned back and enjoyed the familiar ride. A ride that was almost always taken alone. The second the elevator doors opened, I walked right into my space. The doors chimed as they closed behind me, and I kicked my sneakers off, bending down to grab them up to sanitize them before putting them back in their rightful spot in my closet. I wasn't ready to get undressed, so I went into the kitchen and made a quick drink, filled my favorite childhood bowl with popcorn, and went into my office. Powering up my computers, I looked out at the city lights illuminating my office, along with the computer screens. I tossed a few pieces of popcorn into my mouth as I searched Navy's name on the internet. A bunch of short-form videos along with YouTube videos appeared. Then her social media accounts all filed in right after the different videos. Her name was actually spelled Navy Blue. She had a few travel vlogs, one of which was one of her eating those damn lemon sherbets that Stevie was obsessed with on our last family vacation. Her hair wasn't in braids, it was out and curly, and she wore sunglasses as she ate the sherbet and spoke into the camera. The quality of the camera was fucking perfect. I clicked out of that video and went into one where a sneaker brand had sent her their new sneakers, and she styled a few outfits around them. Her niche was being the girl on the Brooklyn stoop next door. She was laid back, chill, and had many hobbies and interests, and the brands that she mostly posted about understood that. She wasn't trying to be like every content creator chick. She was being her, and it fit her vibes so well. Even in that dress she wore earlier, I could tell that wasn't really her vibe. Being head deep into her Kindle was the first giveaway that Tiny's wasn't her vibe. While Green had a drink in her hand, talking and greeting everyone, Navy was ducked off, praying no one approached or even noticed her. With the good came the bad, and I landed on a few videos of some people saying they didn't understand the hype around her and how she was so boring because she never spoke about her personal life with her boyfriend. After digging deeper on her other pages, her personal page came up. Her boyfriend, the one she couldn't see forever with, was Antoine Lockett. Between Jaden Cooper and Antoine, those were the names that were all over the media when it came to who was being drafted to the Sonics. She had a few pictures of her with him, and then one with his college jersey on. There were a few videos of when she must have visited him on campus, and she was smiling with her face. Her eyes told another story. Another account of hers popped up, and I smiled when I saw her wearing a pair of glasses, her hair pulled up in a big-ass puffy bun, and she held a book in her hand. She was reviewing the book, holding it to her chest, and started hollering about how the male character was her man, and she was willing to fight behind him. Turning the computer up, I listened to her video. This character was so good. The author literally touched on how every woman wants to be loved. A man who is intentional and wants to love you. Men these days act like it's a chore to treat their women right. The female character didn't get on my nerves like some of you said. I understood her fight in wanting to be loved, but getting the wrong parts of love. Come on, we gotta be leery. She went on to explain the book, held up her Kindle, and I laughed as I put on a YouTube video of her attending one of her family members' graduations. She and Green were smiling in the camera while teasing him, as he towered over both of them. Ken, wanna pick me up? I looked at the text message from Kennedy, and suddenly I didn't want to leave the house. Me. I'll send a driver. Ken, pick me up or I'm not coming. Her message had me fucked up. Ken had me going out like a sucker with the way she demanded shit, and how I supplied her with my time whenever she asked. When she went ghost and decided not to respond to a text message for days, it was cool. The minute I returned some of that same energy, it was a whole commotion, and she was throwing a tantrum behind it. Removing my shirt so I didn't further wrinkle it, I got comfortable at my desk, kicking my feet up and continuing to watch Navy Blue's vlogs while eating my popcorn and polishing off the rest of my drink.
2. Kennedy. You like those heels, or do you think they look too hoish? Mackie, my best friend asked as she tried on a pair of overly high heels. Where is this date again? She looked through her phone. Some fancy restaurant on the Upper West Side. It's exclusive, so you know it's going to be a bunch of rich basic bitches. Mackie worked for Case House too, and she had a client's dinner tonight. Ditch the heels. You're going somewhere classy, and Jeffy will get on our asses if a client complaint comes to her again. You already on thin ice with the way you took your wig off when he took you swimming while in Seychelles. My ass. You don't even work for Case House anymore. Not since you want to go and find you a good rich man. I looked down at my engagement ring that I had just slid on my finger this morning. When I saw Landon walk into Tiny's the other night, I quickly slipped it off my finger to avoid him seeing and asking questions I wasn't ready to answer yet. Alex doesn't want me working anymore and wants me to focus on just being his wife. I sat on the couch as Mackie switched shoes and then went to stand in the mirror to check them out. Much better. And gives classy. You're a case house girl now, Mackie. You need to clean up that image. Menace isn't some pimp who tosses women out there. We're an investment to him, and he makes sure we feel and see it. You don't even have to sound like someone is trying to kill you. Alex was a great client, so I'm sure he'll make a great husband, too. You never complained about him, Ken. She lifted the same heel in a different color. I feel like I cannot be myself around these men. I blankly stared at her. We're not being paid to be ourselves, Mackie. They are paying us to be who they want us to be. Does it suck? Not really, because the money is better. And what about Alex? She found a way to bring the conversation back to discussing Alex when that wasn't what I wanted to talk about. He was screwing me when he was married to his ex-wife. I wouldn't say he would make the perfect husband. Alex Das was loaded rich, and money was never an issue. The amount of money he dropped to spend time with me when I was working at Case House was enough to be the president's salary. He spared no expense to treat me well and make sure that his loyalty was with me. His loyalty should have been with his wife, but I guess he couldn't be rich, handsome, and loyal too. The man had to fall short somewhere, and the loyalty was where his shortness fell. Along with being rich, he was older. Alex was in his late 40s, and I was in my early 20s. The things that excited me didn't excite him. It was fun when we traveled around the world because he was paying me. I could pretend to be into the shit he was into and then go back home. As his future wife, I couldn't pretend anymore. I had to get to know the man and take this seriously. He asked me to marry him, and instead of telling him that I needed to think on it, my dumbass decided to tell him yes, and now I was stuck planning a wedding that I wasn't excited about. Why did you tell him that you would marry him then? I shrugged. Because this could be my ticket out of all of this shit. What ticket? Your godfather is Menace Caselli, and he has told you plenty of times that you needed to quit Case House. Being stubborn is the reason that you refused to leave. Menace was my so-called godfather, although I never looked at him like that. On paper he was, but the man didn't even know me. He was tossed into that role as a favor to my late father. How could he even guide me when I was already grown and doing things before he met me? Other than the fact that he would randomly have Jeffy call to check and see if I had money, I never heard from Menace. It never bothered me because I could only imagine how annoying it was to be stuck with the semi-responsibility of someone that you never knew existed. I don't want his money. I'm tired of always feeling like I'm asking for a handout from people. It was the reason I started working for Case House, to make my own money and not have to depend on the Casellis. At least with Alex, this secures my future, and he wants kids. His old ass has kids already, and one of them is about a year younger than me. Mackie reminded me. I crossed my legs. If one of your clients wanted to marry and take care of you, you wouldn't do it or give them a child? Mackie debated like she wouldn't hop at the chance. Bitch, you already know I would, without a second thought. Exactly. She knew the minute a man asked her to marry, she would be down to spend the rest of her life doing nothing. So, humor me with this. If this is what you want, why did you snatch your ring off when Don came to your dinner? I don't feel like having a conversation with him about it. Or you didn't want him to find out because then it would really mean the possibility of you both being together would never happen. I shot her a dirty look. We cannot even be together anyway. Because Menace says so? Don has shown and done everything against what his brother wants. Do you honestly think he gives a fuck? Landon didn't give a damn about anything his brother said. I think he was the only person who didn't care that he was directly disregarding what Menace wanted. I was off limits to him, and it was because I was a Case House girl. Now that I had stepped back from Case House, there was no excuse that he could use. Well, Menace didn't need an excuse. He couldn't deny the fact that we were both grown adults and could do whatever we wanted. Don was different from any man that I had ever gave my attention. He didn't look at me like my case house clients. He saw me as a person, leaving sex out of the equation. When he found out that I had been raped, he was there for me. As much as I tried to push back what happened to me, it was him who encouraged me to seek therapy and not ignore it. Ignoring things until they no longer hurt was my specialty. I liked living by the out of sight and mind philosophy. I wasn't the type that always talked about my problems and harped on them. It was hard having to live with the fact that the Casellis even knew, and then having Don wanting to heal me. He wanted to take care of me, and I didn't want that. Not from him. I wanted us to be on equal footing, even though he was a whole billionaire. With my clients, I didn't care about them and wanted them to take care of me. Not with Don. It was also hard to be serious knowing that what we both wanted was forbidden. Don would always be set for life because his last name was Caselli. Who knew how long Menace would continue to give a fuck about me? Alex was rich and wanted a life with me, and I needed to go with what I was familiar with. I had to take care of me, and being Alex's wife secured that peace. As fucked up as it was, I enjoyed the life of luxury, and this man wanted to keep me in it. Don would never choose his family over me, and I never wanted to put him in the situation where he had to make that decision. Menace would never approve of us being together, and I had to go where it was safe. Alex was a safe choice. I didn't have rich parents or a rich sibling looking after me. My father wasn't even around as often as he should have been before he died. It had always been me having to look out for myself and use what I had to get in places I would have never been invited to. I built this illusion that men saw whenever they met me. A woman who spoke so highly of herself, has an amazing vocabulary, and carried herself with class had to come from wealth. When in reality, I came from the slums, and I had to claw my way out to become this version of myself. My mother was never this kind of person. She was so far gone when it came to her religion, Jehovah's Witness, that she pretended she didn't have a daughter. Pushed me right on out of her life like she never spent hours in labor to bring me into this earth. My father was no better before he passed, which shocked me that he even gave a fuck to set me up in case something happened to him. It had always been me, and I was fine with that because being responsible for me was enough. Doesn't matter. You would give up on having actual love for security. I laughed at Mackie because she had no clue. This was all new to her, an entire new world that came with a different set of rules than we were used to. There was no love in money, and I learned that quickly. Women didn't get married because of love, they got married for security. It had to do with furthering their bloodlines, making them stronger and keeping it pure. It had nothing to do with falling in love. It was what they were born and raised to do. You didn't get married to a billionaire because you were in love. You got married because your family and his were a perfect match. Yes, I saw what love does to you. It can be beautiful, and it can also be war. Blowing up in your face when you least expect it. I've watched my mother crawl back to the very church that kicked her out on her ass. She had to go crawling back to them because even though love was enough for her, it never paid the bills or helped her raise a child. Her story won't be mine. Even with me and my mother being estranged, I refused to crawl back to Case House if things didn't work out between me and Landon. As much as we were caught up in each other, I knew it could and would end differently than we both imagined. Menace didn't say things twice, and the fact that he has warned us both that he didn't approve meant we couldn't have what we wanted. Alex wanted to take care of me and give me the life I didn't have to lay on my back to achieve or hold my hand to ask Menace for. This was something that I had to do, and I didn't expect anyone else to understand.
3. Don Caselli. Yeah, whatever. I'm here to do my job. Plus, Colby would beat my ass if I fucked up this contract for him. I heard a voice chatting too fucking loud considering they knew I was asleep. This was fun for him. He was never going to take me seriously, and I didn't take him seriously either. A spoiled rich kid without anything to do? She continued on. I remained in bed as I watched her come out of my bathroom with her cleaning basket in one hand, phone cradled between her head and shoulder while chatting away her frustrations about me. She bent down to pick up one of the bottles of cleaning solutions that fell, and I licked my lips at her round ass and those biker shorts she wore. Her hair was pulled back with a headscarf, and her back was exposed with a tattoo of some nigga's name that probably promised her the world. And now she had been relegated to cleaning my penthouse. I cannot wait to go out of town this weekend. Need to find me a nigga and sit down. Not trying to waste any more time. Her voice faded away as she walked into my closet. 9 times out of 10, she was going to collect the dirty laundry and whatever needed to be sent to the dry cleaner. I slid out of bed and stretched as I walked across my bedroom to the closet. It's whatever, though. I have to find my own way. I cannot keep getting my emotions into shit that I know ain't for... I cut her off, and she yelped, turning around as I extended my arms to touch the top shelf of my shoe closet. She was putting a pair of my workout sneakers away and looked up slowly as I leaned over her. You're being loud because you wanted me to hear you, Grace. My voice was groggy because I still would have been asleep if she wasn't talking all damn loud. I was having a conversation. She folded her arms, trying to pretend me leaning over her wasn't bothering her in the least. I nodded. Yeah, real fucking loud. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Caselli. I will make sure that I'm quieter when entering your sleeping quarters. She spoke with this thick-ass New York accent that was mixed with a Spanish twang. She was Puerto Rican, and you could hear her accent mixed with her New York one peek through each time she tossed on attitude. Turning back around, she slapped my chest with her hair and tried to pretend to fix the shoes that were already fixed. Looking down at her biker shorts, I slid my hands around the waistband, listening to a moan escape from her lips. For someone who couldn't be bothered, my touch shouldn't have caused a response like this one. Pushing my hand further into her shorts, I rubbed her soft, round ass as I bit down on my lips, and she held onto the shelf on the sneaker wall. Slowly, I pulled her shorts down, and then pulled her thong back, letting it go when I heard that snap sound and her gasp. You was talking a lot of shit, Grace. It was all mumbles now that I was paying her horny ass some attention. The only reason I found myself in this closet was because my dick was hard. When you rotated your starting lineup often, it became a headache to have consistent pussy without any ties. Grace was an exception, though. She was catching feelings, and I would have to hit up Jeffy and ask her to switch my cleaner. I was angry with you, Dawn, she cooed. I cupped my hand and slapped her ass, causing her to jump and try to climb up the damn shelf. What does that mean, baby? My brow raised when she mentioned the word baby. Whenever words like that started to be tossed around, it was time to switch shit up. Digging into my sleep shorts, I pulled out a condom and tore it open with my teeth as I used the other hand to beat the top of her ass with my dick, watching the pre-cum stretch each time I lifted it up and slapped it back down. Her legs were shaking as she anticipated what she knew she would be getting in a few seconds. Sliding the condom onto my dick, I held her shoulder as I slowly eased inside of her while she squirmed with delight. Her body stiffened, head tossed back, just by feeling me inside of her. Gripping her hip, I slammed the rest of me inside of her while she squealed, clawing the mahogany wood that rested below my sneakers. Fuck you wake me up for, Grace. You like pissing me off. I held her hip tighter as I pulled out and slammed back inside of her while her body moved like a slippery noodle. No, Papi, I promise, she screamed out, holding on to a pair of Jordans that Cora had gotten me when I graduated from high school. Baby, I swear, baby. Ignoring the overuse of the word baby, I pulled her ass cheeks apart and watched as my dick fell out of her before I tightened my grip and mounted her ass against the shelves. I held onto the shoe shelf with one hand and her hip with the other, while I continued to pound her pussy from behind. Grace screamed out to tell me to go harder, faster, and slower. She was throwing out commands and didn't know what she wanted. All her ass knew is that she wanted some dick when she stepped off the elevator and entered my home. I listened as she promised me everything from having my firstborn son to giving me her abuela's home on the beach back in Puerto Rico. I grabbed a fistful of hair and pulled her head back, staring down into her eyes. Her eyes glazed over, and she looked at me with this dick-drunk look on her face, like she was in love and wasn't coming up off me anytime soon. Little did she know her access and her services were no longer needed. Lil' Mama was in love, and I didn't need that shit. She was already on thin ice talking all loud and trying to make me jealous with some other nigga. That was usually when shit went wrong in situations like this. They tried to make me jealous, not realizing you couldn't make a nigga like me jealous. Sex wasn't a commitment for me. I had yet to meet a woman I fucked who made me want to keep her around. I could slip in and out of pussy without attachment because I believed we didn't belong to anyone. Women were just experiences for me that I would let go to move on to the next. I could spend time with a woman and never feel anything about her because I was detached from my emotions. I mean, I could tap into those bitches when it came to someone I cared about. But for the most part, I moved around as if emotions and feelings never existed. It was probably why I was always cleaning my phone out from all the text messages of women claiming to hate me. "You still ain't apologized either, huh?" I grunted as I slid out of her, spun her around, and backed her up against the mirror. Her lips were agape as she stared up into my eyes with her eyes barely opened. Her leg hung over the crook of my arm as I shoved all of me back inside of her while she held on to me tightly. "I'm sorry, Papi. I'll make it up to you, I promise," she squeaked as I continued to fuck her, not paying her any attention. My hand caressed her neck before it tightened, and tears fell from her eyes, because she wanted this, had begged for this through the various random text messages I received from her. Grace wanted to be fucked, not made love to, and that was why our arrangement worked. She wanted me to choke her from behind, slide into her, and never make promises I couldn't keep. Those were all things I had done, and she went and broke her promise to me. Grace fell for me, and that shit couldn't exist because this was supposed to be for fun. Get our nuts and move on with our lives until it came a time when we both needed to release. "This is what the fuck you wanted, right?" I loosened my grip and held onto her shoulder as I pushed more and more of me inside. Pulling out of her, I looked down at her swollen pussy. It was swollen because I had been beating that shit since I slid in the closet behind her. Picking her up, I slid her down onto my dick again, and then leaned against the mirror, going up inside her harder each time as she came down onto me even harder. Her hand tightened on my shoulder as she bit her lip and groaned out. I felt her body becoming more tense, and I slammed her down even harder because I was right there. "Let me tell you something, Grace." Baby? "Stop fucking calling me baby," I started, slamming her down with each word. "You gonna get this pussy pounded, collect everything, and leave. Hear me?" She was confused, but because it felt so good, she couldn't argue with me. I had her right where I needed her to be. No back talk, just the vision of her back as she walked to the front and exited my space. Why?" My hand came down hard on her ass, and I never lost my step of fucking her. "Didn't ask you to ask questions. I told you what to do. What you gonna do?" Leave. Don, I'll leave, I promise," she promised me as I pushed all the way out of her and held her up before slamming her back onto my dick as we both released, me filling the condom and her juices wetting the latex that had slid in and out of her for the past 20 minutes. I placed her back down onto the floor, picked my shorts up, and headed out the closet. Instead of getting back into bed, checking emails, or even opening the curtains, I went right to the shower to wash the sex from my body. After washing down for the third time, Menace's fucking fault, I could hear the elevator chime in the speakers within my bathroom. Midway through my fourth washdown, I heard the front desk over the intercom letting me know my guest had left the premises. Rinsing the body wash from my body, I grabbed a towel and headed out the bathroom. The steam followed me as I opened the shades to let the blue skies and sun into my space before crossing my entire penthouse to get to my office. My phone was still sitting on the desk when I sat down and powered on my monitors. I never slept with my phone in the same room as me. People woke up tired because they kept their phones in their faces right before bed. The minute they couldn't sleep, they would turn over and get on their phones until sleep eventually found them. I checked a few emails while going over what Jonathan, the family's accountant, had to say before I went on and checked other shit that I was involved with. Corleone sent me a few leads for some shit we were working on with Goon and his brother. Once I looked into what they wanted and what they were trying to do, I could do my part before passing the ball back his way. My other monitor chimed, and I turned my head and looked at the notification from YouTube from Navy. I didn't know how often she posted or what her schedule was. I knew from the other night watching her videos, I wanted to see more of her, so I subscribed to her channel. The email that I was about to respond to that Cora sent me took the back seat as my chair rolled over toward that monitor and I clicked the notification that took me to her newest video. It was her morning routine in her very regular Brooklyn apartment. This wasn't some skyrise apartment with neutrals everywhere and the perfect setup. Her home was lived in and curated to display her personality and style. There was something in every nook and cranny of what I could see. Behind her was a gallery wall with albums, black art pieces, and motivational sayings. The slouch gray couch behind her had different pillows and throw blankets tossed across it. Her collection of vinyls spilled behind the stand that the vinyl player sat on. The camera angle switched as she walked across her living room into the small kitchen and prepared a homemade meal. No words were spoken, just a jazz beat over all the things she was currently doing. I watched as she stood in front of the mirror in one clip and clapped her hands, and the edit switched her from her pajamas into an oversized shirt, jean shorts, and a pair of sneakers. Her braids were pulled up, and she decided between 2 bags and a pair of sunglasses. She kissed her fingers, and the short vlog ended, and the comments piled in. Some were requesting longer videos, while others wanted to know the details of her outfit and some of the pictures that were behind her. I exited out of her video, pushing her to the back of my head and finally checking my phone. Kennedy's name was at the top of my text messages. The 3 question marks she sent let me know she expected me to answer the phone. This was the shit that had me second-guessing if she was worth all of this. When she never responded to my text messages, I never gave her shit for it. I sat back and played it cool and waited for her to respond. When I gave her a taste of her own medicine, then I was met with a bunch of fucking question marks and missed calls like I was her damn man. While the goal was to become her man, I wasn't that now, and she needed to chill the fuck out. The situation was sensitive, and I needed to make sure that I wanted to cause the tension between me and my brother for her. Menace wasn't forgiving, so if you were going to burn a bridge with him, you needed to know how to swim. I finished on my computers before heading into the main area, turning the TV on for some background noise to break up the silence. After I made a light breakfast, I listened to the news. Stevie invited us over for a brunch before she had the baby. She was due at any moment, and she wanted to have us over and host. While Menace was cool seeing us twice a year, it was Stevie who made sure we got together more often. I've had to see my brother's hand rubbing up close way too often because of his new wife. After the train wreck of a baby shower, I think she wanted to just be calm and cool before having the baby. The co-owner of the New York Sonics is making headlines again. This time it's all about love. He and his fiancée Kennedy Watkins are officially tying the knot this summer in what's expected to be a stunning ceremony in Lake Como. We wish the happy couple all the best. Coming up next, the Red Hook serial killer has resurfaced. Find out where and what authorities are saying, right after the break. The water slid from my mouth onto my chest as I stood frozen with the fridge door opened. The chiming noise signaling me to close it did nothing. The words "engaged" rang through my head as I watched the engagement photos appear on the screen at the same time the reporter wished them the best. My fucking chest was on fire as I watched the commercials come on, and I still hadn't moved. Not once did she mention she was engaged or even fucking dating somebody. While she was all in my business and accusing me of fucking with so many bitches, she was the one that should have been questioned. I never asked because I took her word. And now she was getting married to a nigga who was old enough to be her father and had sexual assault accusations. It wasn't that long ago that he was in the media because some chick that he used to date that was young said that he sexually assaulted her and was verbally abusive. The whole time I had been patient with her because I never wanted her to feel like I was rushing. I also didn't want to jump into anything with her because I wanted to know that she was serious. Every time we got around each other, she always joked about me marrying her and taking her off the market. Whole time her ass had been engaged and never told me. I allowed Kennedy to make the moves because I wanted her to be comfortable, and I wasn't the kind of nigga who needed to rush anybody into anything. I've always believed that things would happen the way they were supposed to. There was no reason for me to rush into anything. I was over here being a gentleman, and she wanted the fucking sexual abuser. I tossed the glass into the sink, pissed. Neither my phone ringing nor the fact that the ringing in my ear was louder than normal mattered. Leaning against the counter, my heart fucking hurt. I could deal with her not wanting to be together. I'm not some nigga who couldn't be told no. It was the fact that she sat in my face and lied to me. All she had to do was be honest, and she lied to me. Each time I joked and said she had a nigga she was hiding, she could have been honest and told me she was fucking grandpa. Every single fucking time she lied and told me she was single and focused on herself. I looked at this mess I had made in the sink and went to my room to get dressed. I needed to get out this fucking house. It was amazing that my TV was still on the wall after hearing that shit. Since I was a child, I always had a bad temper. Whenever I was angry and past that point, it was best to keep to myself. That was the reason that I ended up moving out. As I became older and damn near with the same height and weight as Menace, I challenged him more. One night I became upset for something stupid, and he calmly told me to take a walk. When I was past that point, all I saw was red and didn't give a fuck what anybody had to say. I challenged my brother, and he put me on my ass. I could see the way he kept giving me warnings to get out of his space, allowing me the chance to change my mind because he didn't want to put his hands on me. He rubbed his hands together until I charged at him, and he pulled his pants up and put me on my neck. When it was all said and done, he never challenged me or puffed his chest out to show he was badder. He leaned over me and told me to get the fuck out of his house. I didn't understand why at 19 that I would challenge him. Why did I think I could take him when the man had trained for hours every day? Living between Cora and Zoya wasn't ideal either. They both lived a certain way, and neither of them agreed on what I had done. Menace cut us all off for 2 months because of that shit. He didn't speak to none of us, and even when we tried to visit him, we were met with silence. As I've become older, I realized that it was the ultimate disrespect to challenge him. A man who was so complex and caring. He had his own way, but I knew he loved and cared about me. Putting my hands up to harm him was disrespect in his eyes. And though we have worked past it, I knew it was something that was still in the back of his head, because it was in mine. Soon as I pulled up to Menace's house, I stopped for security and put the code in while guards walked around my car. "Boss know you ain't got the same whip as him?" one of the security guards asked. I laughed. Fuck he gonna do about it? He chuckled before letting me through. I cruised up toward the house, already thinking of my excuse to cut out early. Anytime Stevie wanted us all together, she started wanting to talk feelings and being closer to one another. After the last time when I found out that my best friend was going to set me up, I wasn't in the mood to discuss my feelings. I pulled in behind Cora's car and leaned my head back to take a breath before going inside. Cora and Menace were a fucking lot together. And being that I didn't see Zoya's car, I knew I was going to have to face them alone without Zoya being my backup. Searching the middle compartment for my key fob I tossed there earlier, I laughed when I picked up Navy's Kindle. I was surprised she didn't have Green track me down for it. I sat it back down where she had left it, located my keys, and got out. It wasn't Menace's house unless you were being rained on by a sanitizing mist before fully stepping inside. Soon as I turned the corner into the living room, Lupita was putting the finishing touches on brunch.
"Don, how are you doing?"
"I'm straight. You?" She smiled.
"New life in the Caselli home is always a good thing. We're all anxious waiting for baby Caselli to come. Are you excited to be an uncle?"
It was a loaded question, because as much as I was excited to be an uncle, who knew how close me and the baby would be? It wasn't like me and my siblings were all that close to each other. Since Stevie had married into the family, we gathered more frequently at their house these days. I wanted to be the uncle that my niece or nephew called for everything. When their parents didn't give them their way, I wanted to be the person they called because they knew there was never any rules at Uncle Don's house. I was excited and then nervous for my brother. This was a different role that he was stepping into, and I remembered how we were raised. He didn't sit me down and kiss my wounds when life kicked me down. His response was to get the fuck up and show them what we were about. Then again, he was different with his wife, and hopefully would be with his child. More nervous than excited, she smiled.
"Babies make everyone like that. I know this is a new thing for you Casellis, but love doesn't have any instructions. You just feel it."
"Thanks, Lupita."
"No worries. Everybody is outside. Give me a few more minutes, and then the food will be ready."
As I walked through the house to get to the back, it always felt like I was in a museum. Menace's house had never looked lived in. He kept the same theme even after being married, which shocked me. Aside from a few more art pieces that I knew Stevie had a hand in, the house remained the same. Despite it not changing as much, it had a new warmness that it never had before. The sound of laughter and conversation greeted me when I slipped out the back door. I headed down the path toward the pool where everyone was sitting at the Italian concrete table that cost too fucking much and weighed just as much. Stevie looked up mid-laugh and got excited. She jumped up so fast that Cora nearly spilled her wine, trying to make sure she wouldn't fall.
"Landon, you came!"
I met her halfway instead of making her waddle over toward me. Stevie gave the best fucking hugs, and sometimes you needed that shit after not having one for a while. With the shit I heard earlier, her hug was much needed. Everything on her was completely swollen, and it was amazing to witness the changes a woman's body made while carrying life. Her face was so swollen that when she smiled, her eyes appeared closed. "What up, Stevie?" I told you I would stop by for a little while.
You all say that, and then it comes time to come over, and I hear crickets.
I chuckled because we did ignore her overly positive ass in the family group chat. Her man was the one who started it, and he never spoke in there. It was her making all these plans for our family. How much more can you grow? I touched her stomach.
Doctor says any day now. Green has everything packed for us to head to the hospital when the time comes.
She snapped her finger like she remembered something.
Oh, you have to meet Green's cousin. She's a celebrity.
Before we could fully turn around, I already knew she was referring to Navy. I smirked when our eyes finally met, and she blushed while trying to look away from me.
I'm not a celebrity, Stevie.
She held a drink in one hand while balancing a small plate filled with finger foods on it with the other.
You're my celebrity,
Stevie insisted.
With the way she waits for your videos, you really are.
Green laughed and poured more wine into Cora's glass. Cora looked over the couch that was situated around the table.
Hey, Landon, you're going to sit there or greet your big sister. I emailed you, by the way, and you never replied.
I leaned down to kiss her on the cheek. My reason was valid on why I hardly responded to my sister-in-law. It was never one question with Stevie. She always sent a bunch of text messages that she fired off at random, and piecing them together to see what the fuck she was talking about was a damn chore.
What up, Green?
Hey, Don. Green looked down at her phone and then over at her cousin, who was focused on her drink and not looking over at me.
We literally had hookah and I drove home.
She copped a plea as if I was going to press her about what she and Beans got into after we left Tiny's. Navy snorted.
Sound plenty guilty to me. If you would have answered my call on my drive home, you would have proof.
She shoved her cousin, who pinched her.
So basically, fuck me and my wife and our baby?
I heard my brother's voice behind me and saw him walking down toward us. He was dressed in a suit with his CH pin clipped to him, which meant he was handling some business. As much as I was involved in case house business, I wasn't, really. Certain shit was reserved for Menace to handle. Stevie remained standing, and he walked over toward her, kissing her on the lips a few times before his hand went to her stomach. His hand roamed her stomach as he closed his eyes, and she smiled up at him. She was his comfort. Since they had gotten married, he never liked to be away from her for long. If he had to handle business, he usually took her with him. With her due any day now, she couldn't travel. His trips were closer, so he was only gone for a couple hours. Menace didn't rub his hands nearly as much whenever Stevie was around. In a room filled with people, he would always find her, watching her like a hawk because she was his everything. My brother didn't give a fuck about much, and I had witnessed that my entire life. But with her, it was different. He showed her that he cared, which made us all feel weird because that wasn't him. She went to tell him something, and he directed her ass back over toward the seat to sit down.
Navy, I ain't seen you in a minute.
Navy's head shot up confused.
I've never been here.
Menace looked at her.
She says she's gonna rob this fucking house, wonder? We just letting anybody up in this bitch now, huh? Fuck security clearance is safety now, right?
What? Navy blurted, nearly hysterical. Me and Cora both started laughing as we watched Green explain how her boss was a fucking nut that heard questions no one else heard.
Mavie, this is the content creator I love. Remember the videos I showed you about Amalfi Coast? I was crying the other night because she went a week without posting videos and I couldn't sleep.
Menace snapped his fingers. Yeah, I remember. How much for you to batch a bunch of content for my wife?
You could stay in the guest suite and leave when you're done.
Navy was ready to go, and I could tell from the way she was gripping her bag and ready to put her plate down. Cora looked at our brother.
Maverick, I am pretty sure there are laws against that. You cannot hold this woman hostage because your wife needs to touch some grass every once in a while. Can't smoke weed, Cora. I am pregnant,
Stevie shot back, and I walked away because I couldn't stop laughing. Green had tears in her eyes as she laughed, while Navy was still on edge because it sounded like Menace wanted to kidnap her ass and force her to make content for Stevie. He looked at Navy once more before he turned his focus toward his wife.
You need to soak your feet.
I walked back over and he looked at me and nodded.
I meant to tell you, we got the invitation to the wedding last week.
I got one too, Cora replied, looking at both of them. They wanted me to show that I cared more than I should have. Why the fuck are you both telling me what Kennedy is doing?
The food should be done. Let's walk up to the house and eat.
Your feet making me nervous, boo. Menace cut her off as he looked at her with concern. I've never seen this nigga look so nervous in my life.
Meanwhile, Stevie was just floating around like she couldn't drop this baby at any moment. She sulked as she looked up at her husband. Fine. He helped her up, kissing her hand as he loosened his tie, and they slowly made their way back up to the house. Call the doctor to make sure, too, Cora hollered behind them. I sat in the seat that Stevie had given up and looked at Navy. Trying to rob my brother? We all busted out laughing because her face looked like she had seen a ghost. In reality, she had seen a ghost and didn't realize the honor she had been granted. Not too many people could ever say they met Menace the right way and were welcomed into his home. She snorted. Listen, I don't want any problems. Green dragged me here because Stevie loves my videos. Loves is an understatement. I know you hate whenever the family tells people about you. I couldn't hold it in any longer and told her. Either way, I needed a drink and some nice weather. Cora remained seated, her leg crossed as she enjoyed the weather and view in front of us. How have you been, Don? Busy. Doing? Working. She took a sip of her wine. Are the short answers because we were invited to the wedding? Nah. Cora sighed. I haven't RSVP'd and I don't know if I will even go. This is better off this way. I know you have this crush on her, but look who she's marrying. You don't need to involve yourself with making a mess with Kennedy. Maverick has already told you about his stance on this. Get you a sweet girl like Navy. She winked at Navy, who smiled. I watched as she stood up, kissed my cheek, and strutted up back toward the house. As much as her advice was solid, I didn't want to hear that shit right now. Not when she was just texting me to pick her up and spending the weekend with me last month. Cora's advice was the last thing I wanted to hear right now. I didn't want to hear shit when she had all this time to tell me, and she hid that shit from me. Fucking lied to me while telling me that she wanted to be with me, and it was fear that was stopping her. It was never fear. She was fucking engaged on the low and didn't know how to tell me the truth, so she continued to string me along, hoping that eventually I would be the one that stepped away so she didn't have to. Green looked at me. I wanted to tell you, but I knew it wasn't my place. You good. Wasn't your place, and I respect that you minded your business. She smiled, then jumped up. Oh, shit. She has to have ice cream before she naps. I watched as she jogged back up toward the house, catching up with Cora. Navy tried to busy herself with fixing her dress and looking out at the pool now that it was just the two of us left. Green wasn't worried about no damn ice cream. She was leaving us alone on purpose. I said if it was meant for me to see you again, then I would. She smiled, sitting her plate and drink onto the table. You did say that. The universe worked quick. Oh, we got people in the same circles. I watched as she crossed her legs and fixed her hair, knowing that it was already perfect. Messing with her hair was something she did whenever she was nervous. The simple black linen dress she wore was loose, but I could tell that it gripped her ass and thighs the minute that she stood up. There wasn't too much that could hide that ass she was carrying around. A different purse from her knockoff was sitting beside her and matched her sandals with her cute white toes. Why are you staring at me so hard? Can't appreciate art? Ha, funny. I've got something for you, Blue. B-L-E-U. I spelled it out for her, and she was impressed. Did Green tell you, or did you go home to your huge mansion and Google little old me? She teased. Don't live in a big-ass mansion, but did go home to my penthouse and Googled you, though. Is that a problem for you? She smiled. We're even, because I Googled your car and then slammed the laptop shut when I saw the price and how exclusive it was. What's the matter? I asked, not acknowledging the conversation about my car. It was the way she looked when she mentioned going home to Google my car. Navy messed around with a loose piece of thread on her dress, then looked up at me confused. What do you mean? I wasn't pretending like I knew Navy, but something told me that everything wasn't good with her. Her eyes seemed sadder than the last time I saw her, although she tried to laugh and maintain regular conversation. I didn't miss how she held onto Green's dress to prevent her from getting up and leaving us alone, like she couldn't trust herself to be around me alone. I'm a stranger, right? Pretty much. Then treat me like one. Don't lie to me. You don't have to pretend either, because you don't owe me shit. I leaned forward. Navy turned her attention to the pool before looking back at me. Tears tap-danced on the waterline, and her eyes slowly became red. Standing up, I walked over toward her and held my hand out. Reluctantly, she took my hand, and I pulled her up off the couch and behind me. I cannot go in there looking like you made me cry. Would never either. Chill. I got you.
I'm going to take you around the side of the house, I explained as she allowed me to pull her toward the front of the house. We bypassed Menace's extra-ass rose garden that had its own area as you rounded the side of the house. I quickly double-looked and noticed that there was a bench in the middle of it, with a plaque with our parents' name on it. I never noticed it because I hardly came over here, and I damn sure wasn't walking around the side of this big-ass house when I did come. Holding her hand tighter, I pulled her in front of me as we exited the side gate. The gardener smiled at us as we continued walking toward where my car was parked. They were in the process of rinsing down Menace's Razvani he had just came in, before pulling it into the garage. She still held onto my hand as I pulled the door open with the other one. I looked down at her as the tear fell down her cheek. Navy slipped into the seat like she had a few nights before. I couldn't front like we didn't look good together. She fit perfectly right next to me, as if she was always meant to be there. Rounding the car, I got into the driver's seat and looked over at her. "Got something for you." She smiled.
What could you possibly have for...
Her voice trailed off when I held up her Kindle she left behind. "Gotta believe what I say. If it was meant for me to see you, God was gonna make that happen. You left this in my car the other night because you were so busy flirting with me." Navy busted out laughing, and it was a real laugh that came from the stomach and soul at the same time.
I was not flirting with you at all, so please. That is the way that I talk.
Fluttering your eyelashes and talking all soft like this, I mocked her.
Yes.
She messed with her hair and then looked over at me.
He broke up with me.
"Damn, I'm sorry."
It was for the best, right?
She stared at me for confirmation, although she didn't need it. She wanted it so she could feel better about the situation. "Can't tell you that." As much as I wanted to tell her that she was better off without him, that wasn't my place because I didn't know that man personally or their situation. Only Navy knew what was best for her when it came to her relationship with her ex-boyfriend.
"I've been in bed for 3 days, and Green came and dragged me out. Shit been weird with us, but he claimed that I've been different since he been back. How he didn't sign up for me to be hopping in and out of random niggas' cars.
As much as homie wanted to punish her for getting out of my car, that wasn't the reason. He had a plan to end things with her. All men did, and he used this situation to push through with his plan. He wanted to break up with her, but placed that blame on her like she was at fault for the demise of their relationship. The shit pissed me off because she had tears sliding down her face and was hurt behind him. Meanwhile, he probably had mad bitches in his phone ready to suck his dick because he was now single and headed to the NBA. I don't like that.
What does it matter to you? We just met."
She sniffled and wiped her face as she waited for my answer. "Doesn't matter. I don't like to see a woman crying over a man she's better than. I don't know that man, so I won't speak on him. I will speak on knowing that you're a good person."
"Can you tell? Or did you go down a rabbit hole of my videos?"
I laughed. "Both."
"The part that sucks is that I have to tell my parents that we broke up and look at their face. All he kept telling them was that we would get married and have a bunch of babies together."
She gagged. "The fuck is wrong with marriage and kids?" It was the first genuine smile I saw since seeing her today. As she leaned against the door, she stared straight at me.
"Never against marriage. My parents have been married for 28 years. I would love to be married in a nice ceremony where my daddy walks me down the aisle and I have all the different wedding festivities. But why are you assuming there is a but?"
My phone interrupted our conversation when it started ringing. I silenced the call from Kennedy and gave Navy my full attention. No sooner than I silenced the call, a shit ton of back-to-back text messages came through, which let me know she was pissed that I was ignoring her.
"You can answer your phone. I promise I won't speak and get you in trouble," she continued to tease as I stared at her.
"But," I pushed. She dropped her shoulders.
"I don't want children."
"Everyone says that shit when they're our age. How old are you?"
22. My birthday is in a couple of weeks."
She did a little dance in her seat, and I smirked because she was so fucking cute. "Eventually you'll change your mind." I flipped open her Kindle and was surprised that it wasn't dead.
"How old are you?"
"Turning 25 in a few weeks." She side-eyed me.
"When is your birthday?"
"June 15th. Navy nearly launched herself through the closed roof when I told her my birthday.
"I'm June 17th. Are you being serious?"
"I am."
"See, I knew there was a reason we were locked in with each other. Real recognizes real."
She smiled at me.
And you're not that much older than me, so please, don't ever plan on changing my mind either. Children aren't something that I want or feel I need to make my life complete. I can respect that. What about you? I stared at her. I'm good with having them or not having them. Never really thought about it. She folded her arms. You never thought about if you wanted to have children or not? It was like the thought was so mind-boggling to her that I, as a man, never sat down and decided whether I ever wanted to have children. It wasn't something that I had time to think about. A girlfriend, maybe even a fiancé, I may have thought about a time or two. Children, never. Not because I disliked them, but because it wasn't on my mental. What? She smirked. Nothing, just interesting. I swiped up on her Kindle, and she tried to grab it from me. Nah, don't be shy now. What you reading about? Fucking, she blurted. I paused and then started laughing. Long distance was hard on you, huh? She covered her face with both her hands. OMG, please leave me alone. I just like some spicy shit. Same. You like to read spicy books too? I looked up from her book she happened to be reading. Nah, I like to do the spicy shit that you be reading about in books. Navy sank down in the chair and covered her face. Don, please. Landon. Everyone calls you Don, though, she replied, peeking through her fingers with a goofy smile on her face. I could tell you're not about to be everyone. She smiled bashfully and then held her hand out. No kids club, me and you. First one to break it owes the other $30,000. You gonna give me 30 bands? She faked like she was offended. You think I'm gonna be the first one that breaks this pact? Wow, Don. Thought you believed in me. Landon, I corrected her. Her small hand slipped into mine. Landon, she corrected, doing that voice and fluttering her eyelashes. Navy blue was trouble.
4. Navy Blue Perkins. One of my favorite movies was My Big Fat Greek Wedding. It was a movie that no matter how many times it came on, I could rewatch it every time. Mostly because it reminded me of my own crazy family. Every time I watched the movie, I thought of my aunt, cousins, uncles, or grandparents because we were one crazy bunch, but we loved one another. The one difference was that instead of Greek, we were one big Guyanese family. We loved hard, fought harder, but came together in the end. Every Sunday, you could find us making the walk to my grandparents' apartment for dinner. Our family all lived in the same area, and on any given Sunday, we almost always ran into each other heading to my grandparents' apartment. I could make it to my grandparents' house in 3 blocks and my parents' house in 2. Green lived a few blocks down from me, and her mother lived a block over from her. Family and being close to each other was very important to us. I grew up living close to family and walking to their apartments whenever I wanted to be around them. Other than when Green's father moved them to another part of Brooklyn, we had never lived too far away from each other. After her parents divorced, her mother returned right back to where she used to be. When my grandparents came from Guyana to Brooklyn, New York, they knew they wanted to give their children what they didn't have back in Guyana. My mother, aunt, and both my uncles all graduated from college and settled into their city jobs. My mother was a social worker for the city, while my aunt worked in corrections for Rikers Island. Both my uncles were firefighters for the FDNY. Since I had been a child, I had been reminded that once you got a city job, you kept it until the day that you died. A city job in New York City was like hitting the jackpot, and not so many fumbled that when they got it. They stayed in those positions until they retired or died. Imagine my parents' face when I decided not to go away to college. Me and Antoine had planned on going away to the same college and worked hard to get in. It had always been our plan to go away to college so he could play ball and then eventually become drafted, and I would follow him wherever he was drafted to. The plan had always been one that we both wanted, but one day I woke up and didn't want that anymore. I didn't want to chase a man around while he followed his dreams. It was very much one-sided when it came to Antoine and our dreams. My dreams never mattered because the goal was for him to play for the pros. We grew up together, so everyone, including my entire family, wanted that for him. The closer it came to us graduating from high school, the more I realized that Antoine following his dreams meant there was no room for mine. My parents loved Antoine and encouraged our relationship because they saw it as something positive. They had always wanted me to go away to college, and the fact that I had gotten accepted into the same school as Antoine was amazing. A week before graduation, I sat my parents down and told them that college wasn't for me. It was less about Antoine and more about what I wanted. College was something I had been working hard at because I wanted to be with my boyfriend. This had been our dream, more his dream than mine, but I was rocking with it because I didn't want to break up with him. He was my first real boyfriend, and we had done everything together for the first time. Traveling had been what I was passionate about. Documenting my entire life and showing girls that it was all right to choose you and be yourself. I've spent years watching different content creators and could never relate to any of them. Some days I wanted to go all out in pink and be all princess-like. Then there was other days when I wanted to toss on the baggiest sweatpants, Timbs, and an oversized hoodie to accomplish the day. Music and fashion were my loves, and I enjoyed music and singing it. Even with me being scared to ever release it, I enjoyed it and loved to encourage others to do what they loved and go where they were loved. Music was my first love, and I had been writing it since I could write my name. I kept every lyric and song I've ever written. And when life became too hard or the noise in my head was too loud, I retreated to music. As much as I was an open book and shared my life online, that came with a lot of negative backlash that I wasn't strong enough to handle. I could have a million people telling me they love my content and what I bring to the content creating world. But one person could say I was overrated and I was harping on that one person. It was a vicious cycle, which I tried hard to work on without getting into my head about it. Antoine and my parents were both angry when I decided not to attend college. As mad as both my parents were, they never turned their back on me or kicked me out. They were trying hard to give me the space to make my own decisions without forcing me to do what they had to do when they were my age. Me and Green stressed everyone out because while I had at least applied to college, Green was on her own path. She didn't know what she wanted to do, but she eventually found her lane. Being an assistant to the Caselli family wasn't a bad job. Not when her female boss noticed she was having car trouble and bought her a brand new car. I almost wanted to ask if they were hiring because putting my life on the web wasn't what I thought it would be. Then I thought about traveling the world and all I had been able to do, and I learned to quiet the noise and focus on me. "Mommy!" I hollered as I walked through the door, knowing she was home because I could smell the curry in the air. The smell of the curry cooking in the bottom of the worn metal pot that had housed many meals of rice and peas was the best thing in the entire world. "Kitchen Navy," she hollered back. Her Louis Vuitton never full that she insisted on using for a work bag was hung on the back of the kitchen chair. She had her belt and pants unbuckled as she was opening up a can of peas and looked over at me. Mommy's brown skin glistened with sweat as the kitchen window was opened. The sound of the bus bolting down the street could be heard in the kitchen as the warm air cruised through the window, along with the steam from the pots. "Did you make enough for me, too?" She put her hand on her wide hip, something I had inherited from her, and pursed her lips. "Navy, you just come over and never tell us what you're doing." My mother was born in America, but you couldn't miss the hint of an accent that she picked up from my grandparents. Well, I'm sorry if I wanted to walk over and visit my parents. Oh, please. She sucked her teeth. I laughed and leaned on the free counter, careful not to get in her way. The galley kitchen was already a tight squeeze for the both of us, but I just wanted to be in my mommy's space. It had been a week since I had been over to visit her and my father. If I came over too soon, then she would have known something was wrong. Avril Perkins knew me better than I knew myself, and she would catch me in a lie before I could get it to form. I was nervous to tell her that me and Antoine had broken up because I was afraid of her response. My mother never looked at Antoine as my ticket to something better. I think she wanted us to work because she knew how much I loved that boy. Since 4th grade, when he pulled my hair and then pushed me, I had loved that boy. Our families knew each other, and every Labor Day, you can count on his grandmother to sit right with mine on the parkway while we celebrated. This wasn't a little bullshit breakup because our families wanted this for us. I felt like I messed it up. Navy blue Perkins, what is the matter? She held the onion in her hand and sliced it easily, all while she was staring at me. Mommy, why something had to be wrong? I know you gal. Laughing, I became serious. Antoine broke up with me, Mommy. She stopped cutting the onion and looked at me. Go on playing with me, Navy. I'm serious. We've been broken up a week, and I don't think we're going to work it out this time. I slumped my shoulders, feeling the tears threaten to fall. I hated all this crying because I thought I had got it all out. And here I was in my mother's kitchen crying about it again. It was one thing for me to end things because I knew we were growing apart. But for him to end things because I got out of Landon's car hurt because he knew me. He didn't want to hear my explanation and didn't even try to sit and talk things out. My mother washed her hands and then pulled me into a hug. I'm sorry, baby. It's all right, Mommy. I know how much everyone loved Antoine. She pulled me back as she stared into my eyes. Navy, we loved Antoine because he grew up with you kids. That doesn't mean we loved him more than you. I only want my child happy, and I can tell you both weren't happy anymore. Why didn't you say anything? I questioned as the tears fell down my face, and she swiped them away, her long nails gently touching my cheek. Her eyebrow raised. Would you have listened to me? No, I sulked. She laughed. Exactly. Child bull-headed. She imitated my grandmother's accent, and we both laughed. Happiness is all I want for you, my blue. If that means you have to find it somewhere else, that is all right, too. What about Daddy? He'll be all right. We can find those tickets on sale, or you can get a content creator invite or some mess like that. I wasn't rich by any means, but I did well for myself. My parents didn't need to worry so much about me, and I could move out on my own. Any chance that I got, I loved to spoil my parents. Both Avril and Rohan worked very hard their entire lives to raise me. Both of them still worked. My father worked as an MTA train conductor and had no plans on retiring. My dream was to retire them both. Until I could do that, I spoiled them whenever they allowed me. Daddy working a double? Yep. The landlord is increasing the rent, so we need to work a little bit harder. I won't be pushed out of our home. Your grandparents' rent is increasing too, so we're trying to make it work with paying ours and theirs too. My grandparents were both retired and on a fixed income. My aunt and uncles, along with my mother, all chipped in to pay the difference that their Social Security didn't cover. I had been helping out with whatever I could, along with Green, and they didn't like us to help. In my grandparents' eyes, we were still babies and shouldn't have to help with that kind of stuff. I wanted my family comfortable, and it was the reason I set my camera up and recorded, even on the days that I didn't feel like it. Anything I can do? Other than being the best daughter and granddaughter? No. Mommy, let me help. I have some savings and I can help. I can even move back in to help with some bills, too. She kissed my cheek and went back to cooking. If you want to move back home, you are always welcomed. Paying rent isn't an option. Frustrated, I folded my arms and watched as she continued to prepare dinner. Once it was done, we could eat and then sit my father's plate in the microwave before she got settled for bed. Before I moved out, I would wait up for him and we watched the night news while he ate his food. Once she was finished, she packed up 2 plates of food, grabbed her cigarettes along with her wallet, and we left. I watched as she lit her cigarette and took a puff as we walked down Bedford Avenue towards my grandparents' house to drop off their food. The beeping of the horn caused us to snap our necks in that direction. Going to Nana and Papa's house? Look at you, green girlie. That car is nice. My mother smiled as she blew smoke in the opposite direction as we walked over toward her car. My boss got it for me. She got tired of my car breaking down all the time. Good people. My mother leaned on the car and continued to smoke her cigarette as Green looked at me. Her eyes were silently asking if I had broken the news to my mother. Yes, she knows. Green blew out a sigh of relief. Good. Antoine's lost. Don's gain. Oh, please, Green. Don? My mother managed to hear that. My boss's brother, who, by the way, is a billionaire. My mother flicked her cigarette and then stomped it out. Billions mean nothing if he's not a good man. He's a nice guy, Auntie. Seems like he likes Navy. I folded my arms, considering if I had enough reach to slap her head into the steering wheel. Landon isn't thinking about me. Bye, Green. I dismissed her and continued up the block. She beeped her horn as she headed down the block toward her apartment. You like this, Don? Don't know him enough to even like him. He is a nice guy, but everyone is until they're not. My mother looked at me. Antoine didn't support that you didn't want kids and wanted to tie your tubes. While I don't understand it, I respect your decision to do what makes you happy. Make sure you go into anything new telling them what expectations are set. There is never any room for miscommunication. I hear you, Mommy. I smiled as we continued up the block to my grandparents' house. Her hand slid in mine, and we walked up the block swinging our arms while holding the food bags steady with the other. You will find any reason to pull out that Kindle to read. London, one of my content creator friends said. We were in a skybox waiting for Malik Dubrow to come out and perform. He had some openers, which in my opinion he didn't need. If you were a true Malik Dubrow fan, then you knew that he loved to put other local artists on whenever he performed in their city. This was his farewell tour, and a brand had invited all of us girls to attend the concert in the box that they had rented out for the concert. I loved music just like the next person, but when it came to concerts, I wanted the main act, and that was all I had the attention span for. As I was knee-deep in reading Mel Dawes' catalog, I looked up and noticed that the opening acts had finished. Get lost in a book, then maybe you wouldn't be crashing out all the time. I teased her, and she sat down beside me. London was the it girl, and she knew it. The only reason we were acquaintances was because we were invited to the same kind of events. I was someone who enjoyed my own company, so I was never pressed for friends. I had a few friends that grew up with me and actually knew me. I realized that nothing was ever what it seemed when it came to social media. Everyone was pretending to be someone that they weren't, and it was all an illusion. So when they met someone who didn't feed into that illusion and was comfortable being themselves, they were like a token. I realized I was that token for London and the rest of the content girls. They loved to be around me because I made them seem real. when half of their supporters felt like they weren't. Being associated with navy blue meant they were conscious, deep, and real. They wanted everyone to look at them as that, and not the airheads that shopped all the time and were too scared to speak out on the happenings of the world. Brands that aligned with me would support my need to speak on things happening in this country. I was never afraid to lose a brand because I would rather lose the brand than sell my soul for money. My family raised me to stand for things that I believe in, and that has been what I've done and will continue to do so. These bitches be trying me all the time with these think pieces like they know me. She rolled her eyes and crossed her legs. That's the point, London. They don't know you, so why let them get under your skin? It's hard, but these people want to see the content. Give them that and nothing more. She looked over at me. Which brings me to how are you even here being so calm while Antoine was with Mila Rose over the weekend? I had saw everybody talking about Antoine and Mila Rose, another influencer, at some white party in Miami. He was holding her hand as they walked to the Maserati that I'm sure his management team had provided for him. The endorsement deals had already started to roll in, and Antoine's head was as big as the sky. He hadn't been drafted, and he was already acting like he was an MVP. He constantly shit-talked Jaden Cooper because before the endorsements, he had money. Driving around in a foreign car wasn't new to Jaden. He sported a simple gold chain, and he was so humble whenever he spoke in interviews. He spoke on his older sister and how he wouldn't have been in this space had it not been for her and their family. Antoine acted the opposite, like he was always supposed to be in that spot, and none of the little people helped him along the way. Why would I care? We are broken up, and he's free to date anyone that he wants. I shrugged, although the pictures crushed me. How could he end things like we hadn't invested so much time in this? I knew we would eventually end here, but it damn sure didn't feel nice. While I was going through the grieving phase of what we ended, he was out and about living his life like he didn't break my heart. What hurt the most was how he went right to Mila Rose, the one person I couldn't stand. Mila Rose was the kind of influencer who got her influence from other people. She stole content and her niche was always changing. At one point, she was heavily into her journey with God, and then when that started making her lose followers, she switched it to this luxury content. Days in the life and shopping hauls, which was London's kind of content. At one point, she started to steal my music history series. When everyone shut her down and told her she didn't know what the hell she was talking about, she shifted gears because she realized my kind of content was organic. You couldn't steal that. It had to be in you, and Mila ain't never gave a fuck about music content. If anything, I always questioned why London never had a problem with her. She was a bigger influencer than London with more followers, but it was clear she was stealing her content. London was so busy trying to be friends with her to get into the in crowd that she would sell her soul to be invited to sit with Mila and her friends. I know, but Mila Rose? I would be in bed sobbing my eyes out or calling his phone and then hanging up. Why did you break up with him? Woo, I had to pee so bad. I got some drinks. Green saved me from having to answer that question. I smiled. Thanks. London, no longer interested in having the conversation anymore, excused herself and went to sit over by the other girls. They had a ring light out, and each of them were trying to get the perfect picture. What the hell is her problem? You interrupted her being nosy and trying to be in my business. I snorted and sipped the drink Green had handed to me. Yum. This is so good. What is it? Beans told me this is his secret drink. It's good, but packs a punch, too. I smiled while teasing her. Beans. That man is so smart. I enjoy his time. Just his time? I side-eyed her. I would have told you if we hooked up, and we haven't even gone there. He legit just wants to get to know me, and I love that. You know I'm on a celibacy journey. 'Cause you couldn't stop hopping on that man's dick, I snorted. She shoved me as we both laughed. Green's ex-boyfriend was toxic, and she knew it. Our entire family hated that damn man. I knew she was doomed when he hollered at her while we were waiting for the L train. He was driving the train and popped his head out and asked for her name. When she responded, he thought she was lying to him. While everyone boarded, he got her number and promised he was going to call her. The man called a week later and they went on a date. Green didn't even play the field before she let his ass lock her down. He wasn't a cornball because he had a regular job either. Sean was responsible with his money and owned a home, car, and he helped his parents out too. On paper, he checked all the boxes of a good man. Sean was jealous and possessive when it came to Green. He was a few years older than her, so I liked to think that was some of the reason. She always had to check in with him, and whenever she wasn't with him, he had her calling him. God forbid she did something without checking in with him. He would be livid, and they would end up arguing. Green gave up her first apartment and moved into his house with him. That was when it went downhill, and everyone tried to warn her. She went from working to having Sean taking care of her. With him controlling the finances, the control was stricter, and I felt like I never saw my cousin anymore. Sunday dinners weren't the same because she hardly showed up to them. Green never said he put his hands on her, and she swore the time that he did was the first and last. Why are you screaming and crying? Slow down, I can't understand you, Green. I stopped in the middle of the subway stairs. I had just gotten off the train at Kingston Avenue, and my phone immediately started ringing when I got service. He put his fucking hands on me. Punched the shit out of me. She screamed so loud that I had to remove the phone from my ear. Where are you? I'm in the house. He left after I beat the shit out of him with Nana's pot she let me borrow. She continued to yell. My heart was racing as I stood on the stairs while everyone was exiting or entering the subway and walked around me. Even though she had calmed down from screaming, I could hear the fear in her voice. He said he's going to get his sister, Navy, she whispered. Sean's sister was a few years older than us and never liked Green. Went out her way to make sure that Green knew she hated her. I put on my purse crossbody and jogged up the rest of the steps. I'm a few blocks away from you. I'm coming. In high school, I didn't make the track team because I was too slow. The track teacher would have been happy to see the way I bolted across the many lanes on Eastern Parkway and shot down the blocks while on the phone with my mother. She was at work and she called my Uncle Kamar because he happened to be off that day. The minute my aunt heard what happened, she tied her scarf on and told me she would meet me there. By the time I arrived, Sean's sister was outside talking a bunch of shit and was ready to fight. He thought he had Green so controlled that she wouldn't call her family, and we pulled up like roaches. My uncle hopped out of his car and went right for Sean. He beat the shit out of that man in front of his own home while me and my aunt jumped his sister. We beat both they asses in front of his house while Green stood on the porch watching. Eventually, my aunt tapped me out and handled the sister alone because she was pissed that she would fight Green for some mess her brother started. Woo! He's so damn fine. I know his wife stays in his skin. Green's clapping distracted me, and I saw Malik was on the stage. He was so humble, only wearing a black t-shirt, jeans, and a gold chain with an S on it. I assumed it was for his wife that he hadn't been quiet about. He was so private on social media, but his love for his wife and their child was loud. I had to fly in and out because I promised y'all I would be back. Husband and daddy duties kept me away, but New York is home, and I had to come, bless y'all. Me and Green rapped our hearts out to the music while the other girls sat, not knowing any of the words. This man went through hell, addiction, and made a comeback and claimed everything everyone thought that he lost. I watched as he commanded the stage and made you feel every word he rapped. My Kindle was no longer a thought because a legend was on stage and giving me everything. I hoped that he would. The way he gave me everything tonight? Green screeched as we walked down the block from the Barclays towards her car. Everything. He gave me so much inspiration to write tonight. Green stopped. We should go in the studio. What? The studio in Bed-Stuy that we used to go to? Come on, Navy. It's still early. She waved her hand around the darkened sky like it wasn't about to be midnight. I don't even talk to him anymore. He not gonna let us use the studio? I made an excuse because I knew he would. Ice was a producer who liked me, and he would give me free studio time when I thought I was gonna blow up as a singer. Reality kicked in and I realized I was wasting both mine and his time, so I stopped coming around. He still reached out, and we were cordial. I sent Ice a quick text as we continued to walk down the block. He responded that he was out of town, but gave me the code to access it and told me that it was great to hear from me. Green stopped walking and waited for me to give her the answer. He gave me the code to get in. I spent so much time at the studio that I was familiar with a lot of the boards and buttons needed. If I wasn't so focused on this singing career, I could have been a producer because Ice taught me so much. He was the kind of man who loved to teach and put somebody on. There was never any gatekeeping with him, and that was why I respected him so much. Bitch, we in there. Beans hit me up too. Asked me what I was doing. Mind if I invite him to the studio too? You expect me to sing in front of him? How the hell you supposed to be a star and sing in front of all those people when you make it big? I laughed as I roped my arm around her shoulder, and we walked. You have way too much faith in my fake singing career. It took us a few minutes to make it to the studio. There were different rooms set up, and some were in use, while the one I wanted was free. Hitting the code, me and Green grabbed some drinks from the kitchen, and I started messing with all the buttons and set the mood right. When Green held up a baggie with rolled spliffs, I was too excited and clapped my hands. A girl needed to be high to do this again. It was that damn Malik Dubrow that had me inspired. And this was the perfect time to lay everything that was on my heart out. My heart was hurting because a relationship ended that I never thought would. Even when I was up late with panic attacks because I never thought I could walk away from Antoine, I was here and breathing. All the times I cried myself to sleep because something was missing. There was a disconnect that I couldn't figure out, and I knew it was God telling me it was time to walk away. God made us uncomfortable and disconnected and confused before He told us to walk away. Instead of focusing on what He was telling me, I wanted to do things my way. It had been time to end a chapter with Antoine, and I held on. Held on when I should have let him go so I could grow. Being apart from each other, I learned so much about myself. I didn't want to be a mother. I didn't desire the life that every person felt a woman my age should. I enjoyed traveling, pouring into my many hobbies, and existing. There was no rule book that said I had to have a child. Antoine thought it was a phase until he realized that I was serious. Things shifted when he realized the life he wanted would never be. I wouldn't be pregnant and having all his children. There was no way in hell I would be his wife, raising children while he could still follow his dreams. Being honest, I allowed too many "I'm gonna trap you" jokes slide. After the first one, I should have been done and moved on, knowing I couldn't give him what he desired. Antoine wanted a big family like his parents had, and that wasn't what I wanted. I had little cousins, and that was enough for me. I've been around babies my entire life and didn't feel the need to have children. Everyone always said you were different with your own, but I didn't need to have my own to know if it would feel different. Green handed me a spliff, and I took a long pull as I messed with the buttons. She sat beside me as I sat with one foot tucked underneath me in my zone. Leave it to her to remind me of something that I loved as much as reading. I had so many hobbies that I could never remain tied down to one. A beat played, which I was almost sure was for someone else. I didn't need the beat to keep, just to catch a vibe and unwind. I pulled my braids up in a bun and removed myself from my chair. "We making diss tracks for niggas now." Green's ass jumped up out of the chair with her spliff in her hand. I laughed. "Nah, we healing and moving on, letting the best kind of love find us." I spoke from the booth. "Press the green button, please." 5. Green Jade. Beanie Weenie.
"I'm outside. Let us in?"
Navy was catching a vibe in the booth as she sang out different notes while scrolling her notes in her phone. Once she realized what she wanted, she instructed me on what to do and closed her eyes. I sent the code to Beans in the room we were in as I watched Navy. Her hand rested on her chest as she started to sing the words to a song I'm sure she wrote a year ago. She and Antoine's relationship was never meant to last. Just like she could see my happiness fading when it came to Sean, I could see the same with her. It was always her going out of her way for Antoine, flying out to visit him like he couldn't come home to visit her every once in a while. Talks about his career, and hers was never mentioned. It was always assumed that she would follow him around while never giving a shit about her career. How she built a following by being herself and showing the world how to be them. She didn't need to wear a ton of makeup, make sure her life was perfect, or do a ton of designer shopping. She could grow her following by showing everyone who she really was. A girl born in Brooklyn to Guyanese parents and a big family that stuck together. Navy could be into heels one day and sneakers the next, depending on her mood. She was well-traveled because she refused to settle for a man to show her the world. She took matters into her own hands. Navy was someone who knew who she was and what she wanted, and that never included being a mother. She never cared about how anyone felt about her not having children. It never bothered her that her boyfriend had different views. She never tried to change his views, only wanting him to understand hers. The beat she sang to was a sample of DeBarge, Love Me in a Special Way, and she was hitting every note. Her brows furrowed as she sang the words. This was therapy for her from the way she held on to every note, balling her fist up without opening her eyes.
"Damn, she really can blow."
I jumped, forgetting that quick that I had told Beans the code to enter the studio. Dawn fell in beside Beans as they watched Navy singing her heart out. Her eyes never opened as she felt every word she was singing out. Her chest heaved up and down, but the passion in her voice never left. Beans grabbed my face in his hands and looked down at me.
"How you doing today, Green Bean?"
I smiled whenever he called me that because it made me feel giddy on the inside. "Good, actually. What about you?"
"Business is business. I wanted to see you, though. Always makes me feel good."
His phone sounded and he gave me a wink and went to answer his phone. Beans was Menace's top general, so a lot of things went through him. He couldn't just step back and enjoy the breeze because he was the first person things went through before Menace. I understood this was his life and that it was busy and respected that. We both worked for the Caselli family, so we understood that they came first. I looked over and Don was watching her every move. His hands were still as he continued to take in everything that she said or did. His eyes told me something different. I saw something different in his eyes as he watched Navy. "She's a special person, you know." He finally looked over at me.
"Yeah, I'm already knowing that."
I smiled. "You are too." Don gave me a half smirk, not really wanting to discuss shit with me. Since working with the Caselli family, I noticed that about them. They weren't the most affectionate family, and it made me sad. I lived for a kiss on the head from my uncles or a warm hug from my aunt and grandparents. They each kind of existed and came together whenever it was needed. Stevie was the glue. She was the one who pushed them to be together more often, scheduling family dinners that she knew they would hate, but still pushed them because they needed it. They lost their parents and never had the chance to heal or deal with the trauma. Despite how rich the Casellis were, they were still in survival mode. Never dealing with their emotions and traumas, always pushing forward because Menace had a plan for his family. Stevie was slowly healing all of them, and I never knew if she understood the warmth and love she brought to the family. Bitch, I was feeling that shit. Navy paused as she looked at us through the glass, and Don was staring at her. Now, what the hell, Green? She exited the booth, staring between us with the stink eye. So, you tricked me to come here to put on a show for free? Voice like that. I don't have a problem coming out of pocket. Don replied. I laughed as I watched the banter between the two, giving them space and going to find beans.
6. Don Caselli. Beans and Green went to another part of the studio, while me and Navy remained. I sat on the leather couch, and she came and sat across from me, taking a pull of her spliff so effortlessly. She made the shit look sexy as she blew the smoke off to the side and watched me. Her eyes were so low and red, I knew she was high and feeling nice, because she didn't look away once. Instead, she met my gaze, and neither of us let words leave our mouths. It was a comfortable silence. How long have you been singing?
Since I was a child. I sang in the church when I was younger, but as I got older, it was something I picked up whenever I felt like it. Even now, I hardly sing anymore. Seeing Malik Dubrow perform tonight had me inspired.
You could do that shit professionally, Blue. She smiled.
Think so?
I know so. She pulled her legs into her chest and took another pull, handing it over to me.
That's the thing with me. I have so many talents and hobbies. I think singing professionally will take the fun out of it for me. Same reason I don't accept money for my book reviews or free advance copies. The moment you start to profit from your hobby, it steals a little bit of joy out of it.
Valid point.
Do you have any hobbies?
I snorted. Nah, between school and handling things for the family business, never really have time for hobbies.
All this money, and you cannot make time to find something that you enjoy doing for free?
Traveling, but that's not free. I see you enjoy it. I had been making my way down her videos since we met, and I felt like I knew her a little bit more with each video that I watched.
Still making your way through my videos?
Yeah. Appreciate you putting me on to Demosi. Fuck with they body oil. She squealed and clapped her hands.
Did you really buy some stuff? She's a small business. That's amazing, Don.
Landon, I corrected her. She smiled.
Landon.
I wrapped my lips around the end of the spliff as I took a long pull, never breaking eye contact with her. She shifted in her seat and tried to look away, but the high refused for her to break the moment we were having.
I saw the birthday girl on the news the other day.
Kennedy?
Yeah, Kennedy. Why don't your brother and sister want you with her? Sounds like her engagement was a surprise for you,
she questioned. Any other person I would have ignored or put them in their place, but not her. She was transparent with me without even knowing me. She let me into her relationship and made me a safe space before I even knew anything about her. I couldn't do that to her. It was a surprise. Her lowered eyes watched me, and she was cute as shit.
Were you dating her?
She's my brother's goddaughter. The reason they don't want me with her, among other reasons. I left out the part that she worked, used to work, for Case House. Her eyes became wide.
What in the freaky-ass Jerry Springer?
Chill the fuck out, I chuckled.
I mean, that shit seems weird. Were you raised around each other?
Nah, the label of goddaughter is more for protection than anything. She doesn't even claim that shit, and neither does my brother. He looks out for her.
She knew how you felt about her?
Yeah.
Then why did she get engaged and didn't tell you?
I took another long pull. 'Cause she's a stupid bitch. Navy laughed.
Seriously?
When I looked at her, she realized that I wasn't joking.
Well, damn. You really care about her. I didn't want to talk about Kennedy with her, not because I didn't have shit to get off my chest. Whenever I happened to share space with Navy, the shit felt like an honor. It was special. I didn't want to ruin this time talking about another woman that didn't matter when my time was being shared with her. How you been, though? She shrugged. Good. Are you good or just saying that shit because it sounds right? Remember, stranger. I smiled. You're starting to feel less and less like a stranger. She removed her braids from the bun. It doesn't help when you stare at me like that. Like what? Like you're flirting with me, Don. Landon. You was teasing me about how I was fake flirting, and here you are staring at me so intense. Shit. Is it hot in here? Nothing fake about how I'm staring at you, Blue. At least I'm honest and upfront about my shit. My hand remained on the back of the couch while the spliff rested between my lips. Navy finally looked up, and our eyes met. Not fronting either. Then be real with me. If the attraction isn't there, I can take that. I'm not some sucker nigga who can't take rejection. Never got a front with me, Blue. She moved over closer to me and took the spliff from my hand. I watched as she took a few pulls and then looked over at me. How do I feel so sad and relieved at the same time? Like, I find myself being so heartbroken, and then this wave of relief comes over me. I pulled a piece of lint from her eyelash as I looked at her. Think you know the answer to that question. Doesn't make me feel any better, though. Especially when he has already moved on, like none of this meant anything to him. That nigga hurtin'. Trust me. She held on to my every word, and that shit made me mad at homie for hurting her. Navy was so close that her scent caressed my nose in the best way. It clung to the air between us, as if she owned this studio and her name was outside the door. Vanilla laced with smoke, a sweet and dangerous combination that had my senses going haywire. Baby had me fucked up, and she didn't have to do much but sit close to me. Her scent was etched into my brain like a memory that I would never forget, one that would always remind me of her and the scent she wore. Without thinking, I pulled her onto my lap and kissed her soft lips. Taking the spliff from her, I put it on the table beside us on the ashtray, and her hands found their way around my neck. I held her waist and kissed her back like I never wanted her to remove her lips. When I pulled back, I pecked her lips and her chin as she stared at me with tears in her eyes. All she wanted was to be loved and shown how much she was appreciated. I didn't need her to verbally tell me that because her actions told me that she hadn't been held like this. Kiss me again, please, she pleaded with me. With one hand, I held her waist, and then I kissed her lips softly. Tell me when to stop. Don't ever stop, she said between kisses, and my arms wrapped around her, pulling her closer into me as she cried into my neck. Her body quivered as I rubbed her back, squeezing her and never letting go. She didn't have to tell me to stop because I wasn't letting her go. Navy was the girl that was always strong for everyone else, and she never got the moment to break. She didn't have time to feel because life kept going for her. This breakup was hard for her, and she allowed a few days before getting back to work, always trying to make sense of what went wrong when she wasn't at fault. Green poked her head in, and I nodded my head to let her know we were good. When is the last time you allowed yourself to cry on someone's shoulder, Blue? I don't like to burden people, she admitted. Pulling her face up, I kissed her lips softly and wiped her tears. Do me a favor. That is? Cry on my shoulder. Burden me with your tears because I can tell it's not something you do often. Allow me to hold you because you don't want anyone else to hold you. Give me that. Why? Because I know how it feels to not want to be a burden. I kissed her lips, and she pulled back and stared back at me. Then you have to do the same favor for me, too. I was quiet, and she took my face in her hand and looked at me. This friendship can't work if we can't pour into each other, Don. I pinched her ass, and she squealed with laughter. What'd I say about that? Friends don't pinch asses, Don. She purposely continued to call me it. And I grabbed a handful of her ass, something I had wanted to do the minute I laid eyes on her sexy chocolate ass. She leaned her head on my shoulder. Don't think I want to be your friend forever, Blue. I was honest with her. Navy lifted her head, eyes steady. I can't afford another broken heart, Landon. I've patched myself up too many times already. You're a man that gets whatever you want and leaves a trail of wreckage behind. I don't want to be another name or another unfinished story you forget to end. I couldn't be mad at her honesty, because that was how I lived my life, taking what was given to me and never giving them the closure they needed. Emotions and feelings were all too much to deal with, so I'd rather give them what I knew they wanted and send them on their way, never realizing the harm and damage I was causing them in the end. I never fucking cared about what came after sharing my body with a woman. It never mattered to me, because my feelings and emotions were never involved. I could see where that shit was fucked up. Wouldn't do that to you. I meant every word that I said to her. Navy was different. It was beyond her looks. She was beautiful, smart, and had this aura that made you want to be around her. She could hold her own, and wasn't moved by shit I could do for her. That's the thing about strangers. I don't know that. The next relationship I get into, I want it to work for all the right reasons. Not because we grew up together, but because we got to know each other. We learned one another before trying to force something that could possibly blow up in both of our faces. She climbed out my lap and stood up, fixing the oversized pants she wore. The Margiela tabbies she wore complemented the outfit along with the basic white t-shirt. The pants and shoes were the vision, the star of the show, and the main event. I don't want to ruin Green's vibe. Do you think you can drive me home? I have Pilates in the morning, and I need to wake up on time for that stupid shit. She rolled her eyes as she walked to grab her purse. Why you got beef with Pilates? Not necessarily the workout, but the studio that I go to. I don't record anyone but myself, and I make sure I edit everyone out if I do catch people. She literally never allows me to record during class, so I never get footage. I wanted to wear this workout set that a brand sent me and actually get content working out in it. And I know that won't happen. Ugh. That shit just blew my high. She swung her bag across her body, and then we headed out the studio. Green and Beans were sitting in her car when we walked past them. Navy said bye to her, and Beans told me that he would catch a ride home with Green. He was taking things slow with Green, and I understood why. They were damn near employees, and if shit went wrong, he would have to be around her often. Menace already told them he didn't want no weird shit around his baby. Went into a whole speech about how it could fuck with his baby, and none of us felt it was true. Stevie had him reading a shit ton of baby books, so who the fuck knew what was true with their baby? Do you just collect cars? Navy snickered as I held the door to my Lamborghini opened. Something like that. I climbed down into the car and whipped out the spot toward her apartment. I could get to her house with my eyes closed. Why are you so quiet? I don't know, processing things. Like Kennedy? I looked over at her confused. What about her? You clearly care about her. Maybe I'm a rebound or something. Someone to take your mind off her. Negative. How are you so certain, Don? I ignored her calling me Don. Because Kennedy is getting married. There is no us, and she lied to me. I'm big on honesty, and she didn't keep it real with me when I provided a safe space for her to do so. Maybe she was scared. I wasn't trying to hear shit about Kennedy being scared or not knowing what to do. Why would she play with me the way that she did? Give me hope that something could develop only to break me down and nearly bring me to my knees. Don't want to talk about it, Blue. "'Kay," she whispered. When we pulled in front of her building, I got out and opened the door for her. "Mommy, what are you doing here?" she said the minute she stepped out the car. A woman that she favored, but was a few shades lighter, was standing outside the building with a purse on her arm and a plastic bag. "Your father is working a double tonight, and we plan to have a sleepover." Navy snapped her fingers. "Sorry, I forgot. Were you out here long?" She smiled and looked past her daughter and at me. "Don?" Navy groaned and covered her face. "You be talking about me, Blue?" I teased and tickled her. "Please don't flatter yourself. Green has a big mouth. Avra Perkins." I shook her extended hand. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Perkins. My name is Landon Caselli." "Nice to meet you. I'm Landon Caselli." Navy's petty ass mocked me, and I laughed, playfully mushing her ass. Navy had her arms crossed as I mushed her over, side-eyeing me because I had manners. "He has manners. That is good. I made enough dinner to share. Do you want to come up?" "Mommy, how are you just inviting this stranger into my home?" Her mother laughed. "He don't seem like no stranger. That's a nice car. You sure you want to leave it parked out here?" "It's fine." Navy let her mother into her building and held the door open for me to enter the building behind her. Are you seriously gonna come upstairs? Navy's mother went up first to heat the food back up while we stood in the lobby. I leaned over her, backing her up against the wall as she stared up at me. I'm gonna let you and your moms have your sleepover. You owe me food next time. Next time? We keep running into each other by chance, Landon. Then what we gonna do to prevent that? Can't keep running into you by chance. I'm real intentional with the way I do shit, Blue. She smiled. Handle your god-niece situation, Don. Maybe we're both not ready for what we think we want. I wasn't going to hold her long, so I decided to let her think that. Give me a hug before I leave. She stood on her toes, pressing her body to mine, and slowly put her arms around my neck. I can tell it's been a while since you allowed someone to hug and love on you, Navy whispered into my neck. Again, she wasn't wrong. I watched as she started walking up the steps backward. Don't get all excited because you met my mama. Mom's-in-law is cool. Never really had a mom before. She poked her lip out. Landon, you cannot say stuff like that to me after the moment we shared in the studio. I'm honest, Blue. Strangers, right? Navy folded her arms. You make me want to give you another hug. Save it for the next time I see you. I pressed my back against the door, pushing the release button to unlock it. Strangers, she smiled. After leaving Navy, I headed home to have a few drinks before taking a shower and going in my office. I worked for a few hours before my eyes became tired, and I leaned my head back in my chair, finally allowing sleep to win this war. All I dreamed about was her soft lips and how she felt in my lap, how much I wanted to run that shit back and feel her skin against mine. It was easy to feel comfortable in Navy's presence because she was so damn calm. It never had to be much for her to catch a vibe, and you zoned out right with her. The weed we smoked only added to the ambiance. Anytime I was around her, it felt like we were in the front seat of my car again, tucked away from everything and everybody. I could see where she got her calm demeanor from. Her mother's vibe was somewhat of the same as her daughter. It was chill, never having to do too much. She didn't make a big deal out of her daughter being with another man. She allowed her daughter to be grown and live her life, something I respected. I've been grown since the day that Angie left our house. Menace didn't handle us with kitty gloves, and it wasn't like I had a bunch of rules. Other than doing good in school, there wasn't anyone there making sure I did certain shit. In high school, I had bitches staying the night in my room because Menace was always gone. Cora did her best with keeping an eye on things, but she was busy with her own shit. Zoya wasn't going to tell me shit. I did shit just so I could get in trouble, be put on punishment, and shown that they cared. As the youngest, I always felt lost in the shuffle. The sibling they had to make sure survived in the midst of them having their own lives. Menace taught me a lot of shit, but the nigga was broken for real. He taught me his version of shit, which was why I had to wash up 4 times, or my toothpaste was perfectly squeezed with the right toothpaste to toothbrush ratio. I wasn't as neat as he was. I could leave a bottle on my desk or drop crumbs without losing my shit. However, the thought would be in the back of my head, and I found myself up in the middle of the night vacuuming crumbs from lunch. When my phone started ringing, I got pissed off. What the fuck? I was mad at myself because my dumbass got comfortable in its office chair instead of my bed across the hall. Then someone had the nerve to call me and want to talk this early in the morning? Yeah. Mr. Caselli, you have a visitor that wants to come up. Shall I allow them up? The front desk attendant asked. I could tell it was the new nigga who didn't know the rules of calling my personal phone. You be fucking me? The man was too stunned to speak. He stammered, and if I was in front of him, he would have been sweating. No, sir, the only people calling my phone this early be fucking me. That's you? Oh, goodness, no. I'm a bum? Now I was fucking offended with him, saying, oh, goodness, like I was some bum. He should be honored to fuck me if I went that way. No, sir, I'm just... Send them the fuck up and use the other phone, pussy mouth. I ended the call and stood up to get a good stretch before Kennedy brought her ass up here. I had access to the cameras all throughout the building, not because I owned the penthouse, but because I hacked into those shits the day I closed on this place. While he was stammering and sweating on the phone, Kennedy stood behind him with her arms folded, waiting for him to give her the green light to come upstairs. It was crazy that I had ran into Navy twice, and I still didn't have her number. I mean, I could get the shit easily, but that was creepy. And I wasn't trying to go that way with her. I wanted her number because she gave it to me, not because I went and got it myself.
I wanted the cameras to her buildings because she trusted me to hack her building and gain access, not because I knew I could easily. The Case Farm fruits and vegetables were delivered, so I grabbed an apple and sat on the counter waiting for the wench to show herself. Bitch hurt my damn feelings and then had the nerve to want to sit and talk about the shit. We should have been talking when you got engaged, and the talking should have been the damn truth. The elevator chimed, and I heard her heels against my wooden floors as I continued to bite into this apple. Each bite reminded me on how I wanted to take a bite out of Navy's ass, just biting her ass cheeks while hearing that cute ass squeal of hers. I've been calling you for a week, and you have ignored me. We need to talk. She stood there dressed like she was fucking an old nigga. Wide leg white linen pants, a silk button-up shirt, and a Birkin fixed up on her arms. He doesn't like you to show your titties, Ken? She sucked her teeth and rolled her eyes. Are you going to be childish, or are we going to have a conversation? Fuck, we need to have a conversation now. We should have had one when you were in my fucking bed, telling me how much you wanted us. Menace would never let that happen, she screamed. I coolly bit the apple and stared at her. Never gave the shit a chance, wench. Did you just call me a wench? Yeah. How low are you? It would have never worked because you are fucking childish. You want to be the big man, but all you are is Menace Caselli's little brother. Remember when you begged to suck my dick, wanted to wrap your mouth around it, was panting and shit, remember? She looked away because she remembered exactly what I was saying to her. She remembered the night the rain fell down on the floor-to-ceiling windows in my room. How she was laid across with the sheets wrapped around her body, wishing, praying, and wanting to fuck on me. But I stopped it. Respect was important with my brother, and I wasn't going to put her in that position between us. I was going to talk to Menace and let him know how I was feeling about her. Imagine my surprise when her ass went and got engaged or was already engaged behind my back. I thank to God I never had that conversation with him. How the fuck would I have looked professing my feelings for her, and the whole time he had received an invitation to a wedding? A wedding that she was fucking planning while wanting to suck my dick during the rain. Can't say much because you remember, and I wasn't his little brother then. The fuck you want to talk about? I tossed the apple in the trash and walked past her. She pulled on my arm. You cannot treat me like this. Not you, Don. I snorted as I turned to look at her. Her breath increased the closer I got to her. She stared up at me, her eyes misty like she was about to cry. Her tears meant something to me, and I couldn't just pretend like they didn't. I wanted Kennedy happy, never hurting like I knew she had been. Shit, I wanted to be the man who made her happy. Gave her the world because I knew nobody had ever cared enough to give it to her. It was hard for me to feel and give someone all of me. The moment I did, and they did some sucker shit, I always regretted the shit. As she stared up at me, I felt like the biggest sucker that was ever born. How could she play me the way that she did? And I was supposed to be all right with the shit. I was supposed to quietly make her feel good enough so she could be with that nigga? Were you engaged to him when we were in Italy? I asked, looking down into her eyes to see the truth. Her eyes looked away. No. You were with him, though. Fucking him and telling him that you wanted to be with me, but fear was what was stopping you. That was true. I lifted her chin with my index finger. He be putting that dick on your tongue, Ken? Her lip quivered as she avoided looking up into my eyes. The truth was all in her body language, and the shit made me disgusted. I wasn't dense. I knew what she did for Case House. I knew and understood it, and still wanted her. I wanted to remove her from that life. Why are you doing this to me? You be holding his shit with that ring around your finger? Answer me. We have an honest time, right? My private life isn't any of your business. But it is, Ken. I backed her ass up against the wall near the foyer. It was my business when you were sending me nudes and telling me you wanted me to plant babies in you. It was my business when you were begging me to put this dick on your tongue. Stop fucking playing with me, yo. You came here for what? Get forgiveness and blessings to move on? Fuck all this shit. I wish you hell, wench, I hollered. You have billions to fall on if this would have gone left. What did I have, Landon? I had the promise that you would have taken care of me, she shrieked, stomping her feet in anger. More than likely regret when she had to pull that nigga's teeth out his mouth in a few more years. Should have believed in everything I said. Trusted I would have never involved you in some shit that would have had you fucked up. How can we fix this? I don't want to lose you, Don. I started laughing hysterically and she backed up, scared of what would unfold. The laugh had my stomach aching because she was so serious. Fix this? You had me fucking find out you were engaged to be married with the rest of the world. Not even a call and a quick heads up, Ken. Can't fix something that you destroyed.
I was scared and didn't want to hurt you.
Yeah, and you did exactly what you didn't want to do. I'm straight. You go get married and have his saggy balls slapping your cheeks while you sucking dick. This is gonna make sure you're secured, right?
I have to protect and look out for me. Not apologizing for that.
Kennedy, get the fuck out, please.
Not until we talk.
She watched me pick up the phone that was attached on the wall. Send me security up here and walk her out through the front, too.
Landon, are you fucking serious?
Had I told her I was gonna post up in her shit without leaving, I would be all types of creeps and can't let go. But she could tell me she wasn't leaving me my space, and I was supposed to be chill about it? Very. Toodles, wench. I walked away from her and back across the penthouse to my bedroom. I needed a shower, a quick nap, and an actual bed, and then I was going to get on with my day. Kennedy thought I was going to fuck her and make this shit better. I wasn't doing none of that shit. There were so many times I could have slid up inside her and I stopped myself. Why? Because I had respect for my brother and his dumbass wishes. No matter how dumb I thought they were, I wasn't going to crack her shit until Menace was at least open to the idea. I always knew having sex with her, knowing how I felt, was a dangerous combination. It was the reason I was emotionally unavailable when it came to sex with women. Giving a fuck hurt more than people like to admit.
7. Navy blue. The wet dreams I continued to have about Landon Caselli should have been a crime. I found myself moaning in my sleep as I could feel his hands gripping my ass and kissing my lips. Smelling his deep sandalwood and leather combination as I laid in the crook of his neck comforted me more than I thought it would. His beard tickling my nose while he rubbed my back and allowed me to cry. It not only should have been illegal, it should have never happened because this man had been on my mind since I last saw him the week before. We never exchanged numbers, and when I searched him up on social media, he didn't have any. What man his age didn't have a social media where he could flex? Wouldn't he want to flex his cars and his money like some guys I grew up with would? Antoine loved to flex the shit that he got from companies that wanted to endorse him. Landon was completely different because he didn't need to make much noise. He allowed his presence to make the noise for him. At Kennedy's dinner, as we waited for them to wrap up their conversation, you could see the different chicks wanting a second with him. Meanwhile, he wasn't bothered by them in the least. Landon Caselli was art. When he asked to sit next to me at Kennedy's dinner, I had to do a double take. I knew like hell a book bag from my Kindle didn't emerge in real life. His scent greeted me before he did. However, I was so wrapped up into my book. He stood there like he had been hand-carved by God himself. His muscles and silence both had a presence of their own, even with him dressed casually. His skin was beautiful, that rich caramel that gets dripped around your iced coffee before the coffee gets poured in. His tattoos told a story that I was more interested in than my Kindle at the moment. His strong jawline, thick beard, and his eyes stayed low as he took everything in. He didn't smile. But then again, I didn't need him to smile to appreciate the art that stood beside me asking to sit next to me. When I sat in his lap, looking in his face, I wanted to trace his forehead wrinkles and his perfectly pink lips. Underneath and off to the side, he had small moles and freckles that added to his beauty. As I exited the train station, I sipped my matcha and walked down the block to the studio. I was proud of myself because I had been consistent since last week, going 3 times a week. Although I couldn't film in her funky studio, I still went because the workout was needed. It helped me put in a better mindset and reminded me that everything would be fine, one step in front of the other. That was what I had to keep reminding myself because I would lose my mind. Sitting my phone up on a bench I had come past, I stepped back to do an outfit check. The DOB of the day is matcha with a squeeze of lemon. Don't knock it until you try it. London Athletics set and my book of the day is by Seven McCrae. I've been switching between a few authors. eating all their catalogs up. I have a few errands to run today, so have a great day. Actually, have the day you deserve, because some of you be straight funky with your attitude. Later, loves. I kissed my hand and quickly grabbed my phone. I pulled the leggings up and continued down the block toward the studio. London was making athletic sets, and I told her she needed a new manufacturer. You couldn't sell sets like the ones she was and not ask her consumer to have a BBL. I had more than enough ass, and this was still sliding down on me. Green was slimmer when it came to curves, and she looked like a limp green bean in it. Sipping my matcha, I rounded the corner to the studio and stopped when I saw people in and out. I pulled my phone out and looked to see if I had the right date for class. Hey, Johnny, is there no class today? She turned around and smiled. Hey, superstar, we closed the studio down so you can film today. Film what? She paused. You know, your outfits and content for your pages. I was so confused as I nervously sipped my matcha so I could figure out what the hell she was chatting about. I can't afford to close your studio to film. Why would you do this? Johnny looked past me with this little schoolgirl grin on her face. How are you, Landon? It was great talking to you over the phone. Dawn, he corrected her. Appreciated you getting this pulled together for my baby. He pulled me closer to him and I looked at him. Hey, Johnny, can you give us 5 minutes? Sure, you can go in the back. I'll direct them where to put the perfect lighting. She rushed off to find the lighting men. There were fucking men with lighting and cameras. I squeezed his big-ass hands in mine as I pulled him toward the back. I closed the door behind us and slowly turned to look at him. He wore a long Nike shirt that clung to his sculpted body, a pair of shorts and running sneakers. He still had a do-rag on his head, which was making having this conversation 10 times harder. What are you doing, Don? Landon, he corrected me. I tapped my foot with my hand on my hip. Answer the question. How is it that I don't have your number? You don't want me to have it? He switched the subject. You never asked. I gotta ask you for your number now? He came closer to me, taking my drink out of my hand and taking a sip. Like any black person, he tilted a cup to take a better look at it. I've had matcha, but this got something different. I smiled widely. Lemon squeezed in it. He killed the rest of my damn matcha and then backed me up against the door. Good shit. You told me that you wanted to film in peace when it came to Pilates, right? That was me just talking shit, though. Yeah, well, I told you I'm intentional with the shit I do. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. I have my ways to get your number, but wanted it to come from you. There was no way you would have gotten my number, I challenged, because he seemed like he was so sure. He pulled his phone back, and with one arm still holding the matcha, he leaned over me while his other hand did something on his phone. After a few minutes, a text message appeared on my phone. What the? He laughed. I'm gonna delete it, and I want you to put it in my phone. How did you do that, though? I have my ways, Blue. I put my number into his phone and then looked up at him. You are something else. Can't get you off my mind, Blue. He bent down and kissed me on the neck, and I released a soft moan. In the dozens of wet dreams I've had since the studio, it always started with a slow neck kiss before it went somewhere else. His beard nuzzled against my face and sent this bolt of electricity down my entire body, a feeling that I wouldn't mind having for the rest of my life. I guess I don't know how to respond. What does that mean for you? He slowly kissed my neck as he spoke. There's not too many who cross my mind, baby. You have multiple times. I smiled as he pulled his head up and then pulled me from the door. I thought about you, too. His cocky ass smirked. I know, baby. Shoving him, I replied, Ugh, why are you so cocky? I was lying anyway. I pulled the door open. I felt his hand on my ass.
Nah, you been squeezing those thighs together while you think about me, Blue.
He hadn't told one single lie, and I guess that was the reason for his cockiness. Landon Caselli knew who he was. Johnny got ready to be filmed, fixing her hair and makeup like they were here for her. Even with the cameraman and lighting, I still set my little tripod up, and we started the class. Landon joined us, and he never struggled. While my legs were shaking and shit, he had the perfect form. Despite me over here struggling, Johnny kept using any excuse to go and check on him when he never needed the help. It was my ass that needed the help, not him. Here she was so busy tossing her hair around and laughing like a crazed fool when he hadn't said anything funny. At the end of class, I thanked Johnny, then gathered my stuff to leave.
Shorty need to get some dick. Like a damn rabid dolphin,
Landon said as we walked down the block. Can dolphins even get rabies? He shrugged.
I don't know. My homegirl Amy stayed putting me onto random-ass facts. Her aunt is obsessed with them or some shit.
I stopped mid-stroll and looked at him. Where are you going?
With you.
What? I laughed.
Can't come chill with you for the day?
I folded my arms. I'm cleaning my apartment and doing laundry today. Are you sure you want to be bored with me?
Yeah, I'm good with dishes.
He took my hand and walked us in the opposite direction where a different car was waiting. The Bentley sat parked on the block like it was the main character, and it was. He held the door open for me and I got in. When he got in, he pulled away from the curb and headed down the different blocks. Everything good with you? He looked over at me.
Kennedy came by my crib last week. She still has me bothered.
The thing that I enjoyed about Landon was how open he was with his feelings. I don't think many people asked him if everything was good with him, so he never had the chance to answer the question. How did that go?
We fucked.
I choked back my words in a piece of jealousy. Oh.
I'm fucking with you.
Punching him in the arm, I replied, You asshole.
Gotta know how you feeling about me, Blue. This can't be one-sided. Feel me?
I smiled. I hear you. We found parking on the next block, and I continued to ask him if he was sure he wanted to leave his car parked here. After the third time, he grabbed my hand and walked me toward my own building. Letting us into my apartment, I clicked the lights on. The smell of Santo greeted us the minute the door opened. Landon held my waist the entire walk up to the third floor with his annoying ass.
I just knew your crib smelled good as shit.
I locked the door behind us and he walked in and took in my space. My apartment was a studio, but my father had helped me build bookshelves that broke up the space and gave it a vibe where I didn't feel like I was in the same room all day. Don stood in my small kitchen, and he was nearly the height of the cabinets, and I laughed. What do you think? I was proud of my apartment because I did this on my own. I had accomplished moving out of my parents' apartment and having my own. Every month I could pay the bills and never had to ask anyone for a handout, and that was an accomplishment for me.
This feels like you.
Is that a good thing? He was still looking around and then looked down at me.
A real good thing. Your authenticity is fucking inspiring and attractive.
Yeah? Landon pulled me toward him and put me on the counter he stood in front of.
Being honest, I need more time with you, Blue.
We are spending time right now.
Real time. I want to take you on a date.
He messed with my braids that were well overdue to be taken out. What kind of date?
Where you pack a bag and I take you to another country. A date where I get to see Navy let her walls down and let someone new in.
A date where Landon does the same thing and lets someone else in, I added. He nodded.
Yeah, just like that.
When? The knock on the door interrupted our moment. I hopped down from the counter and peered through the peephole and saw my father. Opening the door, I stared at him, confused because he usually told me when he was coming over. "Hey, Daddy, everything all right?" He stared at me, confused.
So does Mama's.
My father called me Mamas since I was a baby. It was a nickname that was reserved for only him. Oh, crap. I'm sorry, Daddy. I literally forgot to do that. No matter how frustrated he may have been, he never showed it when it came to me.
It's all right. I'll run home to shower and then take the bus down to Seatown and grab some. Sir?
Landon spoke, which made my eyes wide. Where he stood in the kitchen, you couldn't see him. My father looked at him and then at me. "Daddy, this is my friend Landon." I quickly introduced them.
"Nice to meet you, sir. Landon Caselli."
Landon, once again, was the most well-mannered asshole I knew.
"I have my car around the corner. You can use it to grab the sodas."
My father looked at me and then back at Landon.
"You sure?" "Yeah, you raised her. I can tell you're trustworthy."
Landon joked, and my father chuckled. He handed him the key fob, and my father's head shot up.
"A fucking Bentley. The fuck you do?"
"Daddy!" I nudged him. "His family is very blessed. Now go and get your sodas." I tried to shove him out the door, but now he was fully invested in who my friend was.
"That's some shit the rich people say. You not in the streets, are you?" "Negative. My brother has made some smart investments for our family. I wouldn't even be around her if I was caught up in the streets."
My father felt more at ease.
"All right. I'll drive and get the sodas and bring it back. Actually, I need to pick your uncle up from work."
I propped my hand on my hip. "How the hell were you going to do that on the bus, Daddy?" He looked down at me like I was in his business.
"Your mother always did say you were nosy mamas."
Landon laughed.
"You good, Mr. Perkins. I'll be around for a while with Navy."
He held his fist out, and they bumped fists.
"If you gonna be around, bring him by your grandparents' block tonight. We playing dominoes and having drinks. Her grandfather throwing some stuff on the grill, too."
Landon's greedy ass rubbed his stomach like he hadn't eaten all day.
"Oh, word? I'm there. Navy owes me a meal anyway."
I was gonna walk over there later anyway. You and Mommy stay inviting his annoying self. Landon pinched my shoulder, knowing he wanted to pinch something else.
"He ain't that annoying."
"Daddy!" I busted out laughing because my father was always the life and comedian of the family. Whenever the weather became nice, my uncle's father and grandfather posted up in front of my grandparents' building and played dominoes. Everybody knew to pull up because they had drinks and were cooking on the grill. Once they pulled that speaker out, you could hear the music from my block. Summertime in Brooklyn couldn't be compared to anything else in the world. I loved walking down every single block and hearing music and smelling food on the grill. I almost always turned onto a block and heard my name being called because I had family over that way or friends of my parents spotted me. Every year for my birthday, my family threw a block party for me, and we cut up the entire day into the night. My daddy opened the fire hydrant for my little cousins while the Spanish lady pulled her Italian ice cart onto the block. Last year, me and Green bought one of her gallons of Italian ice and poured liquor into it. Everyone, including my aunt and mother, were drunk into the early hours of the morning.
"I'll have your car parked right over there. Play dominoes?" "Nah, never. Get on Google and brush up, nigga. We play to win over there."
Landon smirked.
"My money always good, old head."
My father nodded at him.
"Oh, he cocky. Aight. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Perkins."
They fist bumped again, and my father smiled at me.
"Call me Ro."
My father kissed me on the head as he headed back out the door, a pep in his step. When I opened the door, he was tired and worn down from work. Landon handed him those keys, had him ready to drive all the way to Queens to get some soda. I barely had time to turn and breathe before his mouth crashed into mine. He was hungry. He had been thinking about this since we were in the back room at the Pilates studio. His lips feasted on mine like I was the only thing that could satisfy his hunger he had inside of him. Landon picked me up with ease as my back hit the wall and my legs wrapped around his waist. I felt his hand grip my thigh like these were his, and he paid rent on this body that he held in his hand. His lips grazed my neck, teeth scraping enough to make me rotate my hips on his already hardened member. His hand palmed both my ass cheeks as he groaned into my ear, sending my senses into overload. Pulling his head back, he rested his forehead against me as I held onto him tightly. Strangers have sex. I looked into his eyes, allowing him to see that I wanted this as much as he wanted it. His lips softly landed on mine, and he pulled on my lips.
I got a problem, Blue.
I caressed his beard as he stood in the foyer, holding me up in his arms. I stared into his eyes, scared for the next words that would leave his mouth. "What's that?" My voice came out as almost a whisper. He hiked me up and held onto me tighter.
If we cross into this territory, I'm not gonna want to remain a stranger.
You just saying that. I continued to rub his beard. As my Nana liked to say, those are just words without any meaning or thought, because Landon's eyes told me that if we crossed that line, he was standing behind not remaining a stranger. Deep down, I knew that I would feel the same way. He slapped my ass and I squealed in laughter.
Strangers are honest, right?
Always.
Then I wouldn't even fuck with your head knowing the situation you in.
Can I ask you for something?
Anything.
It was the way he said anything that told me that he would give me anything I asked for. Friends, Landon. Let's go into this with no attachments and just having fun. I need fun in my life, not more complications. Okay?
No attachments, Blue. Tell me what you want so I can give it to you.
He licked his lips, staring straight into my eyes. To be fucked, Don. He came down hard on my ass as he walked over toward the kitchen counter. Before sitting down, he pulled my leggings down and sat my bare ass down onto the counter I cooked my meals on. Pulling my sneakers off, he pulled the rest of my leggings down, placing both his hands on my knees as he opened my legs and peered down on my pussy while licking his lips.
You leaking, Blue.
I am. My cockiness matched his, and I could tell it was a turn-on for him. Don was the kind of man that wanted to take control in the bedroom. He needed to be in control because he was an alpha, but he wanted to be challenged too. No man wanted control without the challenges that came with it. And with the way I stared him down as I rested the heel of my foot on the counter, giving him a better view of what I wanted him to destroy, had his dick poking through his shorts. Biting down on his lip, he took his finger and rubbed it up and down my slit, making my legs weak. I wasn't even standing. Pulling his finger back, he held it to my mouth.
Tell me what you taste like, Blue.
Without hesitation, I sucked his fingers as he stared down at me with his eyes low. His chest slowly rose and fell as he experienced me tasting my sweetness. Sweet. Wanna try? I slowly lowered my fingers and rubbed my clit while staring right at him. Holding my fingers up to his mouth, he took hold of my wrist and sucked my finger, and then grabbed me up from the counter so fast that I yelped.
You fucking fresh. You know that?
I blushed as he held me lower so I could feel exactly what I was doing to him. Within stride, he could kick his sneakers off and toss me onto the bed. The shelf that was above my bed shook slightly, and a few books fell beside the bed. The books that were filled with the smuttiest shit I would read before grabbing my rose and pleasing myself because I had no one to scratch the itch. The sheer curtains that I had around my bed fell behind Don as he stretched out the waist of his Celine briefs and unleashed his dick. My mouth watered as he stood there in all of its glory, darker at the tip and with a slight hook to it. I just knew it was big from the way he kept having to adjust himself while we were doing Pilates. It was probably the reason that Johnny kept going over there to assist him. Johnny's ass didn't need to worry about handling it because I had all the plans on handling it right now. Riding my frustrations out, screaming out the pain of having a nigga play in my face for years, and releasing hard on a dick that I didn't have any attachments to. What you gonna do about it? Talking and standing all the way. He yanked me to the end of the bed. It was how he bit down on his lips as he stared at me holding my ankles. You gonna fuck this dick, Blue? I nodded my head. You was just talking big shit a few seconds ago. Let me hear that sexy fucking voice. You gonna fuck this dick? He pulled me even closer to the edge of the bed. Yes. He wouldn't let up as he swirled his fingers inside of me and then tasted them. You want to be fucked, right? That's what you said. I did. He kept pulling me closer and closer to the edge. My ass wasn't even on the bed anymore. He held it up toward his dick while sliding it up and down my slit. My breathing was labored as I felt the inside of his tip push a bit inside of me. His muscles bulged as he gave me this mischievous grin that told me that he was a freak. I had a feeling that he destroyed women and left them yearning for more, knowing he couldn't give them that. All he could give them was earth-shattering sex and the promise of a ride home the next morning. Nothing more, nothing less. Don had the kind of dick that would have you looking for him in the daytime with a flashlight. And a bitch ain't never had dick that good. Antoine was my first and only for so long, and as I watched this hint of pleasure in his eyes, I knew that he was more experienced than me. Sex was his domain, and he always aimed to please. He leaned over me as he roughly sucked on my neck. I moaned as I backed up on the bed with one hand. He pulled me right back to him. Stop running. Tell me now. You want me to fuck you, Blue? Yes, Don. Slap. He turned me over and slapped my ass. The feeling of his hand coming down and slapping my ass had me about to soak my own bed. The fuck I told you to call me, Blue? Don. I could hear his snort. You hard-headed, huh? Always. Knowing that he wanted me like this brought this confidence that I had never experienced before. I was a pillow princess, always allowing Antoine to do whatever. He was the one who got off, while I laid there staring at the ceiling, wondering, is that all? Sex was more thrilling when we weren't supposed to be doing it. Once we became older, it became routine and something that we both knew had to happen. Antoine was the type that wanted to catch his nut first, and then he would rush me when he was almost there. Landon flipped me onto my back and came between my legs, making sure my legs were on the side of him. His hands came up the side of me until I felt them both on my shoulders. He held me up and then positioned me right where he wanted me. He had me sitting up on him like I was sitting on a chair backward. Sorry in advance, Blue. He apologized, and I had a feeling I was going to know exactly why he was apologizing, because I was about to be like that little nigga on the bike and Saw. Crazy behind his ass. He pushed down on my shoulders as he slid me down onto his dick. My mouth opened without my brain even telling it to. He was slow, patient, and gentle while kissing me on the lips. Every inch, he softly nibbled on my lips and looked me in the eyes to make sure I was good. My nails scratched his back, feeling him filling me up in the way that he was. This man was a fucking tyrant with the way he kept his smirk on his face as his hands found their way to my waist, and he gripped it and slammed me down. Don. Ooh. I couldn't control my face. So much for wanting to look cute with my first hookup ever. I knew I had an ugly-ass face while this man held me and slammed me down onto him.
What'd I tell you about that, Blue? What are you supposed to call me?
I couldn't make the words out because he wouldn't let up on me. He kissed my shoulder without losing stride. Landon, I gasped out while all my strength went into my nails as I scratched his back. His gold chain slapped against his chest while the vein on the side of his head emerged. He bit my shoulder, then kissed it like it was an apology he didn't mean.
Why you looking at me like that, Blue? Don't tell me you falling for me.
His cocky ass grunted because I was probably looking at him exactly like that.
You wanted to be fucked, right?
Mm-hmm. I moaned out as I held onto him tighter, and he lifted me up and then slammed me down.
Fuck you so damn tight. You gripping my shit, Blue. Tell me what else you need. Let me know. I want to make shit easy for you.
My eyes could barely focus as our eyes met. I'm about...
Not yet. I want you to look at me. Focus. Look at me, Blue.
It was hard as fuck to do it, but I held onto him and looked into his eyes. His thick lips were swollen from us kissing, and the way he licked his lips as if he wasn't in the midst of drilling the shit out of me. I'm trying, Landon. Trying, I said, nearly breathless because he hadn't stopped. The fuck did he do for stamina? It was almost like he would never become tired or ever reach his peak.
You know you beautiful, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Sexy fucking ass. You been needing a fucking like this,
I was trying to focus, but the way he spoke to me had me ready to unleash. I can't. Keeping one hand on my hip, his other hand held my face as he looked in the eyes.
Feel that, baby? Feel it. You stretching to fit me. Tell me how it feels.
Good. So fucking good, I screamed out. His hand gripped my ass tighter.
You like when I make you feel good? Tell me. Matter of fact, show me that I make you feel good.
I held his face and shoved my tongue down his throat while his hand returned to my waist and slammed me down even harder.
Hold it for me. Don't let it go until I'm ready.
Until you ready, I blurted. Wham! His hand came down onto my ass and I squealed as I bit down on his neck.
Until I'm fucking ready. You told me you wanted to be fucked. I'm doing what you asked. Tell me no, Blue.
I couldn't tell him no because I wanted this. Feeling my pussy stretched around him as he relentlessly fucked me was something I needed. I bit down on his shoulder and screamed into it while we both collected sweat, and he never stopped. His body slowed down and he lifted me up and down slowly while looking at me.
Coat my dick for me, Blue.
Landon's crooked smile, the sweat that accumulated on his forehead and his muscles bulging from holding me in this position and doing what I asked him, had me ready. It almost felt like I was peeing with how hard I came. His body twitched, and I could feel him pulsating inside of me. Just that quick, he switched, and he was so gentle as he kissed my lips down to my chest. I felt his hands roam all over my ass as he pecked every piece of me. Collapsing on my back, I stared at him, not knowing what to say or do. His fingers slid down my body, gently and with intention, as if he were making my body a promise without saying a word. He climbed out of the bed, his dick still erect and wanting more. Landon also knew his limits and knew he would crush me if he went again.
I ain't no fucking stranger no more either. Come on, Blue. We going to my crib so I can shower and change.
I cannot even walk. We can't take the train, I complained and put the pillow over my head. He held his phone to his ear and said something before picking up my leggings and thong.
Grab some clothes so you can shower at my house.
Uh-huh. Why are you staring at me like that? He questioned. I was staring at him like I would pop out of a jar of relaxer if this nigga gave this dick to someone else. Still, I had to play it cool because no attachments. Right?
8. Don Caselli. Navy was smoking fucking blue magic if she thought we were strangers after the way I fucked her. She was crazy if she thought I wasn't going back in again and again, and then again after that. The kind of pussy she had, she could walk around slapping bitches because she felt like it. And if she ever decided to start, I would be right there making sure a bitch didn't even blink. Laundry and cleaning her place went out the window the minute she wanted me to fuck her. I could tell from how stiff she was that she wasn't experienced with sex, and that was the shit I liked. She was smart enough to catch on and know that I liked when she talked her shit back. All that no attachments and stranger shit went out the window when she bit my shoulder. She was a part of me now, and now I needed her social security number so I could add her to my health insurance. Needed them teeth strong, so when I slid her back onto this dick, her teeth could take it.
You have a crest on your robes?
She came out into the kitchen as I was making us a drink. My brother Extra. You met him.
And you are his exact twin. It's freaky almost.
Chill out. She slid onto the stool as I went into the fridge.
Where did you learn to fuck like that, Landon?
I chuckled. Why?
'Cause I don't think I want you doing that to somebody else.
She busted out laughing and accepted the drinks I made us. Taking a sip, she looked at the glass. Just ask me. I won't do that to nobody else.
Oh, please. How do I look asking you not to fuck with other bitches when we're not together?
You can look however you want. I took back my shot as she stared at me, unsure if I was being serious or not.
Seriously?
Same rules apply to you. Find out you fucking somebody else, I'm gonna have a death certificate sent to their crib.
Excuse you?
She snorted. I shrugged. Take it however you want to take it, Blue. She didn't need to know that I could make that shit happen with the stroke of a few keys. Have a nigga fighting with the state because he had a death certificate and was legally considered dead but was still breathing. If she didn't want me to fuck anybody else, then I would put every bitch on hold for her, as long as I knew I could fuck the shit out of her.
No attachments, right?
None.
Okay, I don't want you doing that to nobody else. And I won't sleep with no one else either.
She held out her hand, and I kissed the top of her hand and walked around the counter. Turning her seat, she looked up at me as I sucked on her lips and picked her up.
No, Don. We have to head back to my grandparents' block.
Placing kisses down her collarbone, I replied, the no attachment shit hard for me. I get attached quick, Blue.
Find that hard to believe. You would have been in a relationship already if that was true.
She challenged what I had said. Let me rephrase that. I get attached quick to people I like.
You like me?
I nodded my head. Yeah?
We're both fresh out of something. No attachment is best for us. Have fun and worry about that other shit later. Cool?
Her arms wrapped around my neck and I kissed her on the head. Cool. She hopped down from the counter and I slapped her ass. Go get dressed, Miss Take-an-Hour Shower.
Have you seen your shower? My water goes cold if I take a shower for even 15 minutes. I could take an everything shower in there and never run out of hot water.
It didn't take nothing for me to shower and change. Navy wanted to live in the damn shower. While she went to get dressed, I sat out on my terrace and looked out at the view. My phone disturbed my thoughts, and I saw my brother's name. What up? Shit. I looked at the phone, 'cause when the fuck did this nigga call for nothing? Usually I wasn't able to get a greeting out because he was on me about something that needed to be done. Is you straight? Yeah. Now I was really fucking confused and slightly concerned because it was quiet as shit. Then why the fuck did you call me?
Have meatloaf for dinner.
He sounded like he had been personally victimized and needed some emotional support, but didn't know who to call. I held my laugh because he was serious. Oh, yeah? How was that?
Who the fuck willingly eats meat cake, Don? You eat that shit? I ain't never seen that shit made before.
Lots of people. I've had it a few times. People make it with ketchup and then some make a gravy. Personally, I like the ketchup topping.
You mean the frosting?
I couldn't hold my laugh anymore. Men's, how did you like it? I know you didn't call me because of your dinner.
I'm calling you because this wife of mine is trying to kill me or something. This pregnancy shit ain't for the weak. She fucking broke out crying because I didn't want to eat the dinner she cooked. Literally, they turned red and was hyperventilating. So I had to fucking eat the damn meatloaf. Come
Come scoop me. I could tell he had the phone close to his mouth by the way he was whispering. You can't run from your wife, Menace. Wow, Don. What? You said you hate your fucking brother and want him to die. Shit fucked up. I stared straight-faced at the invisible camera, because I don't know why I even asked his ass in the first place.
All right, I'm ready. I've packed my stuff so you can carry it when we take the train back.
Navy stood in front of me with a pair of ripped, cut-off shorts, exposing her thick thighs, a tube top, and a pair of sneakers. She had her braids pulled up into a bun, and she had done light makeup. Enough for you to notice, but not so much that it took away from her natural beauty. Got a shorty over. I forgot this nigga was on the phone. I'm gonna holler at you a minute. Nah, we good. I could stay on the phone. Who's shorty? Whenever this nigga increased speed in his words, I knew it was time to get the fuck away, or in this case, off the phone with him. Stevie made him eat something outside of his comfort food, and now he was spiraling. Me. Check on your boy. I sent a quick text to Duke, because I knew he was probably in the guest house.
Sorry,
Navy apologized, not realizing I was on the phone. She went to look out at the view, because I had peeped her amazed by it when she walked out there. Green's cousin. Who? Green, Stevie's assistant. The line grew quiet. Plum? I couldn't help but to laugh. Yeah, Plum. Her cousin that was over the house. How the fuck that happen? We friends. Yeah, I know what friends be like. Friends be breaking back shit. Don't think I don't know. I don't fucking think you do. You married your victim. She wasn't no fucking victim. Just a thief. He became offended that he met his wife while she was unknowingly robbing his ass in the process. Yeah, whatever. Go have a drink and chill the fuck out. He never replied, just ended the call, and I stood up. Coming behind Navy, I boxed her in with both my arms resting on the opposite sides of the railing. Why are you saying sorry?
You were on the phone. Don't want you in trouble with nobody.
She snickered, thinking she was so fucking cute. Being real, she was fucking cute. She turned around facing me.
Why don't you have any plants out here? This is the perfect space for it. I don't know if you know, but I love plants.
I got that from the poison ivy growing around your bed. Navy pulled my beard and laughed.
That is not poison ivy. It's a pothos plant, and I'm very proud of her.
Proud of you, I said as I kissed her neck, and I felt her body fold by my presence. For what? Taking that dick and never tapping out. Proud of you, Blue. She stared up into my eyes and snorted.
You too freaked out.
Never denying that shit either. She looked around the terrace.
I kind of don't want to leave now. Do you have a projector? Movies out here would hit so hard.
I snatched her tote bag she packed, and her hand. Nah, your pops was talking big shit about dominoes, so I gotta flex my shit.
You don't know how to play, though.
Graduated top of every class when in school. I can refresh on the ride. Navy had this little sneaky grin on her face.
We're taking the train.
She was trying to convince me to take it heading to my place, and I turned her down because I had already called a car to come scoop us. All right.
All right.
You want me to be scared of the train bad?
No, I don't. I just want to show you my version of New York. How many times have you rode the subway?
Never.
Exactly.
And is that a problem?
Yes, every New Yorker has gotten on the train and knows the stops. I live on the train, and my daddy drives one, so it's always important for me to know my way around my city.
You done with this speech, Dora? Navy shoved me and then laughed.
You better invite me over again, too. I want to sit out here and just read.
Gotta come back to pick up your bag, right? I watched as she turned slowly with a smile on her face. A smile I realized I wanted to keep on her face. She was in control of our journey back to her grandparents' block. All she needed was the train that was close to my building. And I watched her brain compute the way we needed to go and what trains we had to transfer to. I allowed her to take control with tapping my card to gain access to the train station. Navy was in her own world as she navigated the train stations like she was a fucking Ninja Turtle or some shit. I pulled her closer to me when the train pulled into the station, and she looked up at me. This may have been her zone, and I was allowing her to lead, but I was a protector too. The train was packed, and we held onto the pole in the middle of the floor, and I stood behind her, making sure she was covered. Her back leaned on the pole when she turned to face me.
How do you feel?
Like I'm on a train?
Not much impresses you, huh?
You impress me. She blushed.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. She folded her arms while her back against the pole kept her stable from the train moving.
Always a good thing.
You take the train late at night?
She nodded her head yes. All the time. Made my way from an event in the city back home at like 2 in the morning one night. The brand didn't provide car services leaving, so I made it home myself. I understood she was independent and proud and she could navigate the city on her terms, but the shit made me anxious thinking about her taking the trains late at night. Navy was around 5'5", and although she had ass and thighs, she was still small, especially to a nigga around my size. I don't want you doing that no more. Why? I have pepper spray. She held onto my shirt as the train came to a stop at one of the stations. I didn't reply, just staring down into her eyes, and she understood. Well, then are you going to drive me everywhere when it's late? Already got a car for you to utilize. I'll put the number in your phone, and when you call, they'll scoop you from wherever. Seriously? Yeah. Why? Because that fucking serial killer is still on the loose, and you're a woman in the world alone. I'm the kind of man, and have been raised by one, who protects women. Not every nigga thinks like that, so I need to protect mine. It was the way she snickered when I called her mine that told me she wanted to eventually be mine. It was a fear that stopped her from wanting to tell me that she would eventually want more. To her, it was easier to just be friends and see where things went, and I had to admit that was best for us right now. There was no pressure to be perfect. We could just be without all the politics of dating. I didn't know the rules when it came to dating because I purposely never dated. Dick and black cars was all I could provide. She looked around me. Our stop is next. Nervous? For what? To be hanging with my family. Now let me warn you, my family is a lot. They are crazy as hell. So giving your pops the keys to my whip wasn't smart? At all. You probably won't have any gas in it either. He and my uncle probably went around the whole city for some soda. It's cool. Soon as we exited the train station, you could smell the food on the grill. Music could be heard in almost every direction. I pulled her over from walking near the street side. She was so focused on getting to her grandparents' block that she was in her own head. Navy, come here, loca. I got your favorite. A Spanish woman called her from a window, and she grabbed my hand and pulled me with her across the street. Hey, Rosario, you finally got cherry in. Hell yeah. Took about a month. You want a cup? I can make it for you, or do you want the gallon? She had this wicked look on her face. Gallon. We up tonight. I'll bring it around the front. She called back and closed her window while we waited on the stoop. The fuck are you up to? Nothing. But I'm giving you the whole experience since I'm not having my birthday block party this year. You have a birthday block party? My parents have been throwing it for years, but I have a trip planned around my birthday. A brand invited London out the country, and she invited me as her guest. I didn't know who London was, but I was a little bummed that she was going to be gone for her birthday. With mine before hers, I was already in my head planning on seeing her. My birthdays weren't all of that. Whatever club that happened to be my favorite was rented out, and then I ended up leaving with a shorty. It was always the same shit, so being excited never crossed my mind. Damn, I thought we would celebrate together. Oh, you done fucked me like that and want to spend all your time with me. She paused before she busted out laughing, waving her hand in her face. I'm sorry, she said between heaves of laughter. Fuck you, Blue. Nah, you want to? The door to the building opened, and the woman held the gallon of whatever she bought. She went to dig in her bag, and I went into my pocket before her and counted off $200. Oh, Papi, it's only $30. The woman waved her hand, like I made a terrible mistake. You good? I took it from her, and she balled it up to put it in her bra. Navy spoke to her for a bit before we were back on our way. The minute we turned onto the block, the grill was by the stoop, and her father was sitting around a card table with 3 other men. My car was parked right by them as they slammed dominoes down and talked shit. Rosario had it? Oh, we getting fucked up. Green ran over toward us and looked at the both of us. Hey, Don, now you get to see a piece of my life. Purple, chill. I'm going to put my stuff in the house. You good? I looked at her. I'm good. She took the tub of what I assumed was ice cream or Italian ice and headed up the stairs past her mother and another woman who looked similar. They were both smoking cigarettes and slapped Navy's butt and teased her about the shorts as she walked up the stairs past them. Come on, I'll get you introduced. I pulled Green back quickly. His last name, I know it's not Perkins. She smiled. I forgot you have manners. You should really use them often. His last name is Abrams. Bet. She skipped over toward the card table and her grandfather wrapped his hand around her and leaned his head on her. Papa, this is Navy's friend, Landon. Ro looked up and nodded. Thought I was gonna have to keep the car another day. Pull up to work in it. I laughed. You good, Mr. Perkins. Rock out with it for work. Ro, my man. Call me Ro. Mr. Perkins is my father and his ass dead. He snorted as if him saying his father is dead was funny. The other two men turned and looked. How are you, Mr. Abrams? What happening? He said as he shook my hand. Means what's up? Green explained because I was confused. These are my uncles, Joseph and Kimar. They both dapped me up. Come, sit, and let us take some money from you, Rose said and started counting out the dominoes for me. Navy Yavi is my baby to know. Her grandfather said, I can tell she's very loved. And you want to love her too? Her Uncle Joseph questioned. Eventually, yeah. I was honest because I knew my intention wasn't to play this stranger and no attachment game with her forever. It worked now because we were still getting to know each other. You know she used to have a boyfriend, right? Ro replied this time as he shuffled between his dominoes. I've heard. Chill out on my guy. Didn't she just break up with homie? Her Uncle Kimar jumped in and I silently thanked his ass. Between her father and other uncle, they were ready to see if I was wasting her time, and I respected it. He broke up with her, and I should top his fucking jaw. Ro grunted as he put the bottle of beer to his lips. Antoinette has always been a little fucking sweet. Joseph replied. The boy is good, misguided and clearly blind. Her grandfather defended him. She wasn't his forever, and I respect it. My Navy baby deserves to be someone's forever. Both my color girls do. I thought her grandfather was into some racist shit, before I realized that green and navy were literally named after colors. I can't sit here and make a bunch of promises on the future because all of that is in Navy's hands. I can say that if things move more seriously, I plan to take her serious and honor my word when it comes to her. They ain't even know, with the way I was wrapped around Navy, I was about to fuck around and give her my last name, make her a billionaire, and retire the whole fucking family. I got drinks. Navy held up red cups and did a little dance. Auntie Chandra, you want? Girl, stop playing with me. She was the first to grab a cup and passed out the rest to all of us. I looked at the red slush in the cup, took a sip, and pulled the cup back. Fuck. Yeah, strong, eh? Her grandfather laughed. He reached down below him and pulled out the bottle of El Dorado rum. Give me a cup and give you a little of this. I watched the man pour more into my already strong cup and hand it back. He then topped his cup and tossed it back. And call me Skip, none of that Mr. Mess. Gotcha, Skip. Eh? He held his fist and I bumped it. Skip, don't get that boy drunk. An older woman called from the top of the steps, and Navy resembled her fully. Navy resembled her mom's, but the woman who I assumed was her grandmother was the blueprint, and then she said copy and made Navy and her mother. Her Aunt Chandra looked like her brothers and father, and Green did too. This is the truth teller, Annie. Will let us know if he can hang. He chuckled and nudged me. Papa, did you make enough food? Navy asked. Yeah, enough in the house. Go make him a plate. I smirked. Appreciate it. Navy stood there with her arms crossed. You know what? Come inside so you can tell me what you want. I excused myself and took my cup. The drink was strong as shit, but good, too. My body felt hotter with every sip that I took. How are you, Mrs. Abrams? Wow, so handsome and well-mannered. Nice to meet you, Landon. I assumed her mother had already told her mother about me. Call me Nana or Annie. Call me Chandra or Auntie. Her aunt came and hugged me. Nice to see you again, Mrs. Perkins. It's good to see you again, Landon. She gave me a hug and I made my way inside the building. Her grandmother lived on the first floor, so when I stepped through the door, it felt like home. I've never been anywhere that felt like home, and this place legit felt like it. The family pictures of everyone covered the walls, and the leather sofa with the Nana blanket draped over the back with the pictures of Green and Navy. I noticed her love for plants came from her grandmother, because she had the same plant that Navy did, except hers was wrapped over the kitchen counter and around the kitchen window. What do you want to eat? Anything. Starving. I guzzled the rest of my cup and sat it down. She tossed a towel over her shoulder and grabbed my cup to fill it. Want to take a shot? Yeah. She poured us a shot into 2 small plastic shot glasses and handed one to me. Standing in front of me, she looked up. You all right? Feeling that drink. I bet.
Don't look away from me either. Can't fuck up that good fucking you got, right? I was wild for even saying that shit in her grandparents' kitchen, but I was feeling nice. Actually, it was her grandparents' fault for giving me more on top of the already strong-ass drink.
I guess we can't, right?
We cheered and took the shot back without breaking eye contact. Give me those noodles.
Chow mein?
Yeah, I always get it from the Chinese spot near my house.
Oh, you ain't never had this chow mein.
She smirked and loaded the plate up with different food.
Once you have Guyanese food, you don't go back.
And you know how to cook all this?
Yeah, me and Green. My grandmother taught us everything like she taught our mothers and uncles.
I stood behind her as she fixed my plate. You gonna cook it for me?
If you act right.
I slapped her ass, watching it jiggle in those shorts. You know I don't ever act right.
Another shot?
We took another one before I returned out there with her family. I sat dogging my food while her grandfather poured me more rum. That nigga feeling it. He feeling that shit. Her Uncle Joseph laughed and squeezed my shoulder. Chill, I'm good. Even my speech was slurred. I lost a good $400 talking shit and thinking I could beat her grandfather. Old man whooped my ass and sent me on my way. Me and Navy sat on the stoop across the street, and she finished her drink and leaned her head on me.
You all right?
Shit feels nice.
The drinks?
Nah, your family.
Welcoming.
I took another sip of another drink I was handed. Green and her mother were across the street dancing with her grandmother.
Yeah, I think this is the reason I never take social media seriously. They're what keep me grounded and remind me that this is what I have once I turn my camera off or come back from a brand trip. I'm going to retire my family. My uncles and father own a small contracting business they do on the side because it doesn't pay the bills. They never have time to pour into it. My grandparents won't have to worry about their kids paying their bills because I'll be paying it all.
You too good.
Yeah, so I've heard.
She smiled at me. Her eyes were so low that I could tell she was fucked up.
Navy, you got $1, please?
2 kids ran over toward us.
Didn't hear excuse me.
They smiled.
Excuse me, Navy. Can we have $1 apiece?
I dug into my wallet and peeled off what I had left after losing most of my money. Their eyes grew wide.
$100?
The second one said.
And bring his change back.
Nah, split it and share with everyone else.
Thanks!
They were so excited they ran off and all the kids took off toward the corner store at the end of the block.
You're too good.
Yeah, never heard that.
I can say it in your ear when I'm riding you.
She blushed. Her eyes were nearly closed with how low they were. Low-key need that sometimes. I looked over at her and she smiled.
Will you tell me more about your family?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Green came running across the street barefoot with shots in her hands.
Shots! Papa is sharing his rum!
Me and Navy looked at each other. Fuck it, we ball. She laughed and accepted the drinks. My fucking head felt like someone slapping the shit out of me and wouldn't stop. As I leaned up, my shirt was around my head and my sneakers were kicked off to the side on a carpet. It smelled like cocoa butter and musk as my eyes tried to focus on where the fuck I was at. The last thing I remembered was doing shots with Navy and Green. Green kept challenging me, and I wasn't backing down from a challenge, ever. Her grandparents were no better because they kept hyping me up to take the shots with her. It had been a minute since I had let loose and had fun. Half the shit I didn't remember doing. But I know I picked Navy up and raced her uncles. I ran track in high school, so I smoked his ass while carrying her. Got you some coconut water, ginger tea, and some water crackers. I heard Rose's voice but didn't see him. Why you screaming? I winced as I spoke because everything felt amplified this morning. He chuckled. Nigga, I'm whispering so I don't wake up Avril and Navy. I finally followed his voice, and he was sitting in the dining area while putting on his work boots. How are you even up? And where am I? You're at my house. When you and Navy started placing bets on who could walk to the Brooklyn Bridge, Avril grabbed her, and I grabbed you, and walked y'all back to our apartment. He chuckled. And I have no choice but to be up. Got a family to provide for. I respected a man that provided. I didn't have a family, but I knew it was a conscious choice to show up as a husband and father every day. There were niggas every day who chose themselves, and after the night that we had, Ro could have been in bed sleeping his hangover off. Instead, he was lacing his work boots up and had even considered the fact that I would be fucked up and made something. Thank you. Don't mention it. She's my entire world, Dawn. My angel in life, and she deserves happiness. I agree. Antoine, he's a good kid. They've been connected at the hip since school, but I would be a fool to say that I knew they wouldn't last. The minute Mamas decided not to go away to college with him, we knew the relationship wouldn't last. I stretched and walked over toward the table where he was sitting. The tea was still hot, like he just poured it before I found myself waking up on his couch. I'm not in the business of having beef with homie. Also not trying to rush her into something she's not ready for, you feel me? I feel you. She looks at you different, though. Seems different with you. I think the long distance and always trying to get right with each other took a toll on her. She changed a bit, became withdrawn, but wanted to pretend so we wouldn't notice. I noticed. I nodded and took a sip of the strong-ass tea. Ro, there's rum in here? Hell yeah. How else we get you over a hangover? I couldn't help but laugh as I sipped the hot-ass tea. I want to get to know her the right way. Maybe it's different. And being completely honest, she got my ass gone. Never met someone like her before. She knows who she is. In a world where everyone is trying to be someone else, that shit is refreshing for me. I'm not here to tell you that we have a future because only she knows that. I'm saying I'm here to know your daughter and continue to laugh with her. Ro, why didn't you wake me up? Avril came shuffling in the kitchen, and then she paused. The way you ran with my baby on your shoulders. Don't ever do that again, she laughed. I'm sore, like I just worked out for 20 straight hours. Yeah, and would have been even more sore had we allowed you two nuts to walk to the Brooklyn Bridge. Avril kissed Ro on the head. Have a good day, lovey. Call me when you get a chance. Always. He stood up and held his fist out toward mine, and I bumped fists with him. We all turned our head when we heard someone clearing out their nose. Morning, Daddy. Have a good day at work. Navy hugged her father. See you later, mamas. I made tea and have coconut water in the fridge. Thanks. One day I'm going to retire you, you know. He smiled. Until then, we keep moving forward, right? Always forward, Avril affirmed, and I assumed this was something the three of them shared between each other. Avril walked Ro downstairs, and Navy walked around the table, kissing me on the cheek. Morning, Don. I pinched her ass in the leggings she wore. Why you playing with me? So are you busy today? Got some work to handle. Corleone was the head of cybersecurity when it came to all things related to the Caselli family. While I handled finances, I was also the second line of defense for the cybersecurity for Case House. Core's ass always did some wild shit that made it look like we were hacked to see if I could solve the problem. He did the same shit to Skylar and Amy, too, because he claimed he was building us up. I mean, I understood because the man was a genius and did this shit in his sleep. The reason Case House and everything involving the Caselli name was so damn powerful was because of Corleone D. Brewster. Okay. I pulled her closer to me. You can come chill with me. I do have work to do, so I guess I should do the same thing. Do it over my house. Sure? Yeah. And after, let me cook us dinner and eat on the terrace. Navy slid into the seat across from me. Yeah? I can cook, Blue. Throws down in the kitchen. Never denied it. How are we getting to your house? I love the train, but I don't have the energy to walk home and then to the train to your house. Don't worry about it. Want me to carry you down the block? Stop playing with me, Landon. I laughed. Dead ass. Avril came back into the house and shuffled into the kitchen. Landon, you know that man pulled off way too happy to drive to work this morning, right? And I bet he's taking you out tonight too, huh? Navy smiled at her mother, who started blushing at the thought. Stay out of my business, little girl, she joked. I'm going to get ready for work. You going to stay around here today? Nope. Landon is taking me to his house. He has to work, and I'm going to film a few videos and freeload his Wi-Fi in his nice penthouse. Penthouse, huh? Landon, what is it you do again? Avril put her hand on her hip, waiting for me to reply. I'm an accountant and dabble in cybersecurity for my brother's companies. I explained the best way that I could. And you went to college? Yes, ma'am. You hear that, Navy? He went to college. She walked over, pinched her daughter's cheek, and went to the back toward her room. Me and Navy walked to her apartment so she could get some clothes. Soon as we entered her apartment, I sat on her bed and laid my head back on her mattress while she got her shit together. Was it too much meeting my family?
Nah. Why? I asked, my eyes still closed. Just wondering. You don't speak much about yours. It wasn't that I was ashamed of my family, I just didn't feel the need to talk about them often. It wasn't like we were some close-knit family like Navy's was. We didn't get together often, and the only reason now was because of Stevie. My brother calling yesterday was the first time he called, and it wasn't surrounding work. What you want to know, Blue? She climbed up on the bed and sat next to me. My eyes remained closed as she stared over me. I know you have a brother. What else? Greena never told you about my family? She literally works with Menace and his wife. She doesn't speak much about what she does or Menace. Green is very loyal, and she protects her brother and his wife. Good to know. They must feel the same way about her because that new car is beautiful. Not any boss is going to do that, you know. Menace and Stevie take care of their people. Not too many people are granted access to them, so those that are, they treat them well. She traced my lips with her fingers. Is it just you? Your brother and sister? I have another sister. Older? Yeah, I'm the youngest. Oh, you're the baby, she teased, and I chuckled. I opened my eyes and looked at her. Yeah. What about your parents? You mentioned never having a mom or something when you met my mother. They died when I was young, she gasped. I'm sorry, Landon. It's cool. I don't remember them much. Doesn't make it cool, Don. Or make it hurt any less because you don't remember much. She rubbed the side of my face. Her touch was something that made me feel calm on the inside. I didn't speak about my parents at all, and stopped asking my sisters and brother about them. It seemed like a trigger for them, and they never wanted to talk about it. With Navy, I didn't feel defensive or upset that I had to tell her. If anything, it was how she leaned over me and wanted to console me that made me look at her differently. This stranger shit not gonna last, Blue. She smiled. Why is that? Her voice was so soft, barely above a whisper, as we both intensely stared at one another. I think you know why, baby. Her lips touched my forehead, and then she climbed off the bed. I'm gonna just bring my laptop and a hoodie because I get cold quick. I remained lying on her bed as I watched her walk around her apartment. Stay the night with me. Yeah? It was the way she always asked yeah in a question that was cute. Uh-huh. Separate rooms, right? 'Cause you are a stranger. I laughed. I mean, I would like you in the bed with me, but you can stay in the guest room. We'll see. I smirked as I closed my eyes, feeling like I had been ran the fuck over by an ice cream truck. Navy's damn family knew how to outdrink a damn fish, and her grandfather was no better. Damn man continued to convince me to drink that strong-ass rum. Aside from my family and Beans, the people that looked out for me were on payroll. It was their job, between life and death fucking with Menace, to make sure I was straight. The fact that I allowed myself to get so drunk, not thinking of the usual shit, was dangerous. It was for me to always be on my game, and Navy's family made sure I was straight. Her father took me to their home and made sure I was safe. They didn't give a fuck about the money or who I was. They were good people, and it was in their nature to do shit like that for people that came into their circle. You could tell a lot about a person when it came to their family. Navy was raised around a family that were tight-knit and were good people, which made her a good person.
9. Kennedy. I should have told him no the minute he told me he wanted to take me somewhere. Instead, I allowed him to bring me to Martha's Vineyard for the weekend. This was going against everything his brother wanted, and Don didn't seem to give a fuck about what Menace wanted. In his eyes, he was the little brother and got away with shit because of the blood they shared. He didn't take in account that I was the outsider. This could go differently for me if Menace ever found out about us. While he would be banished to a beautiful penthouse, I was back on the streets, trying to claw my way back to the top. I didn't want to go far with Don because I knew only one of us would end up hurt. Landon would go on with his life and find another woman that could give him what he needed, while I was exiled and didn't have anyone to turn to. Things were best this way, and the sneaking around that we were doing would have to come to a stop eventually. It was the allure that I was forbidden for him. He was used to getting any and everything he wanted. The fact that his brother popped his hand and told him that something or someone was off limits made him want it that much more. He wanted me because he couldn't have me, and that added to whatever ego thing he had going on. I didn't want to be used like a challenge, a broken rule. I was a person, and Landon was playing a dangerous game when it came to his brother. I've heard some things that Menace had done, and the worst of it was to his own family. Imagine what he would do to someone who wasn't family. A girl whose father thought he was protecting her, and she turned around and disobeyed the person who was supposed to protect her. My mentor wasn't the best after what I had gone through. I wasn't stupid where I didn't think Menace hadn't spun the block and made them pay for what they did to me. Whenever I saw him, he stared at me with his softened gaze, as if he felt sorry for me and could still remember the video I'm sure he had witnessed. There was a pain in his face whenever Menace Caselli stared at me, and I hated that for me. We had already gotten into an argument at lunch because I didn't want to hold hands in public. Don was a lover boy, a man that wanted to show off his woman and give her everything she desired. He was intentional about the things that he did when he cared about you. Not everyone got that version of him. The Caselli siblings were all the same. Not everyone got the soft and unhardened version of them. I thought it was just Menace and Don, but it extended to their sisters, too. Zoya was just as bad as her brother, never allowing someone in, or caring, too. Cora was slightly different, where she could let you in, but you had to prove it. Affection was something that they went so long without that it was a foreign concept to them. They never said they loved each other, and there was always distance between them, as if they loved having their own lives away from the only family they had. Don wanted affection and love, and that was because he never had it. He wanted to feel what it felt like for someone to love him the way that he needed to be loved. Don wanted me to be that woman, or at least he was hoping for that to happen. I cared about him, and in a perfect world, we could have what he wanted. Or I could be emotionally available to give him exactly what he needed. It was easy to have the profession I did because I didn't have to feel. There wasn't any emotions involved, just a transaction. I gave them a dream, and they provided me with the funds for coming through for their fantasy. There wasn't long talks about feelings or emotions, and I wasn't being taken away on romantic getaways out of town. Whenever I was flown out by one of my clients, it was because I was there to provide a service. Sit on their arms, stroke their egos, and fuck them until their balls were empty. It wasn't because I was in love and wanted to be there. Money was the goal. This was different because I wasn't here because a client booked me. There wasn't any money involved. I was here because Landon had feelings for me and I had them for him. The hardness around my heart refused to allow me to be real with those feelings. Fear stopped me from wanting to show him or prove to him that I could eventually meet him where he needed me to be. "Why are you being so quiet?" I came into the kitchen where he was cutting up the vegetables we picked up from the market after lunch. "Not much to say." He had been quiet since I pulled my hand back from his while we shopped. Landon wanted to show me off and wanted people to know I was with him. I wasn't used to that happening when it didn't involve money. I wasn't used to being chosen when it came to men, unless there was a transaction, and I had become used to that. Feelings caused people to lose everything, and I didn't need that in my life. Choosing and loving Landon could cause me to lose everything. "I'm sorry. You caught me off guard." "Off guard?" He chuckled. I folded my arms. "What is so funny?" "You up here in my fucking house with me for the weekend, and I caught you off guard." Shit sounds stupid. I get the whole Menace shit fucks with you, but damn, how the fuck we even know if we're compatible if you're always pushing a nigga off from you? You take me to your beautiful home in Martha's Vineyard and expect me to open my legs to fuck you? Typical shit. Don snorted as he tossed the onions in the pot. Whatever he was making smelled amazing and was quickly making it hard to concentrate. "You so used to fucking for money that you don't know what intimacy is. Shit, I don't know either, but I'm fucking trying, and all I met with is resistance." "I'm trying." "I know I can fuck you despite that scowl on your face. Ken, I don't want that. I want to know what your skin feels like against my skin, how you smell before the sweat leaves your pores.
I want to get to know you because I know that niggas don't ever do that with you. I feel like it's easier to get you to open up by booking you through Case House.
Asshole.
Yeah, well, you seem to respond to that better. The nice guy does nothing to you. Only the nigga that tosses money your way.
Not true.
Then what the fuck is all of this for? I went out of my way to make this shit happen for you.
I didn't ask for this. None of it.
He nodded his head and then tossed the glass bowl across the room. A coward. And he continued tossing everything that he was going to make onto the floor. Don't ever gotta expect it either.
It was like he was trying to control himself, but the thoughts won in the end. That night, he left me there and had a car service pick me up the next morning. He did apologize and explain that he had a temper, and that he should have never reacted that way to my words. Since then, it hadn't been the same between us. Almost like he wanted to try, but was scared to give me himself again.
I pulled up to the gates of Menace's mansion and waited for security to do their clearance before they allowed me in. The main security guard had pulled me forward, while the others checked under my car for whatever they thought I might be hiding. Once everything was cleared, the gates opened and he allowed me through.
Don called me a wench.
The part that hurt the most was that he meant every word that he said to me.
It was how he stared at me. No longer with the look that was reserved for only me. He used to stare at me like he wanted to give me the stars and the moon. The minute I exited from the elevator, I could see the hurt and disgust on his face. This shit hurt my heart, because I never wanted to hurt him. Every time I was supposed to tell him, something always stopped me from being honest. I knew it would break his heart, and I didn't want to do that to him. When the news broke, everything inside of me told me not to call, and I went against it and called him. Putting the brand new Porsche that Alex bought me in park, I climbed out and walked toward the front door. The door opened and Duke stood there. Had I not known Duke, I would have been intimidated. "Hey, Duke." "What's going on, Kennedy? You know Boss Man is having quiet hour, right?"
He allowed me in and I walked through the sanitizing mist. Menace was a strange one, and every encounter with him never changed my mind. He was scary as well, but there was a softness about him. You only saw it with his wife, but the softness was somewhere.
"Think he will squeeze me in for a quick chat?"
Duke shook his head.
"He's been real strict about his time before the baby comes."
"Right. A baby means no quiet hour."
"Pretty much. Steve-O was in her studio if you want to talk to her. Not sure if she can help,"
he suggested. "I drove all the way here, so I guess I can pick Stevie's brain about this."
He nodded. "You know the way."
We spent Thanksgiving together, and she was so nice and funny. I expected her to be some stuck-up bitch that felt like she was better than everyone. Stevie was the complete opposite of that. She was also the complete opposite of Menace, so I often wished I was a fly on the wall for their conversations. The man was so protective of her that he made everyone turn before he kissed her. I made my way through the house toward the back where Stevie's art studio was. The doors were opened, and I could hear the music coming from the studio. Her humming was almost as loud as the music. When I entered the room, her hand was pressed into her back as she stood, staring at the piece she was working on. Her strawberry blonde hair was pulled up in a messy bun, and she wore a pair of baggy jeans, cropped shirt with paint stains, and her stomach was exposed. Her feet were in a pair of Dior slides, and her Birkin sat on the back counter like she had come in here on her way out. "Hey, Stevie." She slowly turned, exposing her swollen stomach with paint marks on it. "Hey, Ken. You know Mavie is currently having quiet hour, right?"
"So I've been told. Are you busy?"
She stuck the paintbrush into her hair. "Just fixing some last-minute mistakes. When the baby comes, I won't be able to get in here as often as I want."
"You'll have nannies, though. Then they can watch the baby while you paint and relax for a few hours."
She waddled over to me where I stood, and because I wore heels, I was taller.
Our cheeks touched and we made a smooching noise before she went over toward the couch. I'm not hiring a nanny. Maeve isn't comfortable with someone watching our baby, and I agree. Do you know people will steal your baby out the hospital? I remember watching a documentary about it. She gasped so loud I thought she would go into labor. Her hands touched both sides of her belly like she was covering the baby's ears. So this is something that can happen? It doesn't happen all that often, though. Yeah, until my baby is being raised somewhere else and I'm a mess. This was something she had been thinking about and probably watched too many movies about it. Anyway, what is on your mind? I stared at this woman who was the menace whisperer. It was how humbled and calm she was about it. The man that Menace was, and she could be married to him, and they seemed happy, too. Are you and Menace attending my wedding? She looked away. We are. What does that look, Stevie? I'm not a fool. You and Landon had something going on. My husband, he doesn't look too much into things once he sets his rules and expectations. I know better, and know that Don has feelings for you. The thing I could never tell is if you felt the same about him. Damn. Now I could see how they were married. She didn't beat around the bush and tried to pull the information out of me. I care about him a lot. Then why are you getting married to your old client, which, by the way, Menace isn't thrilled about? It's not against any of the rules he has. You are young, Kennedy. Being married to a man that could be your father isn't the life you want. I folded my arms, offended that she was judging like she knew me and Alex's relationship personally. Stevie, you don't know my relationship with Alex. Never said I knew the relationship. I don't need to know the relationship to know that you are not happy. If I know anything, if you're not happy now, you will never be happy. Is that what you went through? Now it was her turn to be offended. I'm very happy in my marriage. That man that you all get, I don't get the same man. You all get Menace. I get Maverick. There is a difference. Alex is an older man who isn't going to change his ways for you. If anything, he's going to be expected for you to fall into line with his lifestyle. Nothing wrong with that. He's worth a lot of money. Stevie sighed and rubbed her stomach slowly. Money means nothing, says the woman who married a billionaire and lives this life. Stevie, no offense, but this conversation coming from you means nothing. You are married to a billionaire with no prenuptial agreement. Well, you have one that protects you. You said that I'm stupid, Kennedy? I paused and waited for the laugh, and one never came. Stevie, this is not what do you want me to do about your decision? You want me to make it right for you? You hurt Landon by not being truthful. You thought about only you, and now you want someone to smooth it over and make it all right for you. I'm not going to do that. Ouch. She let out a breath and leaned back. Are you all right? Stupid Tony Braxton contractions. She took slow and deep breaths as she held the top of her stomach. Braxton Hicks? You worried about the correct term, or the fact that you'll marry Alex and end up using your youth being unhappy? Menace doesn't approve of what you and Landon would have, but you could have come to him, proved him wrong. He's very open-minded. Girl, what? I blurted. She raised her brow. I'm curious. What did you think Menace would tell you? I shrugged. I don't know. Me and Landon got into it and he called me a wench and told me he wished me hell. Well, Stevie, I laughed. All I'm saying is he had a reason. You lied to him and he had to find out with the rest of the world. Maybe it's best that you both go on your own way. Him with this new girl and you with Alex. New girl? Ooh! She groaned out. Menace came running into the studio. Wanda, you straight? In usual Menace fashion,
He was dressed down in sweats, house slippers, and a t-shirt. "These are more intense, Mavi." Menace kissed her lips a few times, and I turned to give them privacy. "You about to have my baby wonder?" "I don't know. What if this is a false alarm again?" She blew out a breath and took a few short ones. "Hey, Menace," I finally greeted. He looked at me, confused. "We had a meeting or some shit?" "No. Just wanted to talk." "About?" "Nothing. You tend to Stevie." "Ooh, Mavi!" Stevie hollered and held his shoulder while her face became red. "I think something's happening." He looked down, and she had soaked the couch she was sitting on. "Fuck! Wonder! Shit! Duke!" he hollered. "Stevie, you got this. You're going to be a mommy." She smiled in her pain as he helped her to her feet. The jeans she wore were soaked, as Menace became her calm in this chaotic situation. I saw my way out and called Don, and he sent me to voicemail. Tossing my purse into the passenger seat, I pulled down toward the gates. Don could throw his little fit all he wanted. We were going to have a mature conversation about this. "Is it all right to send her up?" "Okay, yes. Well, thank you so much. All right, I will send her up." The front desk put the phone down and looked at me. "You are free to head toward the elevator." Thanks. I was glad he wasn't on any petty shit today and had me down here waiting because he could. Alex was expecting me for lunch with his parents in an hour, so I figured I could come, speak with Dawn, and find out if Stevie had the baby. I tried calling her and never heard back. Zoya was damn near impossible to get in touch with, and I never even bothered when it came to Cora. The elevator took me up to the top floor, and flashes of Dawn kissing my neck one night after dinner flashed through my mind. I had to put one leg in front of the other and squeeze. Sex had always been work for me. I've never experienced sex for pleasure and hated that for me. I didn't need to have sex with Don to know that he would have taken care of me. The elevator chimed and I could hear Wale blaring through the speakers. "1 second," I heard a female voice over the speakers, and then she ran rounding the corner. "Oh, hey," she greeted. It was Green's cousin that she insisted on inviting to my birthday party. She arrived with Green, greeted everyone, and then proceeded to keep her head stuck in her Kindle. She made no conversations with us and acted like she was better than us. My blood boiled, seeing her wearing Don's Lor Piana shirt. It was an almost $3,000 shirt, and she was standing here with a spatula in her hand like it was normal. "Hey, is Landon here?" I asked, not even knowing what to say because her appearance was throwing me off. She wore his shirt, and it fell right before her thighs, and she wore a pair of brief boxers. Her braids were half taken out, some in a bun, and some of her actual hair hanging out of the bun. Sis was real comfortable for somebody that didn't know Landon like that. He didn't even allow people to get comfortable in his space like that, and she seemed at ease. "He is. He's on a business call. Want to see if he has wrapped it up?" As I walked further into the condo, she had her laptop, TV on Netflix, and a bunch of snacks. In the kitchen, she was cooking something sweet, like a cake or something. I watched as she walked across the massive living area and down the hall where Don's office was. I stood there clutching my purse and feeling angry that he was doing this. He was trying to make me jealous of her, and it was working. All we needed to do was talk, and he was making it difficult. She came around the corner laughing and did a slight jump, letting me know he was behind her, and he had slapped her ass. "He's coming." Don rounded the corner wearing a pair of basketball shorts and no shirt on. His favorite Ralph Lauren house slippers glided across the wooden floors as he looked at me, confused. "What up, Ken?" "Hey, can we talk really quick? I won't keep you long." He looked over at Green's cousin as she mixed whatever in a bowl. She wasn't even paying us attention. Instead, she bopped her head to the music as he watched her, then turned toward me.
Don nodded his head to follow me into the study that was toward the foyer. It had a few books, but mostly it had his different collectible sneakers that were worth money. They were all displayed with jerseys. He closed the sliding doors and then sat down in one of the leather chairs. "What's going on, Ken?" "Making me jealous? Is this what it has resulted to?" Landon stared at me like he didn't know what the hell I was talking about. With the way he stared at me, I was starting to question if I even knew what the hell I was over here talking about.
"What do you mean?"
"You have Green's cousin in here with your shirt on and cooking in the kitchen? Why make me jealous?"
"Did you call and tell me you were coming over?"
"No, I figured I would put—"
"Did the front desk speak to me when they called you up here?"
"I don't know. He never—" He leaned forward.
"I'll answer that." "Nah." "Navy answered the call, 'cause I was on an important business call that I needed to handle for Menace because he's a father now. I didn't know you were coming over, and honestly, don't do that shit again. Fuck I gotta make you jealous for. You are getting married, Ken. That's where your focus should be."
I felt stupid as hell standing here as he casually sat there staring at me like a dumb bitch. It was dumb to holler out that he was trying to make me jealous when he didn't know I was coming. "I miss my friend," he snorted.
"Friend?
What do you want to be called?" "Were we not friends?" I folded my arms and stared down at him.
I was never trying to be your friend, and you know that shit. I was trying to show your fucked up in the head ass some love, even though I don't even know what the fuck that shit is. I tried to show you, and you wanted to play games with me."
"How was that playing games?" Landon stood up and I bit my lip looking at his body. Every muscle was perfectly sculpted and worked together to make me want to jump on him.
"Being real, it's disrespectful to my company to even be in here having this conversation."
"So, you both together?" That was quick. Landon stared down at me and then opened the sliding doors. I expected her to be listening in to our conversation, but she had lowered the music and put her headphones on. Her back was turned as she danced and continued to make whatever she was making. "Are you going to even introduce me to her?"
"Didn't you fucking meet her?"
I folded my arms again. "I want us to continue to be friends."
"Can't be friends with somebody I wanted to be with. Shit don't work like that."
I nearly choked down a lung. "You lie so bad, Don." Your little friend from school, Annie or something like that." I snapped, trying to remember her name.
"Amy."
"You are still friends with her. In fact, you are real close with her." I continued to rub it in his face because he was bullshitting me right now.
"She's a married woman, and the minute she told me that shit, I respected her and that relationship. Did I want to fuck her? Yeah, that was because I thought she was single. All that shit went out the window because we worked together. I have respect for her husband and son."
But you wanted to fuck her."
"I didn't fuck her though, Ken. That's what you keep forgetting. I didn't fuck her and take her out on dates and let her know how the fuck I felt. She never fed into my shit and played funky-ass games with me either. She told me off the rip she had a man that she wasn't coming up off, and I respected that."
"And her?"
"What about her?"
"Do you want to do all those things for her?" I asked, not really wanting to know the answer to that question. Hearing him admit that would hurt, and I didn't have the right to be hurt because I was the person that did this to us both.
"Hell yeah."
He didn't even get into deep words because the two he used had my chest hurting. "Why?"
"I'm not about to go back and forth with you on some bullshit. I got some work to get back to. You know the way out."
He walked the opposite way.
"Oh, Ken?"
"Yes?" I was hopeful. Stupid, but hopeful at the same time.
"Sending me a wedding invitation was wild."
"You and a +1 are welcomed, Landon."
"Don,"
he corrected and walked away.
She was still dancing to the headphones and then turned in my direction, nearly jumping out of her skin.
I'm sorry. You needed me for something?
No. I wouldn't waste your time with him. He's still in love with me and just admitted it, knowing that I'm getting married. I lied, and I knew it was childish, but I was heavily in my feelings. Alex, we're waiting for the car now. Don't be late, Kennedy. Alex spoke to me like I was an assistant and not his future wife. It never bothered me before, but after seeing Don write me off mentally in front of me, it bothered me.
10. Navy blue. There were many things that I knew I would be doing this summer. I had a whole plan on how I was going to live this summer and actually do things that I wanted to do. One of those things I thought I would be doing was being there for Antoine. Us having the summer to reconnect and get things back on track for our relationship. It was stupid of me to think that we would make it work or even last, knowing how I felt about our relationship. Even as I sat at my desk with my legs pulled to my chest playing Sims while watching the rain pour down outside my window, I didn't expect this would be the end of me and Antoine. I twirled one of my curls around my finger as I watched a mother holding her son's hand and rushing across the street toward the bus. She stood at the bus stop and wiped her son's face and made sure that he was all right. There was something therapeutic about the rain in the summer. As I sat here, I watched everything happening on my block and smiled. I had spent the past few days with Landon at his penthouse, and while his place was amazing, there was nothing like my home. A space that was curated for me by me, where I could exist and get lost in my own head without anyone being here. As an only child, I had become comfortable being in my own space. My parents worked, so when I came home from school, the house was usually empty, and it was just me until my mother came home. I craved being alone and loved to be in my own space with my own thoughts. I would be lying if there wasn't a small piece of me that missed Landon and wanted him in my space too. The funny part was that we were the same person when it came to being alone. He loved his solitude just as much as I did, but it felt nice being in his space with him. He was used to shutting his office door and working alone, and I respected that because I was the same way. For a few days, we could coexist in each other's space, and I didn't feel overwhelmed or overstimulated, or the fleeting feeling of fleeing back home. The only reason I came home was because my mother always said, never overstay your welcome. Landon had some business things to take care of, and he left me at his penthouse. I packed my things and came home so I could wash my hair with my shampoos and my conditioners and sit and unpack how I felt. When I told myself I was going to enjoy the summer and live, I didn't think that meant fucking a billionaire. That was the last thing that was on my mind when I first met Landon. My door's buzzer sounded, and I pulled my eyes away from people watching and looked at the door. Aside from my family, I never really had any visitors, so I quickly sprinted across my apartment toward the peephole. Antoine was standing there with flowers in his hand, and my eyes nearly popped out with how hard I rolled them. I unlocked the locks and pulled the door open, leaning on the door, not giving him access into my space. Hey.
What's up, Navy? We need to talk. Feel like enough time went by.
I felt sad. There was a moment when my heart used to leap out of my chest for this man. I became so excited and wanted to be in his skin. A goofy smile would appear the minute I saw him because he was love for me. Every time he came onto my block, I would get all shy and nervous because Antoine was it for me. He was familiar and reminded me so much of home. Our families weren't that different, and we were raised the same. Everything that was happening for him was everything I always wanted for him. All the late nights on the basketball courts running drills, I used to bring him food my mom cooked for him to eat because he was so determined, so driven, and knew what he wanted. And being in Brooklyn forever wasn't his dream. He had witnessed our parents and family making nothing out of something, and he wanted better for his family. He always planned our life and how he would enter the league and he would marry me, take me away from Brooklyn and put me in a big house and fancy cars. I never cared about any of that. I just wanted to be with the man I loved and follow my dreams too. Along the way, my dreams didn't matter as much as his. I became less important, always nagging and swearing that I wanted to sabotage what he was trying to accomplish. I wasn't the girlfriend he used to brag about, call 15 times a day, and make those same promises to. Distance and time had changed us both. We weren't the two kids that were both excited to be accepted into the same college. Life happened. Growth happened. Finding my identity happened and realizing that I was someone outside of being Antoine's girlfriend. Hey. I allowed the long pause to simmer between us. He held the flowers, growing nervous because I didn't rush to welcome him in. The girl across the hall came with her groceries, and I opened the door wider to let him in. He stood by the door, looking around my apartment like he hadn't been here in ages, when in reality, he had broken my heart as he sat at my desk after Dawn dropped me home that night. Told me that we needed space and that we were growing in different directions. Though he wasn't wrong, his decision didn't come from sitting and thinking on it. It was something he had been wanting to do and didn't have the heart or balls to do. Using the excuse of Dawn was perfect for him. What are the flowers for? He walked over into my kitchen, a place he had gone 1,000,000 times, and grabbed a vase from under the sink. You, Nave. I wanted to check in on you. I'm good. Filling the jar with water, he looked over at me. I stopped by your parents' house. Where the fuck your father get a Bentley from? A friend. Same friend that dropped you off. I folded my arms again. Yeah? And you don't see why I broke up with you? It was the way he said it that didn't sit right with me. Like I was the reason for the fallout of our relationship, and I should have been trying to fix things between us. As if I should have been lucky that I was even in a relationship with him. Antoine, you broke up with me and you are here with flowers. As much as it hurt to end things, it was needed. Rather than fix things, you want to end shit like we haven't grown up together. Yeah, we grew up. That's the reason this isn't working. Who I was then, I'm not her anymore. Is it him? Why does that matter? You've been out on dates and pictured in the media with Mila, and I've never said anything about it. You just said something. Grow up, Aunt. I only mentioned her because you're asking me about someone you think I'm seeing. Me and Landon were having fun with no strings attached. Although I think we were slowly failing at our own plan of being strangers with no attachments. I was fucking with Mila before moving back to New York, he admitted, and my chest shattered. My head felt light as I looked at him with tears. I didn't think I would give a damn about anything that would fall out of his mouth. He looked down at his sneakers and then at me. Why tell me now? You deserve to know, Nave. I was caught up in the attention at college, and Mila came for some campus party and we hooked up. I felt so fucking guilty, which is why I told you not to come for Thanksgiving last year when I couldn't make it home. I remember it like it was yesterday. Antoine told me that he wasn't going to be able to come home for Thanksgiving. I didn't want him to spend the holidays alone. I booked my expensive-ass ticket and couldn't wait to surprise him. I didn't know if he sensed it, but he called and told me not to come and visit. He claimed he needed to catch up on schoolwork, and me being there would be a distraction to him. I canceled my flight and never showed up. Was she there?
Yeah.
Wow. He tried to walk closer to me and I backed away, bumping into my laundry basket. I gave everything I had in me. Tried to learn how to love you and support you even though our life plans didn't go as planned. When you purposely tried to trap me, I forgave you.
Nothing in my girlfriend isn't fucking trapping you, Navy.
He had the same ass argument. When I said I didn't want any kids, you were trapping me. When you are taking your own wants above mine, that is trapping me. He sighed.
Mila is pregnant.
It was like he wanted to keep hurting me, to keep me humbled, and to make sure I knew that he had the power to bring me to my knees. I wished I could say his words and admissions of guilt didn't bother me, but I would be lying to myself and him. I picked up my boot and launched it at his head, hitting him right in the face. His hand flew to his face as he looked over at me in horror. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of my house. Get the fuck out of my life and forget we shared anything.
I screamed, picking up the other one and tossing it at his torso. I wanted the shit with you, Navy. Wanted to have kids, the marriage and the life with you. You so fucking headstrong and independent that you never allowed that to happen.
Snatching vinyl, I tossed them at him as he scurried to the door. You wanted those things. You wanted everything to be on your terms, never mine. Get the fuck out of my life, Antoine!
I screamed, with tears flowing down my face.
He ducked as I tossed the glass vase at the door and watched it shatter. The sound of glass cracking as he stepped over it to leave sounded, and my vision blurred as I was screaming. I didn't know what I was saying, but I was screaming and crying so hard that my throat started to hurt. Antoine looked back at me hurt and slowly closed the door as I dry heaved in the middle of the floor. Glass was shattered all over the front and my heart hurt. Why did he have to do this to me? I was taking the breakup as well as I could, and he had to come and twist the knife in my chest. Give him the emotions he wanted the night he decided to end our relationship. Me and Mila were in the same circles. We've attended brand trips and events together, and she looked at me while having my boyfriend the way she wanted. Antoine's heart wasn't ever mine, and I realized that. I'd given him my heart, but he never truly gave me his. A child? I tripped over my feet as I walked to my bed and tossed myself across it, putting the pillow over my head as I released loud sobs that vibrated through my chest. My phone sounded from across the room next to my desk, and I closed my eyes. I didn't want to be bothered. All I wanted was the comfort of my bed and to get my chest to stop hurting. Antoine had me pissed from our conversation the other day. I had a campaign to shoot. It felt like I was coming on my period and my apartment was a mess. Not to mention I had to pack for this brand trip that I was taking on with London. I started to back out and she convinced me to come with her. With all those things, you would have thought I would have started on the long list of shit I had to do. No. I was down the block at my favorite Chinese spot trying to get chicken wings and French fries with extra ketchup on them. The only thing that would make me feel better. As I stood outside the store waiting for my food to be done, I ignored the chimes on my phone because I didn't want to be bothered. My entire career was social media. Always being social and having to put on when sometimes I didn't feel like it. Some days I wanted to tell the world they could all go to hell because I wasn't in the mood for fake debates about different creators. Sometimes I wanted to shoot a campaign and add at the end of the video how that brand loved to pay their content creators late. So my rent had been late more than a few times. It was draining, and with me having so much on my plate, I just needed a minute. I needed someone to come and make everything better. Help me forget about the pile of laundry sitting in the middle of my bedroom, or the ton of past due bills that I hadn't gotten around to paying. Exhaustion was when you had the money to pay your bills, but you were so damn drained that you couldn't fathom sitting at the desk, opening your budget book, and processing payments. As my phone continued to chime, I remained in front of the store, looking at my chipped nails and watching the crackhead have a dance battle with a raccoon. Or a rat. Yeah, it could have been a rat.
I'm on that list of being ignored now?
I looked away from the dance battle that was now fully happening and turned to see Don standing there. He was dressed down in a sweatsuit with his hands in his pocket. What are you doing here? How did you even know I was here? Ever since I received that visit from Antoine, I had cut everyone out. Green called me and I ignored her calls. She knew what it meant, so as long as I texted her back an emoji, she would allow me to wallow in my pain alone. Don had to rush out of town for an emergency and had texted me, and I ignored it. He had sent a few more text messages, and I continued to ignore them because I didn't want to be bothered by anyone. Having sex with him and making this deal of being strangers was a mistake. It was too soon, and I was realizing that as my heart slammed against my chest while staring at him. He had his do-rag on, and his hand rested in the pockets of his sweats as he stared at me. His eyes were only on me, and he didn't care about anything that was surrounding him. Not even the crackhead trying to spin on her head while me and the rat stared at her.
Don't worry about that. Why have you been ignoring me, Blue?
I have a lot going on right now, Don.
Landon.
I sighed and rolled my eyes. It's nothing personal. I just have a lot going on right now and can't give you the energy or attention you need.
I'm not a fucking dog, Blue. I don't need you to put out energy or give me attention. A simple text saying you needed space would have been straight. Communication is big with me.
I half expected him to argue me down and make it about himself, but him being more upset with the lack of communication than me blatantly ignoring him spoke volumes on who he was. You're right. I'm sorry. My voice cracked. Not because he had done anything, but because the way my body reacted toward him being near me. It had been 2 days since tears, and I was at the phase of anger. Don, standing a few feet from me, had my body in shambles.
What's wrong with you, Pooh?
The way Pooh left his mouth and soothed my soul shouldn't have been real. Should have not existed. He came over toward me as I leaned against the store and held my chin as tears fell down my face. I'm okay.
Lie to me again.
I will be okay.
That I know. I'm not worried about the future right now. I want to know why you're not okay right now.
I tossed my arms around him and hugged him as his hands came down and held me tightly. He cheated on me and got Mila pregnant. Stood in my face and told me that he had been cheating on me. How fucking heartless.
Damn.
I felt his chin lean on the top of my head as he hugged me and allowed me to hug him back. What did I do to deserve that?
Not a damn thing.
Maybe I did. Was I not there for him enough? He pulled me back and looked down into my eyes.
You could give the nigga the world, and he'd still want another planet. This not on you, Blue. You were perfect.
How do you know?
'Cause I haven't known you long and I can already see you perfect. That nigga had more time with you and couldn't see that, and that's his loss.
I'm sorry for ignoring you. There was so much going on that I didn't want to talk to anybody.
I can give you the space that you need. Just let me know something, so I'm not out here going crazy thinking something happened.
Okay. He stared at me.
I want to take you somewhere.
I'm waiting for my food. He walked a few feet and turned around.
Fuck that shit. I'ma feed you, Blue.
It was the wink as he walked away, and I ran behind his ass quick. I watched as he held his hand out behind him, and I placed mine inside as we walked down the block. When we came to a motorcycle, I was really confused. Whose bike is this?
Mine.
You ride bikes?
Yeah, my brother's best friend taught me.
He held a helmet in his hand and walked over toward me.
You ever rode on the back of one?
No. My dad has a few Brooklyn bullies as friends. They came up together. Other than that, never got on one. He smirked.
First time for everything, huh?
I allowed him to put the helmet on my head, knowing I had so much to do. None of that mattered because I was too excited, and I wanted to get on the bike and drive my damn self. I was so excited. He got on first and held my hand as I climbed on behind him. I held him tight around the waist as he started the bike, and we pulled away from the curb. No sooner than we left my block, he picked up speed. As he turned on the parkway, he sped straight down, going in and out of the light traffic. I held onto him tighter as he continued to zoom through the streets. We bypassed Prospect Park and headed toward the roundabout that was Grand Army Plaza. Cabs, cars, and bikes were all merged in this circular pathway that took you different paths. Don reached back and touched my leg. I squeezed him, letting him know that I was all right. We continued downtown Brooklyn as I took in everything. I had been almost everywhere in Brooklyn. It was my home, and I had known every part like the back of my hand since I was 6. My parents taught me how to always make it back home so I would never end up lost. Each block we passed had a special memory. As we made our way down Flatbush Avenue, we bypassed the pizza shop that survived gentrification. Me and Antoine would always get pizza from here because it was all we could afford. If money was really tight, we would share a slice as we walked up Flatbush Avenue, talking about nothing and everything at the same time. Coming down Flatbush and seeing the skyscrapers in the distance as we inched closer downtown was always surreal. There were never any skyscrapers in Brooklyn. There wasn't a Whole Foods and an Apple store. Flatbush had always been home, a place where you could find a million vendors selling everything from incense to belts and costume jewelry. I remember holding my mother's hand as she bought her black soap and shea butter from the street vendors, grabbing mangoes from the fruit vendors and smothering them in vinegar and hot sauce. This was my Brooklyn, and like hell, I wished I could have shown Landon what it used to be like. It was a place where everyone went before school started to grab their new sneakers for the year. Income tax season, you came to get a new coat and another pair of sneakers because money was good for that month. My father bought my first nameplate down here and appeased me when I wanted to get a grill in 9th grade. It was a culture, and seeing how things had changed always made me sad. It made me yearn for what used to be. Before the crusty white dogs, the hipsters, and those wanting to be in Brooklyn because it was the happening spot. It used to be for us. It was when Mr. Fulton used to be on the corner of DeKalb. As we breezed by the new Brooklyn, I noticed he was heading toward the BQE instead of the Brooklyn Bridge. Holding onto him tighter, he increased speed and took us through traffic with ease. A little girl was in the back of a car waving, and he waved at her. She got so giddy in the back seat as we flew past her mother's car. When I opened my eyes again, we were headed toward the Verrazano Bridge into Staten Island. We pulled into a neighborhood with single-family homes. He pulled into a driveway and turned the bike off. He held my hand and helped me off the bike before he got off. I took the helmet off and listened to the crickets in the distance. Where are we?
My home.
I was on a high from being on the back of a bike and also reminiscing about the old Brooklyn, but I knew damn well we didn't go into Manhattan, and this wasn't that big-ass fancy building that he lived in. You got me confused, Landon. He took my hand and dug into his pocket and led us into the house. It was weird because the house smelled like home. You know that smell that only you smelled when you entered your home? The smell that you had survived another day and now your home was welcoming you back into your safe space with your own personalized home smell? The inside of the home was pretty basic when it came to furniture. Nothing that a billionaire would ever use or live in. I was trying to put the pieces together on how this was home and why we were here. I was quiet because he stood there and it was like he was trying to remember or feel something that he couldn't feel.
You know why I brought you here, Pooh?
I was assuming my nickname had gone from Blue to Pooh because this was the second time he called me it, and I wasn't mad about it. Hearing this hardened man call me Pooh did something for me. I would like to know why. He flipped on the lights all the way.
This is the house I grew up in. The house we had to move into after my parents died.
Oh. He looked at the pictures that sat on the mantel and smiled.
Back before all the money, penthouses, mansions, and all the other shit. It was just the 6 of us under this one roof.
6?
Yeah. We had a live-in nanny situation and her daughter, Menace's assistant Jeffy.
I nodded. Oh, so she's like family.
Jeffy is family,
he corrected. I've met Jeffy a few times when she had driven Green home before she got her new car. She was super sweet. Okay, I whispered. Landon turned around and stood in front of me. He held my chin up and kissed my lips before pulling away and looking into my eyes.
Opening up to people is hard for me. I don't do that shit and avoid anything real because that means I have to be real. Transparent and true with the person I'm letting in. With you, I want to be all of that because your presence makes me want to. Navy, you introduced me to your family, so I felt it was only right to show you a piece of mine.
Landon, what if I can't give you what you require?
He looked away. Shit, that's the same question I'm asking myself.
I hugged him and then pulled away. Did you keep this house? He pulled my hand and pulled me up the steps. With each step we took, the wooden steps creaked. The air on the second level was warmer, and beads of sweat gathered on my brow. Walking down the slender hall, he continued to pull my hand until we made it to a small bedroom tucked away. If you walked fast, you probably would have missed it. Landon opened the door and there was a full-size bed, a nightstand, and a dresser. There was a TV mounted on the wall and a big-ass air conditioner hanging out the window. He grabbed a remote and turned on the air, closing the door behind us. My brow is about to sweat off, I joked. Landon pulled his shirt off and looked at me.
Want to take yours off?
Bet you would want to see that, huh? He paused.
Pooh, I'm seeing that body tonight. And you know that shit, too.
Where did this poo come from, Landon? I stood with my hand on my hip and then looked at the bed.
Saw some nigga making a video on how he think you dope and wanted to shoot his shot. Called you Blue.
A lot of people call me Blue on the internet.
Exactly. I'm not fucking everybody. And when it comes to me, you not everybody. Not everybody calls me Landon.
Kennedy did.
And I corrected her ass.
I looked at the bed. Who bed is this?
Menace let the house sit for a while before he had Jeffy put it up for sale. When it went up for sale, I bought the house.
Why?
Only place that feels like home to me. This was my room because it was the smallest and I was the youngest. Menace had the basement while we all had rooms up here. Basement wasn't even done and he slept down there.
My heart ached hearing him explain that this was what felt like home to him. He had a full-on penthouse with the most lavish of furnishing, and this small single-family home in a decent neighborhood was what felt like home for him. His safe space. I can get it. Whenever everything is overwhelming for me, I always end up in my mom's bed. That's my safe space, and she makes everything feel like it's gonna be all right.
Laying in this bed does that for me. I got a new bed and other shit, but I haven't upgraded nothing. House doesn't have central air or nothing like that.
I sat on the edge of the bed. Are we gonna stay here tonight?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I smiled. I don't mind, Landon. He smirked and went into the closet and came out with 2 bath towels.
Shower, and then I'll order food.
'Kay.
Then you can tell me how you feeling about homie.
I stood on my toes and pushed my lips on his cheek. Can we just enjoy our time? Spent enough time on him.
I hear you.
After our showers and trying to find something we both agreed on, we ate downstairs while watching a movie. When my eyes became too heavy and Don noticed, he carried me upstairs to the room. He let me sleep near the window, and the feeling of the air conditioner in this small room, especially after a shower, felt like heaven. I watched as he secured the house, turned the lights off and then the TV, and climbed into bed. There was space between us both, and he looked over at me.
Why are you way over there?
I smiled. Creating some space. Not even supposed to be in bed with you anyway.
He lifted his arm. I know you cold over there.
You love to sleep in the cold. Why? I watched as he continued to look at me until I scooted over into his arms, and his arm came around me, pulling me even closer to him.
I have to go out the country soon. Some big event my brother has. I want you to come with me.
An important event? I'm not the black tie and cocktail dress girl, Landon.
Never need to be.
What does that mean?
Don't worry about it right now. Your pops called me.
I pulled my head up. Yeah?
He was calling and let me know he took the Bentley to get washed. Think he's taking your mother away for the weekend, too.
Oh, that's nice. It's not too often they get the weekends off together anymore. One is usually working while the other is off. Landon's lips pressed against my head.
Told him to take the car and enjoy.
That's nice. I know he really appreciates that. They used to do a lot of things together and then they stopped. It became quiet, and the only sounds in the room was the air conditioner and the news playing in the background.
In time, I would like to travel with them.
I popped my head up. Who said I was even going to travel with you?
You going. You so damn bossy.
He grabbed a handful of my ass and looked down at me.
And you like the shit, so what's the problem?
I put my head back down onto his chest because he didn't tell one lie. Closing my eyes, he pulled me closer into him as I fought my sleep, until I eventually gave in.
11. Don Caselli. I held her around the waist and pulled her up as I bit down on my bottom lip while watching my dick fall out of her. She looked down at me as she tried to hold on to my chest, wondering what I was doing. I was admiring how her pussy gripped my shit like it was always supposed to be there.
Todd, what you doing?
She moaned as I slammed her back down onto my dick, and she gasped, scratching my chest. My hands remained on her hips, squeezing them while she bounced up and down. Open your eyes, Pooh. Let me see you, I grunted. She slowly opened her eyes and then looked down into mine. Her hand ran through her curls as she continued to bounce, and her breast slapped her chest harder with each bounce. She tucked her bottom lip in and bit down on it while her body fell in line with mine. Removing one hand from her waist, I grabbed a handful of her ass while she quietly squealed. Her moans were music to my ears, like my favorite song playing on loop on a sunny day. I could hear her soft moans and begging for the rest of my life if she would have allowed me. Her waist beads slapped against her skin the harder she came down on me. I stared up at her at the same time she looked down at me, and I saw it. That look. It was the same look that I had been given any time I found myself in this position. The same look that forced me to cut all ties with any woman that gave it to me. A look that I couldn't afford to ignore. because I couldn't give them what they expected. Slapping her ass as our eyes were locked did nothing. This look felt different to me. I wasn't ready to remove her from my life. I wanted her to stare at me like this. I wanted to know the thoughts behind this look. This mine? She nodded her head, yes, as she tried to grip anything. Her hands holding her curls up would have to do, because I gripped her hips and moved it slowly while staring up at her, waiting for the verbal answer I needed. She moaned. Answer the question for me, Navy. I want to hear the fucking words. I could see the smirk rise on her lips as she ignored me, knowing I wanted her to say it. Fuck want. I needed her to tell me this shit was mine. I've never been the type to throw claims on pussy, but this one was mine. I couldn't allow another nigga to feel what she was making me feel. The looks that she gave me as her lips parted while she begged for more. I'd fuck around and wipe a nigga's grandmama's account clean and put the family's house in foreclosure fucking around with mine. You need to tell me, she cooed out. I held on to her tighter and slammed her down harder on me, and I could see her eyes rolling in the back of her head as she tried to remain strong. Fuck I said, Navy. Pooh, she corrected me. Fuck I said. She remained quiet, giving me more hell than she knew. I flipped her onto her back and slid inside of her slowly, while putting that leg up on the headboard. Holding onto that leg and the headboard, I slammed into her pussy. The sound of the wetness in her coos drove me insane. Tell me something, Navy. She couldn't focus on my eyes because I was so deep into her. I pulled out of her, and she started leaking like I unstopped a tub. Shoving all of me back inside of her, I sucked on her neck, pulling away and kissing her lips. What do you want me to tell you, baby? The word baby on her lips felt so fucking good. I don't know how it was possible for me to be even harder, but a nigga was. Say it again for me. Baby. Again. Baby! She screamed out as I put both those legs up by her ear. Delivering a slap on her ass, she tried to reach and hold onto my arms like she was about to erupt. This shit mine, Blue? Strangers, she moaned out as I fucked her pussy harder. Never pulling out, but holding her right where I wanted her, sucking on her lips while staring right into her eyes, while pushing even deeper, hitting her spot while marking my spot inside of her, a spot that was reserved for me to hit every time I slid right inside of her. Don't want to be a stranger to you no fucking more. My husky voice caressed her eardrums as she tried to kiss my lips, and I pulled back. Is this pussy mine, Navy? She stared right into my eyes. Uh-huh. It's yours. Don't hurt me, baby. Kissing her lips, I replied, never. Pulling up, my body jerked after I slammed myself into her, pulling out before shoving it back into her as she sucked me up into her. Both of us released while I held her thighs up in the air. Collapsing on the side of her, I pulled her back over toward me and wrapped her in my arms. The humming of the air conditioner was the only sound, along with us catching our breath. The sun hadn't even come up, but when I rolled over, I had to have her. She slept on her stomach with her legs spread apart. Tossing her leg over me, she pulled the covers back over us, and I heard her softly snoring as I closed my eyes and went to sleep. The sound of banging pots and pans and the smell of bacon pulled me out of my sleep. I was asleep on my stomach and could feel the cold air from the air conditioner on my back. Lifting my head, I looked out the window, and the sun was now up. My phone sat on the nightstand, and the sounds of scraping sounded again. Menace, come see me. I looked at the text message that Menace had sent me this morning and grabbed my briefs that were across the bed. Stepping into them, I sat back onto the bed and scrolled through my phone to see what else I was missing. There was a few messages from Corleone about handling something, but Amy had handled it for me. Amy, lunch with me and Rory? I laughed at her message because we had been supposed to get together since graduating. The only reason we had remained consistent with our friendship was because of school. We had to see each other, so now that we didn't have school to keep us up to date with each other, it was easier for time to pass without linking. Me. Yeah, I got you. I returned a few text messages and ignored Kennedy's message before putting my phone back down. My body was tired from fucking the shit out of Navy this morning. She had me feeling like a sucker, because while I was up here sleep on my stomach like a baby, she was downstairs. Soon as I opened the door, the smell of bacon was stronger, and music and Navy singing could be heard. I dipped into the bathroom before heading downstairs, where I found her flipping pancakes. There were grocery bags on the counter, along with all the ingredients for breakfast. She turned around with the mixing bowl in her hand and jumped when she saw me. She was so damn beautiful with her hair pulled into a bun, wearing one of my shirts and my house slippers on her feet. The sighs swallowed her feet up, but she made do with them.
Morning, sleepy face. I tried to wake you and you were so quiet.
John Legend's So High played low in the background as she went to pause the song. Morning. You went out?
No, I ordered groceries on my grocery app for the nearest supermarkets. I figured you would like to wake up to breakfast.
Her standing in the kitchen, the smell of breakfast being cooked, and the warmth that lit up the house had me feeling overstimulated or maybe overwhelmed. Either way, I pulled the drawer out in the kitchen and grabbed a Black and Mild. Give me a minute, cool? She nodded her head. Take your time. I headed toward the back porch and sat down in the chair, sparking the Black and Mild. Taking a pull, I looked around the bare backyard. So much had changed back there. There used to be thick-ass trees that held everything around the fence, but the neighbors had petitioned to get them removed. This house meant everything to me because it had been home. I was too young to really remember our home that we shared with my parents. All I could remember was this house. Menace tried like hell to make this house into a home and to make sure we always had everything we needed. He took the basement because he wanted to make sure we all had our own rooms, although Jeffy shared with Zoya because they were close, and Angelica had taken over the room that was meant for Menace. He gave it to her and took the unfinished basement, where he spent most of his time. There was so much I remembered about our time in this house. My brother's presence was a surprise because he was always gone, always doing. I never pretended to know the shit he went through or the pain he carried. There was so much that I knew Menace had and wore on his back that he would never talk to us about. Cora was his secret keeper. She knew more about him than me and Zoya, and I wished he opened up to me. He was so hardened. Not able to let down his walls, even when it came to his own family. I wanted to be my brother's keeper, but it was hard when we both acted the same when it came to letting people in. How could we get to the point where I could vent to my brother and he could do the same to me? Seeing Navy downstairs cooking, bringing life back into this home had me slightly emotional. It reminded me of the times when Zoya would be doing her homework at the counter. I would be at the kitchen table while Cora and Angelica cooked dinner together. The TV would be on in the next room, and Corleone and Jeffy would be watching the world news together. Everyone had their own corner of the house, but the main living area was important to us. Being in each other's space but not crowding it was something that I missed. Menace every so often would come up from the basement and would grab what Angelica would make him. She always had this look that was reserved for him. Angelica always made sure Menace had what he needed, never skipping a step when it came to him. He never allowed anyone to get close to him, but she was the exception. Hey, I turned to see Navy standing there with a mug of coffee in her hand. Putting out my smoke, I signaled for her to come. She climbed into my lap, carefully handing me the coffee. Coffee and breakfast. Fucked you that good? She smiled, exposing that side dimple. You always do. I sipped the coffee and nodded my head in approval. Not too sweet and packs a punch. Where you learn to make coffee? Nana taught me. It was how she said Nana, as if she was mine too. She made Papa his coffee every morning before work. There's a science to making good and strong coffee. I put the mug to my mouth and nodded my head. You got that down right. What's the matter? Nothing. She raised her brow. You don't get to kidnap me from my block. Bring me to this home that clearly means a lot to you and fuck the hell out of me, but close up when it comes time to being honest. It's not that deep, Blue. Yeah, you're right. Not that deep. She folded her arms and looked away, trying to mind-fuck like she didn't care. Seeing you make breakfast in that kitchen reminded me of a time when we all used to live here, when it felt like home. I haven't felt that way in a long time, Blue. Angelica and Jeffy ended up moving away. Cora went away to college, and eventually it felt like we went our own way. It was only me and Menace before I eventually went away to college the first time. First time? Bitch made me spin the block and get another degree. Navy laughed. Not you being actually mad your brother made you get a degree. There's not too many brothers that would give a fuck. What about you? Your father mentioned college and you did too. Why you never went? She shrugged as I pulled her closer to me with my free hand. There was something about Navy that made me crave her presence. I wanted something different, you know? Yeah. I was so focused on school, as I should have been, but for the wrong reasons. I was taking extra AP classes and working 10 times harder so I could get into the same college as Antoine. I wasn't doing it for me, and by the time I graduated, I was burnt out and tired.
The last thing I wanted to do was go to college for 4 more years. I needed a gap year, and after that year was up, I realized my future was less about me and more about Antoine.
How did he feel about it? She turned further around in my arms as she looked at me.
We're not discussing me, Don.
Landon.
Wood.
What?
You got good wood. I should call your ass Wood.
She broke out into laughter, holding her chest because she was so weak from laughing. Yeah,
Seriously, this home means a lot to you, so I can get why you're overwhelmed this morning with me in the kitchen. If I overstepped any
Navy didn't get the words out because my lips pressed against hers as my tongue slipped into her mouth. A low moan escaped her mouth as she put her arms around my neck and returned her tongue to mine. She pulled away quickly.
You cannot shut me up with sex. If we're strangers, cool. But if I recall, you didn't want to be strangers anymore.
I don't.
If we're being honest, I've been single the last 2 years. I was in a relationship, but single at the same time. When me and Antoine got together, we were young, so he never courted me. Even as we got older, there were never flowers, dates, or any of that because college was the focus. Landon, I would like to be courted.
I pulled my head back as she stared at me with those eyes. Navy could get me to bark like a dog in the middle of traffic if she asked me. It was how innocent she looked at me, as if she didn't know if she was asking for too much. I had never had to put in the effort when it came to a woman. It never took much to get whatever I wanted from a woman because they were right there wanting the same thing. This was different. It felt different to me. Navy was asking for me to prove that this wasn't just sex and that I actually wanted to be more than strangers with her. She deserved that much from me. And just because I never had to do it before didn't mean that I didn't know how to court a woman like her. Pulling her face back toward mine, I said, "Look at me."
Does it sound silly? I've already slept with you.
She did a small chuckle and continued to look into my eyes. "I want to court you, Pooh. If this is more than sex, we need to make that clear right here and now."
I want it to be more than sex, but I'm also scared, too.
Of what?
Being hurt again. It would fucking suck to be fucked up over a nigga twice, Landon.
I laughed. A wise, weird-ass man told me, words don't mean shit if you're not applying that pressure.
Very true words spoken by your brother.
That obvious? I kissed her lips and she smiled and took my mug.
Very.
Navy had to finish a few campaigns she had been putting off since she had been staying at the house with me. We stayed there for a few days and didn't leave because we never had to. Laying in the bed with our phones on silence and food being delivered was what I needed. I think she needed that shit too. We both had responsibilities, and that often came with a lot of pressure, so being able to chill and not worry about the outside world was refreshing. Aside from her father calling to let me know that he gassed the Bentley, we were able to chill and just be with each other. I looked up from my phone at the exact moment that Zoya whisked into the restaurant. She wore a pair of sweats, dark glasses, and a big-ass Gucci bag on her arm. When she saw me, she switched the scowl to a smile. When she made it to the table, I stood up and gave her a quick hug. Zoya was so weird when it came to any kind of affection, and I didn't blame her. When you were raised without it, it became something foreign. Navy's family was the complete opposite. They loved on each other loud and didn't feel no way about it. It was second nature for them, and the reason that Pooh was touchy-feely when it came to being around me. At any moment, she would toss her arms around me or nudge me. It didn't matter which way. She just wanted to be touching me.
Hey, babes, you got that trust fund and treating me to a nice place for once.
She laughed as she plopped her oversized bag down and snatched her glasses from her face. I knew my sister, and from the look on her face, something was up. She was smiling and trying to pretend, but I could tell some shit was up with her. While Menace and Cora were close, me and Zoya had always been locked in. She continued to try and look unbothered as she waved the waiter over and ordered a drink.
Wow, thanks. I've been swamped with work and my stylist sent that infamous text.
What text?
Hey, boo.
I stared at her, confused on how a hey boo text had anything to do with her hair. And? What the fuck does that even mean?
The reason my damn hair looks this way. Anyway, how are you, Don?
She sighed and continued to stare over the menu. I already knew what I wanted, so I leaned back in the booth and examined my older sister. Zoya.
What, Don?
Are you good? She sat the menu down and took a deep sigh.
Work has been very stressful. I may be taking on Preston Vance as a client.
I leaned forward.
Fuck out of here. What?
Preston Vance has been all over the damn news. The case that the feds are building is some shit that you don't want to be involved with. Plus, he has ties to those sick bitches with the egg farming. Zoya held her hand up. Actually, he doesn't have ties to that. However, he does know some things about it. Why does he know things about it, Zoe? I was about to jump out this chair with the shit she was telling me. Why do we know certain shit? Just because he knows something doesn't mean that he's directly involved with it. Do you know how much illegal shit goes on and I say nothing? The fuck you want me to do? Call the cops? She was so hard-headed, and I knew she would never listen to me. What Cora say? Zoya shrugged. We haven't spoken about it. Are you good, Zoya? Seriously? I watched as she looked away and took a deep breath. I honestly don't know. Some days I don't want to get out of bed, and once I'm at work, I'm on top of the world. My personal life is already shit, Don. Let me have a win in my professional life. Her phone rang and she picked it up. I hated that she was going through something. To know my sister is to know that she always got through shit alone. Her misery didn't like company. So while she had friends and family, she would go through it alone until she came out of it tough and even more closed off. Enough about me. What is going on with you? I feel like I can't keep up with you now that you graduated and work with Menace now. Had me attend some boring-ass shit because he couldn't go because of Stevie and the baby. Have you gone to see the baby? She smiled. I have, and I am in love. Never thought I could love another baby the way I love him. Maverick Caselli Jr. Menace is so... Ugh. He needed Stevie and this baby. I smiled because I hadn't made it to visit my nephew, but I knew they needed their space and time. With the way Menace is with germs, I wasn't about to get in their way. Since he texted me to come see him, it was my turn to meet him. I bet. You need someone too. Like Gerald. I snickered. She tossed the napkin at me. Don't you even start with me. Meanwhile, you got a damn hickey on your neck that you're not even trying to hide. I shrugged with a silly grin on my face. Fuck I'm gonna hide it for? My poo put it there. Zoya held onto the table like it was an earthquake or some shit. What do you mean, poo? Green's cousin. Who is Green's cousin? Doesn't matter. We've been chilling and getting to know each other. She became serious. Chilling? While you have a hickey on your neck? I was very much fucking serious when it came to Navy. That woman had me fucking sprung with the way she carried herself. There was a million hoes all trying to be each other. Then there was Navy. She had the influence, but she never let that shit get to her head. Going on her socials, you saw thousands of people pouring their heart out in her comments and admiring how authentic she was. Blue never let none of that shit get to her head and still maneuvered regular. Where she could have been catching Uber Blacks and acting like she was too good for certain shit, you could catch her on the train or the bus heading to wherever she had to go. I loved that she was so grounded, not moved by money or the social media fame. It made me wonder how she and Homie even stayed together because he was the opposite. He ate up all the fame, and I understood. He was doing something not every black boy from the hood could do. Antoine had been given a chance to do something for himself and his family, so I couldn't even hate on his situation. Not everyone was raised the way I was, and had the money I now possessed. Don, you are literally blushing right before me. She slapped my arms and got all excited like only Zoya would. Tell me about her. She's an influencer. Zoya squinted her eyes. Oh? Not like that, Zoe. Swear. I put that on Roxy. She settled in her seat and believed me, after I put it on our dead cat. It was crazy how none of us took shit seriously until we mentioned Roxy. It was me and Zoya's thing, and how we both knew we were serious about a situation. Well, she must be pretty interesting because you are easily bored. Sliding my phone across the table, she took my phone and scrolled through her socials. I could see her smile as she continued to swipe through and then look at me. She's so beautiful and laid back. Told you. Makes sense. Green is also very laid back. I still don't know how she's able to remain that laid back personality working for Stevie and Menace. I chuckled. Her family is like that too. They get that shit from how they were raised. All of them are close, and that shit makes my chest warm. Zoya gave me a weak smile as she slid my phone back over toward me. Yeah, gets lonely for us, huh? I wish I could remember them, Zoe. Menace doesn't talk about them, and Cora, she mentions some things, but it's not enough. Zoya looked down at the menu, then back at me. It's not easy for them, Don. They were old enough to understand and hurt when they found out. And you? I remember those people coming into the house and packing our stuff up. As she spoke, I could see her disassociate. as if she was reliving it right in front of me. They took Mommy's perfumes and put them into boxes, and then worked on the closet. Menace asked them what they were doing, and they said it was orders. Think that was the last time I hugged Menace, because they started packing my room up, and I screamed and cried. He held me, not knowing what to do, not having the control. I think that's why being in control is so important to him now. Lunch had taken a turn as we both sat silent at the table. Even the waiter came and quickly left when he realized it wasn't the time to take our order. I find myself humming "Let's Wait a While" by Janet Jackson randomly. Zoya smiled at me, her eyes glossy. Her favorite song. She used to play that song all the time. Even when she didn't play it, she could be caught humming it. Damn. I'm sorry, Don. I looked at her. Why? Because you have bits and pieces of our parents. That's all you have to hold on to, and it's not fair. Not fair that we had to continue life without parents. Yeah. Got each other, though, right? Zoya and Donnie forever. She smiled as she quickly swiped away a tear. Chill, you not about to be calling me Donnie again. As quick as the tears were there, she was back to herself, stacking those bricks higher so that nobody could break down those walls she built. I think Menace showed us that we can let love in. If there is someone to love him, there is someone to love you. And you. She shrugged. I've made peace that I'm not meant to be in love and have that forever, Don. Trust me. It was like she was trying to tell me something without seeing it. I knew my sister and knew not to push her. If Zoya wanted me to know, she would tell me. Right now, she didn't want me to know, so I was respecting that.
12. Navy blue. Children. As I sat with my Kindle in my hands, watching a woman carefully sit down across from me, with a new baby in the stroller beside her, I assumed she had just given birth. She had become a mama, and I loved that for her. She peeked over in the stroller with this look of pride on her face, so proud that she had given life and contributed to adding to the human race. As she adjusted herself, I could see she was in pain and was trying to breathe through it. A man had come from the reception desk and had checked them in, and I assumed it was her child's father. He sat next to her and rubbed the small of her back, trying to make her as comfortable as possible. They both took turns looking at their creation, and it warmed my heart. She was less concerned about the pain she was in and more concerned about the baby when it started to cry. That was the thing about becoming a parent. It became less about you and more about the child. I watched as she leaned on the chair she had just sat in and stood up to do the full checklist of things that could be wrong with the baby. I knew early on in life that I never wanted to have children. While Green was obsessed with baby dolls, always toting them around, I never played with them. The thought of being a mother to something, even a fake doll, irritated me. I always knew that I wanted my life to be about me and only me. You couldn't do that when you had children. Growing up, I watched my parents make my life their entire life. It wasn't until now that I was grown that they were living for them, doing what they wanted because I was grown. I knew that I wanted to be selfish. Every time my aunt or mother asked me if I would change my mind, I told them no. I didn't want children, and that didn't need a full breakdown or thesis for them to understand. Well, my mother understood more than my aunt. She couldn't wrap her head around me being so young and knowing what I wanted. My parents were never upset or mad because they would never have grandchildren because they respected my decision. I'd been from doctor to doctor since I was 20, and each doctor denied me. They told me they wouldn't even consider removing my tubes until I had at least one child. Some even went as far to mention how I was unmarried, and what if I found a husband that wanted children? The hypotheticals were more important than what I wanted as a grown-ass woman. My hypothetical husband had more rights than I did, and that proved to me how fucked America was. I filed complaints on both doctors because why would they ever play me like that? If the doctors weren't enough, My insurance company was the other problem. They refused to cover the procedure, not understanding why a young woman in her 20s, unmarried without children, would ever want to remove her tubes. As if I wasn't capable of making my own decisions and knowing what I wanted for my life. I saved the money for the procedure since I refused to be told no. This doctor was my last hope, and I prayed that she would do what the others wouldn't. I spent hours on the internet in different threads on websites, and her name continued to come up. They spoke about how understanding she was to patients who wanted the same thing. I was nervous because I could walk out of this appointment with the answer that I had been wanting for a while. "Hey, baby, sorry, the train took forever." My mother plopped down beside me and crossed her legs. She was still dressed in her work clothes and tossed her purse onto the empty chair. "Mommy, what are you doing here?" "If you thought I wouldn't have come to this appointment, you're nuts. This is important to you, so it's important to me." I wanted to cry as I looked into my mother's eyes. "What about you?" I had a hard time with worrying about everyone else, except what I wanted. This was something that I wanted, but I couldn't help but to think I was ruining my parents' chance at becoming grandparents. They never expressed the desire to be grandparents, but what if they woke up one day and resented me because I never gave them any grandchildren? This decision didn't only fuck with me, it fucked with their lives too. She grabbed my hand and rubbed the back of it. "Me and your father will be all right if we don't have grandchildren, Navy. We made the decision to have a child, and I would have hated if that decision was ever taken from us. You don't want to have children, that is your right. Who the hell are we to tell you what to do with your body?" "Thanks, Mommy." She lifted my hand and kissed the back of it a few times. "Anytime, baby. I do have one question, though." "Yes?" "Have you had this conversation with Landon?" "No." I wanted to tell Landon about me getting my tubes removed, and I was scared at the same time. What if he wanted to pause what we had going on because he wanted children? He was a billionaire, so I was sure he had to keep his bloodline going. Aside from that, maybe he wanted children. He seemed like he would want to celebrate Father's Day and make little cute versions of himself. "I will eventually." "Baby, before either of your feelings get more invested, and your father takes another damn picture of that Bentley, you need to be honest and tell him what your plan has always been." Antoine never took the news well. Every denial was met with him smiling with joy because my plan wouldn't come together. He was always open about wanting children, and I was ruining his plans. "Antoine is having a child. He's told me." I snapped my head in her direction. "He told you?" She sighed. "Came by the house after you tossed him out. Said that he wanted it to come from him and that he never meant to hurt you." "Fuck him," I muttered. "I told him about himself and sent him on his way. Love, Antoine, but you not about to come and tell me you cheated and now you have a baby with the woman you cheated with." I wished him well and told him about himself in the same breath. I laughed. "He's been calling me like crazy so we can talk, and I've avoided him." My mother kissed my head. "You don't have to answer to him at all. However, for closure, hear what he has to say and let him hear what you have to say. No screaming and hollering, just words, and let him know how you feel. Then move on." Navy blue Perkins. I heard my name called and I froze. You ever wanted something so bad that you were scared? Not because you knew it was a mistake, but because you didn't want to hear the wrong thing. I didn't want to hear that no word. I purposely made my annual GYN appointment with her so that we could discuss this, and I was afraid. My mother pulled me up and we made our way to the back. The medical assistant asked a few questions, handed me a cup, and told me to undress from the waist down. Mommy assisted in the women's tradition of hiding the panties in your clothes, as if they weren't about to look into our entire inside. There was a small bathroom right off the exam room, so I quickly peed in the cup, sat in on the sink, and returned to the exam table. The nurse quickly came into the room to collect the cup as me and my mother made small talk. "You know your grandparents pushed up the birthday block party," Nana told me. Since I was going out the country, my grandparents still wanted to throw me a party. It was a tradition at this point and would feel weird if we didn't have it. I knew it was something my family looked forward to doing. I needed something to take my mind off everything, and the party was the right thing to do that. Don's birthday is this weekend. Did I ever tell you that? My mother snorted. Yes, when you were drunkenly telling me that he was your soulmate because your birthdays were a few days apart. She reminded me of our drunken night. Dang. We were tore up that night. Yes, you both were. It was cute seeing you be silly again. You've been in your head the past year, babes. Don seems like a great man, and you light up whenever you see him. I blushed. I do like him. Uh-huh. I know what those looks are. I give them to your father. I covered my ears. Mommy, please. What? How do you think you got here? She continued to tease me as the doctor came into the room. Hi, Miss Perkins. I'm Dr. DeVoe. She greeted me and then looked over at my mom. Hi, a friend? That's my mom. I laughed. Girl, don't be telling people I'm your mama. Let 'em think I'm your fine friend. My mom and Dr. DeVoe shared a laugh together. I know that's right. I looked over at the doctor as she walked toward the stool, her long curly hair pinned back with a clip. Her ebony skin glistened under the fluorescent lights, and the dress pants she wore hugged her curvy frame. Miss Perkins, Navy, I corrected her. This doctor had my future in her hands, and I wanted her to see me as more than a young woman. I wanted her to see herself in me, what she would do if she was in my shoes, what she would have wanted or hoped from her doctor. Dr. DeVoe wasn't too much older than me. Navy, she corrected. Before we talk about your decision, can you give me your reasons? I don't want children. I've never wanted children, and I have known that since I was young. As I become older, I realized that I don't desire to be someone's mother. I love children, but I also love to give them back and spoil them. Okay. Are you going to ask me about future hypothetical husbands? I sulked, knowing that question was coming next. She sat with her hands folded over the file and looked at me. Why would I ask about what a man wants with your body? The tears fell down my face as soon as the words left her mouth, and my mother got up and rubbed my back. I'm sorry, Dr. DeVoe. This has been a long journey of no's for her. A lot of no's and mentions of husbands that she doesn't even have. Understandable. I have women come into my office and ask to get their tubes tied without children all the time. I am supportive of women knowing they don't want to be mothers and protecting themselves from ever becoming one. Navy, you are pregnant. My head shot up, and my mouth became moist as I looked at the doctor like she had pulled out a crack pipe and sparked up in front of us. What? Your pregnancy test came back positive. God, no! I screeched as my mother held my hand. Dr. DeVoe remained calm. I guess the next question is, how would you like to proceed? I never want to push anything on you and know you need to process this. The fact that I had sex with both Antoine and Landon, unprotected, made me want to scream. I hadn't been as consistent with my birth control as I should have been. With everything going on and then meeting Landon, everything kind of took off. I should have been, but I wasn't thinking about any of those things. I want an abortion. She nodded her head, never trying to convince me otherwise like some doctors would have. My mother remained quiet but continued to hold my hand. We can schedule your abortion and tubal ligation at the same time. Of course, you will need to undergo some preoperative testing. My chest felt like it was about to cave in listening to her words. Everything she spoke about sounded like a blur as she did my examination. Once she was done, she washed her hands and continued to give me the rundown of things. Thankfully, my mother was here because I didn't hear a word she said. As I made my next appointment, we left the office to go to the train. My mother stopped walking and grabbed my hand. Navy, talk to me. How stupid was I? Having sex with 2 men during the same time? Putting myself at risk like diseases don't exist? I screamed as tears fell from my face. A baby! A pregnancy! I never wanted any of this, Mommy! In the middle of Myrtle Avenue, I screamed out, feeling so overwhelmed and stupid. I've always been someone who had control over my life and knew what I was doing. Even when I felt like I didn't know what I was doing, I still knew what I was doing. Baby, you're not stupid. You are a young woman who got caught up in life. Doesn't mean you are stupid or reckless. I looked at her. How can you be so calm or understanding when I made an appointment to kill your grandchild? Because you are my baby. I'm worried about my baby, not the baby inside of you. I never want you to be anything that you don't want to be. Having a grandchild at the expense of my daughter's feelings and well-being is not what I want. She roped her fingers into mine. I'll make you some soup and we can climb into the bed until your father gets home. To be Caribbean was to know that no matter how hot it was outside, you were going to have some soup. It didn't matter that it was nearly 90 degrees outside. My mother was going to make soup, and I was going to eat it because it was normal to us. What am I going to do about this trip? Your surgery and pre-op testing aren't immediate. Go on the trip and enjoy yourself, Navy. When you come back, then you face everything. Babe, you deserve to have some fun with your friends. I wouldn't go as far to say that London is a friend, I mumbled. Whatever, child. Come on, it's hot as hell out here. She held my hand as we made our way to the train. I looked in the mirror at my outfit for the party my grandparents were throwing me. The cut-up Levi jean shorts, white basic tank top, and my favorite pair of Converse was simple enough to enjoy the night. I wanted to stay crawled up in the bed like I had been for the past few days. My mood had been blah, and I really didn't want to attend at all. Green had been calling me all morning to make sure that I was going to come. I felt so stupid. The one thing I had been looking forward to was going out of the country with London. When she texted me earlier this week and told me it was pushed back, I was annoyed. Annoyed because that was something to take my mind off everything, and now I had to face reality. The reality that I put myself in this situation. Pregnant with a baby, and I didn't know who the father was. Even with me choosing to get rid of the baby, it still bothered me because that wasn't me. I wasn't the kind of woman that just opened herself to multiple men. Was I too easy? All Don had to do was pay me some attention, and I was ready to give him every part of me. How could I even pretend to resist him when he kept appearing everywhere? The man had this swag about him that couldn't be denied. The way he walked into a room commanded everyone's attention. His smile and his swag was just so dang, oh! Landon wasn't trying to cosplay of being hood or pretending to fit in and be the good guy. He was a good guy that wasn't afraid to show that he came from money and he enjoyed having it. I enjoyed that he wasn't the kind of rich guy who tried to act like things weren't no big deal. When he spoke about shit, it wasn't a big deal to him because he was used to it. I didn't understand how I could be with Antoine all these years and not feel this kind of connection. Why didn't my heart leap out of my chest when he was around? Or why didn't I crave to be in his space? Mint conditions so fine played on loop whenever I saw him. The horn pulled me out of my thoughts as I came out the corner store. I looked at the Escalade confused until the window rolled down. Antoine's ugly ass face appeared and I wanted to scream. All right, he wasn't ugly, but everything about him right now was ugly to me. Staring right into his face, I continued to walk to my destination as he drove alongside me. Cars were beeping to get around him, and he kept cruising because he wanted some attention from me. Is this really how we're going to play games? I stopped in the middle of the block, allowing an older woman to pass me with a shopping cart filled with laundry. Antoine put his hazards on and looked at me while I stood there with my hands on my hips. You admit to cheating on me and getting your bitch pregnant and got the nerve to say I'm playing games. Antoine, you can suck your mother. He took a deep sigh. My mom's Navy? She not doing good. I paused because Miss Benita was a good woman and had always looked out for me. She had been sick for a few years but was always pushing through. She kept her head held high so much that you forgot that she was sick. Her main goal was to make sure her boy remained out the street and was able to follow his dreams. Every time we spoke, she mentioned that was her goal before she passed away. I always became sad. As angry as I was with Antoine, this was his mother. Looking both ways, I quickly jogged across the street to the car. He popped the locks and I climbed into the front seat. Soon as I did, he pulled away. The smell of weed attacked my nostrils and the thermos cup sat in the cup holder. I would have assumed it was water, but I could smell the liquor. Antoine, are you drunk? Nah, I had a sip before I left my mom's crib. Wouldn't pick you up drunk, Navy. He assured me, and despite his track record, I believed him. I knew how Antoine was when he was drunk, and he wasn't drunk. High, though. How the fuck am I supposed to go on without her? His voice cracked and I looked over at him. This wasn't my ex-boyfriend who had broken my heart. This was Antoine, the boy who always came onto my block and wanted to show off how good he was when it came to playing ball. This same Antoine, who would see my mother carrying groceries and take them from her. Miss Benita had attended my 5th grade graduation because my mother had to work and couldn't take off. You are not going to lose her, Aunt. Stop even thinking like that. I reached over and grabbed his hand. He continued to drive and I saw the direction he was going. She's in the hospital, Nave. In the fucking hospital. And talking about if it's her time. Your mother always talks like that. She's been talking like that since we were younger. God isn't going to take her from you, not right now. You need her most right now. I wanted to be petty and mention his journey to fatherhood and decided to leave it alone. He was concerned about losing his mother, and this wasn't the time to act on my own emotions. I watched as he parked in front of the buildings across from Prospect Park, our spot. He leaned his head back and stared straight ahead. Shit seemed like she's not just talking anymore. Like this shit gonna happen. What are the doctors saying? He shrugged. I left when she started talking crazy. All the stress is on me and I can't breathe at times. When did life become so hard for us? When we became adults, I replied softly. One day you were eating ice cream on a stoop and your biggest problem was what movie you should watch before bed. Then you were shoved into adulthood with bills, big problems, and bad decisions. Shit fucking sucks. Not for you. You're going to the pros and becoming a father. Your mother is going to be there to witness all of that. My stomach turned when I thought about the fact that I was pregnant, sitting in this car with him, and this could be his baby. Nothing inside of me wanted to tell Antoine that I was pregnant. It wasn't his business. I'm sorry, Nave. No, you're not. I didn't come with you to discuss our past because it doesn't matter anymore. It matters. How? 'Cause I can't just turn off loving you, Navy.
I think about you all the time and wish I could rewind time, make things right with us, and have that life we always wanted.
You wanted, I corrected.
We.
This is why we could never work things out. Antoine listened to what Antoine wanted. All he could think about was the life that he built for us, never what we both wanted for our future. Green. Where are you? I looked at the text that Green had sent me. You good?
Yeah.
He was in his head and thinking of everything. I could tell he was going over shit inside that mind of his. Green texted me to head to my grandparents.
You think you could ever forgive me, Nave?
That was a tough question to answer because of the situation we found ourselves in. I don't know, Aunt. I don't wish bad on you, though. He snorted.
Shit just happened with us. I don't want to hurt you, and I know that I did hurt you.
You did hurt me. Messing with anyone while being committed to me is hurting me. Antoine, you could have broken up with me and been honest, but you thought you could have me and her at the same time.
What would a future have looked like for us, Navy? Real shit. How would that have looked when you don't want kids, don't want marriage or none of that shit I need?
I folded my arms. You never listened to me. Ever.
I fucking listen. And all I ever heard is shit that you didn't want. It was never a discussion or conversation on what I wanted.
Are you fucking serious? All you ever speak about is you going pro and all these plans you had for our future. Never asking me what I wanted or if this is something I even asked for.
Every fucking bitch wants kids and marriage. To an NBA player.
I mushed his head. I'm not every fucking bitch. And that's where you had shit fucked up at. And I get my own money and take care of myself. You so pressed by the bitches that want to be in your pockets counting your money you don't even have yet. Take me back to the block. My phone started ringing and I saw Landon's name came across the screen. Yes?
Where you at, Pooh?
On the block.
Lie to me again, Blue.
His voice was so damn cool. You would have assumed we were talking about the weather. I'm with Antoine, I confessed. I was met with silence. What does that mean? He chuckled.
Pooh, I'm 3 blinks from crashing out. You telling me you with your ex-nigga after I slide up inside you. Fucking told you I don't want to be strangers. This how you playing shit, baby?
We were talking, Dawn.
What the fuck is my name, Blue?
Landon. We were talking. I'm coming now. He ended the call, and I turned to see Antoine staring a hole in the side of my face.
You move on fucking quick.
I wanted to scream because I had Landon 3 blinks away from crashing out, and then I had Antoine over here staring a hole in the side of my face. I was almost certain that Landon's crash out wouldn't be good. Anybody who could talk that calm and know how many blinks it took before they came out of character couldn't be trusted. Was I supposed to sit around and beg you to come back?
Shit, you could have pretended this shit meant more to you.
I looked out the window and then opened the door. Antoine, I can get back to the block. You need help.
I need help. But you smiling up in that nigga's face because he got money. What, he taking you shopping and shit?
Shit, we haven't gotten that far yet. When we do, I'm gonna spend his money because he got a lot of that shit. I sarcastically replied. Antoine manically laughed.
You always spoke shit about gold diggers, and look at you.
Difference is I don't care about his money. If somebody offers you steak on a gold platter or shit in a plastic bag, which one you gonna take? Come on, son, use your brain. I slammed the door and made my trek down the block.
13. Don Caselli. Good looks, I told the pilot as I jogged down the steps of the jet. My tie was loosened, and instead of the dress shoes I had got on the jet with, I had a pair of slides on, as security held the door open for me to get in the back of the Rezvani. I called that shit a tank because that was what it reminded me of. Menace had me playing his doppelganger and attending all these meetings and events. I had to give my brother respect because all I thought his ass did was sit in the house and count his grapes and macaroons. Corleone exited the jet behind me and got in on the other side. Menace had sent him with me to make sure I kept my head straight and to explain certain things. I've known our family had our hands in everything, but Menace kept me distanced from a lot of it. He kept us all distanced from what our uncle was into. Now that everything had been crossed over into the Caselli name, there was so much power and shit that I wasn't privy to. My brother had his hands in all of it, and the pressure on his shoulders was immense, because he had to carry it all alone, never wanting to place the burden onto us. With him becoming a father, there was no other choice but to lean onto me. I was old enough to step in when he couldn't, and although he wanted to be in control with everything, he had no choice but to allow me to fill those roles for him. I had a new respect for Menace after the 2 days I spent meeting all the people I had met. Big world type shit that our name was part of.
Baby, I told you that I was landing around this time. Why the fuck you starting?
Corleone argued with Skylar, as he had been doing the whole 2 days we were away. He sighed and leaned his head back as I looked at the driver. Take me to my house.
Boss said to bring you to him,
he replied. For what? He shrugged.
He never said. Just told me to get you and bring you to him.
I leaned my head back and texted to see if Pooh had texted me. While I had been away, she had been distant. One-word answers, taking forever to answer a FaceTime, and then she never really had any conversation to give. I had never been the kind of nigga that couldn't read a room or give somebody space. If she wanted space, I could respect that. The last message she sent was wishing me a safe flight home.
Geeky, why the fuck would I be messing with another chick? Where that even makes sense? I don't give a fuck. Yeah, go on that date and I'm handling my business, Skylar.
He leaned forward and closed his eyes as he held the phone to his ear.
Yeah, keep thinking that I'm playing around. Ask Jeffy how I handle shit.
She must have ended the call because he tossed his phone into the cup holder. Trouble in paradise?
Shut the fuck up, Don.
I could tell Skylar had this man stressed with the shit she had been putting him through. He leaned forward for a minute before he leaned back.
She dating? She like to get under my fucking skin with her bullshit,
he snarled as he looked out the window.
I don't give a fuck what she do. Let her cut shit off with my daughter.
I looked at Cor, who was like a second big brother to me. You know that she isn't your daughter, right?
Why you want me to toss you up in the back of this whip?
He asked the question like he didn't just threaten to fuck me up back here.
I pay for her private school, health insurance, dance classes, and anything that she wants to do. I'm sending her to coding camp this summer. Her deadbeat-ass father's in court trying to act like he doing shit.
When it came to Estella, she was the niece I never knew I needed. She could get anything out of everybody, including Menace. The man taught her what quiet hour was, and now she had her own quiet hour when she was home.
You right. My bad. Something going on with Geeky. Can't put my finger on that shit.
He spoke more to himself than me. I allowed him the silence as I sent a quick text message to Navy. Me, what you doing? Pooh.
Nothing right now. Soon gonna go over to Nana and Papa's block. Landed?
Me. Yeah.
What's good with you and Kennedy?
Nothing.
You sure?
I looked over at him.
She played me, Cor.
He nodded his head, understanding where I was coming from. Kennedy knew where my feelings were, and what I wanted when it came to her. She had so many times to tell me she was fucking with her client, and shit was serious between them. Even at her birthday dinner, she could have pulled me to the side and told me something. Each time she could have told me the truth, she avoided it until shit was slapped in my face. Kennedy knew what she was doing, and that was some shit I couldn't pretend to turn the other cheek for.
Your brother warned you about her.
Men's be chatting, though, always wanting to be in control of some shit. I replied, watching a kid point to the truck, trying to take a picture of us speeding past them.
It always seems that way, but your brother only wants the best for each of you.
There was a time when that was hard to believe. I never believed Menace wanted the best for us because of the way he moved, always taking shit into his own hands and never giving us a say in anything. He killed one of my best friends and never told me the reason. Just handed beans to me like he was some fucking object that I should have been grateful for. It wasn't until years later that I figured out the reason and motives for why he moved the way he did. It was hard trying to get to know a man who never let anyone in, even his family. As I became more familiar with the family business, I could see why he was guarded. It was to keep us protected. A life of always lurking in the shadows because you couldn't come into the light. The same applied with Cora. She wasn't allowed to celebrate her family in the public because she wasn't supposed to be connected to us. I didn't take anything for granted that my older siblings had sacrificed for this family. Yeah, he got what he wanted because I ain't fucking with Kennedy. She want to play victim and both sides. I ain't fucking with that. Kennedy's worried about herself. I get you was all in love and shit, but she was looking out for her. She doesn't come from much, so in her head, she has to protect her. I'm not going to say whatever you both share wasn't real, because if she hid it from you, it's because she cared and didn't know how to break the truth to you. If she fucking cared, she would have told me the truth. I always kept it a buck with her, I replied, not wanting to talk about Kennedy anymore. The reason Corleone and Menace had a friendship for as long as they did was because he could listen. He knew when to push and when to let things be. And that was what he did. He allowed me to sit in silence like I had allowed him moments before. We went through the usual security check before we were given clearance to enter the gates. I yawned as I got ready to exit the truck and see what the fuck my brother wanted. His ass couldn't wait for another day to have this meeting. The sanitizing mist sprinkled us as we walked through. Duke was at the kitchen counter reading something on his phone. "Welcome back, Don." "What's up, Duke?" I dapped him. "Looking just like your brother after one of those trips." He snickered and nodded down the hall toward his office. Stevie came down the steps holding bottles and some pump thing in her hand. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, the silkiness of her hair slapping against her back. When she got to the bottom step, she realized me and Corleone were standing there. "Am I interrupting something?" she questioned. "Nah, they're here to see Menace, Steve-O," Duke answered. She came around the counter, placing everything into the sink. "You hate my baby, Landon." "Stevie, what?" Duke snickered, clearly tickled by Menace rubbing off on his wife. "What other reason would you have for not coming to see the baby? Zoya has come and Cora has come, Jeffy and Skylar have both come. You are the only one who hasn't come to meet your nephew." "I was busy, Stevie. I'm here now, though. How are you, sis?" I held my arms out and she smiled, coming to give me a hug. "Other than my boobs leaking and the baby screaming all night, I am perfect. Oh, and the fact that I have to wear diapers with the baby." "Steve-O, too much." She smiled. "The baby is with Mavi. I needed a minute to pump and clear my head." Corleone had sat down at the counter. "Still no nanny?" "And have someone come and steal my child and fuck my husband?" Stevie replied, staring at us with a straight face. Cor shook his head and stood up. "I'm going to see my godson. Might need to save him from this house one day." I followed behind him while Stevie and Duke spoke about her taking him with her to the store. She didn't need anything, she just wanted to people watch, and Duke was going to make it happen for her. "Daddy will kill anybody that complain about you crying. You cry until your lungs hurt, Dennis." My brother was leaned over a bassinet with his back turned. I half expected him to talk to the baby in baby talk, but his ass was talking like he was having a whole conversation with somebody. "What up, mens?" He didn't rush to turn around. I could see him still messing with his son before he decided to turn around. It was crazy seeing him without a fresh lineup, and his facial hair was overgrown. The shirt he wore was stretched out around the neck, and he had a pair of sweats on. He looked just as tired as Stevie looked as he crossed the room and sat behind his desk. Corleone had dipped into the half bathroom that was connected and washed his hands. He stopped by the desk where Menace sprayed his hands, and then handed him another wipe to wash and disinfect his hands. Then he handed him a hospital smock to put over his clothes before he was able to touch the baby. I was debating on if I wanted to even touch the baby with all this shit I had to go through to hold him. Corleone didn't mind as he carefully picked him up, careful of his head, and placed him on his chest. "Hey, Dennis, you putting your parents through it, huh?" He chuckled as he looked over at Menace. Men's had this sparkle in his eyes as he looked at his son. It was one that I had only saw once before, when I graduated from college. He wasn't one full of emotions, but if you watched him close enough, you would be able to see the small hints. "Who is Dennis?" "My fucking son. You don't give a fuck about your nephew?" he asked as I shook my head because all these fucking names had me confused. Stevie was Wanda, Menace was Mitchell. Now I had to deal with Dennis. Who the fuck was Dennis? And why were they calling this baby that? I thought he was a junior. He is. Never mind, I don't care. Corleone did this soft bounce thing when he held the baby. I can't wait to have another one. Another one? He shot me a look. You said he didn't make my goddaughter. Hey, I'm not doing this with the both of you, not today. What the fuck is so important? I'm tired. Not too tired to be out in Brooklyn with that girl? Corleone busted me out and I looked at the snitch. I'm grown. Iku's cousin. Her name is Navy. Menace messed with his hands as he looked at me. I saw the way you looked at her when she was in the back. She cool. I think Death is cool. Wonder. I think she's spectacular. He sniffed the air. She down here? What in the fuck? Corleone blurted. What does this have to do with anything? He looked at me. You like her? Yeah. You made me come all this way here to ask if I like somebody, Menace. I was ready to mix up his damn organized nuts sitting beside me. He leaned back as Corleone sat down in the chair beside me. Dennis or Maverick, whatever his damn name was chilling on his chest. Learned a lot? Yeah, didn't realize how much you actually do, mens. 'Cause y'all always assuming I'm fucking sick. Mens, you don't have to be on the defensive, Corleone said, and looked at his best friend. He's admitting that he didn't realize how much it takes to walk in your shoes. I've always respected you. May not like you very much, but the respect has always been there. These few days, I learned a lot about what it takes to be you. Shit not easy, and you wear that shit like it's nothing. I'm sorry if I was ever selfish and spoiled to the fact that I didn't know what it took for me to have that penthouse and cars. He messed with his hands, a sign that he was uncomfortable. Operating in his feelings wasn't normal for him. It didn't matter that he was a married man and had a child of his own. Menace wasn't emotional, and he damn sure didn't wear them on his sleeve. I wasn't the most affectionate person either, but it was something I had always craved. When Navy wrapped her arms around me or gave me a quick kiss on the cheek just because, that shit did something to me, because I wasn't used to it. Even with her mother, each time I saw her, she gave me a hug and a quick kiss on the cheek, always checking me over to see if I was good. I wasn't used to that. I had you take my place because I want you to oversee all the weapons and arms contracts. I leaned forward and looked at my brother, who stared me back into my eyes, never looking away. Stop fucking with me, Maverick. Fuck you calling me by my name for, Landon? You just called me by mine, I smirked, as he gave me his version of a smile. Shit was creepy if you didn't know him. Don't fuck this up. Corleone squeezed my shoulder. You earned this shit, Don. I'll do the onboarding and shit for your salary this week. Salary? You think your sisters just made the regular salaries? I figured their trust funds help supplement their income. Menace chuckled while Corleone spoke. Men's pays them all a salary. They're put into these positions to protect this family and those around us. Good to know. Beans is your lieutenant now. This shit takes me away a lot, and I can't be away from Wonder and my son right now. I don't want to be. You can be smart when you want to be. The fuck, Menace? He stared at me like he didn't say shit wrong. As you can see, these are government contracts, Don. Big shit. That if they feel slighted, this shit could come back down on us. Shake hands, handle business, and don't become chummy with them. All that golf and buddy-buddy shit is all cool until you're being judged by 12 or murdered. You never liked to ride around in your Resvani, but that shit is a must now. Your brother don't ride around in his because he wants to. I do, though. Menace looked at his best friend. Corleone shook his head. You in an important position. No longer operating as someone running reports and shit, Don. You damn near shoulder to shoulder with your brother. Running a division that he's given you full control of with the help of Beans. He kept you away for a reason, and the more you see, the more you'll realize that he was protecting you. I ain't even tripping, because I know you'll rise to the occasion. You're fucking Caselli. I understood everything that he was telling me. Witnessing the amount of powerful men that were associated with Case House, then seeing the men that I shook hands with over this past week was enough to not trust anybody. These were lawmakers, governors, and fucking important military officials that wanted their hands dirty with the Caselli name. Each person had a high respect for my brother, and that was because he handled them the way that he did. There were no friends in this shit. Heard you. I need the numbers for the Case House Gala. I don't like that Jeffy has me changing locations. Need something new, I replied. He looked out the window. Yeah. Jeffy had convinced him to do a royal-themed gala this year in the south of France. Menace was a creature of habit, so change wasn't something that he did well with. With new clients, and then wanting to keep the old, we had to switch things up to show that we were moving with the times. The gala had been held on our private island in Monaco, and we needed new. I want to see the numbers. Jeffy locked me out of my email. How the fuck? His eyes became wide as he looked at Corleone. You ready for your future wife to be unemployed? You would cut your hand off before you fire Jeffy. As if she knew she was the topic of conversation, she breezed into the room with her iPad.
Hey, baby.
She stopped to kiss Corleone, then rounded the desk.
Sign there and there.
Menace, without reading anything, signed his name electronically. As much as he complained, he knew Jeffy had his best interest at heart. She loved him, and would do whatever she had to protect him.
What did I just sign?
To put $1 million in my account, she sarcastically replied while she was busy doing something on the iPad.
Brewster, you broke? Why are you women always asking me for money?
Menace, please. Jeffy headed over to Corleone and looked at the baby and smiled at him.
Hey, Vinny. Godmommy's pride and joy.
Don't ever ask me how I'm doing. Going through delivery wasn't easy. Still sore. Menace rambled on and we all looked at him.
What?
Wonder fucking held my shoulder hard as shit. I stood up. Good looks, mens. I got you. He extended his hand and I shook it.
Us.
Us. I nodded my head. Corleone winked at me while he and Jeffy fawned over their godson. As I left the office and headed out, my phone buzzed.
Yo.
Got the word?
Hell yeah.
Beans laughed. We up, nigga. Come through the block. Skip always talking big shit about your money. They throwing a little birthday cookout for Navy. I snorted. Skip cheated me.
Oh yeah, young ass. Come let me cheat you again.
I could hear Navy's grandfather talking mess in the background. I'm leaving Menace's crib now. Be there in a little while, I told Beans, who was all too tickled that Skip was talking shit.
Finally met your nephew?
Something like that. I chuckled and ended the call. The driver who brought me here was no longer standing by the back of the truck, and the tank I arrived in was no longer there. Instead, the Resvani Vengeance was parked in its place with a bronze tint to it.
Mr. Caselli, my name is Jet Grant, your driver.
The big-ass man stood there holding the door open for me. Duke was already big, but this nigga was taller than Duke and more muscular. I was starting to think Menace had a warehouse full of big-ass security drivers that he called whenever he needed one. Don, leave that Caselli shit at the door. I extended my hand, and he dapped me up, which told me that we could rock with each other.
Got you. Taking you back to your penthouse?
I looked at him. Menace got you watching me? He smirked.
Something like that.
I looked around. If this gonna work, let me be my own man. His security is loyal to him, need you to be the same. Jet nodded his head.
If that's the type of time we on, then I got you.
We head into Crown Heights. We chillin' tonight, Jet. I slapped his broad-ass shoulder and got into the back of the truck.
Got it, boss.
I've always been able to move the way I wanted because I was never held to the same standards as Menace. He was the head of our family, connected into everything, and I was just his brother, never getting my hands dirty, just along for the ride. This was different. I was no longer just his brother, but working alongside him, having niggas answer to me and make important decisions that could either make or break the family's name. Damn. I sat on the stoop across from her grandparents' building and watched her grandfather take his friend's money. The old heads were playing while everyone else had a drink and enjoyed themselves. As the sun started to set, the kids on the block were riding their bikes and trying to race each other. I didn't have the driver drop me home. I came straight here because I wanted to see her. Not seeing her for a few days and knowing something was off didn't feel right. Fuck a shower and sleep. I needed to see what was up with my poo. I've never been the kind of nigga that would ever crash out behind a woman. I laughed at Menace when Stevie left his ass, and he stalked her ass while she was at the club, forcing me to fuck with the lights. I never cared enough about a chick to garner that kind of reaction. Even with Kennedy, I cared about her, but I never felt this irate about her being engaged. I mean, I cared, but the shit was more because she played in my fucking face. Lying was some shit that I couldn't excuse or move forward with. When Navy said her ex-boyfriend's name, I nearly bit my driver in the head with how angry I was. Even he became concerned while I spoke calmly into the phone. My brother had literally given me some control. Put in control of some shit, I was less concerned about that and more about my baby. Have a beer. Avril came and sat down next to me. I was so in my head that I didn't notice her cross the street. Thanks. Tilting the red stripe back, I took a gulp and then looked down the block. She's my baby, you know. Yeah. Navy is headstrong. She comes from a long line of women who are bullheaded. Patience will get you further than anything else. Mrs. Perkins, I'm trying to be patient, but she playing with me. I felt comfortable enough to tell her how I felt. Ma. Huh? Call me Ma, Mrs. Perkins is way too formal. And I don't know how I feel about you using my name. She nudged me with her shoulder and took another sip of her beer. I looked at her and she gave me a smile.
Damn, that kind of threw me off track. Landon, I don't know much about you. All I know is that my daughter smiles like a lunatic when she sees you. I also know that you have allowed an old man to drive your car because you know it makes him happy. It sits in the parking garage anyway. Better him getting use out of it. She chuckled. I don't know much about you, but I would love to. Getting to know you means knowing where you come from, your family. As you can see, we're a tight-knit family, and when we accept you, you are family. Word? Word, she mocked. I chuckled. I would like that. We both saw Navy turn the corner and walk down the block in her thoughts. She had bypassed Green and Beans at the corner of the block because she was venting to herself. Someone pissed her off. At the same time, a woman came from the opposite end of the block, and Avril stood up. Cindy, bitch, you forever late. Did you bring that? She waved whatever in her hand and laughed as Navy's mom met her halfway, and they spoke. I watched my baby continue to walk while ignoring everyone, but what was inside of her head? Pooh. She stopped short and turned to look at me. I didn't know if I should have called or not, because she came charging at me with her finger already extended. You got me fucked up, hanging up on me like I'm one of your Her words were halted when I snatched her up and kissed her on the lips. She held my face and kissed me back, and then pulled back. I got you fucked up? Navy couldn't form the correct words as she remained on my lap. Don't be fucking hanging up the phone on me, Don. She purposely used Don to get under my skin. You came, right? She pulled my beard. I was coming back over here anyway, Mr. You about to blink and crash out? I got close to her ear. You came, right? I asked the question a second time because she seemed not to understand that no matter if I hung up on her or not, she came straight here because she knew I was here. Whatever. Why are you dressed in slacks? Came straight from handling business to fucking see you, and you smiling up in that nigga's face. Should fucking punish your ass. I discreetly pinched her ass. Navy rolled her eyes. I wasn't smiling up in his face. He had to talk to me about something. Why you pulled up in a damn tank, Don? My ride for the night. You have to ride in that? I laughed. Apparently so. An Escalade pulled onto the block and Navy's body tensed up. The fuck does he want? The truck quickly pulled behind my whip and homie hopped out. Jet looked up from his phone as he leaned on the truck. He watched him closely as he crossed the street toward where his family was all hanging out. You could have told me that you made it back. He looked at her in my lap and then shook his head. There wasn't any reason for me to start shit with her family around. He was already losing because she was right where she wanted to be. I hung that phone up, and she came right where she needed to be. With me. Eat dirt, bitch! She hollered across the street, causing her parents and grandparents to look at us. Navy Blue Perkins! Her grandmother scolded. Sorry, Nana. She winced and continued to give homie the evil eye while he walked up to the game her grandfather was in the middle of. When Ro came out the house, you could tell he was relieved and thought he had someone to talk to. He looked over at his daughter, and then Antoine before he walked back down the block where his friends were leaned on bikes. Avril and her friend had said something to him, but other than that, nobody paid his ass any attention. Antoine was used to the new attention that he got because his name was being mentioned in the news and media. He forgot that these people didn't give a fuck who he was. Navy's family didn't care that he was going to the pros. They cared about how he treated Navy, and he had hurt her. It was the same reason my wealth didn't mean shit to them. Ro enjoyed the Bentley, but let him hear I did some fuck shit to his daughter, he'd shove those keys down my throat. When I pulled up earlier, Navy's grandmother watched me climb out the back and wasn't fazed. She gave me a hug and checked in with me, as only a grandmother could, and then sent me to the corner store to grab her cigarettes. What's up with that? I asked in her ear, kissing it. She shrugged. I'm stupid. Navy, what are you talking about? When you find out the mess I have gotten myself into, you're going to agree with me. Then tell me. Not here, she groaned. Antoine stuck around for a little bit more, while everyone ignored him. He finally took the hint and said bye before leaving. Before he walked to his truck, he looked over at Navy. She refused to give him any attention as she ate her plate of food. Her mother called her over toward her, and she left me her half-eaten plate of food. You good? Beans asked as he took her spot as we watched both Green and Navy kiss their grandmother as they jumped up and down. B, there's something about her. Shit got me feeling different. He snorted. You falling for her, Don. Ain't shit wrong with that, though. I like Green a lot. Enough to stop talking to other bitches? With the way I work, ain't no time for other bitches. I also enjoy being her friend right now, 'cause she couldn't offer me more. Word? Something about her ex-boyfriend.
I got something on the calendar to go and fuck his ass up for what he did to her. He sparked his spliff and took a pull. What we doing for your birthday? I'm up for anything. Got some time to dip off in green, too. Stevie been in mom mode, so ain't really need her. I watched as Navy bumped hips with her cousin as they laughed. Her birthday a few days after mine. Really want to do something for her. Beans chuckled as he choked back his smoke. She got you like that? Yeah, I said without hesitation, because that was the truth. Navy had me wanting to go out my way for her. Not because she had good pussy, but because of the way she was. She never expected the shit, so it made me want to surprise her. I didn't take her telling me she wanted to be courted lightly. If she wanted me to buy the Chrysler Building, I would do the shit for her. It was the way she stared into my eyes when I fucked her that made me want to give her the fucking world. Let me know what the move is. I can go home to pack and meet you wherever. Navy was coming back over toward us, skipping. Even though she had been laughing and joking with her family, I could see something was different in her eyes. Tonight we out. Beans stood up and blew his smoke opposite where Navy was. Got you. I watched as he walked over toward Green and said something to her. She jumped up and down, excited, then slapped her hand over her mouth when he whispered something else to her. The rest of the night, I couldn't stop thinking about what she had to tell me. Even as I helped her into the back of the truck, I needed to know what the fuck was wrong. Why would she say she was stupid? Navy could never be stupid, even if she tried. What the fuck did she get herself mixed into? It was a short ride over to her apartment. As she let us inside, I locked the door behind me. She kicked her shoes off and went to the fridge to grab an energy drink. I didn't know you had a driver. I do now. Why now? I remained at the door. Can't tell you all that, Pooh. Just know I have one now. She took a sip of her drink and then looked down at her feet. I'm pregnant. I paused. We'd been fucking without protection, so I would never crack my mouth to ask if it was mine. I knew the possibility of her getting pregnant when I slid inside of her and was more focused on the feeling than the consequences that came with being reckless. Both of us were. See, I knew you would think I was dumb or trying to trap you. Nah. I quickly grabbed her as she tried to stomp past me. Be fair, Blue. Let me process it. You're right. Sorry. You good. I paced the small area until I was near her desk that was near the window. Taking a seat, I leaned forward and looked at her watching my every move, waiting for me to say something to her. She stood there and crossed her arms as she looked at me. Why do you keep repeating yourself twice, Landon? I looked down at my hands. Don't take this wrong. I promise I'm not that kind of nigga. I'm just not ready to be a parent right now. Selfish considering I didn't do anything to prevent that, but I'm being real with you. There's also the possibility that Antoine is the father. I slept with you both around the same time. Okay. Okay? What else you want me to say? Be mad because you were fucking your boyfriend? It's life. I leaned back, feeling like the walls were closing in on me. I just met my nephew earlier, and I felt nothing. Not like I didn't love him, or no shit like that. Honestly, I ain't even know the little nigga, but there was love there. I didn't get any feelings of wanting to do the shit myself. When I saw Corleone and Jeffy holding and loving on him, you could tell that was something that they wanted. Babies had a way of pulling what you desired for your own life out of you, and I never felt that. I'm not saying I don't want kids at all. Shit, I didn't know what I wanted. All I knew was that I loved to travel, lock myself in my office for hours, and move the way that I wanted. I'm not keeping the baby. The doctor I found is going to do my tubal ligation and the abortion at the same time. It was how she casually let the shit fly, like she was getting her teeth cleaned, when in fact, she just mentioned that she was getting her tubes tied or removed. Shit, I didn't know which one. But the calmness and joy in her voice couldn't be missed. Elaborate. I motioned for her to come over toward me. Her body was back tense, and she was on the defense as she stomped over toward me. It was funny how I could read her as if I had known her my entire life. I don't want children, Landon. I don't desire to be a mother. Yes, that may be weird to you. No, you cannot change my mind. This is something that I want. You can go on about your way if this doesn't align with your life. I am perfectly fine walking away and putting my wants and desires first. The words came out like she had rehearsed them a bunch of times. I could hear the cracks in her voice as she tried to pretend to be unbothered. No. No? How the fuck you think I can move on without you, Blue? It was a serious question that I wanted to answer. She sat down on my lap slowly and turned to face me, her arms still folded. She was still on the defense, and this was her way of protecting herself. Landon, this may be fun now, but feelings get involved. Every man feels that he can change a woman's mind on her wanting children. Feelings are already involved. And you feel no way? Not in this moment. How the fuck could I expect anything from you when this is new? Why am I worried about kids that ain't even here when I'm trying to get to know you? She nervously smiled. Yeah? I kissed her neck. You said you wanted me to court you. I want to get to know you, Navy, not fucking worry about no kids. That's easy to say now. Kissing her face softly, her arms slowly uncrossed and her body became less tense. It's easy to say now because I'm not focused on kids, Navy. I'm concerned with showing you everything you deserve, knowing you. I plan to do that when we go away tonight. Navy looked at me confused. What do you mean? We're going away, celebrating our birthdays together. Tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. I could tell they had wanted to fall earlier in the conversation, but she held on to them. Even after what I just told you? I ignored her question. Tell me where you want to go. I'll make that shit happen for you. She eyed me suspiciously as if she didn't believe me. Why? Because I want to put a smile on your face. Want that bottom lip to quiver when I'm dick deep inside you out the country. How do you know I want to leave the country? I softly bit her shoulder. Navy, where the fuck you want to go? She laughed. I can pick anywhere? Yeah. She looked at me. I've never had someone take me away for my birthday. Well, my parents took me to Disney World when I was 16, but not a boyfriend. I'm a boyfriend, Navy Blue? She blushed and looked away. Not like that. I'm not saying, shit, she stammered. Pulling her chin so she could look me directly in my eyes, she tried to look away. I want to be your boyfriend, fiancé, and husband, Blue. May seem like I'm bullshitting, and I couldn't possibly know. I fucking know. How? She softly questioned. I took her hand and placed it on my chest. This knows. I don't feel like this with everybody. When we come back, I want you and your parents to meet my family. It was a big thing for me to bring a woman to meet my siblings. I had never done it, and the fact that I felt so calm with the idea of doing it told me I was ready for that. Navy and her family made me feel welcomed, included. They welcomed me into their folds without a second thought. You sure? I'm sure, Pooh. Our eye contact never wavered as we looked into each other's eyes. She was afraid. I'm scared. Of what? Everything. I held her chin and placed a soft kiss on her lips and pulled back. You walking away? Shit hit me like a ton of bricks because that was a possibility on her end. Everything I was saying was words to her. I could go up and walk out of her life like her ex-boyfriend did. Tell me where you want to go. I could convince her until I was blue in the face. The only thing that worked was action. I can go anywhere I want, anywhere, I affirmed. St. Lucia. Done. Just like that? Holding her chin, I looked into her eyes. Whatever you want. It's my job to provide and make that happen. You asked me to court you with roses and shit, but Caselli's don't court that way, Pooh. Trips, diamonds, and anything you fucking want from me is my way of courting you. Navy smiled at me. And I'm not a gold digger in your eyes? Where the fuck you pulling this shit from? I'm handing you the shovel. Dig, Blue. I winked, and she kicked her feet excited. You can walk away, Landon. No hard feelings. I kissed her shoulders. Can I still fuck you? Yes. Why? She quickly looked away as I intensely stared at her. Just needed to know. Why St. Lucia? My parents went for their honeymoon years ago. I don't know. I've always aspired to have what they have. So maybe going where it all started might be good for the soul. What about yours? The shit that I admired about Navy and her parents is that she was able to see their love. She knew about them, could pinpoint important staples and timelines in their marriage. I couldn't do none of that shit because I didn't know much about my parents. I don't know, Pooh. She hugged me. You're probably tired. Go home to shower and relax. Navy tried to stand up and I pulled her back down. Go pack some shit and we'll get the rest when we get there. What? Blue, you thought I was fucking with you? Green packing right now. Wheels up in 20. Beans had texted me the jet was refueled and ready. Menace hated whenever I took the jet without telling him. Last time I stole that shit and went to Miami after getting into Jeffy's laptop. Big Bro needed to realize that I was coming into my own and a grown-ass man. I was taking Navy away because that was what she needed. I wanted to be everything she needed, and I planned to be.
14. Navy blue. I sat across from Green on the jet, watching the lights flash from the cars that drove us across the tarmac and those flashing from the jet. Don was outside the jet talking on the phone and signing paperwork. He held our passports in his hands and the phone to his ear while talking to one of the agents. It was something about the way he was handling business that made me squeeze my legs tighter together. Beans had pulled something out of the trunk in a metal case, and the agent nodded toward him as he handed it to Jet, his security and driver. Green was on her phone and had looked up briefly, and our eyes met. "Why are you pretending this is normal?" "'Cause it is normal for a Caselli. I'm Stevie's assistant, and she flies on private jets and has Duke with her all the time. The woman is more protected than the president with the way she and Menace have to travel." "What do they do?" Green made a zipper motion with her fingers. "Not my business to tell, Navy." I nodded my head because I understood. The reason the Casellis kept her around was because she could hold their secrets. They trusted only a selected few people, and judging from the security process to gain access to their home, I knew they were into some important things. As I watched Don stand outside with the jet to his ear, barking orders, I could tell he was someone important too. "I can respect that." She put her phone down and stared at me. "Being with the Caselli comes with many perks, but it isn't always so fun. Menace keeps his wife protected because he has to. Stevie wouldn't trade her life for the world because she loves her husband, but they always have to move like ghosts, never to be seen or heard." "Landon, too?" "Not as much, but I know that he has taken a new role within their family business, and that explains the security and that case they're pulling out of the back of the trunk. I'm only saying this because we're family, and I know you won't run your mouth. Being with the Caselli comes with a lot. Landon likes you, Navy. I don't think this is just sex for him." "Don't think it's just sex for me either," I admitted while still staring at him. He had finally looked away and our eyes met. He winked at me while talking on the phone. "Just want you to know and remember what comes with this life." "Yeah." After waiting an hour for us to get clearance to take off, we all settled into our seats. It was in the early hours of the morning and just after we were sitting on a stoop beefing with each other. Now I was being whisked away to St. Lucia for my birthday, and I didn't know how to feel about it. Green moved to the other side, giving Landon her seat. I sat with my legs tucked underneath me with my Kindle in my hand. He had his iPad in his hand and was busy doing something while I peacefully read my book. Ever since Landon collided into my life, I didn't make enough time to read. My page dedicated to my reading had been neglected, so I planned to get reading in on this trip and update them in real time. All my campaigns that I needed to shoot were handled, so I was free for the week. "Pooh?" I looked up and our eyes met as I smiled. "You good?" "I am. Never been on a jet before." "First time of many," he replied nonchalantly, as if he didn't just tell me that he would keep me on jets. "Yeah?" "Yeah." Landon set his iPad down and continued to stare at me. I could tell our conversation back at my apartment weighed heavily on his mind because it weighed on mine. I was scared to tell him that I was pregnant, only because I didn't want him to look at me differently, like I was looking at myself in this moment, being so irresponsible with my body that I had done the thing that I had told myself I would never do. I was so angry with myself for being reckless with my body. I've always been hard on myself, so that was nothing new. With Landon, I felt safe enough to tell him what was going on. Antoine had never made me feel that way. He would have demanded I keep the baby, even without knowing if he was the father or not. "Come here." He motioned for me to come to him, so I unbuckled and climbed into his lap. Kissing my temple, he wrapped his big arms around me and I melted against his chest, feeling so safe and secure in his arms. I hated that I was the kind of person that always waited for the other shoe to drop. I could never enjoy the good because sometimes I didn't feel like I deserved that. It was easy to become caught up in all that came with Landon, but what if he decided this was too much for him? That he wanted to become a father one day, and I wasn't the woman for him. I would have rather him leave now before ever getting deep in a relationship with me. Our feelings were already involved, so I knew it would be hard to end things, but it wasn't impossible. I've detached from Antoine, and I was with him since a teen.
What are you thinking about?
I laughed. Is it that obvious? Green was sitting across from Bean with her blanket over her head, asleep. He was watching something on his computer, hand rubbing on her foot while she slept peacefully. The cabin lights were dimmed, and it was quiet, aside from the complimentary white noise planes usually made when up in the air. Us, squeezing me tighter, and settling further into the seat, he turned me to look at him.
What about us?
I have a lot going on with me, Landon. What if you decide this was fun while it lasted and then decided to piece me out? You do have that right, and I can't even be mad.
You told me that you can't afford another heartbreak. I saw how hurt and broken you were in that studio. I don't do broken. I'm usually the one that's, according to you, causing the wreckage.
I laughed, remembering what I told him in the studio. Was I lying? His response was delayed as our eyes met again.
Nah.
Before knowing Landon, I could tell he was a man that got whatever he wanted. With access to the amount of money he had and being able to do whatever he wanted, settling down with someone was so far out of his reach and thought process. He wanted fun, and that was exactly what he had, never knowing how many he hurt getting his fun out.
The thing is, I never cared about the damage I caused. I'm always honest about what I want, never leading women on. It's the reason I never feel bad because they set those expectations while knowing what I wanted with them. You? Who? You're fucking different.
How?
I give a fuck about hurting you, Navy. The thought of me doing you like I've done in the past makes my chest hurt. Because I never want to hurt you. I ain't never felt like this before. You didn't just open yourself up to me, but your family. Fucking accepted me like they have known me for years.
I smiled because whenever I spoke to my Nana, she would ask how Don was doing. My father was his biggest fan, not because of the car, but because he saw how he was with me. My parents saw me smiling and being happy with someone that wasn't Antoine. It had been a while since I smiled like I had been. Rubbing his face, I yawned and rested my head on his chest. Okay. His arms held me tighter as he rested his chin on the top of my head. With the way his phone and iPad had been pinging, I thought he would grab them. Instead, his hand found mine, and he looped his fingers through mine as I closed my eyes. I nearly leaped out of Landon's arms, remembering I was on a plane. The jerk in our bodies was enough for me to scream. He rubbed my arms and opened the window shade, showing me that we had touched down, and I said a quick prayer. Meanwhile, Green was still fast asleep. Beans pinched her toe, and she kicked her foot, hating for anyone to wake her up when she was asleep. When she used to sleep over my house, she would be the last one awake. Last time when I woke her up, she waited for me to fall asleep and poured cold water on me. My mother had to break us up because I was ready to beat the green off her ass for wetting my bed. I tried to get off his lap, and he held me in place.
How did you sleep?
Really good. I haven't been sleeping much, so it was needed. He dropped a kiss on my forehead. Did you sleep?
I have some work to do, so I can give you all my attention this week.
I put my arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. What are we doing this? My words trailed off as I watched 3 blacked-out SUVs, and then another car with lights on the top crossed the tarmac heading towards us. Are we all right? He looked out the window and laughed.
We're good, Blue.
Tapping my ass so I could get up, I returned back to my seat as Green came from under her blanket. Bean stood up, nodding at Landon, and they opened the door to the jet. Landon stood and followed his security off the jet, and Beans followed him. Jet held that case they had brought with them, and they spoke to other men. They took the case, and then the agents came over and took the passports from Landon. His body language was relaxed, so I assumed everything was good. One of the men that took the case dapped hands with him and then headed to the third SUV. Jet took the keys to the SUV we would be riding in, and Landon came back on the jet.
Pooh, you ready?
His phone sounded and he grabbed it while I nodded my head. He took the call back off the jet and Green looked at me. Pooh, her immature ass teased. Shut up. I'll be quiet because I got me a free trip and it's not even my birthday. She unbuckled, fixed her wild hair, and then grabbed her purse. I did the same as we exited the jet. Landon held his hand out as I came down the steps and pulled me behind him as we walked to the SUV. I could see a gun poking out from behind him and I took a deep breath. Green squeezed my shoulder. Relax. I took a deep breath, knowing that my cousin wasn't tripping, so I shouldn't have been either. If she felt uncomfortable, she would have given me the look and let me know something. Landon pulled me in front of him and helped me get into the truck before getting in behind me. The driver closed the door as I watched. Beans and Green got into the truck behind us. We exited the private airport, and the moment we started driving through the island, I pulled my phone out and snapped pictures. I couldn't believe how beautiful this island was. My hand was halfway out the window as I watched us drive up different hills and through mountains. This was the start of my parents' marriage, the place they came and celebrated being one with each other. The pictures they showed me from years ago did it no justice. This was a place that you had to come and see for yourself. You had to experience this and take everything in. Have you been? I broke our silence and looked over at Landon.
Nah. Didn't realize we owned a villa on the island until I hit my brother's assistant up.
He explained, and I nearly choked. Your family owns a villa on the island and you've never been. I would have been here every weekend if my family owned a villa here. He took my hand into his and kissed the back.
Speak your shit into existence.
I blushed and looked away as we continued to drive to the villa. My body wanted to burst with joy because this was exciting to me. Being able to come here was a dream, but getting to experience it with Landon felt special. Like a moment in time that was reserved for us that we both would share. Even if things never worked out for us, we could look on this experience and know that it was special for the both of us. When we pulled into the gates in a rounded driveway, my jaw dropped at how the villa appeared to be tucked away in the mountains, nestled away from everything but having the backdrop of everything. Even with the beautiful view, the villa was the main character. The air smelled like fresh air and morning when I stepped out of the truck. The front of the villa was all stone, perked high in the mountains of Soufriere. It looked like it had been carved into the mountain. One side opened completely to the view and the world. No walls constricting it, just open air and that amazing view. We were so high up that my ears popped as we came up the mountain, and I felt like I could reach up and touch a cloud if I wanted. The mountains rose from the water, their peaks kissing the clouds. Below them, the waves shimmered like diamonds in a jewelry store. It was so quiet up here, the kind of quiet that made you feel like time had stopped. I felt Landon's arm wrap around me as he kissed my temple.
You like?
My words refused to come out because I had so much going on at the same time. Is this even a question? Thank you for this, Dawn. He spun me around and peered into my eyes.
Landon.
I hugged him tightly as I felt his body melt against mine. Mine. I stared into his eyes, and he smirked.
Yeah?
He mocked me. Uh-huh. He took my hand and we entered the villa. Inside was a blend of modern but still keeping the raw island roots. The dark wooden floors, hand-carved furniture, and white linen curtains blew in the wind with the doors opened, exposing the beautiful infinity pool with the water softly rippling. It was calling me to jump in, and I wanted to desperately. "Welcome home, Mr. Caselli. I've made some fresh passion fruit juice for you and your guests." An older woman came from the kitchen carrying a tray of juice. We all took one and sipped it slowly. Well, not me, because I guzzled my entire cup and then went for a second. She explained that she was our cook for the week and then introduced us to the housekeeping staff. The staff gathered our bags, handling everything without needing any of our input. Landon scooped my hand into his as he led me upstairs to where we would be staying. The moment he opened the door, I forgot how to use my lungs. It wasn't just a room. This was like we had been transported to another world. The 2-story bedroom was filled with seduction, but peace, too. It had endless blue stretching beyond the open glass doors. The massive bed, draped in white linen, was perfectly centered, facing that view. The balcony flowed around toward the pool as we passed downstairs. The ocean glistened in the distance like it was welcoming us and letting us know this week would be one to remember. I stood there in silence, holding my juice and too overwhelmed to speak or take another sip. The clouds moved slowly, and the longer I remained here, it felt like they moved faster. A reminder that if you sat still every once in a while, you noticed just how the world moved. Landon came behind me, his hand sliding around my waist and his lips brushing against my ear. "All for you, Pooh." His voice was low, steady, and certain, like he would do it all again just to see this reaction from me. My reaction filled his soul, making him happy because he had made me happy. "Baby, this is amazing. Like, I cannot even speak because this feels fake." He kissed my lips softly and then held my chin. "Blue, I always want to keep you on your toes. Never want that smile to leave your face and see the world with you." I blushed as I looked away, back at that view that continued to steal my breath away. Landon turned me back to his view. "I want to know you, Blue. Really know you. The world knows navy blue. I'm trying to be the only person that knows blue." "That means letting me in to know who you are too, Landon. I want to know you. Explain this world you are in. It's more than money for me. I don't ever want anyone else to tell me something about you that I don't know." He cocked his head back and licked his lips. "I know how to fuck." "That you do?" I ran my hand around the waist of his sweatpants and looked up at him, my body wanting to feel him inside of me. He yawned as I continued to mess with the strings on his sweats. "Take a nap with me." "Should have slept on the jet. You want to be working." "Gotta make sure some business remains handled." He kissed my cheek and then went out onto the balcony, taking in the same view I was so smitten with. On the balcony there was a daybed that faced the water. It was already made up for us and had decorative towels shaped like animals sitting on it as the wind pushed the bed slightly. Don stood there staring at the view, lost in his thoughts, as I came behind and wrapped my arms around him. "What's on your mind?" "Could stare at this forever and never get tired." His hands came down and rubbed mine as I laid my head on his back. "Yeah, I feel the same way." The quietness surrounded us as we listened to the waves and wind while being in our own head. As I was about to speak, he grabbed me up and tossed me over his shoulder as I laughed. "What are you doing?" "We are taking a shower, then a nap." I didn't bother to protest because a shower and a nap didn't sound half bad in this moment. It was still early and we had the entire day to check out the island. Landon sat me on the sink in this massive bathroom and went to turn the shower on. Everything was laid out for us, never having to open our mouths to ask where something was. Fluffy white towels were placed on the ottoman in the middle of the bathroom. The most expensive bath soaps and shower gels were already in the shower waiting to be used. Off to the side hung and freshly prepped. There were white robes with the family crest on them. Landon snatched his shirt off and I bit my bottom lip as I took in his body. It was fucking perfect, with tattoos covering every inch of his body except his midsection. His beard was neatly groomed, my favorite thing about him. His pink lips poked out with no expression on his face as he prepped the shower for us. His face was relaxed, showing his laugh lines, or better yet, his scowl lines. His chain rested across his neck while he walked back and forth across the bathroom while I watched him. The few beauty marks and freckles donned his face near his eyes. As much as he looked like his brother, he had his own uniqueness about him, too. As the shower ran and the bathroom filled with steam, he came back over toward me. Leaning both of his hands on either side of me, he stared me in the eyes. I watched as he looked away as if he had something to say but wasn't sure if he could say it. I gave him the space to mentally battle without the added pressure, allowing him to say what he needed to say without me forcing it out of him. When he was ready, he kissed my lips softly and pulled back as he admired me. How did I know he was admiring me? I had seen this look before, dozens of times when my father looked at my mother. It was never just a simple glance or stare. He admired her. Every piece of her he admired. This was the woman he loved, married, and built a life with. They had gone through so much together, raised a child, and even through all of that, he still admired her. "What are you scared to say to me, baby?" I asked, softly caressing his face as I continued to stare into his dark brown eyes. His eyes softened, making him feel comfortable. "Think I'm falling in love with you, Blue." I continued to caress his face as a smile came across my face. "Want to know something?" "Tell me something, Blue. Feel like I'm about to have an anxiety attack." He kept drumming his fingers on the counter I sat on as he spoke, which let me know he was nervous. "I think I'm falling in love with you too, Landon." "Yeah?" "Yeah." I kissed his cheek and put my arms around his neck as he held on to me. Picking me up from the counter, he kissed my neck. "Were you nervous to tell me that?" "Fuck yeah. I don't do all that emotion shit." "Why?" "Wasn't raised that way. I feel weird telling somebody how I feel. Last person I did that to, she fucked me over." "Kennedy?" He kissed my neck. "Yeah." "I need to make sure I'm not a rebound from her, Landon. I don't want you getting caught up in me because you cannot have her." He pulled his head back. "I could have her if I wanted her, Blue. I don't want her that way anymore. And shit, maybe I was never supposed to have her. I was gonna sit in the crib that night until Beans told me Green was at her dinner." "And you found me." "I found you, Pooh." He kissed my ear and I giggled while he squeezed me tighter as my legs wrapped around him. "Since meeting you, you all I think about. Always wondering what you doing, counting down until I could pull up on you, using your pops to stay attached to you." "Wait, what?" "Reason old head had that Bentley so long. Reason to come around you and your family. I enjoy you in the best way, Blue. Not even sex related. I enjoy being in your space, enjoying you. We don't even have to be doing anything, but I'm fucking excited to be in your presence like your fans." "Supporters," I corrected him. "I want to be a supporter, a provider. I want to love you, Blue. I don't want to be a stranger to you anymore, or a friend." I could feel him pulling down my leggings that I wore, and I released my legs from around him as he sat me back on the counter. His eyes remained locked with mine as he pulled my leggings from my body along with my thong. My ass was freezing on the cold counter, despite the bathroom being filled with steam. My body shuddered at the touch of his hand gliding against my skin. Heat sprouted throughout my body as my breathing slowed down. I lifted my arms as he pulled my sports bra from my body, leaving me completely naked. His hand rubbed my inner thigh and inched up until slowly as he used his thumb and rubbed my clit. My breath was caught in my chest as my legs opened wider and he stuck his thumb further inside of me while biting down on his bottom lip. Removing his hands from me, he pulled his sweats down and the curve in his briefs was enough to scare any woman. I had already had a piece of him, and I was still intrigued and scared because Landon was blessed. It was rare that a man with a big dick knew how to use it, and from the way this man fucked, it was a sport to him, something he had perfected since he had his first taste of it. With the smirk fixed on his lips, I could tell he knew he was good and never received complaints. Unsure of what to do, but knowing what I wanted to do, I remained on the counter. "Can I fuck that pussy, Blue?" His lips slid against my ear, sending a chill up my spine. Yes. He pulled me from the counter and picked me up. I allowed him to carry me into the shower where the water poured down on the both of us. My hair was soaked in seconds, but that didn't matter because he backed me up against the shower glass, kissing my neck while holding me up. His hands gripping my ass, making sure that I never fell or he lost balance while holding me. His kisses on my neck were slow as he made his way to my lips, softly pecking them. The water dripped down his face as he sucked on my bottom lip while holding me with everything he had. I felt a slight dip and could feel his dick begging to enter me, sliding up and down my clit while I moaned out, the water sliding down my parted lips while he sucked on my neck harder. His hand slid down my sides, gripping my waist as he held them tighter, pushing himself inside of me. The tightness of his hands on my waist and how firm he was when he shoved himself inside of me sent me moaning. Yes. I scratched his back while he covered my mouth with his, slamming me down onto his dick while staring me in the eyes. My eyes were nearly closed, but I tried to keep them open so I could see the way he bit his bottom lip as his dick fell out of me, scraping my insides on its way out. "Give me eye contact, Boo. Gotta see your eyes." I tried my hardest, wanting to take my eyes open so I could stare into this beautiful man's eyes, a man that asked me what I wanted and made it happen in less than 24 hours, a man that knew how to handle my body like he had known me forever. "Baby, I'm trying," I squealed out as I sucked on his lips and he pulled my ass cheeks apart, pushed me tighter against the wall and slammed himself inside of me. My body was coming undone at the way it felt, how he felt inside of me, and the look he was giving me as he was inside of me. Landon Caselli wasn't falling. He had already fell, head over heels with me, a regular girl from Crown Heights, Brooklyn, not the models and pageant queens he could have on his arms. He fell for the bookworm who loved to talk to her camera, play Sims, and had a zest for life. A woman that didn't want to have kids. He fell for me. I held him around the neck as he went to town, giving my body a full workout as I kissed his neck. I love you, Landon." I moaned into his ear and he pulled back and looked at me, kissing my lips softly. "Mean that shit, Blue." I nodded my head as I kissed his lips. "I do, baby. Do you mean it?" He held me up and kissed me back.
Fuck yeah. I mean that, Blue. This shit mine. Don't want to hear that stranger shit. Hear?
Mm-hmm. I could feel his dick stretching me out as he admired me, water dripping down my face, down my lips, as I turned to look away.
Look at me. You feel this inside you?
Yes, I feel it, baby. I cooed as I stared into his eyes, my legs wrapping around his waist and bouncing up and down while he held me close to him. His body tensed as he pushed me back against the glass and pulled out of me, and then pushed back inside while biting down on my neck.
Fuck!
He growled in my ear as I kissed his shoulder, feeling my body bowing to him. My body shook in his arms as I came down hard on him, feeling all my energy leave the moment that I came. He held on to me while pounding inside of me while I slammed back down onto him as I felt him tense, and he held my chin and I sucked on my lips while I felt his dick pulsating inside of me.
I love you, Blue.
15. Don Caselli. Her body fit next to mine perfectly as we were on the balcony wrapped in blankets, listening to the ocean and feeling the semi-cool air. The mornings the air was cooler before the sun fully came up and pelted down on the island. The sun was still coming up over the mountains and water, and the sky was a mix of different hues of orange and yellows. The brightness carried Pooh's face as she slept peacefully beside me. The covers between her legs and her head rested on her hand. Her chest would slowly rise and then fall as her cross remained centered on her chest, never moving. I rubbed her face as her hair took up all of the pillow with its tightly coiled curls. She wanted to brush it into a bun after the beach earlier, and I convinced her not to. I enjoyed seeing her hair in its natural state, not slicked back into a bun or hidden in braids, just free, all over her head. It was fucking beautiful to me. Her hair tickling my nose as she got close to me and needed my arm wrapped around her. I was someone that enjoyed my sleep, but I couldn't help but to wake up this morning on my birthday and admire the woman beside me. A woman that didn't realize she had changed up my world, how I thought or what I thought I wanted. She was so secure in who she was and what she wanted that it made me need her. I wanted her, craved her. Pulling her closer to me, I kissed her lips softly as she remained asleep. I continued to kiss her lips as I rubbed her body, feeling every inch of her next to me.
Happy birthday, baby.
She yawned, her eyes remained closed. Damn, Blue, fucking breath stank. I laughed. Her eyes popped open and she covered her mouth. Landon! Baby, that breath fucking hot as shit. It ain't the worst, but you damn near melted the side of my face off. She tried to climb out the bed, and I pulled her back toward me. Get off me. I need to brush. I tickled her as she laughed while keeping her mouth covered. I'm fucking with you. Thank you. I take that shit back. No happy birthday for you. I took her hand and put it on my hardened dick. What you gonna do for my birthday, Blue? She smirked as her hands found their way to it. Stroking it, she looked up at me as I laid back on the bed, ready for her to ride this dick. Green and Beans had rooms on the other side of the villa. Even if they went to use the pool, they couldn't see us up here. With my hands behind my head and eyes closed, I was ready to feel her on me. My eyes shot open when I looked down, and she was bent over with a mouthful of my dick. Blue, fuck. That look in her eyes. It was one that used to scare the fuck out of me, but not from her. She ran her tongue down my dick and then popped it back into her mouth, her ass bent over, making me wish I could grab that shit and slap it. Her hand tried to grip it the best she could as she sucked my dick. Each time I held her head, she went harder. Pulling it out, she spit on it and had me ready to lose my mind. Happy birthday, Don. I gripped her head and shoved her face down lower, since she liked playing. You like being a smartass, huh? Yep, she replied while my dick was still in her mouth, egging me on because she knew I liked the banter when we fucked. Wrapping her hair around my fist, I pulled her head up and watched my dick fall out of her mouth. Suck that shit right, Blue. Hear me? Slowly nodding her head, she pushed me back into her mouth and went hard, while her eyes watered. My grip on her hair loosened because she had me with my damn chest about to cave in. No words were exchanged as she continued to suck me and jerk my shit at the same time. When I felt like I was about to come, I snatched her up and flipped her onto her back. Want me to return the favor, Blue? She bit down on her bottom lip, hair covering half her face and legs opened. Yanking her toward me, I kissed her pussy a few times. She moaned, rubbing my head. Pussy swollen, baby? Uh-huh, 'cause of you. Yanking her even closer, I asked, 'Cause of who? You, she replied again, while looking down at me. Our eyes remained locked as I swirled my tongue in her down below, slurping her juices, sucking on her pussy lips, and feeling her gyrate her hips closer to my lips, kissing her inner thighs before I dove right back into her. You taste so good, you know that? She tried to back up, and I pulled her closer to me as I sucked on her pussy like it was a fucking mango from the trees outside. Tasting her juices mixed with my saliva as her legs shook, and I pulled her even closer to me. Who this pussy belong to, Pooh? Let me hear something, I demanded as she caressed my head and held her breath because it felt so good to her. It's yours, baby, yours, she choked out. I took her in as the sun continued to slowly rise on me, feasting between her legs. Who the fuck needed a birthday cake when I had pussy right in front of me? Pulling her closer to me as I slurped her juices. My pussy. Her legs widened as she allowed me to shove my tongue deeper inside of her, while she rolled her hips and held my head, showing me where she wanted me. Each time she backed up, I pulled her back toward me. My arms were locked under her thighs, making sure she never escaped me. Her breathing was shallow, and I could tell she was about to unleash, and I wanted to taste it all. Reaching up, I massaged her nipples between my fingers while she panted, Baby, I'm gonna die. I softly bit her lips while staring at her. You hear me, baby? I can't. I'm gonna... What's my name, Blue? Dawn. I bit her lip harder, and she squealed as she pulled back some. What's my name? Landon, my baby, she cooed, and I pulled her closer and kissed her lips, like I had French kissed the ones on her face and tasted all of her juices she finally unleashed, kissing her inner thighs as they started shaking and looking up into her eyes as she stared down into mine. Yeah, I was gone. While Navy showered, I went into the kitchen where breakfast was already prepared and waiting on us. Green was on her laptop while Beans was putting a shit ton of pepper on his eggs. The damn eggs looked black with how much he was putting on, and he hadn't sneezed once. Morning, Green greeted, taking a sip of her coffee while her eyes were still staring at her screen. Happy birthday, nigga. Beans held his hand out, and we embraced. How you feeling? A little older? A lot wiser? It's your birthday? What are the odds that you and Navy have birthdays days apart? Green, no longer interested in her computer, gasped. Happy birthday! Thanks. I sat down at the table and my plate was sat in front of me. Can you fix my baby her plate too? Yes, Mr. Caselli. Don. It's cool to call me Don. I smiled at her, never wanting to jack that Mr. Caselli shit. I'd leave that to Menace, mostly because he didn't want nobody calling him anything close to his actual name. Stevie was the exception. Your baby? Ooh. Green teased. Mocha, stop your shit. She tossed a napkin at me. Don't start your shit, Don. All three of us laughed as Navy came from downstairs. She was wearing a floral yellow sundress, and her hair was pulled up into a curly ponytail with a few pieces hanging in the back. I pulled the chair out for her, and she smiled as I kissed her neck. You look pretty, Pooh. She blushed and kissed me back. Thank you, birthday boy. Green and Bean looked at us both. Yeah, that shit cute and shit. What we getting into today, Grizzle? Green looked at him with a smile on her face. Well, you claimed that you wanted to show me how to cook snapper. You really holding me to that? Green folded her arms. Yep, talked all that mess. I want to see it. Bean smirked. Then we out today to the market. I can gather the ingredients for you, Jera, our cook, offered. No worries, Jera. You can actually sit with me while Beans cooks us a beautiful lunch. Do you like wine? Jera looked over at me to make sure it was fine, and I nodded. Yes, I do, Miss Green. Perfect. We'll have a great time by the pool while the man slaves. 'Cause why would a man be there? Apparently, it was an inside joke between her and Navy because she busted out laughing at her cousin's joke. Jera sat Pooh's plate down, and she said a quick prayer before she ate. My phone rang, and I looked down and saw it was Menace calling me. No matter where I was in the world, he always made time to call me for my birthday. He called all of us. Zoya's ass just chose to ignore his calls and wait until the last minute to call him for his birthday. Yeah. The line was silent for a second, which was typical Menace shit. Happy birthday, Don. Thanks, appreciate it. Silence again. At 25, I was doing shit I had no business doing. Proud of the man you become. He cleared his throat. Have become. He corrected himself. I looked at the phone and walked closer to the pool. Mans, you sick? You wishing death on me, Don? I chuckled. Nah, never that. Just ain't never heard you sound so choked up, pussy. He snorted. Why you hate my son, Don? Menace, the fuck you chatting about? He sighed into the phone as I sat on the edge of a lounge chair. Dennis told me he felt some kind of way. I held the phone away from my ear. Who the fuck is Dennis? When I was over his house, I remember Jeffy and Corleone kept mentioning Dennis, but I wasn't even tapped into their conversation. I was more concerned with why I was there. I was met with silence again. My fucking son. His name is fucking Maverick Jr. Where the fuck Dennis come from? Just like that Wanda shit. The fuck you calling Stevie Wanda? I paid all that money for schooling. He's slow. Shit, he muttered. Men's, what up? I'm not fucking slow. Any fucking way. This new year and role require a lot from you. To step up within the family and be my mouthpiece when I cannot. Understood. Men's, you need your own jet. Got that sent to you this morning. She'll be at the airport for your return. Happy birthday, pussy. I felt like I had a stroke and hadn't heard him correctly. Menace didn't say he bought me my own fucking jet. Ain't no way he did some shit like that. Maverick? The line was quiet. Again. He hated when someone used his real name. Stevie and Cora were the only people that called him by his actual name. Zoya, out of spite, always called him Menace. His ass killed my best friend, so he was always a menace in my book, so I used the name he went by. Landon, he replied. A fucking jet? Don't make this weird. I'm not fucking kissing you either. He ended the call, and I rested the phone against my forehead as I laughed. There would be no hug, kiss, or anything to acknowledge that he did something nice for me. It had always been like that, and that was our reality when it came to our older brother. Every birthday, we always woke up to a large lump sum of cash or an expensive gift waiting outside for us. Throw some ass for the birthday boy. Throw some ass for the birthday boy. Navy came out the villa and started shaking her ass. I watched as her shit moved in the sundress and bit my bottom lip. You gonna get your ass in trouble. My middle name is Trouble. She walked over toward me and plopped down beside me. What's the matter? Why you assuming something wrong? She nudged my shoulder with hers and leaned her head on my arm. Hey, you know you can be honest with me. You don't need to always pretend to be all right with me. I looked over at her and smirked. My brother bought me a jet for my birthday. Navy snapped her head up and stared at me. I'm here for you, I promise. But you rich folks? Why is that a reason to be all in your feelings, nutcase? I pulled her onto my lap and laughed. I'm not in my feelings. Digesting this shit. Trying to figure out how I feel, you know? I know how I would feel, she muttered. How? Grateful. I feel that. Blessed. She kissed my lips. My hands squeezed her ass. Definitely feeling that. Like you should welcome me to the Miles High Club. I kissed her neck. Definitely giving you the membership on the way back home. She giggled. I have some things planned for you today. I raised my eyebrow and stared at her. Yeah? Uh-huh. You already brought me here, so I wanted to do something for you. Just the two of us. Beans and Green will meet up with us later. How you know I didn't have anything planned for you? Not my birthday yet, and I'm very simple. All I want to do for my birthday is to read on the beach. Maybe that beach club we drove by yesterday. I can make that happen. Butter pecan ice cream and a banana-flavored cake. She called off what she wanted and what she wanted to do for her birthday. Got it. Now go and shower so we can get our day started, Mr. I Own a Jet. She stood up and I slapped her ass while biting down on my lip. She walked away, purposely doing a stank walk with her ass poked out. Chop, chop. I worked out and was the most fit person I knew. Nah, Menace was, but I was damn near up there with him. I may have skipped a workout or two every now and again. Lately, I had been focused on other shit and not hitting the gym like I should have. When Navy changed out her dress and put on a pair of biker shorts and a sports bra, I should have known something. She had us hiking a nature trail to see the best views of St. Lucia. As someone that wasn't into nature like that, I wasn't expecting this shit. She was so excited to do something for my birthday, and I wasn't about to complain when no one had ever done this for me. I watched as she jumped back and started rubbing her skin because she walked through a spider web. It was clear she wasn't into nature like that either. Lynn, I feel like something is crawling all over me. Is it something on me? She asked, fear in her voice. I looked as she did a full 360 and backed away. Pooh, relax.
There's some, get it off me! Get it off me, Landon! She screamed so loud as I laughed, holding my stomach at the way her face looked as she jumped around with her neck stiff because she didn't want to move too much. I'm fucking with you, baby. She ran toward me and pummeled me with her small-ass fist. Why the fuck would you do that? I scooped her ass up and continued up this long-ass trail while slapping her ass as she tickled me. Not ticklish, Pooh? Really? Uh-huh. That's fucking sad. How? Everyone should experience a laugh when someone tickles you. She busted out into laughter as I tickled her while still carrying her up this hill. She was holding us up with her stopping every so often because she felt something was crawling on her. I got along in life just fine, baby. Navy was quiet as I felt her little-ass hands trying to get a chuckle out of me. Damn it! Told you. I put her back down when we finally reached the top. She gasped as she took in the picturesque views of St. Lucia. It displayed everything from up here. Neither of us rushed to take our phones out to capture the moment. We both were focused on the view and how it stole our breath away. Navy came and stood beside me, and I pulled her closer to me as other people that were on the same trail as us finally made it up here. I feel like I can't breathe. That's just how powerful this view is. Navy was nearly moved to tears as she stared out at the view. My parents, all those years ago, celebrated the start of their love here. I stepped behind her and wrapped my arms around her. She held onto my arms as she continued to stare at it. Beautiful, huh? So beautiful. I want that so bad. Want what? Love. The kind that my parents have, you know? They always choose one another every day. They make the conscious decision to choose one another. When life is hard, unfair, and falling apart, I never saw them at odds. Always love and compassion for one another. Reason why you so filled with love. She spun around in my arms. You think so? I know so. Heard you last night when you thought I was asleep. I smirked and she covered her face, almost embarrassed that I heard her. Oh, Jesus. You think I'm weird, huh? Last night while we were laying on the balcony, the air, sound of the crickets, and water below us felt so good. Had my mind going wild, and to quiet it, I pulled Navy closer with my eyes closed. She must have thought I was asleep and went to the bathroom. When she came back, she climbed back into my arms, but not before she kissed my forehead and said a short prayer for me. God, cover him and help him overcome the things he doesn't speak about. Let him know that my intentions are pure, and the love I'm feeling is real. Amen. The words still ran through my head like she was in my ear saying them to me. I had never had someone pray for me. I could still feel her lips softly kissing my head, so soft and gentle with me. Not at all. I'd be thinking of changing that Perkins to Caselli. She snorted and shoved me while laughing. Yeah, whatever. I meant every word I said, Landon. I believe you. I pulled her hand, and we sat over near the benches. Everyone else was trying to capture the view as their background in their pictures, and before I tossed somebody over the cliff for shoving us, it was better to move out the way. What's your favorite song? An oldie and a goodie, she questioned. Let's Wait a While, by Janet Jackson. And a goodie? I pondered on her question and then looked at her. Ambitious Girl. Wale? Classic. The album About Nothing is my favorite album of all times. Green always says I drag it, but it's literal art. Fucking masterpiece if you ask me. Ain't nobody creative like that. All that mumble shit gets more buzz because it's quick and got a catchy beat. Nobody is taking their time to create art anymore, painting the picture through words, everybody chasing trends. Yeah, I feel the same way when it comes to reading. She sighed and looked at me. Any art you create is such a delicate labor of love. So many people ruin that by trying to chase or snatch someone else's process. Take their creative process and try to make it their own. She was so passionate about the shit that she was becoming so worked up. She really fucks with you, huh? Nodding her head, she crossed her leg on the bench. Yeah, I'm a creative, so I enjoy seeing everyone create. It's the reason I'll never become a professional singer. I enjoy being able to write songs, put it down, pick it up, and have that moment. Not put my process out there for the world to see and rip apart. It takes a lot of strength to put something you create into the world, opening you up to those that will rip it apart, knowing they couldn't sing a tune, write a word, or sit in front of a camera and create. I love hearing you sing, Blue. You've only heard me once. Twice. When? When you were doing dishes in the kitchen after I told you I had a housekeeper, I reminded her. You had your headphones on with your back turned as you sang. The housekeeper didn't show up once when I was there. I fucked her one last time and fired her.
waiting on her replacement. She paused, gagged by my honesty, and then shoved me. Gross, Landon. You fucked your housekeeper? I started laughing as I took her hand in mine. You didn't tell me yours. Songs? Yeah. All right. Summer Friends by Chance the Rapper. Her taste in music had me ready to get down on one knee and propose to her right now. Coloring book album? Shit, Blue. I might could fuck with you. She laughed. I know good music, and that album went diamond in my house. My mom used to tell me to turn it off. Odie. Love Me in a Special Way, and not the Tamia version. I chuckled. Got you. I could fuck with it. Why Janet Jackson? I looked away from her, back toward the view. Her stare was so intense because she wanted to know everything about me. Navy was an open book and didn't mind sharing her life. The dark sheet either. I met her, and on the first date she was telling me relationship woes. She always had been open since we met. And even when it was about her desire to not have kids, she eventually opened up and let me in. I'm over here, handsome. She pulled at me and grabbed my chin, pulling my face back into her direction. Kissing the palm of her hand, I looked into her eyes. Reminds me of my mother. My sister told me it was her favorite song. It always comes in my head randomly, and I can't rest until I hum it out or listen to it. Recently found out it's because it was her favorite song. How old were you when you lost them? Like 4? Oh, man. I'm sorry. She scooted closer to me and held onto my arm. Do you miss them? Don't know them to miss them. Can't remember shit about them. My siblings don't talk about them, so can't miss people you never met. Navy looked up into my eyes with tears pouring down her face. I'm sorry, Landon. I can't imagine how hard that was. Baby, why the fuck are you crying? It's sad. I feel for you. Being that young and losing your parents couldn't have been easy. My parents are my entire world, and I can't even think about it because it makes me emotional. Can I hug you? Before I could give her an answer, she roped her arms around my neck, kissing my temple. Easier to pretend you don't care, right? Yeah, Blue. She moved my hands and sat in my lap as she continued to look at me. Her phone interrupted whatever she was about to say. Hey, Mommy. I watched as she held her phone up to her face. Hey, baby. Hey, mamas, I heard Ro in the background. Daddy is with you? Yeah, he got off before me and came to ride the train home with me. How was St. Lucia? She asked as she smiled at her daughter. Navy's parents wanted to be parents. The joy on their faces when she was around couldn't be denied. Beautiful, and I feel connected to you both even more. Where's my guy at? I heard Ro ask. I smirked when he referred to me as his guy. Actually, he's right here. We just hiked a trail to see the views of the island. Navy smashed her face next to mine and put the camera in our face. What up, pimpin'? Happy birthday. Ain't nothing, old head. Thank you. Ro chuckled. I feel it. I feel it. Happy birthday, Landy Pooh. Avril teased. You both look tired. Was the trail that hard? Mommy, it was so... I tickled her. Thanks, Ma. Don't even lie like you walked up the rest of the way. I carried you. Snitch. Navy Blue, not you being a fibber. Navy started laughing. Anyway, we got you both a cake when you come home. We'll have dinner and cut your cake. Oh, thanks, Mommy. What flavor? Red velvet one side and banana on the other side. Split down the middle for you both, since Landon wanted to yell, and I quote, Red velvet is the goddamn best. Fight me, when he was drunk. I did a slight laugh as she continued to talk with her parents. Excuse me, Pooh. I removed her from my lap and then walked back over toward where everyone was standing. People were between taking pictures or in the gift shop that was near the top of the view. Navy was still talking to her parents as I shoved my hands into my pockets, feeling overwhelmed. They got me a cake. A shared cake with their daughter. It was expected for them to get her a cake. She was their child, their entire world, and since meeting Navy, birthdays were special to her family. They didn't just go all out for her birthday. Green and her younger cousins got the same treatment. They loved and honored the children in their family, even though Green and Navy were technically grown. Seeing how they called to wish me a happy birthday had my chest tight. I couldn't figure out the feeling that I was feeling, but the shit had me sweating bullets and feeling lightheaded at the same time. Baby, look at me. I felt her hand slide up my back, and I turned to look down at her. What's on your mind? Tell me. Can't even tell you how I feel, Pooh. She hugged me and looked right up at me. You feel loved. That feeling of knowing someone cares about you, thought about you, and wanted you to know it. Why'd he do that? She smiled up at me.
Because they see exactly what I see.
What's that? She hugged me tighter.
A good man that wants to love and be loved. You want to feel what you're feeling, but you've never experienced it before. You're scared. Scared as fuck.
She reached up and pulled my chin down to look at her.
Hey, that's all right. Love is a bunch of things, and fear is wrapped in there too. I'm scared too.
Tell me why.
You told me that you love me, Landon. Took me away to this beautiful island and have been fucking me every way from Tuesday. I am pregnant and told you my plans already. I'm scared that if I continue to keep falling, that I'm gonna hit the ground.
Could never let that happen to you.
How are you so sure?
It was my turn to grab hold of her chin and lift her head to look me in the eyes. I don't damage the things or people that I value, Blue.
Can I be honest?
Thought we were.
I've been wanting this surgery for so long and kept getting a bunch of doors slammed in my face. Now that it's happening, it's because I'm getting an abortion too. I'm second-guessing myself real hard right now.
About what?
Do I want to get them tied?
I stared at her, fighting this silent battle of confusion in her head. Why are you second-guessing yourself, Blue?
You.
What? Tears slid down her face.
You are the reason I'm second-guessing. I don't want children, and it has been something I've stood my ground on. Then I meet you, and I think about you. I think about what's fair to you and your bloodline.
Don't think about me and my bloodline. I would never want you to consider me while being unfair to yourself and what you want. I would never make you have children for the sake of my bloodline. My brother is married and has a son. Our bloodline is secured. I wiped the tears from her face. She reached up and rubbed my face.
I think of maybe a little you mixed with me, and it makes me sick.
Pooh, why in the fuck would you even have a kid if the thought makes you sick? She started laughing.
No, you make me sick because I never wanted or thought of this.
What are you saying? You want to keep the baby?
Oh, God, no,
she blurted. Damn.
Sorry, she snorted. I don't want to keep this baby. And I don't know if I'll want kids later down the line. I do want the option if I decide to change my mind. If we decide to change our mind.
I rubbed her face and kissed her lips slowly. I'll get a vasectomy.
Excuse you?
It's like a 10-minute procedure for me, and I'm awake. You already have to go under. I don't want you having that extra pressure on you. She reached up and grabbed my face.
I couldn't ask you to do that.
You're not asking me to do it. I'm offering, Blue. I want you. If this is what I have to do to protect us, I'll do the shit.
Why do I feel guilty?
'Cause you in your head thinking you're forcing me. I'm straight and can handle it. I'm the reason you were put in this position. Running up in you raw without thinking.
My fault, too.
Doesn't matter. We both know that we don't want to be parents right now. It would be selfish to welcome that child into this world knowing we don't want this.
Yeah.
I pulled her into my arms and hugged her tightly. Thank you. She pulled back.
For?
Today.
Well, we're not done. We're going to Groseilliers, to a street party they have.
She kissed my cheek. Oh, word?
Yes, I heard it's the place to be, and we're going. Think food, good music, and a vibe.
She was so excited about it that the shit was cute. Planned it all, huh?
I'm a planner. If we're doing this, you need to know that I will plan a trip with the quickness.
Grabbing a handful of her ass and kissing her neck, I said, with my card, right?
You trying to say you want to finance my travel addiction, Don? Ouch!
She screeched as she broke out into laughter. Stop playing with me, Navy Blue.
Not you using my full name. Chill out.
I grabbed her hand and then paused. Do me a favor, Blue.
Sure, what?
When we talk about us, leave the ifs out of it. We're doing it, right? She smiled up at me.
Yes, we're doing this.
The top was down on the Jeep Wrangler I had rented for our time here. I drove back down the hill as Navy looked out at the scenery, still amazed by all she was witnessing today. There was this tense part of her, as if she was in her head thinking of everything we had discussed on top of the hill. I wanted Navy and everything that came with her. Her family, I wanted them to be mine. My feelings were so strong that it had me second-guessing myself, trying to talk myself out of feeling this way about her. Every time I called myself creating some distance, I only wanted her more. She was who I wanted to be with, and if children weren't in our future, I could live with that. Spending my life with a woman that loved me while traveling the world was good with me. The wind whipped through her hair. As she held her hand out the window, the wind floating through her fingers. I grabbed hold of her other hand and kissed the back of her hand. We're good, Pooh. I can promise that, I told her. I watched her unclench her shoulders and give me that beautiful smile.
Yeah?
Yeah.
16. Navy blue. Landon's hand held the back of my neck, while his other hand gripped my hip as he slammed his dick into me.
"You're taking this dick, Blue. Tell me something."
He grunted as I held onto the balcony and moaned. My body slightly jerked over the balcony the harder he went. "Oh, yes," I moaned out while he delivered another stroke. I was on the points of my toes, holding onto the balcony while he held onto the back of my neck, and all I kept screaming in my head was, "I'm never leaving. I'm never leaving." His hand left my hip, and I felt the sting from the slap he delivered on my ass, and I felt his hand grip my hip again, pulling me back onto him harder. His dick felt like it was in my ribs with how hard and how calculated each stroke was. Landon wasn't just fucking to fuck. He was calculated with the way that he used his dick. There was no need to rush or go slow. He had perfected the right speed when it came to hitting a woman's spot. I found myself wanting to spin him around and ask him who taught him to do these things. Why was he so good at this?
"The fuck out of your head, baby. Fuck me back. Throw all that ass back."
He slapped my ass once again, and I was out of my head and joined his show. Because let's be real, this was Landon's show. His hand loosened from the back of my neck, and I felt both his hands grip my hips and slammed me back onto his dick. My head jerked back as my hands struggled to hold the balcony railing. He parted my ass cheeks and pulled his dick out, slapping it on top of my ass. One hand slapping his dick on my ass, and the other slapping my ass. My pussy leaked, feeling the sting of the slap from his dick and then his hand. "Put it back, baby, please," I pleaded with him while trying to stare back at him. The smirk on his face told me he enjoyed torturing me, and I was as sick as he was because I wanted him to continue. Like I asked, he held my ass cheeks apart and shoved himself inside of me, and I moaned out when I felt his dick stretching me. "Ooh, fuck, baby. Fuck," I yelled out so damn happy. My pussy tried to keep him inside of me each time I felt him pulling his dick from inside of me. He spun me around and put me on the edge of the balcony while sliding inside of me. My mother was back home in Brooklyn praying for me to have a safe trip, while I was on this island with this man's hand around my neck and sitting on the edge of a balcony getting fucked. Landon held onto me tightly as he stroked his pussy like he had known it his entire life. The look in his eyes as he looked down into my eyes made my heart flutter. Biting down on his lip, he pulled me closer onto him, and I felt like if I opened my mouth, dick was going to fall out.
"You told me you loved me, Blue. You mean that shit?"
He grunted between strokes, holding onto my shoulder. I was biting my lips so hard that I was certain that I would taste blood in a few. My body jerked each time I tossed this pussy back. "You know I did. Why you asking?" He smirked, sucking on my lips and picking me up. In the air, he slammed me down onto his dick harder with each smirk that passed his lips, and I screamed out. I tried to grab the balcony, and he moved back while I held onto his shirt. We were supposed to be leaving, and I had gotten smart, and he decided now was the time to show me how he was about that shit. It turned me on when he looked at me while biting that bottom lip. That grin, like he knew I would fold, and I did the minute he grabbed me up and bent my ass over the balcony. The way I was slamming this pussy on him as he was holding me up and standing me in the middle of the balcony should have been illegal, even impossible, but his hands gripped my ass while I held him around the neck and used him like he was my personal stripper pole. Slamming my pussy down onto his dick while he stared at me with this high, like he was floating and didn't know how to come down.
"Fuck me harder, Blue. I know you can fuck this dick. Go harder. Don't be shy.
He walked over toward the daybed on the balcony and sat down, laying back onto his back. I planted my hands onto his chest and slid down slowly onto him, taking deep breaths, because it felt so good. With the way his hands flew to my waist, I knew it felt good to him, too.
Give me a kiss and fuck this dick, Blue.
He demanded, and I leaned down and sucked on his lips while slamming my pussy down onto his dick. His hands squeezed my hips as he sucked my soul through my mouth. Our tongues danced into each other's mouth while his hand left my hip and held my face.
Fucking beautiful, Blue. Let me see your pretty ass face while you fuck this dick.
His words sent a chill throughout my entire body as I kissed his lips and did exactly what he told me. I sat on my feet and lifted up, teasing the tip of his dick with my opening, which made his body jerk. "Let me see your face, Don," I cooed, and he held onto me and slammed me back down onto him while I screamed out,
Fucking enough! Damn, we're waiting to leave and you fucking up here. We can hear you.
Beans hollered from below, and I slapped my hand over my mouth. Landon wasn't fazed as he continued to move my body on his dick. "Beans there?" I heard Green come from behind him.
They're fucking Grizzle. I ain't trying to hear all that shit when we supposed to be leaving. Damn.
Landon, still quiet, his lip tucked between his teeth, lifted me up. He ignored his best friend downstairs, mad because he wasn't getting any ass.
Hayden don't look good on you, Beans.
Landon grunted as I closed my eyes and held my moan in.
And this nigga's still going. We leaving. Freak the fuck out, bro.
He laughed, and I heard the downstairs glass door slam behind him. Moving my hips slower, his arms bulged with the way he was holding my hips and moving me slow. The slower pace did something to my body, had my pussy thumping. I felt like I could feel the pulse within my chest. His gaze returned to me as he stared me in the eyes.
Look at me, Pooh. Give me that eye contact.
I stared at him, holding onto his chest, feeling the shakes about to ensue because what he was doing to me had my body ready to unleash. "I am, baby."
Yeah, you my baby, right?
Uh-huh. Slower rhythms. My body moved slower. Up, down, side by side, circular motions.
Only my baby, right? You my Pooh, right?
"Yes, baby, I am."
Love me? Huh? You weren't fibbing, huh?
I was shaking my head while scratching his chest. Never. He lifted me slightly, and then the circular motion returned.
We doing this, right? No ifs, second guessing. Jumping full in,
Jumping full in, baby. Don't hurt me.
Never that, Pooh. I want you to do something for me, okay?
I moaned.
Come for the Don, okay?
God. The way he stared when he said the Don had me unleashing before the words left my mouth. His cocky ass smirk on his face 'cause he knew I was going to come. He understood I wanted to unleash, and he made me hold it until he said so. I could feel his dick pulsating inside of me as he held me tightly onto him while he came at the same time. Collapsing on his chest, he kissed my forehead while my body felt weak. "No more, Landon. Twice in one day is crazy."
Going for 3 when we come back.
He kissed my lips and looked into my face.
We need to shower now.
"Huh?" I whined. He laughed, rubbing my ass, allowing me to close my eyes for a little bit. Both of us remained quiet, feeling good in each other's arms. I never wanted to move from his arms because he felt good.
When we back home, I want your parents to meet my siblings.
I lifted my head. "We can do that. You sure?"
Yeah, your mom said something to me that had me thinking since she said it.
He kissed my lips. What did she say?
None of your business, nosy.
He kissed my nose and then slapped my ass so we could get up and meet Beans and Green.
The entire street was packed out with music, food vendors, and people dancing. We had the driver bring us instead of driving. Since I had heard from the locals, the traffic was a lot. There were tents with food vendors under them,
picnic tables set out for you to enjoy your food and music. A stage was down toward the other side of the street. Soca music played as my hips moved to the music. We had run into Beans and Green as we were grabbing food. Green was already dancing as she grabbed my hand, and we started dancing at each other. I was vlogging, so Landon took my camera and was filming me and Green acting up. It wasn't an aesthetic or the perfect lighting. I didn't practice my words or actions. It was me needing to dance, feeling my cousin's arms as we both did something that was the norm for us. We had grown up listening to everything from soca to reggae music, so this was in our blood. We watched our mothers do the same thing, grabbing each other as they danced, and our uncles tried to playfully stop them, like they weren't grown with kids of their own. Music was so important to our culture. It fed our souls. When we were feeling down or when we were feeling joy, we could always count on the music to tell us how we were feeling. Our bodies naturally reacted to the beat without us even thinking. Green whined her hips over towards Beans, and he was not trying to feed into what she wanted, but then she turned around and started whining on him, and his hands held her as she danced. I could tell from the way he was holding her that he had feelings for her. Green always spoke about him being nice to her and always flirting with her, and hearing it was one thing. Seeing how he stared down at her when she finally turned around to face him solidified it. Her hair went one way, while her body went the other way. She was into her element, moving her body and letting loose. Tossing my arms around Landon, I took my camera and turned it to face us. How does it feel to be on my vlog? He kissed my lips.
You want the world to know you got a man, Blue?
I blushed, because the camera was shoved in his face and he was only paying attention to me. I mattered in this moment, not my career or this camera. Wouldn't be a bad thing, huh? He flipped the screen down and held it.
Can't be recorded like that, Pooh.
Will you explain why?
Soon.
He grabbed a handful of ass and I was satisfied to be in his presence, feeling something I hadn't felt in my soul in a while. Peace. The feeling of his cool lips on mine, kissing me awake, felt like I was on top of the world. His arms gripped me tightly as he continued to kiss me, wanting me to be in his skin. My eyes fluttered open and I kissed him back.
Happy birthday, Pooh,
he said between kisses on my lips and neck as I giggled and hugged him around the neck. Thank you, baby. Why have you been up early every morning since we got here? I kissed his cheek as his lips found mine again. His hand squeezed my ass, his favorite thing to do. He loved squeezing my ass and just randomly slapping it. We spent yesterday at Sugar Beach and enjoyed the silence. I read my book while he read a magazine about computers or software. We didn't need to have constant conversations. We just enjoyed being in each other's space. Green and Beans went to do their own thing while we sat on the beach. I was sunburned, but I had no regrets this morning on my birthday. I smiled so wide as I looked at him, admiring me. Did you think this would happen when you interrupted my reading at that dinner party? I snorted.
You were so smitten you put that book down and wanted to talk to me.
I shoved him. Whatever. You kept chatting and clearly you wanted to see what navy blue was about.
Damn right I wanted to see what she was about.
Any regrets?
None. You?
I winced. You snore a little, but that's all right. We don't live together, so I don't have to deal with it all the time.
Oh, yeah?
He tickled me and I fell back laughing. My phone started ringing from behind him, and he reached and handed it to me. When I saw Antoine's FaceTime call coming in, I rolled my eyes and showed him the phone.
Answer. You were with him for a minute. You don't just forget about someone you cared about birthday.
I was surprised by his response and slid my finger across the screen. Hey.
Happy birthday, baby.
Before I could respond, Don snatched the phone and came into view.
Chill on the baby, my boy. Say happy birthday and keep that shit respectful.
He handed me the phone back and I busted out laughing in Antoine's face.
This the shit you really on, Nave? Her name is Navy. Cut those nicknames out.
He yawned, getting out of the bed. We slept naked, so I licked my lips while looking at how that dick hit the inner thigh.
What the fuck, Navy?
I forgot that Aunt was on the phone. Thanks, Aunt.
You really doing some hoe shit right now.
He ranted as I ended the call with him, because I didn't have time to listen to him put his shit on me. During our entire relationship, I had remained faithful, loving only him and choosing him. He was the one who cheated on me and then continued to cheat. I stopped living for a while when it came to Antoine, thinking of everything he wanted and never thinking about what I wanted. Laying in a beautiful villa in St. Lucia on my birthday with a man that was hung like a horse was exactly what I deserved. My phone started to ring again, and when I saw my mother's FaceTime, I sat up and covered up with the blanket. Hi, Mommy.
Happy birthday, Navy Blue. My favorite hue of blue. I love you so much, mamas.
It was rare that my mother called me mamas, but whenever she did, I always felt extra loved. Thank you, Mommy. I love you so much. She smiled into the camera while at work. I recognized her background as she ran her hand through her hair.
I love you so much too, baby. What do you have planned today?
What's wrong? I was so tuned in with my parents that I knew something was wrong with her. She stared at the camera and smiled.
None of your business.
Mom, please, what's wrong?
Work has been stressful. We were called to a scene of a home where there were neglected children. All were missing children. These kids were so malnourished, scared, and abused. Takes a toll on you, babes.
From her eyes, I could tell she was tired. My mother loved her job because she loved to help children. I'd be lying if I said she didn't take her work home with her. Growing up, there were many nights she came through the door and the first person she found was me. She'd smother me in kisses, making sure that I knew that I was loved. I knew it was because she had seen something horrible at work and couldn't shake it before she crossed the threshold of our apartment. It was the reason I worked so hard. I wanted to retire both my parents so they could enjoy life. They worked so hard, and they deserved to enjoy their life too. I almost feel guilty at times for traveling and being able to have this life while they were stuck at work. I'm sorry, Mommy. I sat up, removing my hair from my face.
It's all right, babes. It's life, huh?
Doesn't make it hurt any less having to see those things. She sat up and smiled.
Anyway, I called to hear about all that you're doing today. Where is Landy Pooh?
She had randomly started calling him that, and now she teased him. I think he enjoyed it. I watched him tucking his dick in the briefs that he put on and looked at the camera. In the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Well, I wanted to tell you I wasn't able to get tickets for that rapper you wanted to see.
Bitches sold it right out of my cart.
It's all right, Mommy. Maybe I'll be invited by a brand or something. I smiled because she wasn't built for fighting for tickets for a concert. Brix Bell was a rapper that I had been following for a while. She got her claim to fame when a video of her went viral when she was 8 months pregnant. On the video, she was standing on the stoop spitting some real shit that forced everyone to be quiet and watch. While about to give life, she was out here giving us life. She was underground at the time and went ghost for a while. Her baby father used to be a rapper but ended up becoming an A&R. The public never knew what happened with her, but she was now signed to Raw Records and was going on her first tour after her album dropped last year. I was ready to shake my ass, feel like that bitch, and hear some real shit. Not okay. We were supposed to turn up together. I busted out laughing. Mommy, you don't even be knowing the words. Whatever, girl. I know good music and she has good music. Maybe soon mama's. We'll go to her concert and have a weekend away or something. On me, I don't care what you have saved. My parents weren't broke and made decent salaries. However, I also knew they paid for my grandparents' bills and whatever their Social Security didn't cover. Papa loved taking everybody's money playing dominoes because he hated his kids having to chip in and care for him. All right. I love you, and take a breath. I know it's hard, but take time for you. Look at you being a parent. Don had left the room, so I laid back and laughed on the phone with my mom. I know some stuff. And have you spoken to him about it? I have. She raised her brow. Oh, yeah? And what was that like? He agrees with me and wants to do whatever I want. He also said he wants to get a vasectomy, so I don't have to have my tubes tied. Really? She raised her voice. Yeah. I shrugged, not knowing how I felt about him doing something like that. It almost felt like I was forcing him, even though I knew that I wasn't. There's not too many men that would make that sacrifice for a woman. How does that make you feel? Like this is real? Well, babes, you and Antoine have tipped around this breakup for some time. Everyone knew that you both would eventually split apart. You are young, Navy. These are the years to live without regrets and find the love you crave. I hear you, Mom. Love you, baby. Enjoy your day and call me later. Okay, and take some time for you. She blew me a kiss. Will do. I ended our FaceTime, pulled the covers over my face, and took a deep breath. With my eyes closed, I said my birthday prayer that I had prayed every year. I asked God for happiness to show me how good it could get, and thanked him for all the blessings that he continued to pour down on me and my family. Pooh, I heard Landon's voice and removed the cover from my face. He was standing there with balloons and a gift bag in his hands. Balloons? How did you even get balloons? Made some shit happen for you. He tossed me one of his shirts and I put it on while crawling to the end of the bed. Carefully, I took the gift bag from him. Pulling out the tissue paper, I pulled out a book. Ella Gets the D. I read the title. I skimmed your wish list link you have on your book page and saw you had this one on there. I went and bought all the books on your wish list, but felt like this one should be your birthday gift. I gasped and looked at him. Tanvier Peart's books have been on my radar for some time. Am I able to read it today? Yeah, we doing whatever you want, Pooh. You said you want to read all day and get fucked while doing it? Sir, I never said that. I placed the book down and climbed into his lap, and he wrapped his arms around me. You don't have to. Your body is telling me. I held his face and kissed his lips and then picked the book back up. I'm excited to start this. Thank you for doing this for me, Landon. The trip, the gift, and everything. You don't know how much it was needed. I knew exactly how much it was needed, which is why I did it. I like to fix things. Solve problems, Pooh. See, when I see you have a problem, my solution is to fix it. Being the solution can be draining at times, huh? It's life. No, it can be draining, which is why I'm the feelings police. I ask those questions that you need to be asked. Navy, that shit is corny. I laughed, snorting in the process. Doesn't matter. He kissed me a few times.
Green has breakfast downstairs for you. Go get some clothes on.
Landon slapped my ass once more as I climbed out of his lap and went to the bathroom to get ready for the day. 17. Navy blue.
Who comes all the way on vacation to sit and read? I read like the next person, but your head has been in that book since we got here.
He gently took the book from me and looked at the spot I was in. I tried to reach for it as he flipped it open to the chapter I was on. Wait, she's about to text Jillian. Let me read this chapter and then we can leave.
You really locked in with.
His eyes skimmed the pages.
Ella.
I folded my arms. Her name is literally on the cover, Landon. Was skimming necessary? He smirked.
I watched your book videos. Freaky ass.
All I want is for my girl to get her HEA. And Jillian is gonna give her that. I paused, taking him in, and he looked at me weird.
What, Navy? If that fucking wasp is back.
I'm trying to see if you are cinnamon roll material. You have some qualities. I giggled when he tickled my feet and took a seat on the edge of the lounge chair. He kissed the top of my feet and handed me back my book.
I made reservations for a restaurant with the best views on the island.
Really?
Uh-huh. I want to see you dressed sexy and shit. Heels on and your hair curly. Pooh, I want you to smell so good that it makes me want to suck your pussy in the car on the way to the restaurant.
I maneuvered in my seat because it was the way he was staring at me that had me turned on. Is that so?
Hell yeah.
He looked down at his phone that kept chiming.
Not ready to return back tomorrow.
Yeah, same. We got some time together, though. Where are you headed to when we're back? Landon checked his phone.
Might have an event I have to attend with my brother. Want to be my date?
Ew, is that how you asking me? His phone continued to ping, and he stood up and came over, leaning over me, tilting my head with his fingers under my chin. He kissed my lips, sticking his tongue into my mouth before pulling away.
Yeah, you coming.
I was still hot from the kiss when my phone chimed. Ooh, I hollered as I snatched my phone from the table beside me.
What happened?
Turn the page, sis. Book club is live right now. They're discussing this book I finished last week.
Don looked at my screen. Shorty got a whiteboard?
I laughed and sat with my legs crossed. Yeah, they get deep. Shh. His phone started to ring and he kissed my head while he went to handle the call. I noticed he took a lot of calls, and there were a lot of side private conversations he and Beans had. Green told me that Beans worked for his brother, but with the way they had been moving, it seems like he worked for him. Like he was his second in command or something. I watched the live while watching him going off on the phone. His vein on the side of his neck bulged as he hollered. Beans was back at the villa with Green. They were going to attempt to make the snapper again with Gara's guidance.
Don't even worry about it. I'll handle it when I touch back down,
I heard him say as he ended the call and walked back over toward me. Although he was calm when he said those words, his eyes told me everything wasn't going to be all right when he touched down. He checked his watch and then sat back down on the edge of my lounge chair.
Ready to head back?
I put my phone down and smiled. Thanks for this. I really enjoyed myself today.
We didn't do shit except sit on the beach and read. I had a few shots, and you sucked down 3 smoothies.
I laughed. First of all, don't clock how many smoothies I had. They were so good. Plus, we didn't need to do anything, Landon. There's beauty in doing nothing sometimes. It's a privilege that not too many people get extended to them. He nodded his head.
You right, Pooh.
There was always something happening, always something to do. Even when you planned not to do anything, something always had to get done. When I was younger, I used to hate to sit in the house doing nothing. As an adult, I realized that not too many got that option. I watched my father on his days off get dressed because he and my uncles had some contracting job in another part of the city. There wasn't such a thing as doing nothing and enjoying the stillness of the world. Today, as I read my book on the most beautiful beach, I stared up at the sky and could actually see the clouds move. The sun beating down on my legs and the smell of sea water were small luxuries on the day that I didn't take for granted. Inhaling a healthy dose of seawater while a crisp page from a book sat between your fingers was the perfect day for me. Somebody said they wanted me to be sexy, so I need time to do that. Don't need that much time. He helped me up and grabbed my beach bag as we trekked across the beach to the Jeep holding hands. I looked at him as he stared straight ahead with a dark pair of sunglasses on. His facial expression was tense, and when he briefly looked over at me, he smiled. Everything okay? Opening the door for me, I climbed in, and he sat the beach bag in the back seat. Yeah. You're lying to me, and I understand. There are things that you cannot tell me. Green has already been a vault. He chuckled. It's your birthday. None of that shit matters. Okay. Soon as we got back to the villa, Don and Beans went somewhere to talk while I went to shower. When he had me speed packing, I had grabbed the dress I planned to wear on the trip with London. A yellow V-neck crochet maxi dress with gold accessories and my mini knockoff Hermes bag. I lathered my body up with Demosia's Urban Romance body oil, then used the matching perfume. It was a small women-owned business I found online and became obsessed with their things, especially this collection being named after my favorite things, books. Spritzing on my neck, behind my knees, and then my ankles, I stood up and tied my robe tighter so I could start my makeup and hair. Knock, knock, birthday girl. Green stood in the doorway with her arms folded, smiling at me. Our moms rarely ate when they decided to have children around the same time. Green had been my built-in best friend, and no matter what happened or where we went, we always spilled our deepest secrets to each other. Hey, I was just thinking about you. As you spray your ankles with perfume? Yeah, sure, she cackled, sounding exactly like her mother, my aunt, whenever she laughed. You crazy if you don't think I'm ending this birthday on his high? I snorted at my own joke and started on my makeup. Just wanted to check in on you. How did the convo go with the whole abortion thing? He's supportive of what I want to do. Neither of us is ready for a child right now. It would be dumb to have one just because we can afford one. Green nodded her head in agreement. No offense, but babies ruin everything. Green, I'm being real. They are blessings, but let's be real. Having one right now as you both are getting to know each other sounds like a disaster. Girl, I live for a pregnancy trope in a book, but in real life, I am crying on the inside. When that doctor told me, I flashed out. Auntie said you did. Said you were quiet for like 10 minutes. She cackled again. Not too much. Reasons, I'm celibate and enjoying it. I'm not opening these legs until I'm married. Even then, that man has to prove that he's worth me even giving him my hand in marriage. Don't worry. I'll get enough dick for the both of us. We both started laughing as she tossed the hand towel at me. No, for real. You need to stay off one another. Me and Beans were playing cards by the pool and y'all were going crazy. I shrugged, making up for lost time. Antoine was away at college, and even when he did come back home, we never had sex like that. Even when we did, it was never like this. Never, Green. I get it, bitch. Damn. You and Zion are both freaked out. Got it. I tossed my blending sponge at her as she came and sat on the second sink. Just because you're torturing Beans, don't be like that. He is used to having any woman he wants with a snap of the finger. I could tell he had to go into his room and have a moment. I came out in my bathing suit and he almost swallowed his tongue. I laughed. And your body is sick, so I know he was struggling. Was it the pink one? Yep. Cheeks were out, and I took a few thirst traps, too. Would you ever get serious with him? Green shrugged. I'm taking whoever takes me seriously. Serious. I don't have time for the games with the man that wants to play games and pretend. Can't be giving myself to these men that don't want what I want. Which is marriage and eventually children. I want that life with the picket fence and a backyard big enough for our family to come over and hang out. My job affords me enough money to be comfortable. The Casellis make sure of that. But when I'm done for the day, I want to pull into a driveway and know my husband is waiting for me. Or at least on his way to our home. I rubbed her arm. You will have that, Green. Nana always said to talk about what we want out loud. Talk like it's already done. I look at Menace and Stevie and I can't help but smile. Outside to the world, even to me, he's this presence and that he is. But when he's with his wife, his new baby, it warms my heart and makes me want the same. If he could have that, then it should be a piece of cake for a normal person. Not you saying that man isn't normal. Girl, he's not normal and he's fine with it too. She chuckled. I guess I should be listening to Nana more. Woman is smart, and not because she's our grandmother. I started talking about the things I wanted out loud a year ago, while watering my plants, playing Sims, or just reading a book and relaxing or yearning for something I read. I spoke about wanting a relationship where I felt seen, where the person saw who I was, not who I used to be. I spoke about wanting to feel taken care of in my next relationship, not financially. It was easy for a man to spend money on you, but did he know when your nervous system was out of whack? Could he take one look at you and know something wasn't right with you? Those were the things I asked God for, knowing that my current relationship would be ending. Did I expect for Antoine to literally break up with me? No. I guess God knew I would continue to drag it out, and he decided to have him do it. Yeah, I'm just having a good time right now. Bernard is a good time, and I can tell that if things even became serious, he wouldn't fuck around with me. Bernard? I cracked up laughing. Not too much of my beanie weenie. Girl, stop calling him that. We both had tears in our eyes as we laughed about her nickname for that grown-ass man that I'm sure killed people for a living. Whatever. Are you going to tell Antoine since you know? Absolutely not. He will make everything about him and try to force me to keep the baby. I didn't plan on telling either of them. What made you change your mind? Landon made me feel safe, like I could tell him, and he wouldn't judge or try to force me to make a decision that he wanted me to make. And he hasn't. Yeah. Green removed herself from the sink and then came toward me. I love this for you, Navy. You deserve to be where you are loved and celebrated for being you. He wants my parents to meet his siblings. What? What's wrong? Green laughed as she backed away. Zoya and Cora are cool. It's Menace that I'm worried about. Auntie A may fuck around and pull her notepad out and try to take their kid away. Green Jade, shut the hell up. I shoved her while she continued to crack up laughing as I finished my makeup. Me and Green continued to chat while I did my makeup and hair. Beans had called her to go with him to a restaurant in town while I was putting my heels on. I wore a pair of Tom Ford strappy heels that were a bit of a splurge, but it was a birthday gift to myself. Plus, London had to force me to go through with the purchase because I kept trying to talk myself out of getting them. I was sitting on the edge of the bed, fastening the strap of my heel when Landon walked in. I checked to see if my tongue was hanging out of my mouth when he walked into the room. Dressed in a tan, knitted button-down short-sleeve shirt and tailored pants that fell perfectly over his Hermes slides, exposing his feet. Lan, you look fucking good. I couldn't hide my excitement as I took him in and was ready to pounce on him. Walking toward me, he kissed my lips and then helped me to my feet.
Fuck me. You did exactly what I needed from you. Fucking sexy as shit. Let me see your feet.
I lifted my dress and showed him my shoes, and he bit his bottom lip.
Ooh, you getting some tonight, Blue.
I laughed. So you approve? He fixed one of my curls and then looked down at me.
Hell yeah.
The black SUV was already waiting for us when we exited the villa. Landon held my hand as he pulled me from behind him, then pulled me toward the front to enter the truck. He held my hand as I climbed up, and he got in behind me as Jet closed the door behind us. Is this our first real date?
First of many, Pooh.
He kissed my hand as his hand roamed my thighs down to my ankles, where he lifted my feet into his lap.
These don't hurt your feet?
A little. Beauty is pain, though.
Don't want you hurting my feet.
He rubbed my toes. Baby? You got a foot fetish? Landon laughed and he licked his lip.
For pretty feet? Fuck yeah.
Good to know. All I have to do is flex my toes and you'll buy me books?
I'll buy you books regardless. But you paint them this pretty pale pink, and you can get whatever out of me, Pooh.
He reached over and kissed my lips. Once again, his phone went off and his attention shifted.
What up? Sound like it should be a move. How you found out? You right. You find everything out. We'll talk when I get home. Bet.
Everything all right?
Yeah, some shit that came up. What's that for?
It's not a bad if that's what you're hinting at. Just curious about you, babe. Nothing more. He kissed my hand.
I got you.
When we arrived at the restaurant, I could tell the view was going to be breathtaking. As we exited the car, I could see small peaks of the island through the trees that lined the front of the restaurant. It was so quiet as we walked in and the host stood there ready to greet us. Welcome to East. We are so honored and happy to have you dining with us tonight, Mr. Caselli. The woman with long, blonde, boho braids greeted us. I could hear a hint of an accent in her voice as she looked over toward me with a smile. Happiest birthday, Miss Perkins? Thank you. She waved for us to follow behind her as she explained the menu to us. As we walked through the restaurant, I noticed that it was empty. Where is everyone? Oh, tonight is a special event. Mr. Caselli has paid to close the restaurant down tonight for just the two of you. I squeezed Landon's hand as he smirked at me.
Anything for my baby?
When I was in high school, every girl in my grade would get balloons for her birthday. Whatever boy had a crush on them would get them balloons and deliver them to homeroom on their birthday. I remember when Antoine got me balloons and flowers and brought them to homeroom. You couldn't tell me that I wasn't the baddest bitch because everybody was talking about it all day. That was high school. This man closed a whole restaurant so he could have me to himself while we enjoyed my birthday dinner. When we made it to the table, the view of the sun setting over the water and island had me in a trance. I was so caught up in the view that when I felt a hand on my back, I jumped. Must be aware of your surroundings. The voice had me stuck in place and not wanting to turn around because I was for sure losing my mind. I turned around and my parents were standing there. My mother wearing a beautiful orange maxi dress and my father in his two-piece set that he got from a website that he was skeptical about, but eased up once his package arrived. Landon stood behind them with his hands in his pocket smiling at me. I spoke... Mom! I couldn't finish a complete sentence to save my life. They both hugged and kissed me on the cheek. Happy birthday, baby. Landon called your father and asked if we could take off to come surprise you for your birthday.
When I spoke to you earlier, I was trying hard not to let it slip. So you lied about work? No, that was yesterday. I almost let it slip that I couldn't wait to see and hug you later. She hugged me tighter, like she had done when I was younger and saw something that broke her heart at work. Mommy, I cannot believe you both are here. My father held his fist out to Landon, and he bumped it. Done made this shit happen. Appreciate you, G. Ain't nothing, old head. They bumped fist again. Green knew? Yeah. I told her this morning when you were talking to your mother. I stuck around 'cause Ro told me she can't hold water. Oh, fuck you, babe. Stop telling my business. My mother started laughing as she hugged me again. I needed this birthday hug from you. Can still remember when you were 3 and asked for your first birthday hug. I swiped away a tear. It did feel weird that I didn't get one from you today. And now you have had one. Beautiful, baby. She fixed my curls and took me in. My mother wanted to be a mom. This was what she wanted, and I was her dream come true. It felt so good knowing that my parents had wanted and prayed for me. Every child coming into this world should have felt wanted and loved. My parents were seated, and I took Landon's hand and brought him toward the front of the restaurant. Lan? Pooh, I told you that I'm a fixer. You spend your birthday with your family every year. I couldn't bring them all here, but I could bring your parents to you. I'd do it again just to see the look on your face. I held his face and kissed his lips. I love you. Do you know that? Let me hear you say it again, Pooh. I need that sometimes, you know? I hugged and kissed his lips softly. Whenever you need to hear it from me, just tell me to say it. Say it. I love you, Landon. Sounds crazy, but I do. I only have this feeling right here for you. I placed his hand on my chest as he looked at me. I love you too, Blue. He kissed my lips and held me tighter against his body. The tears were working double time on not falling down my face. I didn't want to mess up my makeup. Seeing my parents had me emotional because Landon made that happen for me. When we returned to the table, there was an orange box on the table. My mother was pointing at it, more excited than I was. You didn't think all I got you was a book for your birthday, Blue? I did, and was perfectly happy with that. I squeezed his hand as he kissed the top of my head. Standing over the box, I opened it and unraveled all the paper and dust bags and pulled out the exact bag that I was carrying tonight. Canal Street, ooh! My mother cackled, clapping her hands. Ma, not too much on me. I started laughing because she clowned me when we went down to Canal Street together. Instead of helping me haggle prices, she was hiding with her hood pulled over her head and looking around with her real purse. You got me the real bag? Don stood behind me. Not about to have my girl walking around with a fake bag. Not when her man can get her the real one. It was offered to Cora, but she has one, so she let me know. How did she know, though? I may have texted her to keep a lookout for me. I know that's fucking right. My mother clapped her hands and my father shook his head. My baby got this Louis Vuitton bag for me last month. Don't get no damn ideas, Avro, either. My father laughed and she slapped him. I drive trains, not flip bricks. Anymore, my mother muttered, thinking I didn't hear the words that left her mouth. I've always felt like my parents had a different life than the caseworker and the MTA worker. Ignoring them, I held the bag in my hand. Thank you, baby. Now I don't know what to do with my bag. Give it here. Already did half the work going down there with you. My mother snatched my knockoff and pulled my lip gloss and perfume out the bag. We were finally all seated and ordered the fixed menu that Landon had picked out. The top of the digital menu had my name and happy birthday.
He had everything picked out to make me feel like the most special girl in the world. I remember you wanted a dog so bad, did your research, and gave us a PowerPoint on why you should have one. My father spoke as we were digging into dinner. They were going down memory lane with Landon, and he was encouraging all the embarrassing stories that I had. And you both never let me get one. Why, mamas? Tell the damn table why. I didn't mean to kill the hamster. I forgot he was in my room. I sulked. Damn, baby. A hamster killer? As we sat at the table and I ate while laughing, Landon had my feet in his lap, massaging them while I fed him off my plate. He had taken my damn heels off and was so deep in conversation with my parents while allowing me to feed him and massaging my feet at the same time. First of all, why are you all spilling my tea right now? I still want a dog. Please. I waved them off and fed Landon some of my curried shrimp. Then why haven't you gotten one? You live alone now. You're free to get one. My father challenged me. Been very busy. Bullshit. My mom faked a cough and I tossed the napkin at her. Other than that dog you fostered, you have not thought about a damn dog. Mink Mink is perfect, and I still go and check in on her every so often. I spoke about my first foster dog. She was a long-term resident at the shelter, and at the time, I thought I could foster her for a week and post her on my socials to get her adopted. Everything was so hectic, and it wouldn't be fair to adopt her when I was traveling so much. The shelter still sent me pictures and it updated me on her. She was a big girl. Yo ass was scared of her. My father called my mother out. I laughed. Yep. Mamas, please put her in the bathroom while I'm here. I mocked her, and she flipped her hair over her shoulder. Little girl, stop telling my business. Landon laughed. I'm going to ask if you both would like to meet my siblings. My mother smiled, a twinkle in her eyes as she squeezed his arm. I would love to meet your people. Maybe bring them by my parents' block and we'll put something on the grill. They're not like that, Mommy, I added. Stuck up? Daddy asked. Nah, just move differently. I'm going to have a dinner at my house so everyone can get to know each other. I'm serious about your daughter. Never been more serious in my life. I want you to know me, like you all have opened up to let me get to know your family and life. Well, I love that, Dawn. I would love to know your people and get to know you more. I do know that you keep her smiling when she's around you, and that's all I want from my baby. Daddy cleared his throat. You have every reason to act like an asshole, because if I owned a jet and had a Bentley, I'd be putting baby powder in my hand and flexing this hand. Ro, what the fuck? My mother hollered, and we all broke out into laughter with tears in our eyes because my father was truly a clown. Anytime you needed to laugh or smile, you can bet he was going to be there to do it. Being serious, you a down-to-earth guy, G. I'm protective with my little girl, but I also know I trust her enough to make her decisions for herself. If my mamas is rocking with you, then me and my baby gonna watch this unfold. Hopefully the vibes this beautiful island brought us at the start of our journey within love blesses the both of you. You have our blessing and our guidance if you both need anything. Forget messing up my makeup. I was sobbing as I stared into my father's eyes. He meant every single word that he spoke. My father had never been the type that pushed his authority or forced me to see things his way. He had always given me space to make my own decisions, being there if I ever needed him. Don leaned forward, reaching across the table and dapped him up. Thank you. I appreciate that. After dinner, my parents went to enjoy the nightlife with each other. Landon had gotten them a villa on the beach, and they were staying for 2 extra days after we left. This was the best birthday I had in a very long time, and it was because of you." I smiled as he massaged both of my feet again. The restaurant staff was preparing everything to close down as we sat at the table, enjoying the breeze being high up had provided us.
"Glad I could deliver for you."
"I don't even want to leave."
"Then don't leave.
"Huh?"
Stay at the villa. I have to handle shit. But you shouldn't have to leave. Enjoy spending time with your parents."
"Seriously?"
"Yeah."
"You not gonna miss me?" He kissed my neck.
"Gonna miss the fuck out of you."
"I'll stay, only because I would like to have some fun with my parents. Not often that we can do stuff like this."
"Yeah. Well, that's gonna change."
"What you mean?"
"Don't worry about it now, baby."
He kissed my temple as we remained at the table in our own zone in space. "Ken, ignoring me is really childish." I saw the message pop across his phone. Looking away, I pretended like I didn't see it. "Ready to head back to the villa?"
Don't do that.
"What?"
Act like you didn't see the message. Speak your shit, Pooh.
I looked at him. "Why is she texting you if this is over?"
Ask her.
"Huh?" His fingers swiped on the screen and then the phone started to ring. "Well, look who isn't being a complete child. Are you going to be in Vegas?" Kennedy answered, as if she was standing by her cell phone waiting and praying that he would call her.
Yo, Ken. My baby want to know why you texting me still.
The line was quiet, but I could hear how gagged she was on the other end of the line. She eventually started to fumble over her words. Landon, are you fucking serious?"
Dead ass serious, Ken. She right here and can hear you.
He continued, completely unbothered that he had called this woman to ask why she was texting him. The line beeped, signaling that she had ended the call on us. "Why would you do that?" I pinched him, tickled at the same time.
If I can grab your phone and make my place in your life known with your ex-boyfriend, I can do the same thing when it comes to Kennedy, not giving or leaving any room for you to second-guess anything. I know what he did to you, and we are not bringing that over here in our shit. All right?
"Yes, baby." I smiled, feeling all giggly on the inside. "Just so you know, I am definitely going to that little dinner in Vegas if you decide to go."
Already told you that you were.
He kissed my lips, putting my feet back down and helping me stand to my feet. I watched as he removed his feet from his slides and placed them in front of me to slide my feet into them. His feet were so big that I had to walk carefully so I wouldn't fall. Landon held my heels as we made our way back to the truck that was waiting for us. After checking in with my parents, taking a shower together, and eating the cake that Jera had made for me, we found ourselves on the balcony wrapped in the sheets. We both were completely naked. I laid on top of Landon, my ear pressed against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. His hands moved slowly across my back, holding me tighter like he didn't want to let me go. I felt him growing hard beneath me as I lifted my head to look at him. "Stop poking me with your dick, Landon," I teased, laughing at the same time, 'cause he had been doing it for the past 10 minutes.
"Why?"
He mumbled against my neck, placing a kiss there. Leaning back, my fingers brushed against his cheek. "Intimacy doesn't always have to be sex, baby. We can be close, real close, without going there." He looked away for a second, and I gently turned his face back toward mine.
"I'm not good with that intimacy shit, Blue. Tried that shit before, ended up crashing and burning,"
he admitted. "Not with me. Look at me," I softly demanded. "Let me teach you." Landon had spent so long confusing intimacy with sex that he didn't know how to give himself to someone without taking something in return. I didn't want his body tonight. I wanted the part that he had never given to someone. The part of him that many wanted after he nailed them to the mattress and had them screaming out every higher power they believed in. I wanted the part of him that everyone couldn't have or experience. The part of him that knew how to feel, that wanted love and was curious about it too. The side of him that had never experienced or witnessed it in true form. I wanted that part of Landon Caselli. He didn't reply, just watching me like he was trying to memorize every piece of my face. Our playful banter was long gone, and the emotions and feelings between us was real.
Evie, I don't know how to do that soft shit,
he said low, his voice almost breaking.
I want to try with you, Pooh.
Hearing his voice slightly crack made my chest tight. I leaned down, resting my forehead against his. All I want is for you to always try. I'm patient, Lan. Roping my fingers between his and placing them over my heart, I said, I want to give this to you, and not through sex. I want this connection to be something that neither of us can put into words. He nodded. His arms wrapped around me, tighter as his other hand remained on my chest. I pressed my lips onto his, and finally laid my head back onto his chest while kissing it.
Need to hear it, Pooh.
I love you, Landon, I replied right away as his arms held me tighter and he pressed his lips against my forehead. We laid like that for what felt like hours. His breathing slowed, my fingers traced the lines within his face, watching as he allowed himself to feel, not being tense or flinching. He just let me love him without stipulations. That was intimacy. The kisses on my forehead woke me up. I was sleeping on my side with the sheets covering my body. The sun resembled my favorite Italian ice mix, the hues of orange and green as the sun was starting to rise. Landon was fully dressed when my eyes focused on him and my chest tightened more, because he was leaving. I wasn't clingy in the least, but the thought of him having to leave me made me miss him, and he was still in front of me.
I'll see you in a few days, baby. Okay?
I nodded my head as I gathered the sheets around my body, moving toward the end of the bed where he was.
Do you have to leave? If you would have asked me that a week ago, I would have told you no. Now I have to.
He chuckled, pressing his lips against my head. 'Kay.
I got my jet coming back to pick you and your parents up. Green says she has a few days left, so she's going to stay too.
Okay. I hugged him tighter as he kissed my face and lips a few times and slipped over onto the bed so he could get up. With the sheet wrapped around my body, I snatched his shirt and put it on as he grabbed his duffel bag and put it on his shoulder. He reached his hand out for me, and I held his hand as we made our way downstairs. Beans was already ready, and Green was on her iPad. Morning, Dawn. Everything is ready. You're good to take off.
Thanks, Green.
She hopped down and yawned. No problem. Have a safe flight. See you later, Beanie. Beans laughed and gave her a hug, and she was heading back to her room. I stood there feeling sad as hell that he was leaving. While I should have been excited to be staying longer on this beautiful island with my family, there was a part of me that was sad to see him leave, even if I knew I would see him in a few days.
I'll be in the whip, Don.
He nodded, never taking his eyes from me.
Heard you.
Have a safe flight, and be safe. Can you call me when you land, please? I stood on my toes, kissing his lips as he gripped my ass, his favorite thing to grab whenever he was near me.
I got you. Say it for me, Pooh.
I smiled as I kissed the side of his lips. I love you, Landon. Believe me?
I do.
He put his duffel bag down and kissed me back, picking me up where my whole ass was out. My butt is out.
You good. Beans is outside and your cousin went back to sleep.
He kissed my neck and smelled me, like he was getting one last hit before he hit the road. I love you, navy blue. Got this billionaire open off me, huh? Not bad for a girl from Nostrand Avenue. He laughed. Long as she know how I'm coming behind her. Can get anything out of me. You know that, right? In that case, I need a new bookcase. I heard I got a bunch of new books for my birthday. Landon kissed me once more and put me down. Got you. Go back to sleep. You tired as shit. Not until you call me before takeoff. We embraced once more, kissing each other before I walked him out and watched as the driver took his bag and he climbed into the back. Later, Pooh. Later, baby. I kissed my hand as the driver closed his door and I watched them drive out of the gates. Damn. Landon Caselli had me gone.
18. Don Caselli. I used to look at my brother and wonder why he was the way that he was. Why he was so cold, calculated, and would fly off the handle at a drop of a dime. The money was always nice, but I realized more came with that. A lot came with the penthouse, cars, mansions, and jets. So much that I knew, but then again, I didn't really know until Menace decided I was ready to know. I didn't realize how much fucking crying and pussyfooting these bitches did. They were worse than fucking first graders while their teacher stepped out in the hallway. Jet pulled up in front of the colonial-style home in Long Island. I hopped out without waiting for him to open the door, and Beans was right behind me. Using my key, I entered the house and saw a few casehouse girls. They already knew not to make small talk because I was here for a reason. Everybody has someone coming today? Beans asked the question that needed to be asked while I made my way toward the kitchen. Hey, Don, what? His words were stopped when I wrapped my hand around his throat, pushing him into the fridge. I grabbed my gun from behind me and slammed that bitch across his face while stomping him out. My custom Berluti dress shoes stabbed into his stomach as I kicked him. I shook my suit jacket from my body and finished whipping his ass, his blood getting all over my tailored shirt. I didn't give a fuck that I had a meeting to get to after this. You said we pussy, Corbin? That's what you said, right? I spoke through the licks I was delivering into his body. I never said that! I didn't say that! He wailed in pain as the case girls gathered around to look at what was unfolding in the kitchen. Nah, bitch, you said that shit. Beans, you heard him? Crystal clear. Called you a bitch, too, Beans added. And although I knew those words never left his mouth, I was having a hard time separating what he said and what he didn't say, so he said everything. And he even called my mama an old hoe. I removed myself from the pussy as he remained cowered in the corner near the fridge. You put your hand on one of our girls, you fucking get fucked up. You've been here for a week and said you're not leaving, right? I ripped out the drawers in the kitchen until I found the meat tenderizer, and his eyes became wide as tears fell down them because he knew what was happening. Snatching his hand up, I put it on the granite countertop and slammed the tenderizer down on all 4 of his fingers that held onto the counter. Stealing from the Caselli family is wild, bro. Beans added his commentary as I continued to bash his fingers in, sending skin and blood everywhere. When I got the call that Corbin told one of the casehouse girls that he wasn't leaving, I allowed it to rock because I wanted to handle it. I knew my brother was capable, but I didn't want to add more onto his plate. Not when he trusted me to step up and handle family business. I told him I would handle it the minute I touched back down in New York. I didn't steal! I didn't steal! He hollered out as he held his battered hand. Sitting up in this bitch for a week, eating our food, using our water and electricity. That's stealing, bitch! I grunted as I pulled my leg out and kicked his ass in the mouth, sending pieces of his teeth flying out of his mouth as he passed out. Grabbing my gun, I cocked it back and emptied the shit in his chest, and then sat it back down on the counter. Get somebody to clean this shit up. Push your dates to the townhouse in Manhattan, I told them as I grabbed my jacket. As quick as I arrived, I headed out, getting back into my truck and going to my next location. Beans got in on the other side as I wiped the blood from my hand and used the club soda in the back to get the blood out of my shirt. You fucking handled that shit. I continued to get blood out of my shirt. Reason I couldn't stay longer with Pooh is because of his stupid ass. Jeff could have used an extra day or two chilling with Grizzle. Ask her ass out already. The fuck is this you both doing? I pulled my laptop out the bag beside me and logged in, checking a few emails and making sure accounts were properly being cushioned with even more money. Whenever I looked into the accounts, I felt like Neo in the Matrix with all the numbers floating around. The amount of money that entered the accounts in an hour and kept accumulating, it was impossible for us to go broke, even if we tried. Patience, nigga. I'm not trying to be on her like that. She's fragile from her last relationship and got a lot of trust issues because of that. I want to be her friend before anything. I think I could fuck around and marry her, Don. Word? Green. Her fucking mind is amazing. I enjoy her personality and the fact that I have something to talk to her about. Usually I be feeding bitches anything because pussy is the end game for me. Not with her. I have full-ass conversations with her, and she be having a nigga thinking. I smiled at him. They come from a good-ass family. Pooh got me wanting to change that last name. Serious? Our future may have played out in my mind a few times. I don't like being away from her, and that has never been me. You be putting bitches out in the middle of the night. Facts. With her, I could see us having a life together, just chilling and traveling the world. Beans gave me a look. You know what comes with that? Yeah. Gotta let her in. Mrs. C doesn't know the ins and outs, but she does know some shit. She knows about Case House and the majority of what Menace has the Caselli name into. Letting somebody all the way in scares the shit out of me. I closed my laptop as we neared our destination. Beans shrugged. Can't have forever without honesty. She don't need to know everything. But if you're thinking of marriage, she should know what her last name means. As soon as we pulled in front of the building, I spotted Duke and another security as they followed behind Menace into the building. He wore a fitted Tom Ford suit, and his hands gripped a file in his hand as Jeffy walked beside him. He held the door open for her, following behind her as security fell in behind him. Ready for this? Ken.
We need to talk. Don't do this.
I ignored the text message, like I had been doing. Kennedy thought she had me in her palms because she knew I cared. The minute you showed me you didn't give a fuck, I could show you how much I really never gave a fuck. Jet came around the truck and opened the door for me, and I climbed out. Checking my gun that was in my holster under my suit jacket, I headed inside. Beans followed behind me as we avoided the security and metal detectors and headed straight to the elevators. Pressing the top floor, we leaned back and allowed the elevator to take us to the desired floor. How you feeling? Good. Beans held his hand out, and I dapped him as the elevator doors opened. We made our way down the hallway to the conference room. Checking my watch, I was 5 minutes early. According to Menace, if you were on time, then you were late. Rounding the corner, I saw Kennedy in the hall. Her arms were folded and she was talking to her soon-to-be husband in his office. When she saw me, she couldn't hide how her face lit up. There used to be a time when I felt the same way and got excited when I heard her near. Alex turned to see what his fiancée was so stuck on, and he noticed me. Waving quickly, he closed the curtain in his office, and I entered the conference room. Hey, Don. Jeffy smiled when she saw me walk in. Menace looked and nodded, checking his watch. On time. There were a few other people in suits in the conference room with us. Menace made no move to make small talk or entertain them. He was strictly here because of me. Tell Alex he has 5 seconds to bring his little ass in here, or I'm tossing fuckers out the window. Never flew before. He leaned forward. His gold-outlined tooth glistened. The man popped up out the seat and quickly left to get Alex. I got comfortable in my seat, as the remaining 3 quickly left to see what the holdup was with Alex. Blood? Had to handle something at Case House, I replied, keeping it short because he didn't need to know what happened. It's handled? Already know. There was this look in his eyes, a look of pride, when I confirmed that it had already been handled.
How was St. Lucia?
Jeffy questioned. Nice. Never knew we owned property there. It's nice? Menace questioned. It was a shame we owned so much property. Some we may never make it to visit. You should take Stevie and the baby. Real nice. He nodded his head, messing with his beard. And you went with Top's cousin? Jeffy put her face in her hand. Yeah, I got a favor to ask you both.
Anything.
Jeffy was there ready to help and support in any way. It was the reason she was considered family. I'm cooking dinner at my place next week. I want you to meet Navy's parents. Her family has welcomed me, and I want them to meet my family. Of course, I would love to be there. Skylar may not come, but me, Corleone, and Estella will be there. She smiled. She think I got roaches or something? Jeffy sighed.
Skylar is going through something. Call herself wanting to date now. I love her, so I'm giving her space to figure things out without the pressure of me and Corleone. I'm there as her friend, sister, not as a sister wife, you know?
She's slow, and the quicker you all realize that shit, you wouldn't have to give her space.
Menace finally spoke.
They that important that you want me to meet them?
Navy is important to me, mens. Remember how you felt about Stevie?
Ain't no felt how I feel about Wonder.
He corrected me. I leaned back in the chair. I barely asked for shit. Would mean a lot if you, Cora, and Zoya showed up. If not, that's cool. I'm used to it.
Fuck you mean you used to it? Sorry for the delay. I had to make sure the missus was well taken care of.
Alex winked as he clapped his hands together.
You be fucking in your office?
What? Alex blurted.
No. I needed to make sure she had the right cards for her little girl's trip with her friends.
Me nor Menace were convinced of his bullshit explanation, judging from how sloppily his shirt was tucked and how quick and fidgety he was moving. He was fucking Kennedy in his office while he had us waiting. I hated that for her.
I never realized just how much you both look alike.
Alex decided to make small talk, talking about how much me and Menace resembled one another.
You said you want to fuck my brother next, Alex?
I never said that. Sheesh. Alex uncomfortably laughed while fixing the loose strands that didn't lay back with his slick back.
I'm ugly?
Menace stroked his beard.
Sounds like that's what he said, Don.
Jeffy shook her head. Enough, you two. We are here for business. She reminded us the reason we were even here.
When I sit in places longer than I want to, I start to flip out and do random shit, playing with my gun and aiming it and shit.
Menace yawned as he looked around the table. Every man at this table was a Case House client, and they all were terrified. Neither of them knew how to respond, but Alex used his common sense and didn't know what to say. Word got back around that you're selling the Sonics. You want a private sale before it goes to the media. I've drafted up an offer that I feel would work out for all parties. Jeffy handed me the file that Menace had been holding when he entered the building. Sliding it across the table, Alex's lawyer took it and opened it up. With the way his eyes widened, I could tell there wouldn't be any problems. The door opened and Zoya walked in with her bag resting on the crook of her arm. Beans moved from beside me, holding the chair out for her. Thanks, Beans, she smiled, sitting down and looking across the table. My apologies for being tardy. The traffic getting down here was crazy. All that construction over downtown, one of the lawyers spoke, understanding why she was late. I looked at my sister, not smelling alcohol on her, but sensing something was off with her. Her eyes didn't look like they usually did, and she didn't seem as put together as she usually was. You straight, Zoe? Menace leaned forward, rubbing his hands together. I could see the concern on his face as he looked at Zoya. Straight? He asked. She looked at both of us. Perfect. Now you have the offer that we're putting on the table. I'm not sure what other offers you have received, but I can tell you that they aren't as generous as that one. Alex took the folder, and I watched as he looked over the offer, and there was a small smirk that came across his face. I didn't know the reason he was selling the team that had been in his family for years. I assumed money problems, because what else would be the reason? He was about to get 2 known rookies that were sure to have the team going up even more than it already was. Corleone sent me an email that made its way across his desk about Alex wanting to sell. He didn't want to make it public until after the deal was signed, sealed, and delivered. I've been looking into getting my money into other shit, and this was the perfect thing to put my money into. 2 of you have to put your money together to make an offer this generous.
You call me broke, bitch?
Menace asked. Menace, of course not. Just trying to make sure this can be afforded. Jeffy slapped her hand on her face because why would he continue? With the way he was already staring at him, why in the hell would he continue to ask how he could afford this? Every businessman knows never to put all your eggs in one basket, not when you can cook half, use the other for target practice, and have someone invest half. I didn't know where this example he was giving was going, so I remained quiet. The Caselli brothers can afford this team separately. However, they would like to go in on this business venture together, Zoya explained. I watched as she kept her hands under the table and shook out 2 pills from a prescription bottle. This offer sounds perfect. I'd like to move ahead with you 2 as owners.
3 owners,
Menace corrected. 4, I added. He raised his brows, staring at me. 4 owners. Perfect.
Alex sat and gave some talk about how this team was important to him, and how he was going to miss having the team in his family. The only reason we sat listening to him was because the papers were being drawn up and printed for us to sign our name on it. Zoya had left the room with the other lawyers. Kennedy, huh? Menace ignored the entire spiel about his family and how they had acquired the team in the first place. Menace, I know how you feel. However, she wasn't working at Case House when we started our relationship, he lied, knowing that she was still working for Case House. From my brother's face, he didn't care that much to be angry about it. You figured why pay when you can get it for free? Can't be mad at you, Alex. His tone told you that you should have been scared. Nothing like that. We're in love. I'm in love with microwave dinners, I get it. Oh yeah, which? The pen he was messing with went flying across the room, hitting him in the face. The force that he sent that pen flying had to have hurt, because Alex fell back into the chair like he had shot him. Bring me my pen back. Alex tried to slide it back to him, and he shook his finger, showing that he wanted him to bring it to him. The remaining suits sat there quietly, not bothering to say a word because they didn't want to be next. Slowly, while holding his eye, Alex brought the pen to him. He handed it to him while shaking, and Menace pulled his hand, pulling him closer and twisting it. Let me find out that you're doing some fuck shit. I know your reputation, and although you never tried that with a Case House girl, I will fucking break your ribs and wrap them around your neck if I find out that you're harming her. Never. Never, he stammered as Menace released him. Baked chicken, for both me and my wife. Huh? For the wedding. This is my RSVP. Tell me what you want for a wedding gift. Jeffy, write it down. He folded his hands as he watched Alex cower, confused how a man who launched a pen in his face 1 second, then twisted his hand, was now telling him that he was coming to his wedding. If you have your caterer's number, I can touch bases to make sure it's cooked exactly like he wants it. Jeffy looked at Alex, who didn't know if he wanted to run or cry. Sure thing. I can have Kennedy get that information for you, he stammered again, sitting slowly back into his seat. Zoya re-entered the room, and she held the papers in her hands. Everything is good, and we all agree on everything. I need you in minutes to both sign and add in the other owners. I know one is Stevie. Who is yours, Don? Navy Blue Perkins. Beans choked in the corner. You making her part owner of the team her ex-nigga is gonna play for? You, my nigga, are built different. He clapped his hands. I signed the documents needed, sliding them to my brother who did the same. We confirmed when the wire would be transferred, and we were ready to bounce. Me and Menace both looked at Alex when he tried to shake our hands. Stevie is part owner because she is my wife. Menace spoke as his hands rested in the pockets of his pants. I shrugged. How you know that won't be the end game between me and Navy? Doing this before? You that confident in this? Menace wasn't the type to get involved in everybody's shit. He set his rules and knew you wouldn't go against them. Outside of me and Kennedy, he wasn't concerned and didn't care what I had going on. Pooh. See you in a few hours. I checked my messages and Pooh had let me know they were heading back to the States. The few days she was with her parents, she sent me pictures and videos of everything they did together. I wanted her to have that, because she was able to film and get her content in without getting me. I didn't have social media and much of a digital footprint, mainly because I knew what came with that, and Corleone had trained me well. You couldn't find shit on Corleone or Menace. Not even the best hacker could pull up some information, which is why my brother was a ghost. My Pooh made her living online, and I would never take that from her. I wanted to support her without ever being named or mentioned in her content. That fucking confident when it comes to her, mens. I returned to our conversation as we both stepped on the elevator. This some get back for Kennedy marrying Allison? I paused. His name is fucking Alex, Menace. Unfazed, he continued to stare at me for an answer. This has to do with her? Nah. You don't feel shit for Kennedy? Not too long ago you were ready to break rules and try to kill me to be the head of this family. I stepped back, leaning on the elevator wall and stared at my brother. We may have shared the same face, but this nigga's way of thinking was on another level. When in the fuck have I ever said I wanted to kill you, Maverick? Landon, keep the shit up. Cameras are off. Hit them before we even stepped in the building, I assured him as we exited the elevator. Answer the question. I don't feel shit for her because she lied in my face. I can get down with a lot of shit, but she sat in my face and lied to me. When was she in your face, Landon? I realized I said too much for his ass. In passing conversations, mens. She Monster's cousin, right? Yeah. Don't go fucking with that girl if you're not ready for what comes with her. He answered his vibrating phone, because he hated to hear his phone ring. Wonder, I'm on my way to you now. Uh-huh. Why? He needed a new car. The fuck? You bought the baby a car? I shook my head, exiting out the elevator and toward our trucks. Jeffy and Duke exited from the other elevator, and all of them fell in line with Menace, as he made sure he held the door open for Jeffy, making sure she got into the truck first. Even with them both being in different relationships and never looking at each other in that way, Jeffy was his soulmate. Menace couldn't do life without her, and it was clear that she couldn't do it without him. She didn't have a relationship with her own mother because of Menace, and I was still trying to figure out what was the reason for her cutting her mother off. I could almost bet it was the same reason Angie ended up leaving. He nodded at me before he got in, and his truck pulled away. I felt proud because the Caselli family now owned a basketball team, and my baby was co-owner of that shit. Why in the hell are we here, Landon? Zoya questioned as she followed behind me. We bypassed dozens of barking dogs, some laying on their cots and others trying to jump up on the gate to get some love, or bite you. Either way, it was a shit ton of them, and I was becoming overstimulated with all this damn barking. However, I was on a mission, and I was looking for one particular dog. Navy always wanted a dog, and there's a particular dog that she wanted. Zoya sighed. I would shoot a nigga if he bought me a dog. That's like giving her a baby, responsibilities that she has to deal with, not you. She's pregnant right now, I nonchalantly revealed, and Zoya held onto one of the dog gates, then backed up once she realized there was an actual dog standing there. He was calm and chill as he looked up at her. It was like he was admiring her as he stood there. Landon, shit. Let me lean here. Sit down. She searched for his name. Bando, sit. Who the fuck named that dog Bando? When he sat down, Zoya clapped her hands. Good boy. Slowly, she stuck her hand near the gate and put his face in her hand. Oh, he's so damn big, but cute. You want to come live with me, protect mommy? Zoya, you getting a damn dog? She shrugged. I live alone with no man or kids, so it would be nice to have a little companion. I can hire a dog walker when I'm working and board him when I travel. She was trying to convince herself, and from what I knew about my sister, she wasn't impulsive. He'd been here for a minute, too, just like Mink Mink. I looked at the girl pit bull that rested on the cot in the back of the cage. Pregnant, Landon? It was like she remembered what we were talking about before she got caught up in Bando. She's not keeping the baby. Thank God. She would have hit a lick if she kept that baby. You need to be more careful when you taking down these women, fucking freak. I'm just saying. I'm relaxed and chilled because I like to fuck. You over here tense and shit. Don't want to know what you do, Zoe, but you might need to get done too. I broke out laughing, holding on to the cage because the shit was so funny to me. Mind your business. I don't need any man. The men I've chosen in the past are bad enough and a damn lesson for sure. Goon, I got a meeting with him sometime in the next few weeks. Me and Gerald are friends. Her delusional ass convinced herself because she wasn't convincing me that she and Goon were friends. Damn man had made it clear that she was the end game for him, and he was going to love her the way she deserved to be loved. Keep telling yourself that at night, Zoe. This is the same girl? The one that has you all smiling and in love? She leaned on the gate, and Bando positioned himself to sit right up against her. Yeah, I love her, Zoya. She smiled. And she doesn't want to keep the baby? Doesn't want kids. Her eyes widened. Really? Yeah, made it clear to me and gave me the chance to walk away if I wanted to, I explained as I continued to read Mink Mink's paperwork. And you want to stay? Don, you never really expressed if you wanted kids. Then again, Menace didn't want kids until it was something that needed to happen. I'm cool with not having kids. I'm young, not trying to be nobody's father. What? Nothing. I just find it very interesting that she is willing to give up a meal ticket. Aborting a billionaire's baby is very unheard of. Who ain't like the rest? Question. Shoot. Think Menace would come with me to get a vasectomy? Zoya closed her eyes. And why are you doing this? She has an appointment to get her tubes tied when she gets the abortion. Not trying to let her go through with that, not when it's easier for me to prevent us having babies. Zoya looked up at me and reached up to rub my face. Landon, that is the sweetest thing a man could do for a woman. The fact that you care that much for her, not wanting her to go through another procedure is sweet. I love her, Zoe. I want you to meet her too. I'm having dinner at my house this weekend, and Menace and Stevie have said they're going to come. I want you to meet her and her parents. Her family is dope, Zoya. I couldn't sing enough praises when it came to Navy and her family. The way they accepted and welcomed me and Bean's ass was what made me want to introduce her parents to my sisters and brother. We weren't as close-knit as them, but they were my family.
Can see the love is there. You made her a co-owner of a multi-billion-dollar basketball team. Are you sure about that, Don? I know she hasn't signed the papers, and I can fix it.
It's her parents, Zoe. I lowered my voice, thinking about how her mother hugged me whenever she saw me. How Ro was always so laid back and referred to me as his guy. This shit wasn't forced or fake, because this was how they were. They took care of their people, and it didn't matter what that person brought to the table.
Feels nice, huh?
Never had that. We never had that before. Other than Skylar, Stevie didn't come to Menace with family. They've made peace with it being just them and their son.
Yeah, I love that for you. A family that protects and loves you like we do. I know being the youngest, you haven't always felt the love.
Shit is life. None of you asked to be without parents. Can't be the main focus. She took hold of my face.
That doesn't mean we couldn't have been more present with you. You moved out on your own at 19, Don. That's a baby, and you had to figure out life on your own. Menace taught you some things, but everything you've had to learn was on your own.
Could say the same about you, too. She shrugged.
Well, yeah, we all can't have everything that we want. If it's meant for me to be in love and have that life, then I'll wait for God to tell me. Or Allah.
She smirked.
Stop talking to Gerald.
Would you convert for him? I questioned, curious on where her head was at. She was fighting hard, trying to convince herself that she and Gerald would never be together. Zoya was a woman that self-sabotaged shit when it was going good for her. She couldn't fathom that life was being kind to her, and she always had to fuck something up. I loved my sister, but she battled a lot of shit internally that I prayed she eventually spoke about.
Probably. Gerald is a good man, so I know he would be a good boyfriend or husband. I've been big dog for so long that I'm ready to retire. Have a man lead me. Let me be soft. Never experienced that before.
I could see she was tired, and this was something she desired so much. She wanted a man that would lead her without her ever having to say a word. Goon was that nigga, and she just needed to let him in.
Oh, I see you met Bando. He's set to be put down next week. He's such a good dog,
the volunteer at the shelter said as she kneeled down and rubbed his nose through the cage.
Oh, you jealous, Mink Mink?
She reached over and started to pet Mink Mink. What about Mink Mink? She stood up and folded her arms, looking down the long corridor of dog kennels we had passed.
You're standing in death row. All these dogs are going to be killed next week. I hate they even call it that, but facts are facts. Why are they running around here killing dogs?
Zoya was horrified as she looked down at Bando.
Can't afford to take care of them. We get little donations, and we don't have the space to feed and keep the dogs.
I looked down at my phone. What is needed?
Let's start with a bigger facility and more funding to feed them.
She reached to pet Bando.
I'm taking Bando with me,
Zoya blurted.
Really?
The volunteer went to hug her, and Zoya shot her a look that told her to back the hell away.
That's amazing. There is no adoption fee for either of them. Let me go tell the front.
Where's the owner?
Jordan. She's in her office probably pleading with any or everybody to help us out. She literally sold her car to afford the next 2 months' rent.
The volunteer continued to tell us her boss's business. I nodded down the hall. Her office is this way?
Yes, sir.
Get my baby up out this cage while I'm talking to her, I told her, and she was all too excited to give Mink Mink her freedom. I walked down the hallway to the small office at the end of the hall. On the other side of the door, I could hear someone venting, and what I assumed was a hand slapping a desk. I knocked on the door and waited for them to answer.
Hassan, I don't want to fucking talk about my feelings. Damn, I'm frustrated. And no, I don't want your help.
I could hear her hand slap a desk for the second time as I knocked on the door.
Amber, I'm on a call right now.
I opened the door, poking my head into the office the size of a janitor's closet. I was looking at the space in the office and trying to figure out how she got behind the desk. Good thing I'm not Amber.
Haas, can I call you back?
He said something to her and she quickly ended the call. I'm adopting Mink Mink. The energy that was depleted moments before was restored once she found out who I was adopting.
Seriously? Oh, wow, I'm so excited. She's really a good dog. People overlook her because she was used in dogfighting. That's fucked up. Yeah, these dogs are my babies. I've paid for Mink Mink's food out of my own pockets because I didn't want her to be put down. I literally had no choice because when they evict us from here, I have nowhere for them to go, and it will eventually kill them. Who's helping you with all of this? I leaned on the door and looked through my phone as she struggled to get around the desk. Me. This has been a dream since I was a child. Some dreams are better left being dreams. I feel like I'm failing these dogs and myself. I listened to her, but was more focused on what I was doing on my phone. Donating $500,000 from the Case Cares Foundation. I would also like to help you find a bigger location where you can properly give the dogs the life they deserve until someone adopts them. I caught her as she started leaning. What? Mink Mink means a lot to my wife, and I wanted to do something in her honor. She looked up at me. Who is your wife? Navy Blue. She gasped. Navy volunteers here all the time. I never knew she was married. She doesn't even know it yet, I replied. Jordan held her chest like she was about to faint because she couldn't believe this shit was happening for her. I wasn't into animals like that, but knowing that this dog meant something to Pooh was important to me. Just because we wouldn't have babies didn't mean we couldn't have a furry one. What do I need to do? Do you want your name on the sign? I could tell that these animals meant a lot to her. She was in tears as she stared up at me, trying to decide what to do or say. Don't kill these damn dogs. They're safe. I'm gonna have my realtor source some bigger spaces for them with lots of grass and shit. I heard my sister's heels coming down the concrete floors. As your lawyer, we're going to get you more time, because they're trying to evict you without going through the proper channels. Jordan put her hands over her mouth. Why? We ain't shit, so the least we can do is something nice. I nudged Zoya because why the fuck would she say that? I have about $500 to help with lawyer fees. Zoya laughed. Don't worry about that. This is on me, a passion project. I am getting my son out of this. Who are you adopting? Bando, come here. I heard Zoya yell out, and this big-ass dog came running toward us. I shoved my ass into the office behind Jordan. Sit. He sat. Play dead. He knows that? Jordan asked, confused her damn self on what the dog knew and didn't know. Not yet, but he knows sit and stay, so that's enough. She walked over toward him and pet his head. He took his place beside her like he had planned to pay her back by protecting her life. Thank you both so much. Do I need to give you my number? I want to take a look at your books, figure some shit out. She looked at me like she wasn't sure. He's an accountant, Zoya confirmed for her. Can help you out, get you tax breaks and funding beyond Case Cares, she continued to explain. Oh, no problem. I can email you everything. We exchanged information, and I knew I was going to have gray hair when I looked over Jordan's books. She was learning and didn't know everything that came with having a nonprofit. I was confident that I could get her shit on the right track, so that donation wasn't ate up within seconds. I came in here for a damn dog, and left having a new client and charity to support. Zoya held the door open to her new Range Rover, and Bando's old sophisticated ass jumped up in the passenger seat like he knew what the hell he was doing, or where he was going. If I call you at midnight crying, it's because he lied to me and might have to come back to get killed. Zoya, what the fuck? Amber gasped, hearing the words that left her mouth. She's fucking around, I lied, never really knowing what the fuck went through my sister's head. I watched as she put the window down and Bando stuck his head out the window, excited for his freedom ride home. Zoya beeped her horn, slapping her sunglasses on her face and pulling away from the curb, while I watched and waited for Mink Mink to come out. Chill, Mink, stop pulling me. I yanked her back slightly and she settled down. I get you excited, baby, but you gotta chill out. We ain't going to see Mommy for a few days. I spoke to her as the doorman tried to become one with the back of the door when he saw her. Hi, Mr. Caselli. A dog. It's my girlfriend's dog, I replied, walking to the elevator while holding her tightly. She wasn't aggressive, but I could see why people would be afraid to walk up on her. When we made it upstairs, I took the leash off and let her explore her home for the next few days. She followed behind me as I made my way to my desk and powered on my monitors and sat down. This is either the sweetest shit I've ever done or the most stupid, but we shall let Pooh decide. I spoke to nobody in particular as I checked the accounts and saw the wires from both me and Menace's account. I looked over at the documents that Pooh needed to sign and smiled to myself, reaching out to pet Mink's head.
She mushed her head onto my hand, wanting more, as I looked down at her. You were Caselli before your mama. I laughed, looking at the paperwork that the shelter had given me when I signed my life on the line for her.
19. Navy blue. The front desk didn't ask me where I was going or who I was here to see the minute I entered Landon's building. They smiled, allowing me to head toward the elevator with the fob he gave me to access his floor. A girl felt all official because he given me a fob to his house. That was like giving me a key to his house, right? I held the grocery bag in my hands as the elevator took me up to his floor. Tonight, he was having a dinner for my parents and his siblings to meet. I was going to meet his family officially, and I was nervous. I was so nervous to meet his sisters and then Menace again. Music played through the penthouse, and I could smell the delicious aroma of food. Landon had me skeptical when he told me he was going to cook for tonight. I hadn't seen him since I had been back from St. Lucia. As much as I wanted to be in his arms, I was invited by a makeup brand to a quick staycation outside of the city, and then I had campaigns that were due, so I had to lock in. Being in love was cool, but I refused to allow that to knock me off my square. I had a plan to retire my family. Being consistent was important, and I needed that time to handle that. Next week was the abortion, and when they called me to confirm, I nearly screamed for her to confirm the appointment. Someone I could spend my life with. I heard Landon singing and followed his voice to the kitchen. He was singing into the spoon, and I laughed, putting the bag down. He had his do-rag on, no shirt, and a kitchen towel was tossed over his shoulder. I watched as he sang the song with everything in him, while tasting the food he had simmering on the stove. When he spun around, he saw me standing there. A big-ass smile came up on his face. Abandoning the spoon, we rushed toward each other, and he picked me up, kissing my lips 1,000,000 times while holding me tightly in his arms. This your song, huh? I held his face and kissed his lips. I missed you, Pooh. I missed you too. We shouldn't be down this bad for each other. It's actually sickening. I laughed as I kissed his lips a few times. He put me back on the floor and grabbed my hand and spun me around. We were dancing in the middle of the kitchen as he sang to me, and I laughed because this was one of my favorite songs. Will you be my wifey? He sang out the words, but it felt different from the lyrics. It was like he was asking me without asking. Nah, I was tripping. I reached up and kissed his lips. I brought some drinks and snacks for after dinner. My parents are excited. Glad they are. Are you nervous? Hell yeah. You don't know my brother. He's in an environment that isn't his fucking safe space. Had Lapita bring over his meal ahead of his arrival. I looked at the packed bag and then back at Dawn. Seriously? Yeah. He stared down at me. What did you make? Pulling my hand, he brought me over to the pots that were simmering on the stove. Yellow rice, glazed carrots, and chicken. Where did you learn how to cook? My au pair used to cook for us every night, and she loved the cooking channel. When I was doing my homework, I just listened to shit and experimented when I moved here. Got tired of eating out every night. You know you fucked up, right? I stole a carrot from the pan, and my mouth watered soon as it hit my taste buds. I wanted to moan as I tasted the flavors and how sweet and bold they were. Nutmeg. Tell me what else? White pepper. Secret ingredient. He kissed my lips, sucking the glaze from my lips as he squeezed my ass. At least we won't starve completely. I know how to cook, but I hate cooking sometimes. Nana had taught us all how to cook, but at times the thought of cooking seemed like a punishment, especially when it came to Guyanese food. All of the tedious chopping, seasoning, and ways to specifically prepare dishes was a lot if you weren't in the mood. My food delivery app and me got along perfectly. I'll cook whatever my baby wants me to cook. He wrapped his arms around me, kissing on my neck.
I gotta fuck that pussy before guests start to arrive.
Every hair, including the few on my below, stood at attention hearing him say those words into my ear. I wanted him more than he knew and had thought about him since he left to board that jet. Right now? Come on. I pulled him toward the hall where his bedroom was, and he pulled back. He stood there pulling me back, and then whistled. I heard jingling and saw Mink Mink running full force at me with the pink blinged-out collar around her neck and a name tag. Mink! I screamed and fell to the floor as she bulldozed me, licking me all over as I rubbed her all over. Her body was shaking so much because she was so excited to see me. Girl, what are you doing here? Oh, man, you smell so good.
She should. Way she damn near took me down in a shower,
he muttered, and I remembered how Mink wasn't a big fan of water. I turned slowly with tears in my eyes as I looked at Landon. You went and got her? Why? Hugging Mink around the neck and nuzzling my face with hers, she was so happy to see me. Whenever I had time, I visited her often and tried to take her on a walk around the shelter.
Just because children aren't in our future doesn't mean we can't go half on love from Mink. This shit don't work out, Blue. I want split custody. I'll show up to the house in pajamas and call you an unfit mother, too.
I broke out laughing and stood up, tossing my arms around him. Thank you so much, baby. Me and Mink will come and visit you anytime.
What if I don't want you visiting me?
I kissed his lips. I've never lived with a man and don't want to live with a boyfriend. As much as it would have been nice living here, I wanted to be engaged to be married. I didn't want to shack up with a man because he was my boyfriend. My mother didn't move in with my father until they were engaged, and then married a few months later. I refused to do wifely duties for a boyfriend, even if he was a billionaire.
Heard you.
He kissed my lips.
Mink bed.
She took off running back down the hallway. I'm impressed.
She's smart. And loves treats with her big ass.
Don't you fat shame my damn dog. I pinched his cheek.
Our dog, Blue. You ain't no single mother.
He pulled me down the opposite hall toward his office. I had come in his office once and then quickly left because he had a lot going on. So many monitors and things going on that it felt illegal to even be in there. Landon sat down, pulling me onto his lap as he rolled us over to a different screen.
I want to let you in, Pooh. Want you to know the things that you need to know, but trust me to handle everything.
Okay. I was nervous where this conversation was going. He reached on the sides of me and started typing quickly onto the computer while looking at the screen. He was focused as a smirk appeared on his face. It was when I paid close attention that I saw this nigga had the whole layout of my phone up on his screen. What the fuck? I leaned forward, looking at my entire layout of my home screen. He took it a step further and clicked my banking account.
I could get into it if I wanted. I went to college to become an accountant, but went back for cybersecurity. I've been hacking and doing cyber shit since I was 17. My brother's best friend taught me all I needed to know. You don't need the whole breakdown of what we do, but I can get into everything. When I asked you for your number, I wanted that to come from you.
I watched as he typed some shit up, and the front of my building came onto the screen. Are you watching this from the security cameras across the street?
Uh-huh.
Is that how your family has this kind of wealth? What are you not telling me, Landon? He kissed my neck.
Our hands are in a lot of things. Case House is an escort business that generates millions a month. We own it and take care of our girls well.
Pimps, I whispered.
I don't like that word.
That's what it is. Escorts are fancy hookers, I snorted, and he didn't find anything funny. Sorry.
They're family to us, and we take care of them well. I'm serious about you. Us. I can't be serious if I don't let you know who I am. and who my family is.
I touched his face. You trust me enough to tell me all of this?
I do.
I felt all giddy on the inside that he trusted me. My mouth is shut. I see how green protects your family, and I will do the same. Not my business to tell anybody. Actually, if someone even asks, you should kill them. I slapped my hand over my mouth. Landon, have you ever? I did the gun motion with my finger.
Yeah.
Really? Like, handle them just like that? I crossed my legs while sitting on his lap, fully intrigued. Like, pull the gun out and handle them for me, Daddy.
Navy, the fuck? This ain't one of your fucking books.
He tickled me and I busted out laughing, thinking of all the books that I read when the MMC was about that life, and here I was sitting on the lap of one. Sorry. Why am I so turned on right now? I fanned myself, knowing exactly where I wanted him to put that dick inside of me. He opened a file and his expression turned serious.
Before the news breaks, I want you to know something that I did.
Oh God, what? As an anxious girlie, I couldn't take not knowing what was going on, and at times I always thought the worst of things before finding things out. Landon, what is going on? I held his forearm as he returned his gaze to mine.
You know I love you, right? I'm not saying that shit because it sounds nice, Blue. You got me feeling something I haven't felt in a long time.
I know that. You know I'm not saying it because it feels nice either, right? He softly kissed my forehead.
I believe you're my person, Blue. My purpose. And I want to spend my life making sure that you feel and know that. That everything you want, I want those things with you.
I put my arms around his neck and kissed his lips. You're not dying, right? He chuckled.
Say it, Blue.
Kissing his ear, I said, I love you, Landon Caselli. He melted in my arms, hearing me profess my love to him. It made me feel powerful knowing that my words could do that to him.
Love you too, Pooh.
I'm only your Pooh, right?
Only mine, baby.
He kissed my lips. Now tell me what's going on, please. My heart can't take this. I rushed him because I felt like I was about to pass out.
I recently bought the Sonics basketball team.
The words left his mouth, but they were having trouble landing so I could understand what he was saying. Like as in purchased? He nodded.
Yeah.
Are you fucking with me?
Nah. Me and Menace went in and decided to buy it.
I sat on his lap trying to wrap my head around how someone could be so rich they could decide to purchase an NBA team. And that's how much pussy makes?
Navy.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Feel like you're joking with me or something.
Papers are right here. Why it went through. We own the team. I wanted to talk to you about getting your signature.
For what?
I made you 25% owner of the team. Menace and Stevie own the other 50%.
He revealed.
Navy, what the fuck is you doing?
I slid from his lap onto the floor and covered my ears. No, you didn't just say that. No, 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 I said while rocking because those words didn't just leave his mouth. I was imagining it. And we were talking about him being a pimp, not the fact that he bought a whole basketball team and made me co-owner of it. Landon stood up from the chair, pushing it away and getting on the floor with me.
Why are you on the floor? Come here.
He pulled me over to him and kissed my face.
Talk to me.
Landon, why would you do that? I don't deserve that. This is your family's legacy, not mine. Kissing my neck softly, he wrapped his arms around me.
Don't know if you picking up what I'm putting down. I eventually want my family's legacy to be yours. Eventually want to change that last name to Caselli, Pooh.
I held his face. I'm not against that, but giving me a damn basketball team? No, I cannot accept that. Why would you even do that? I'm not signing it. I love you because of you. The jets and everything are nice, but that's not why I'm here.
You want to know why? Yes, you said you wanted to retire your family. That is your dream, Blue. Your family is important to you, and that was one of the first things I learned about you. You would never take the money or allow me to do it myself. So, this is a way for you to do that. Retire your family. Take care of them.
Tears poured down my face as I stared up into his. He could have bought me a car or even another purse, and that would have been way too much, but I would have accepted it because it was a gift. Buying an NBA team and then making me a co-owner was some shit out of the books I read. I had this man telling me I was his person, his purpose, and he wanted to eventually marry me. He listened to me, knowing that I wanted to retire my family, so money was never an issue anymore. I always vented about taking care of my family and eventually having it where we could all just live. No more of them having to worry about their work commutes, money being tight, or the rent increasing. They would be able to live and know that they were taken care of. It was a dream I always had, and as I sat in his lap and looked at him with tears coming down my eyes, I could tell he wanted that dream for me. He loved my family like I did, and he didn't want those struggles for them anymore.
Take care of your family, Pooh.
I crashed into his arms so hard that we fell backward as I sucked on his lips, looking into his eyes.
His hands found their way to my ass and slapped it. Straddling him, I removed the white shirt dress I wore over here and unstrapped my bra. Dawn reached up and grabbed my breast while I felt him rise underneath me. He stared up at me, admiring me as I stared back down at him. I pulled his sweat shorts down, releasing his dick from them. My mouth watered, and I had to taste him. I wanted to feel him in my throat again. Before he could protest, I removed myself from him and shoved all of him into my mouth, gagging. The tears fell down my face as I shoved more of his dick into my mouth, watching the saliva fall down my hand onto his dick as I pulled back. It went deeper the second time. His grip tightened as he tangled his hand in my hair, rough but not enough to hurt. He wanted me to know he was in control. I let him guide me as I took him down inch by inch, giving him all of me. His breath was caught in his chest and he released a low growl that made me hot all over, letting me know I was doing what he wanted me to do. Blue, he hissed through clenched teeth, head falling backward onto the wooden floors. Deeper. Stop playing with me. I did as he wished, taking him in slower this time, letting him fill my throat as I gagged, not caring that more spit spilled from my lips. My eyes watered, but I held the stare, never looking away. He wasn't going to break me. I wanted to break him. You being a filthy fucking bitch, Blue. He groaned as he pushed my head down, and I continued to stare into his eyes. Tears falling from the sides of my eyes. Damn, he breathed, unraveling right before me. You trying to take me, Pooh? Fuck. I pulled him out of my mouth, letting the rest slip from my lips, leaving them swollen and wet as I smirked. His dick erupted, and I covered it with my mouth, sucking all of him inside my mouth. As he emptied himself into my mouth, I massaged his balls while his body jerked on the wooden floor. Clean it up. Get all that nut up, he demanded, and I took hold of his dick, licking it clean while kissing the tip when he was all cleaned up. I was silently celebrating my victory when I felt him pick me up and walk me over toward the window, slapping both my hands on the massive windows. He used his knee to spread my legs apart. I felt his fingers rubbing my pussy from behind as he sucked on my neck. You like being my nasty bitch, Blue, huh? Yes, Don. Only time you call me Don. You hear me?
Yes, baby. I squirmed, wishing the window had a damn handrail because I wanted to dig my nails into the glass with the way his 3 fingers continued to rub my clit, making it impossible to stand.
Spread those legs wider for me and bend the fuck over for me, Pooh. I told you I was gonna fuck that pussy, right?
Uh-huh. Fuck it good, baby.
You telling me what to do?
No, Don. I'm not. I stammered when I felt him opening me up with his fingers. His hand crashed down on my ass, sending a jolt of electricity through my body. The stinging made me leak even more than it was. Slap, grip, double slap. His hand slapped my ass again.
You mine, right?
Yes, baby, all yours. My body was hot to touch, and each time his hands touched me, I felt like boiling water that was boiling over the stove. He got down on the floor coming between my legs. The back of his head leaned back on the glass while he looked up at me. His hands gripped both of my ass cheeks and brought me closer to his face. I whimpered as I felt his tongue flick inside of me, as his hands continued to grip my ass. Holding on to the window, I had my pussy in this man's face as he ate me like he was on death row, and this was his last meal. Instructing me, he leaned forward, putting my legs over his shoulders, holding me up by my ass while biting my pussy lips. I squealed as I held onto the glass and he continued to eat me like he wanted to break me. Landon, for sure, wanted me to unravel in his arms, and I was. Tears fell down my face as I held onto the glass and he feasted on me. His tongue went up, down, and then he slurped my juices. My body started to shake, and he pushed his thumb into my ass, and I felt like my breath was gone. I had never experienced anything like it, and I wanted more. The pressure from his finger in my ass, his tongue in my pussy, and the way my breast pressed against the cold glass. I was going to break. Split me down the middle and call me a fucking Kit Kat because I couldn't take it anymore. Baby, I'm going to come. He pushed his thumb deeper and I panted like a rabid dog that was ready to bite something.
You gonna take this dick, Pooh? You can do it for me?
Mm-hmm. I agreed and I was ready for more. Like a glutton for punishment, I wanted more of whatever he was giving me. If I had to be out there selling candy bars for the basketball team for more, I would get out there with a cardboard sign and a box of candy. Whatever Landon Caselli had for my body, I wanted. Kissing my second set of lips a few times, he removed me from him and pulled me down onto the floor. I lay with my back against the cold wooden floors, but too hot to notice how truly cold it was. My eyes were trained on the man in front of me. My man, sitting with his back against the window while stroking his dick, staring directly at me. The semen spilled down his hand as he slowly stroked himself, and my hand found its way down to my opening, playing with myself while watching him. My hand held onto my breast while I played with my kitty and my mouth moistened. The quicker his pace went, I matched him until he couldn't handle it and snatched me over toward him. Mounting me, he applied pressure to my stomach as he slid inside of me. I didn't know I needed to feel something like that because it was intense, but the right kind. Biting his lip, he held the pressure there as he filled me all the way up. Snatching me closer to him, he slammed me onto his dick while I screamed. I prayed Mink didn't come running into the room. I held onto the floor, my thoughts, and if I had a wig, I would have held onto that too, while he slammed my pussy onto his dick with force. Wham! Wham! Bow! That bow was in my head, but the whams were definitely unpaid actors because my pussy leaped with each slam of me into his dick. His dick felt like it was curled around my rib cage as my hand rested on my breast. He placed his legs down and got between them, leaning on me while sucking on my neck as he slowly stroked my kitty. His hips moved slowly, and I felt him stretching me with every maneuver of the hip. I want to beat that pussy until it's swollen, Pooh. Okay? Mm-hmm. Beat it until it's swollen, baby. I sucked on his lips as he slowed his pace while kissing me. Put them legs around me, baby, he demanded, and my legs wrapped around him. He sat flat down on his ass, pulled me to straddle him, his dick never disconnecting because how could it? It took a lot for him to fill me, so it damn sure wasn't coming out that easy. Holding my waist, he stared into my eyes while slamming me down on his dick. My breasts bounced on my chest, and my hands held his shoulders as I squealed, feeling myself about to come right on him. His vein in his neck flexed each time he slammed me harder. It sounded like a round of applause in his office. Other than the sound of my pussy slamming down onto his dick, the chiming from his phone was the only sound in this office. Landon! Fuck! Fuck! I screamed as I bit into his neck, and he never slowed his pace. My pussy would be swollen, but I didn't want him to stop. Say it, Blue. Tell me. I love you, Landon. I want this dick forever. I screamed as I felt his grip around me become tighter as he controlled my hips, moving me up and down, slower each time, sucking on my lips while he showed me how he wanted me to make him come. Each time I thought he was there, he moved me exactly where he needed me, pulling me up. He looked at his dick fall out of me before he directed it right back inside of me. His body jerked, and I felt his dick pulsating inside of me while I leaned my head back on his shoulder. Slapping my ass, he kissed my chin. Baby, you know if you get away, I can always find you, right? Uh-huh, I replied, too spent to give this conversation much energy. I knew what Landon did and knew he could find me, but at this point, with the way he fucked me, I wanted him to find me. When he told me he wanted to beat the pussy until it was swollen, that wasn't him just talking mess. That man put me through the damn wooden floors in his office, and now I was trying to walk normal while he kept licking his lips at me in this dress I wore tonight. You good, Pooh? He whispered as I went into the butler's pantry and grabbed the drinks I had made. He was blocking my exit and leaned over me, stealing a kiss on my neck. You are living for this, huh? His hands, like always, found their way to my ass and squeezed my ass cheeks. You look pretty, Pooh. I didn't get a chance to tell you when you got dressed. Maybe because your face was between my legs. I pulled his card, knowing he made it nearly impossible for me to get dressed. Sex different when you in love. Shit feel magical. He sucked my lip and I slapped him away while laughing. Are you nervous? Your brothers and sisters along with my parents are out there, I whispered. For the most part, everyone was getting along with each other. Corleone had told Landon he and Jeffy couldn't make it because something came up. My father had found a way to relate with Menace, and now he was actually having a conversation with him. Cora was so dainty and interested in my parents. She sat with her legs crossed, leaned forward, taking in their story and how we all lived so close to each other. She and Zoya were mesmerized and actually shocked that Green had never revealed so much about her private life. Everyone was sitting at the dining table, and here I was back grabbing drinks when I should be helping Landon bring out the food. You need to breathe and stop trying to get everybody drunk. This is the third drink you had them try. Removing the drinks from my hand, he took my hand, pulling me behind him. Right, food. Okay, let me breathe. Landon took my face in his hands, kissing my nose and then lips. You gonna be nervous like this when you come down the aisle to me? Probably. Marriage is a big thing. considering you haven't even asked me to be your wife, so pump your brakes. I'm still considering this gift you want to give my family.
You nervous because of that? Blue, you signed the papers already, and I'm scanning them in tomorrow. Shit already done. Stop being nervous and celebrate the fact that you did something that you wanted to do.
I tossed my arms around him and hugged him tightly. Don't know how I can even repay you.
Never have to repay your man for taking care of you.
We carried everyone's plate out to them, and I nearly dropped my plate when I saw Kennedy sitting at the dining table. Where the fuck did she come from? And who invited her?
Kennedy, what up?
Landon played it cool, knowing he wanted to say something wild, but my parents were here. I came over to bring you the wedding invitation and didn't realize that you were having a dinner party. She fixed herself in the chair, raking her hands through her hair.
We eating, and you fingering your fucking hair, Ken?
Menace snapped, looking at her like she took a shit on his plate. Putting her hands down, she nervously chuckled. Sorry, Mens. Cora told me to join you all for dinner. Apparently you have some big news. Why would you call me a liar, Kennedy? Cora questioned with her arms folded. You asked if Don was busy, and I said we were having dinner, and you invited yourself. Y'all consider family, so I knew he wouldn't mind. Cora cleared up what Kennedy had said.
Well, is there enough food for her? I can help in the kitchen if needed,
Stevie offered, and quickly shot up from her seat. Dennis was in Landon's room asleep in the portable bassinet they had brought with them. Stevie grabbed my hand and pulled me back toward the butler's pantry. The food is in the
You look like you can't breathe, Navy.
I took a deep breath and leaned on the counter. My body felt weird, and I kept having these intense cramps that I tried to breathe through. I was doing good until I saw Kennedy at the dining table. At dinner, with someone who clearly still has feelings for him. Maybe he has feelings for her too. Shit, I don't know. Stevie looked at me.
Don't be slow, Navy.
What?
He bought a basketball team and made you co-owner. Do you think he's worried about her? Those brothers don't give a fuck about someone's feelings. They're also too honest, so if he wanted her, you would have known.
Okay.
I looked behind Stevie, and Menace stood in the doorway. Italy, you have guests, and you back here talking.
Who?
Maverick, her name is Navy. Where did you get Italy from?
He didn't seem bothered that he called me a different country. Is she staying?
Menace nodded his head. She want that wet chicken you slanging back here.
I didn't even make the chicken. I defended myself because wet chicken sounded horrible. What is wet chicken?
Don't worry about it. Go make her a plate and stand your ground. Dawn is serious about you, not her. She's actually being messy by being here.
Like Stevie instructed, I went and made a plate of food for Kennedy and was about to sit it down for her, and Landon took it from me, holding my hand. He held the chair out and I sat down.
You all right, Pooh?
He questioned in my ear. I'm fine, baby, I replied as he sat the plate that was made for Kennedy down in front of me. Gently grabbing a hold of my face, he didn't care that our families were at this table. He was concerned with me and only me.
You sure? You want me to make her leave?
I didn't want to make it a big deal by having him kick her out. I was secure enough to sit at this table and share a meal with her. No, just make her some food so you can come sit down and eat too. He left the dining room and Cora looked at me.
You make him so happy. I haven't seen Don like that ever.
Dear Lord, it's me again. Zoya. Zoya joked as she took a sip of her drink. Now, Avril, I'm gonna need that recipe for roti. My mother laughed.
Gal, didn't you tell me that you don't cook and a Jamaican man has a crush on you?
Not too much on me, Avril. She playfully nudged my mother. My mother took a sip of her wine and winked at me.
I got enough of this to share if you want.
Menace offered my father some of his pre-made meal. Don't nobody want your meal prep, Maverick, Cora called him out. Everybody laughed while he was perfectly fine with cutting into his chicken. Cora, leave my husband alone, Stevie winked. Can't nobody tell her nothing about that man of hers, Zoya laughed. Did you tell him about my birthday trip we were going on? Stevie was shaking her head and telling her to cut the conversation. Menace slowed his chewing and looked at Stevie, who was trying to act normal. A dream. A simple fantasy. Stevie belted out, and we all stared at her. What? I sing when I'm nervous. Where we going, Zoe? Nowhere. It's a girls' trip and the men aren't invited. Duke going, he told her, not asking. Yep. You're taking the jet. Zoya snorted. Hell yeah, thank ya. Menace set his utensils down and leaned back, flexing his fingers. Stevie put her hand over his. It's only for 5 days. You and Dennis will be all right without me. Cora said she'll stay at the house and Jeffy too. You hate me, Wanda. Mitchell. We will have this conversation at home. She shut the conversation down, and now he was really rubbing his hands together. Landon came around the corner, sitting Kennedy's plate down roughly. Enjoy, wench. Cora choked on her water. Did he call her a wench? She whispered to Zoya, who had her hand over her mouth, shocked that he said what he did. Sitting beside me, he pulled my legs over his and started rubbing my feet. Well, it's nice to get everyone together and get to know you all. Our family loves Landon. I feel like I'm getting to know him more by meeting you all. Menace tapped out of the conversation until Stevie said something to him. Standing up, she grabbed his hand and pulled him behind her. They went down the hall and I heard the door slam. It's very nice meeting the both of you. Navy is a smart, incredible, and beautiful young woman. I found myself on her social media and I love her vibe. Such a unique presence. Cora cut into her chicken. Thanks, Cora. You're welcome, love. I'm not on social media much, but I need you to teach me how to do those filters. I'll fight for my life with those things. So it can sit in your drafts? Now you in my business. Cora pointed her fork at her younger sister. Landon, you all right? He was rubbing my feet and looked at me. I was in pain, but keeping it together. The rubbing of my feet was distracting me. I'm good. Menace and Stevie came back into the dining room. She fixed her dress, and he had a pep in his step. We eating, or we just looking at each other? My father said a quick prayer over us and the food, and we dug in while Kennedy continued to stare at Landon. I was no longer the problem. She was more focused on him. She's not your friend, that girl. Menace started singing Not Your Friend by Case, and Stevie started nodding her head, like this was karaoke. Kennedy looked at her plate and started picking around the food. Why don't you want to fuck me anymore, Uncle Landon? Zoya spit her entire sip of wine across the table on us, and we moved back from the table. My father's eyes nearly popped out of his head when the words left Kennedy's mouth. What the fuck you doing, Ken? The tone of Landon's voice wasn't safe, and he sounded manic. That vein in his neck bulged as he was rubbing my feet, staring directly at her. You didn't know? This is my uncle, and he wanted us to be together. My father looked at Menace, who cut into his chicken. This is my sister, and I made her my wife. He nodded at Stevie, and she shoved him. Maverick, she harshly whispered. My father pushed his seat out. Roll, baby, I think we have to head out and attend that thing. Ma, she's not my niece. Don looked at my mother, and she looked over at Kennedy, who was all too thrilled to fuck up our dinner. Then what the hell is going on? Because I'm 10 minutes from pulling my baby out of this. Kennedy, leave, Menace said. His voice was low. However, he meant business by his tone. Stevie leaned forward. I'm not his sister, by the way. She made sure that my parents knew that she was not related to Menace in that way. I'm family, right? You told me that I was family.
Family don't move like that, Kennedy. Stevie spoke up. Coming here, you knew there was tension between you and Don. I pulled my feet on the floor and stood up. I'm actually going to leave. Weird bitch. I tried to walk, and Landon grabbed my hand. Pooh, you bleeding. The fabric on the seat was soiled with blood, and I looked at everyone at the table feeling completely embarrassed. It's all right, mamas. You all right. Let's get you to the hospital and see what's going on. Landon stood up, taking his shirt from his body and wrapping it around me. I got her, he assured my parents, who were both too worried. All day I felt weird, but didn't pay any attention to how I felt. In my mind, it didn't matter how I felt because this baby was going to be aborted. Now I was bleeding and worried about what was going on with me. Landon pulled me into his chest as the elevator took us down to the garage. He rested his lips on my forehead. I got you, Pooh. Okay? The concern was laced within his words as he held me closer to him. His heart was beating as my ear rested against his chest. Okay. I held him tighter as the elevator took us downstairs. 20. Kennedy. Everyone was staring at me like I was the one who made her bleed, as if I shoved a knife into her. Honestly, I wasn't even paying her any attention. I was focused on Landon. How he was so attentive with her, paying her attention and showing her love in front of his family. It was no doubt that there was love shared between the two of them. At first, I thought this was a phase, and he was only doing this to make me jealous, that he would end whatever he had with her and then be back onto me. The more time passed, the more he ignored my calls and paid me no attention. I realized that he wasn't making me jealous. He didn't care about what I had going on. Landon had cut me off cold turkey. He didn't need to do the back and forth with me because he was done. I guess he had always been done with me. I've made every excuse as to why we couldn't be together when he was willing to risk his relationship with his brother to be with me. Make me happy. Your father never told me you were slow, Ken. Menace's low voice pulled me out of my head, reminding me that everyone was still staring at me. This is actually your fucking fault, forbidding us to be together. We could have been happy. I wouldn't have to marry Alex. Stevie had come from the back holding their baby in her arms, a blanket over his head, as she stood beside her husband. I did that shit to avoid this. Feelings getting involved and bitches acting stupid. Oh, he's pissed? I heard Zoya whisper. You're fucking damaged. Never fucking healed after what happened to you. Ken, have you been to that therapist yet? No, I don't need. Then stay the fuck away from my brother. Nigga has his own fucking set of shit he needs to work on. And he doesn't need to be going back and forth with someone who hasn't put herself first to heal. Don't want that from my boy. He deserves to be happy, not trying to fucking fix you, which he has done in the past, right? I felt defeated and exposed because he was calling me out in front of everyone. My chest tightened because he wasn't wrong. Menace had sent me to a therapist months ago, and I ignored it. I didn't need to sit down and relive everything I had been through with a stranger. I've put all the things done to me in the back of my mind, because they were better there. It was never because of that. You never wanted him to be with a fucking hooker. Be honest, Menace. I worked for Case House, and I was never good enough for your precious Dawn. Navy's parents looked confused. No worries. We sell pussy for a living, Stevie informed them. Her father nodded. Cool. Pussy sell like that? You'd be surprised at the amount of money men will drop for pussy, Zoya replied and stood up from the table. Menace was staring directly into my eyes, and I received chills in my spine. It wasn't often that he held eye contact, and now I understood. It was cold, menacing, and eerie. How could he be so cold, but married to such a warm and bubbly woman like Stevie?
Stevie struggled slightly with the swaddle on the baby. Can I show you a way that I used to do it? Navy's mother offered. Please, Stevie smiled, excited to get some tips on motherhood. She carefully took the baby and they went to the back so she could show her the proper way. You don't know me, and you never will know me, but I've never been bothered by what you do. The rule, at first, was to avoid you ending up hurt. I know my brother and commitment wasn't his thing. Broken hearts and fucked pussies is what he left in his trail of destruction. I didn't want that for you. The more I watched, I realized that you're fucking broken, and it may be you leaving him with a broken heart and a wet dick. Stevie and Navy's mother came from the back, and she had the baby properly swaddled. Thank you, Avril. Can you please keep us updated on Navy? I will, Stevie. Thank you for this dinner. It was great meeting you all. Menace, we're good. No hugs. She laughed, respecting his boundaries. Good meeting you both, Menace replied, his eyes still on me. They both left to head to the hospital with their daughter, and I remained here, feeling like a teen who had been caught sneaking back into the house. If you don't want to marry Alex, who is making you? You don't have to marry him, Cora decided to finally speak. Who is going to take care of me? I have to look out for me, and marrying Alex makes sure that I am taken care of. Menace has set up a fund for you out of respect for your father. He reminded you that you didn't need to work at Case House. Kennedy, you are sabotaging yourself at this point, painting a picture that doesn't exist. We're family, Zoya added. Stevie rubbed his shoulder, and he took her hand and kissed the back, staring into her eyes. It was like they communicated without sharing words, just through looking into each other's eyes. You are not my fucking family. Y'all keep stressing that, and it's not fucking true. I don't want the pity money or to be looked at as a whore that you took in, licked her wounds, and saved her. You said I ate your pussy, Kennedy? What? Menace, what the fuck? Zoya said as she held her laughing and leaned on the counter. It's a saying. Nothing more. He stood up. We're not family. Heard you. I don't wish nobody well, so ain't about to start. You know how to keep your mouth shut. If something gets back to me that you've been running that mouth. He grabbed my jaw gently. I'm gonna pull it from your fucking face and leave you with your father. Maverick! Cora gasped. He stared down at me, his jaw tight. She knows the rules. Knows when to shut that mouth. She made it real clear. We're not family. Don't expect me to treat her like we are. She doesn't get the same respect, the same protection, not anymore. He roughly released my chin from his hands, sending my head jerking away. Cora and Zoya sat at the other end of the table, while Stevie stood beside her husband. He took his son from Stevie, grabbed her hand, and they headed toward the elevator. What the hell is wrong with you? Zoya questioned, and was serious about the question she asked. You heard him. We're not family. Don't need to explain myself to either of you. You welcomed her with open arms, but you turned your nose down at me. Cora checked her phone as she pushed out from the table and walked toward where her purse sat on the buffet. Tonight has been a night, and I'm not going to sit here and prove how much I've been there for you. When you come to your senses, you know where to find me. As for Maverick, I don't know how you'll fix it. I sat there, listening to her heels on the wooden floor while Zoya remained seated. He's in love. Let him have this happiness, Ken. Me and Zoya had always been close, and I loved her because she was so honest, always down to give you the real, even if you didn't want to hear it. I deserve happiness, too. My voice cracked. She came around the table and put her arms around me. I agree, but you both cannot have it together. Menace is a lot of things, but he wasn't wrong. You would destroy Landon. He would destroy himself trying to fix you, and that isn't what love is about. It should be easy, feel good, not be a struggle. Tears fell as I looked up at her. I do love him, Zoe. Part of loving someone is letting them go, even if it means you can never have them that way again. Don is much like Menace when it comes to forgiveness. You can't just say sorry and think he'll let you back in. I fucked up so bad. I know. Go to therapy. Stop trying to fix it yourself and actually get the help we all know you need. What happened to you was horrible, and nobody can fix themselves without help. Only if you go too. She laughed. I'm worried about you. Get the help. Do you need a ride or did you drive? Alex got me a new car. I groaned, knowing what came with me asking for a new car. Since he sold the Sonics, things had been better. He wasn't as tense as he was before. I asked him why he sold the company. However, he never explained his reason. Who randomly sells a team? Money isn't everything, Ken. She felt the need to remind me. I have money, and it doesn't make you happier. It only shows just how unhappy you are. Will you have these talks with Navy? Zoya laughed. I like Navy. I'm not picking sides, but I am telling you that you're wrong. I like who my brother is with her. I want to see their love develop, and if that hurts you, I'm fine with you distancing yourself. I smiled, knowing that I had done damage when it came to the Casellis, and I didn't think I could fix what I did or what I said. Don probably hated me, and he had every reason to. Zoya walked me out and stayed behind to clean up the mess after dinner. Valet had my truck already waiting for me, and I climbed inside and headed home. Wherever home was.
21. Don Caselli. She miscarried the baby. I didn't know how to feel because on one hand, we were never keeping the baby. Then on the other hand, I was feeling sad about the shit. I think what hurt me the most was the fact that she was terrified. As we sat in the hospital triage waiting for them to tell us something, she held on to me, my poo. My heart broke because I never wanted to see her like this again. Never wanted her to be scared or in pain. When the doctor told us what I already figured, she had a sigh of relief. I think we both did, because it could have been something else. With the amount of blood that was there, I didn't know what the fuck to think. She slept on my chest as I sat in the hospital bed, not really listening to the news. I held her in my arms and was in my head. Looking down at her, I kissed her lips, her nose, and then her forehead. Nothing mattered when I saw her bleeding and how scared she was. The only thing that mattered was Navy and getting her to the hospital. The curtain pulled back, and her mother came with drinks and snacks from the vending machine. She sent Ro home to get sleep because he had to work tomorrow. She sat in the chair next to the side I was on, crossed her legs and popped open her Pepsi Zero. Rough night, huh? Tell me about it. She rubbed my arm. You both will be all right. Navy is a strong girl, and she has you now. She doesn't have to be strong anymore. Yeah. She took a sip of her soda and then opened her chips. Always some mess going on. This serial killer is something else. Always worried about Navy traveling on the trains alone. Ma, I want to apologize about the stuff that went down earlier. Oh, how you want to sex your niece, she snorted. Every conversation with Avril, I realized just how much Navy had her mother's personality. I've been around a long time. Too long. And even I can spot a jealous ex. Girl came to do damage and succeeded. Not even my ex-girlfriend. We could never get shit right, and she fucked me over. What did she do? I covered Navy up as she got more comfortable in my arms and explained everything to Avril. I told her everything from how we first met, to the way she blew up on me in Italy, how I constantly showed up for her, even knowing that she constantly pushed me away, how I was willing to go against my family for her. Wow, that's a lot. Were you in love with her? And before you answer, take your time to think about it, then give me the answer. She popped some popcorn into her mouth while watching me take in what she told me to do. I wasn't in love with Kennedy. I wanted to fall in love with her, give her everything she never had. Every time she pushed back from me, I continued to prove to her that I could be that man for her, and she never trusted it. She didn't have the confidence and faith in me like she had these clients. Despite knowing what rested within my bank accounts, she never trusted that I could love her and heal her. Nah, and you love my daughter? With everything in me. I didn't hesitate as I stared Avril in the eyes, letting her know how much I cared about this woman in my arms. I can tell. You and Ro never questioned it, though. Avril laughed. Me and Ro ran in the same circles, always knowing the same people, but never hanging out. We met at a barbecue at my cousin's house and hit it off. Man had me lost in those eyes of his. We got together, and 3 months later we were married. Getting pregnant with Navy was a challenge, but we got to enjoy our marriage and just being us for a few years before she came. Which is why she's the center of our world even now. I wanted to be a mother and prayed for her. She's my answered prayer. The shit was beautiful. How she was so loved by her parents, prayed for, and was living in an answered prayer. Shit is beautiful. Yeah, I like to think so. I know how it is to fall for the right man. I want her to have the love she deserves. The both of you. Appreciate that. I pray over the both of you at night. I don't want to replace your mother, knowing you lost her. But I am here for you too. One call away, and I'm coming with my bat. I laughed. Word? Word. Breaking news tonight, sources confirm that Alex Das has officially sold the New York Sonics to a private investment group operating under the name MKZL. The group is reportedly a shell company, raising questions about who's really behind the deal. No center court ceremony, no public announcement, just a deal signed behind closed doors. Alex Das is an even richer man these days, with his upcoming wedding to his fiancée Kennedy Watkins. Can I tell you something, Ma? She pulled her eyes from the TV. Anything. What's on your mind, son? She got comfortable in the chair and looked at me, ready to help with anything I needed. My family purchased that basketball team. Avril stared at me, but no words left her mouth. I'm sorry? What? We purchased the team. I made Navy co-owner of the team. Avril jumped out her seat and paced the small area between where the curtain was back to the seat she had jumped up from. Her hand rested beneath her chin as she continued to walk back and forth. Tonight has been a lot for all of us, and I know we're all tired. She started to try and make sense of what I said, assuming I was just saying shit because I was tired. Her voice was loud and caused Pooh to stir awake. Mommy, what happened? She looked at her daughter, then at me. Your man is fibbing, playing too much. Go back to sleep. Navy looked up at me. You told her? I smirked. You weren't going to do it. I'll let you do the honors. She leaned, looking at me. Are you sure, Landon? I kissed her cheek. More than sure, Pooh. Avril was hanging onto every word, trying not to pass out in front of us. What is happening here? Mommy, you and Daddy can quit your jobs. I'm retiring you both. We're retiring you both. She's retiring you. This not me, Pooh, all you. Avril stared at us both as her hands started to shake. No, stop messing around with me, Blue. She looked at her daughter, who wiped away tears. Mommy, you and Daddy have given me the best life. Even when I drove you too crazy, you never turned your backs or forced me to do what you both had been forced to do. You allowed me to dream, follow my dreams, and never made me feel bad about it. Encouraged it. Bought me a tripod from the dollar store. Even when you didn't have it, you still made a way for me. Even now, I can call either of you, and you would both come running, and I'm grown. Not everyone gets to experience parents, a family like ours. Not everyone was blessed enough to have two supportive parents. Ro and Avril were the perfect example of choosing their daughter and allowing her to come into her own. They raised her and trusted that they did their job well enough that their daughter could make her own decisions. Navy Blue Perkins, you are shitting me! Tears poured down her face as she looked at us. Landon, tell me she's lying. She's telling the truth. She came rushing around the bed and hugged the both of us, squeezing our necks. Mommy, my neck! Sheesh! Oh, God, I'm sorry, Navy, I forgot. She held both of our faces in each of her hands. What did you both do? My phone started to ring, and I saw the number. Let me get this. You all right?
Handle business. She smiled and moved so I could stand up. Avril took my spot and I left and went down the hall.
Yo, we need to meet.
When?
Give me like an hour.
Bet. When I looked up, I saw Beans coming down the hall. Didn't matter where I went, Beans would always find me.
Got that call?
Yeah. I went back into the room and Avril was crying in her daughter's arms. Navy had tears in her eyes, too, and smiled at me. What can I do for you? Cook your meals, clean your home, name it. Ma, I don't need anything in return. Keep being you. I need that in my life. Navy winked. Love you, Landon. I need that, too. Mommy, go home and get some rest. Tell Daddy I am fine here. She was so excited she didn't know what to do or how to move. All right, I will be back in the morning. I will probably already be back home. Just come to my apartment, Navy told her, and she kissed her face 12 times, then came and kissed my cheeks. I love you both. I will see you in a few hours. Beans, make sure Jet drives her home.
Got you.
I returned to my seat and kissed her on the lips. How you feeling? Like I had a very intense period. Very tired, too. Want to talk about it? She held my hand and looked at me. No. Fair. I'm not angry or sad. Relieved. But it's also not something to celebrate either, you know? I wouldn't have run from you or this baby, Blue. She held my face. I know, baby. I want to travel, love on you and Mink, and do nasty things without the consequences that come with them. I kissed her lips. Then let me go get this snipped so we can go back to regularly scheduled programming. Navy snorted as she laughed. Are you all right? I'm good, as long as you're good. Zoya texted and told me she walked Mink for us. I hate tonight ended like this. Think it went well. Honestly, showed how fucking crazy my family is. Navy busted out laughing. Why would your brother say Stevie was his sister? I was so damn angry I couldn't even laugh. He's a fucking lunatic. You'll learn about him and Zoya. Cora seems normal. Yeah, in her own way, I shrugged. She kissed my lips. Thank you. For what? Being you. Thank you. For? Loving me and sharing your family with me. For seeing beyond the facade and loving me anyway. Fucking me right. Letting me beat that pussy. Landon, enough. She laughed and shoved me. Baby, you really are freaked the fuck out. Like why? Only for you, though. She shook her head. Are you about to leave? I know what that call means. I'm coming right back. Okay. The curtain moved, and Green was standing with food. I figured you both had to eat. Perfect timing. Green, I gotta run to do something. She came in and sat where her aunt had been sitting. I can stay with her, and if they discharge her, I will drive her home. Where's her home, Green? I know where my cousin lives, Don. Can get there with my eyes closed, she tried to assure me. Her home is at my house. It is not, Landon. Navy shoved me while laughing. You heard me. I kissed her lips and patted Green's head playfully, and she shoved me away from her. I'm not a fucking dog. She rolled her eyes as I headed out, looking back at my baby. She smiled, and she adjusted herself in the bed. Pooh. It was in the early hours of the morning, so traffic was pretty thin. Beans whipped in and out of the light traffic until we arrived in Jersey. We pulled down a deserted block filled with old mechanic shops and businesses that were no longer in business. He pulled onto the gravel and then whipped around the building. Minz is here too? Shit can't be good if he out the bed and here. Beans sighed as he killed the engine and we entered through the side door. The noisy-ass door revealed we were here before our presence. Everyone was sitting around a wooden table. Dana Monte, Echelon Valentini, Teflon, and Chaos, Goon's brother. The table was in a glass factory. There were large pieces of glass everywhere, some being held with machines and stored around the warehouse. What's good, Don? Deuce Amante rounded the corner as his brother sat at the table. Dana Monte was the head of the Amante cartel. Ain't shit. I had to leave my girl at the hospital. She good? Menace questioned, which surprised the fuck out of me. It took me too long to respond because I was so damn shocked. I'm sorry, Don. My condolences. Shit, my bad, Don, Deuce added, feeling bad. She didn't fucking die, I snapped at them, and they looked at me like I was the one who said the shit. I heard a sound above us and looked up. Goon was standing on the walkway above us. The fuck up, Don? Shit. Want to know what this about? Menace looked around the table and stood up. Don Caselli is now the head of all guns and weapon contracts.
Everything will move like it has. He's just the nigga you speaking to now. They all stood up, clapping their hands. Congratulations on the promotion, big dog. Deuce dapped me up. Appreciate it. You know what comes with a position like this? Dane asked. His ass was as creepy as my brother. So quiet, but always watching you at the same time. I understand what comes with this shit. Aside from those secret government contracts, these families are priority, Menace informed me. Heard you. Don't forget fucking Wiley, Goon added. Why is wild as fuck? Nigga, never mind, Chaos replied, then went back to messing with his phone. In other business, Menace replied. Cora came walking into the room, and I was confused. She didn't get involved with anything. Cora was still dressed in what she had on earlier, while Zoya was now dressed down in a sweatsuit with her hair pulled up. Hey, baby cakes. She looked up. Gerald, what are you doing here? Better question is why the fuck you here? Bring out your big mouth. Tell us what the fuck you been running your mouth about, Cora said as she took a seat beside Echelon and Menace. I can walk up this to get up there? Zoya asked Goon, and he came down the steps midway to help her up there with him. Hey, how you doing? She shrugged. Maintaining? Give me a hug, baby cakes. She put her arms around his neck and he hugged her tightly. Want us to leave so you both can fuck? Menace blurted. Zoya flipped him the middle finger as Goon helped her to where he was standing. Deuce came from the back holding a pale man around his neck and shoved his ass right in the middle of the warehouse. I can keep my mouth shut. I won't say a word, the man pleaded with his life. I remained quiet as my sister stared at him. You come into my office, tell me about the ghost, the legend Menace Caselli, and think I'm going to want to move forward with bringing him down? She was disgusted. Menace stood up and walked around the table, extending his hand toward the man. Nice to meet you. I'm Menace Caselli. The man damn near jumped out his skin when Menace introduced himself. He slapped his hands over his eyes. I didn't see nothing. I don't know nothing. Come on, open your eyes. I'm nice now. He knew seeing Menace meant that he wouldn't walk up out of here. The man slowly peeked between his fingers, shaking in the process. Detective Trent has been investigating you for a while. Don't even know what you saw in him. Cora rolled her eyes. Not too fucking much, Zoya added. Goon kissed the top of her head. It's all good. You got better taste now, right? Wait, Sigil is a fucking cop? Undercover cop. And he has been for years. He's so deep into his assignment, I'm not sure he even knows what is real and what is fake, the man explained, hoping that it would save his life. What does he know? Nothing. He always want to have deep conversations about our families, and I don't like that. Just have sex and go. She shrugged. Zoya, Menace replied. What, Mens? He messed with his hands. Keep that shit to yourself. Don't want to hear that, okay? Noted. Goon whispered something in her ear, and she had this flirty-ass smirk on her face. He then kissed her ear, then returned his attention to the man in the middle of the floor. What the hell do we do? Kill his ass, right? The man gulped and looked around at all of us staring at him. As much as you want to be helpful like you're just doing your job, you're not. Jasper was your brother, so this is personal. Don, I need you and Corleone to do a sweep of my office, too, Cora said. Dane, you staying out of trouble? You already know, Gold. He winked at Zoya, and she smiled. Goon leaned over the rail. Yo, Dane. What up? I'm shooting behind this one. Keep that gold shit to yourself. Dane let out a hearty laugh. My bad. Didn't know that was all you. All the men here had high respect for each other. They could check each other and laugh. But the minute someone outside the circle tried that shit, they tasted bullets immediately. Jasper was the special agent Menace killed at the dinner party Zoya was at with Capri and Blair. Jasper was close to solving who Menace is, a ghost, but one we wanted to reveal. I could tell this was personal to him with how his voice changed as he spoke about how close he was to solving who Menace was, and that was impossible. Everyone that knew who Menace was knew to keep their mouths shut. His fucking social security number never stayed the same. Corleone had it where the numbers changed frequently. We all worked hard to make sure no one ever found out who he was. As I was being welcomed into the folds, I was realizing just how dangerous this job was, and how you had to be protected. Cora walked around the table and she looked at him. Not him. Never him. She stepped away, walking toward a control panel. Everyone removed themselves from the table, and Goon moved Zoya back. She hit the button. A full panel of glass fell from the holder, ripping pieces of the man, as we sat there and watched. Fuck, that was brutal. Beans looked away while I couldn't look away. Pieces of his skin hung off and shards penetrated all of his body.
I am my brother's keeper. I take that oath more serious than the one I took to sit up on that bench. He put me in that position to protect us. Sigil can't be touched because he has eyes on him from his own division. He's safe for now. I'll give you the green light when you can handle him, Gerald. Heard you, misjudged lady. As far as Kevin Robinson, I don't trust him, Maverick. I'll let you handle your side, and I'll handle mine, but trust me on this. He's playing both sides and he has to go. That egg farming is far from over, and they are still building their case behind the scenes, and he's been in a lot of those conversations. Case House has been mentioned as well more than once. A lot of people involved in that egg farming have been retaining counsel from my office, Zoya said, including your new client, Preston Vance. Drop him, Zoya. What? She blurted. Cora wasn't going to do the back and forth with Zoya. She headed toward the exit, and Menace nodded for security to follow behind her. I don't tell her what to do with her career. We all agreed we wouldn't step on each other's toes. Zoya was pissed. Her eyes were different. You heard her. Y'all can kiss my ass. Zoya snatched away from Goon and headed down the steps. Don, can you drive me home? Yeah, I got you. I'll get up with you, Don. Teflon told me, and I nodded, leaving with Zoya. Beans got into the back, while I held the door open for my sister. Pulling away, she sat with her arms folded. I'm sick of all of this shit. Zoe, you good? I wish everyone would stop asking me that. I am fine. Damn, Don. She snapped, and I left it alone. I knew when to push and when not to push when it came to her. Tell me if you're not, right? She looked at me. Yes, Don. Ever since we were younger, we both could trust each other to hold up to that promise. This was the first time I didn't believe my sister.
22. Navy blue. It had been 2 weeks since the miscarriage, and I was feeling like myself. I wasn't depressed or sad, but accepting that even God knew my plan and decided to take matters into his own hands. I wanted to put that behind me and move on with my life, forgetting that ever happened. Mink, Mink, we still have a block to go. Come on. I fussed with Mink as she took her place in the middle of the sidewalk. This morning I pulled my camera out and recorded a day in the life. Landon was in a different time zone, so I sent him a message letting him know I was awake. He wanted me to stay at the penthouse, but I came back to my apartment. Jet, is it necessary to follow me in the car? Don already told me that I gotta stay with you. He was double parked across the street and switched to the next page of his S.A. Cosby book. I discovered he was a reader when we were in St. Lucia. He was leaned on the car, staring down intensely at his phone, and I made a joke that his wife was cussing him out. He showed me what he was reading, and I went to download the book onto my Kindle. Jet didn't have a wife or a girlfriend. He was gay. Not that there was a specific look to being gay, but he didn't look gay in the least. I would have assumed there was a bunch of women running behind him. Meek, can you please walk for me? My legs hurt. You can always get in the car, he replied, never taking his eyes from the book. Pretty sure you closed your rings by now. I checked my watch and I had, but I was determined to make it back to my building. Mink had gained weight since I last saw her, and I wanted my girl to be healthy. Nope, we're good. Where is Landon at now? Berlin. Ever since I told my parents that I was retiring them, neither of them quit their job. They were so scared, and I hated that for them. Their jobs weren't easy to come by without a waiting list, and to give it up after being in those positions that long was scary for them. Gotcha. My phone pulled my attention from my fat dog, and I saw it was Stevie. Green had given her my number. Hey, Stevie. Hi, Navy. I wanted to check in and see if you were all right. I smiled because both Cora and Zoya had called me the other day to check in with me. I am doing much better. I heard you lost the baby.
I'm sorry about that. It's all right. I wanted to see if you wanted to do lunch and some shopping. I also would love to show you my gallery. Stevie? Yes, dear. I laughed. Do you want me to post about your gallery? She giggled. That would be nice. I'm not forcing you or anything. My husband won't kidnap you, I promise. I don't know, Stevie. He seemed like he was serious. Oh, he was very serious. Mavi does whatever I want. Not that I want him to kidnap you. She quickly corrected herself. All right, Stevie. I would love to come hang with you. I'll shoot the information via text, and me and Dookie will pick you up. I looked at Jet. Well, I do have Landon's security with me. Would you like us to meet you? That's right. He did mention that he had security detail on you like me. She spoke to herself. Do you go everywhere with security? I questioned, curious because security always seemed to follow Menace, and wondered if the same applied to his wife. All the time. Sometimes 2 at a time. Duke is my bestie, so he doesn't really count. Sorry, Duke. You're good, Steve-O. I heard him in the background. I smiled. Oh, okay. I will see you soon, Stevie. See you soon. Mink had finally collected her energy and decided to walk again. As we turned the corner, I almost turned back around. Antoine was standing outside of my building, and I wasn't in the mood. I had been having a good day. No drama, and was just waiting for my baby to return back. He told me what he felt I needed to know. There was no need for me to be clued into everything he had going on. All he needed to tell me was when he would return to me. Anything outside of that, I understood it was for my protection. What's going on, Aunt? I asked when I walked up to him, Mink sitting beside me. She wasn't reactive. However, she wasn't friendly. He chuckled as he looked down at her. Oh, shit. You fostering Mink again? Because Antoine had met her before, she wasn't standoffish when it came to him, but she wasn't wagging her tail and begging to be petted like she usually did. Antoine knelt and touched her collar that had a 14-karat gold name tag. Mink Caselli. I looked at him, as if he had the right to even question her tag. My boyfriend adopted her for me. Boyfriend, huh? Antoine, what do you want? I need to get her some water. I folded my arms, wanting him to spit out the reason for his visit. He had no reason to sit and talk. Antoine needed to move on and live his own life that didn't include me. He made his bed, and now he needed to lay in it. Me and Mila broke up. Sorry. Decided we're going to just co-parent our child. She found some Lamaze studio that one of her homegirls recommended. Just moved into my spot. I'm downtown. One of those nice buildings they built. He continued to tell me shit that I didn't give a damn about. This wasn't my business anymore. I didn't care what he did, and here he was standing here telling me things I didn't need to know. Congrats. We were friends before all of this, Nave. Which is why you didn't have to do me the way that you did. We could have talked and figured it out. If you weren't happy, a simple conversation, no matter how much it would have hurt, could have happened. You're right. I'm always right. I sighed. He looked at my door. Can I come up? I could really use your energy right now. It was the way he licked his lips that told me energy meant something else. I have a boyfriend. Did you miss that part of the conversation? You're not serious about him, though. I know you. What we had is still fresh in your mind. He moved closer to me and I stepped back, creating distance between us. Are you drunk or something? 'Cause why would you even think that? Antoine, you cheated on me and have a baby on the way. I don't even fucking like you. And you're lucky I'm being nice. Antoine looked hurt as he stared down at me. You always talking like money don't move you. But clearly it moves that pussy, Nave.
He reached between my legs, catching me off guard. Before I could even react, Jet had yanked his ass up and tossed him near the bus stop. The woman and her baby scooted over as he fell near the bench. "You fucking crazy?" Jet snarled. Mink was going crazy, trying to get at Antoine, and I held her leash as she pulled me. "Jet, can we just go upstairs?" He left his truck double parked and came up with me upstairs. "The fuck is his problem? Touching you that way?" He was fired up, and I could tell he was about to pull his gun and beat his ass with it. I saved Antoine, although he didn't deserve that shit from me. He's stupid. Feelings are hurt because I moved on and he didn't think I would. Kneeling, I rubbed Mink's face. "It's all right, baby. I need you to calm down before I give you water." I checked my phone and then sat at my computer looking out the window. Antoine was no longer there, which was good. I didn't need him to become this big boss and get his ass whipped because of it. Jet gave Mink her water while I logged into my email to see what work needed to be done. I was so used to checking my emails first thing in the morning, and since having Mink, I focused on her in our walks. An email from Landon with instructions popped up. I read the email and then followed the link he sent me, typing in the information he had given me. While it loaded, I kicked my sneakers off and pulled my legs up under me. "The fuck?" I screamed when I finally looked at the screen in front of me. Jet came running out of the bathroom. "He's back?" "No." The words and thoughts wouldn't work together. I was staring at a bank account in my name with millions inside the account. My hands were shaking as I picked up the phone and called Landon. "Hey, baby." "What's up?" He answered. What is this?" "The email you keep marking as spam." "I thought it was spam, though." "I know, which is why I sent it from my email. What you doing?" I looked at the phone. "Landon, we can't gloss over the fact that you sent this account." He was asking me what I was doing like he sent me a Zelle for coffee. "Miss you, boo." "Well, I miss you, too." I clicked around the website and my stomach hurt from looking at all those zeros in the account. "You scared?" "Of what?" "All the money in there." I laughed. "How did you know?" "'Cause I know you." "Guess what?" "What?" "Your man is an accountant, so I got you." He wore so many hats that at times I forgot that he was an accountant. "Which is true. Do you think you can set my parents' an account up?" "I think once they see it, they will finally quit their jobs." "Got you. Say it." "I love you, Landon Caselli." "Love you too, Blue. Where Mink?" Mink finished her water and was rested by my chair. "Right here. She's tired from our walk together." "And you still don't want to admit that she's overweight." "Bye," I snorted and ended the call on him. We sat in the house for the rest of the morning before I grabbed Mink and we walked to my parents' house. My father was off from work today, and I wanted to hang with him. Jet followed along with me, not understanding why I wanted to walk when I could get a ride. There was nothing like walking in Brooklyn when the weather was nice. It was beautiful out here, and I wanted to enjoy it while walking my girl. Climbing the steps to my parents' apartment, I used my key and let myself in. "Avril?" "It's me, Daddy." "Oh, what's up, mamas? What are you doing over here?" I heard his voice from the back, and he rounded the corner. "Oh, what up, Mink?" He got down and petted her, as she held out her paw, something he taught her. "I wanted to talk to you." "Everything good?" "Yup, just wanted to talk to you about something." He hugged and kissed me on the cheek and then walked into the living room. Mink got comfortable in front of the air conditioner, and I plopped on the couch, kicking my shoes off. "Your security's still following you around?" I laughed. "He's Landon's security." "Nah, he's your security. Dawn making sure his girl is protected."
I respect him for that.
He was watching Law and Order reruns with the beer and leftovers from the night before. You like him, huh?
He's a good man. Had respect when I first met him and has maintained that.
I nodded. He has. Always straightforward. Never had to question anything with him, which is refreshing. He patted the empty couch next to us to get my attention.
What's going on with this retirement mess your mama keep talking about?
Daddy, I want to show you something. I quickly maneuvered the mobile app I had downloaded before leaving my apartment. Handing him the phone, he looked at the screen and then back at me.
Mamas, you fucking with me, right?
Swear, Daddy. This isn't fake, and he was very serious about this. My father grabbed his glasses and stared at the screen.
Your mother said co-owner of the New York Sonics. You know she be smoking with Cindy, so I ain't pay her no mind.
Although I told my father over text, this was the first time we were sitting down and actually discussing it. I knew when he went to work the next morning that he didn't believe it. Even though my mother was right there when Landon told her, I knew she had a hard time believing it too. I am. I can show you the paperwork too if you want.
I believe you, mamas. Incredible.
He was at a loss for words. I smiled. This is for our family. He wants me to retire you all and for you to do whatever with the money. Really put the time into your business with my uncles. We don't need to worry about Nana and Papa's rent because it can be paid.
My God, he whispered.
It was like he was thinking about something and had smiled because he remembered. We can buy that big house that we wanted, and everyone can move in.
Mamas, that was just talk. Your uncles ain't about to move with their parents. Maybe your aunts and grandparents, but they asses ain't about to move into nothing with them.
I laughed because he was right. You're right. I'm having him set up accounts for everyone. My father's facial expression became serious.
Navy, none of this shit means nothing. If you're not happy, give this shit back. We're happy either way. We've always been good and we'll get through. I don't want you to think you have to take anything because of us.
Dad, remember when we had a conversation last year and I told you that I felt like I couldn't breathe when I was around Antoine?
I remember.
We were sitting on the stoop and we were having one of our daddy-daughter late-night chats. I was drinking a wine cooler and he had a beer. Antoine had come over and kissed me before going to some party in Harlem with his cousins. Daddy, I love him. He makes me happy. He sees me. I've never felt emotionally safe with a man before. My father stared me in the eyes, searching them.
Okay, mamas.
How did you get them to allow us to have food while trying on clothes? I asked Stevie, who was looking at her body. Stevie, you look perfect. Really? Yes. You're beautiful. And you had a baby. It's normal for you not to bounce back. Don't let those celebrities get you thinking that you should be smaller.
She took a deep breath. Mavie tells me all the time that I'm beautiful. And the fact that he still wants to sniff it should make me feel better.
Sniff it?
Long story.
She waved her hand, picked up another dress, and put it against her.
Nobody tells you how much you change when becoming a mom.
I've heard it's the best and worst hood to be in. I laughed, because it was a saying my mother and aunt always said when it came to motherhood.
Sums it up perfectly.
I love my baby, but the things I loved before don't excite me. Painting in my studio isn't the same, and working at the gallery is a struggle, too. I like to stay in the house most of the time. Do you have friends, Stevie?
My cousin Skylar is my best friend.
And Green.
I know she's my assistant, but
She's my friend, too. At least I like to think she is. Green considered Stevie a friend, but she also knew she was her boss. She tried hard not to cross those lines. What about your sister-in-laws? They're family. Me and Zoya text back and forth. Cora is too busy, but we catch up too. It's hard to have friends in this life. Not everyone understands why I'm with security all the time or why they can't come to my home. My husband is someone that not everyone knows. I protect him and I'm very protective of him. We can be friends. I know it sounds very childish. Stevie turned around and smiled at me. Hi, I'm Stevie Caselli. I'm a first-time mom, gallery owner, and I'm an artist. Laughing, I shook her hand. I'm Navy Blue Perkins. I'm a dog mom, a book lover, and a content creator. We both started laughing because we were being weird. Thanks, Navy. Sometimes I get in my head, and with Mavy being away for work, I miss him. I'm doing the baby thing alone. Her security cleared his throat. The fuck I am, Steve-O. Duke helps me with night feedings, too. Sorry, Duke. He nodded his head and went back to pushing the stroller back and forth to keep the baby quiet. You don't have any help. Don't trust anyone. I'm paranoid. I know. You're a mother, not paranoid, I assured her, because I could only imagine the emotions that you went through when you became a mother. I would like to find someone before going on a girls' trip with Zoya. You should come, she invited. Zoya wouldn't mind? These are her best friends. I know of them, but it would be nice to have someone with me, too. I may have someone to watch Dennis for you. Who? My mom. Avril? Really? I loved her, and she taught me how to swaddle him better. Is she a nanny? I shook my head while grabbing a pair of heels. She'll have a lot more time on her hands, and ain't nothing like a Caribbean mama raising your baby, I joked. Stevie stared at me. Would she be open to it? I can talk to her. I'm sure she would love to help you out. She took a deep breath. Great. Now we need to find our outfits for tonight. What was supposed to be lunch and shopping turned into Stevie remembering that she had an event at the gallery tonight and she wanted me to attend with her. Do you ever wish you didn't have security with you all the time or lived in a fortress? My house is not a fortress, she objected. Stevie, have you seen your home? She looked at the heels she tried on in the mirror. Mavy makes all of this worth it. When I search his eyes, I know there is no other life I would rather live. Plus, I've been out there, and it's very much dirty and ghetto. For your information, we don't sit behind our walls all day either. We travel and live our life off the grid. I have a fake vlog that I make, and we watch it together. That's cute. She looked at me. You can always spend the night. Stevie, I am not staying the night at your house. Not with the way you're staring at me and your husband wanting to kidnap me. I will pass. We both busted out laughing and finished shopping. We spent the afternoon eating, laughing, and shopping in a private shopping room. Anything I asked about, the personal shopper was coming back into the room with it. The view of Manhattan was perfect as the sun crashed into the room while we took pictures, while I was vlogging. Out of respect, I made sure not to get her face in the videos. The clips that I did get, I would just edit whenever I got around to editing it. Stevie wore a black, long-sleeve dress that hugged every curve she was trying to hide. Her baby weight looked amazing on her, although she was struggling with it. Her strawberry blonde hair was pressed straight, and after shopping all day, she was able to brush it out of the wrap that it was in. The tie-dye satin maxi dress fell to the floor and covered my heels. My back was exposed and my hair was brushed up into a bun with a few curly pieces framing my face. It was a cute pull together, and I felt sexy in it. I sent Landon a few pictures showing him before we left. Since I was with Duke, I didn't need Jet, and he headed to do something for Landon. Stevie was texting as she looked at her baby that was next to her. "I need you to sleep, little baby. I miss your daddy, too," she snickered as she sent a text message off and then looked at me. "Nervous?" "For what?" "Nothing. Just asking." She covered it up, and I was looking out the window as we drove further into the city. When we pulled up, Stevie kissed Dennis as Jet held the door open for us. "I'll hold Dennis down, Steve-O," he assured her. I stepped out the back of the car wondering why we were at the library. It had been a while since I found myself here. My mother used to take me when I was younger because it was so big and beautiful. It was considered my version of a shopping mall with books. All the details were breathtaking. Stevie held her hand out, and I took it as we made our way up the steps. "Stevie, your hands are sweating. I should be asking, are you nervous?" "A little." "You're going to do fine. I saw your art. It's beautiful." I bypassed the fact that we were here instead of her gallery, but figured she was so nervous that she must have got the details mixed up. We entered and it was empty. I expected to see some people here, but there was no one here. Like the first time I witnessed it, the art on the ceiling took my breath away. The marble stairs with polished wooden railings greeted us. "Mavie!" Stevie let my hand go and rushed to her husband, who was dressed in a suit with 2 gold pins on his lapel. His hardened expression softened when he saw his wife. Before he allowed her to hug him, he spun her around and sang her praises, which had her blushing. She needed that from him, and I loved that for her. He kissed her lips a few times as she held him around the neck. Like his brother, his hand went directly to her ass, giving it a squeeze. "You wanna fuck my wife, Paris?" The nice moment was soiled the minute this nigga called me another damn city in Europe. "Ein Menace," I greeted. Low music played through the library and I listened to John Legend croon out the words. "Pooh." I heard his voice. My body knew he was near. Goosebumps appeared on my arms as I looked around and my eyes landed on him. He was standing at the top of the steps. "Hi, baby," I greeted. He wore an all-black suit and his accessories were all black. Like his brother, he had a pin on his lapel, but only one, while Menace wore 2. Slowly he walked down the steps to come to me. "You look pretty, baby." He complimented me, and now I felt like Stevie. My cheeks were about to come off my face with how hard I was blushing. "Thank you, handsome." "What are we doing here?"
"Baby, she's slow, too. Damn,"
I heard Menace mutter, and Stevie shushed him as I paid attention to my man.
"Navy blue. When I met you, I never knew how much of an impact that you would have on my life. Wasn't really looking for love, and then I met you reading in the middle of a dinner party."
The book was more interesting. I playfully shrugged.
"Pooh, I find myself thinking about our future, wanting to be with you all the time, see you smile. I feel high when I'm with you, Pooh. My feet never touching the ground until I'm away from you. We laugh together, and that's something I haven't done in a long time genuinely. I can sit with you in silence or listen to you bicker that your Sims got knocked up."
"She's always getting knocked up." I heard jingling and saw Mink coming down from behind him.
"I want forever with you, and I don't want to wait forever to do that."
He kissed my lips when he finally made it down to me. Taking my hand, he pulled me behind him, around the staircase, and into a room filled with books. It wasn't the books that were the focus at this moment. Each of the study tables had a picture of us together. He printed the pictures we took and sat them on the table. When I looked up, I squealed and fell to my knees. My parents, grandparents, aunt, uncles, and Green were standing there. No, I sobbed as he helped me back to my feet and laughed while hugging me. I tried to walk away and he pulled me back to his arms. I have never witnessed what real true love looked like. Hello, Stevie coughed, offended. I turned to look at her and more tears fell when I saw Cora and Zoya standing next to Menace and Stevie. Landon shot Stevie a look. I realized love isn't complicated. It doesn't take much, and it doesn't change you. It makes you better, forces you to want to heal and give into it. Pooh. I couldn't do this without you. I don't want to do this without you, and I want to be your husband. He got down on one knee, and I backed away holding my mouth. I remembered me and Green talked about how we would act if we ever got engaged. I told her I hated when women did all that screaming and running, and look at me. Squealing and running away, watching Landon get down on one knee in front of my family, his family, and books. I couldn't imagine a better place to ask my bookworm if she wants to be my wife. My makeup was ruined, even though I kept it light today. My voice was sore from the way I was squealing when he opened the velvet box and showed me the diamond ring. The blue oval-cut diamond ring was beautiful. I stared down at him and could tell he was nervous. He didn't know what I would say, but he put himself out there and asked me a question not many men had the heart to ask. I looked at my mother, Green, and Aunt hugging each other with tears coming down their face as they watched me. My grandmother kissed her hands and nodded, giving me the blessing that I thought I would always need. If my grandmother didn't approve, I couldn't be with the person. That didn't apply when it came to Landon. My heart knew he was the one before I did. I'm not ready for this, Landon. He swallowed his spit and looked at me with the same look, and that's fine, Pooh. I'm always on your time. Navy Blue, stop playing in that man's face. My mother choked out, laughing through her tears because she knew me so well. I busted out laughing through my tears as I watched Landon take a sigh of relief. Why are you playing with me, Blue? I kneeled down, taking his face into my hands and kissing his lips. Baby, nothing would make me happier than being your wife, Don. You full of jokes while I feel like I'm going to fucking throw up. Don't do that shit near us, Menace added. Cora and Zoya were in tears as they held onto each other. His hands were shaking as he removed the ring from the box and slipped it onto my finger. I love you so much, baby. I kissed his lips. Say it. I love you, Navy Blue Caselli. My new initials will be NBC. I laughed, hugging him tightly. He kissed my ear. Nothing but cock. Landon, please, no. I don't even read books that have that word. I broke out laughing. And you don't even use that word. Tell me what word I be using. He pecked my lips. Our families are here. Tell me, Pooh. I ignored him when I saw my father coming behind us. Daddy! He wrapped me in his arms, kissing my head. My father wasn't emotional in the least, but the redness in his eyes told me that he was feeling everything. Mamas, I'm so happy for you. Thank you, Daddy. He asked you? He looked at Landon as he got up from his knee. Yeah. My guy came and asked me what I thought. Asked for my permission, too.
Nobody didn't tell me nothing. Duh, Pooh. It's a surprise. Landon and my father embraced, and then my mother came and kissed his cheeks. You are going to be a great husband. We are here for you both, no matter what, Landy. She hugged him and squeezed her back. Thanks, Ma. Green rushed toward me and hugged me. I'm so happy for you. Babes, you're going to be a fucking billionaire. Now, when I asked to borrow some change, don't act cheap. Lending $5 million isn't that much. We both laughed and squeezed each other. Your love is coming, Green. I've been talking out loud about it, so it better be coming. She pinched me and kissed my cheek. Zoya walked over toward me and smiled, fixing my loose strand. Welcome to the family, Navy. Another sister-in-law, Jesus. Lord, I am asking you. Funny. I have a meeting with Goon next week. Menace snickered to himself and Zoya rolled her eyes. Whatever you and Gerald have going on has nothing to do with me. Babes, I am so happy for you. Stevie came over and hugged me. Are you going to pick an island? Huh? Stevie, they didn't even make it down the aisle yet. Cora chuckled and kissed both my cheeks. I am so happy for you, but I have to head out. There is no way I could miss this. Thank you for coming. She hugged me. Anytime. She went and hugged Don, who truly towered over her. Cora was so petite, so Landon and Menace's tall frames towered over her. Thanks for coming, Cora. Anytime, baby boy. I love you, Don. I am so proud of you both. She looked at me and then Landon. Menace nodded his head and security followed her out. Well, that means you need to come to my birthday trip. Here we go with this damn trip again. Menace muttered. I invited her already, Stevie blurted. Now, how are you inviting someone to my birthday? Stevie shrugged as her husband held her around the waist. Where's my son, Wanda? I need to see him. Okay, baby, come on. She held his hand. Wait, Stevie? Mommy, come. I pulled her over toward them. Hey, Menace, doing well? He nodded his head. Trying. My wife is trying to divorce me. My mother snickered. Stevie, are you actually trying to leave him? I'm going on my first girls' trip. He's being dramatic. I held my mother's hand. Mommy, Stevie is looking for someone to help her with the baby. Like a nanny? Not really, just someone to give me some pointers and help me with. Like a nanny? My mother laughed and squeezed her shoulder. Are you all right with that, Menace? It was how my mother knew how to talk to this man. He was rude to every damn body, but not her. Would this help you more, Wanda? Less stressing, talking down on yourself. She searched his eyes. I just want to feel normal again, Mavie. Anything she wants. He kissed her forehead. My mother smiled. I cannot make you feel normal again, love. It's part of the process, but I can help you get back to there by taking some of the load off. Thank you. When Menace thanked my mother, I stumbled back and she held my arm. She been drinking. Menace, no the hell I haven't. I laughed. We spent time with our families for a bit before everyone headed out. I held Landon's hand as we walked up the stairs. He took us down a hall and then opened the door that had returns on the door. It was a room filled with rows and rows of returned library books. A window with a wide ledge was at the center of the room, with some books and leftover coffee cups from employees. Missed you, Boo. I kissed his lips. I missed you, too. He picked me up and sat me on the window ledge. I rubbed his face, admiring the ring he put on my finger. I've never been a wife before. Never been a husband either. Think we're going to be good at this whole marriage thing? He kissed my neck as I laced my arms around his. Think we gonna be perfect. Want to know why? Why? Because I'm going to choose you every single day. When I'm angry, unsure, happy, elated, all that shit, I'm always going to choose my wife. Yeah? His thumb slid down my chin. Yeah, baby. I'm going to choose you too, Dawn. The smirk that graced his face was my favorite. You want to be fucked, Pooh? Badly. He helped me pull my dress up and slid my thong to the side. I watched as he loosened his belt and his pants dropped to the floor. His dick was shiny, ready for me, and I wanted it so bad. Pulling me toward the end, he lifted me some and slid me right down onto him. Fuck, Blue. He groaned, feeling me slide down onto him with ease. I sucked on his lips as he pulled out of me and pushed back inside of me. Don's hand found my hips, and I felt them tighten as he pulled me down onto him harder with each stroke. His chain slapped against his neck as I held onto his shoulder, taking all of him. Baby, I moaned as my breast slapped against my chest harder with each stroke. Holding on to him, I bit into his shoulder because he was in his zone. Fuck this dick back. Blue, let me feel you, he demanded as I did exactly what he wanted, feeling myself become hot. I stared up at him, concentrating, and had tears in my eyes. They fell down the more that I fucked him back, squeezing his shoulder. Baby, I love you so much. I fucking love you, Landon. I felt so connected to this man that it made me cry. My chest became tight, my body hot, because the feeling was so strong. The way he looked at me, cared about me, and showed up for me since he met me. How he took his time to show me something that wasn't normal for him. Love. Never once made me second-guess his motives because he was so clear on what he expected and wanted from me. Our love was easy like a Sunday morning, no push and pull because we only wanted to be together. Love you so much, pretty. My ass touched the windowsill again, and he leaned over me as he continued to fuck me. You my baby, right? Yes, baby. Always. So fucking pretty. Look down, he demanded as he pulled out and pushed back in a few times. See how that pretty pussy stretches for me, huh? Mm-hmm. I see, Don. I see. He pushed it back in, pulled it out, and rubbed it up and down my lips while sucking on my lips. I'ma come in this pussy, okay? Then we get a plan B, okay? He said as he pushed back into me, and I nodded my head. Okay, baby. Ooh. Okay. I agreed as he lifted me up again and had me sliding down onto him as he leaned onto the wall next to us. Stop looking at me like that, Pooh. He grunted as he continued to slam me down onto his dick. Like what? I sucked his lips and felt his body tense. This? It was the same flirty expression he claimed I had when we met, and maybe I did have a flirty look. It's not every day that you're reading about a book bay, and then one asks to sit next to you. Tell me something, Pooh. He was right there, and so was I. He held my ass while slamming me down. I want to choke on your dick for the rest of my life. Go down deep until it hits the back of my throat, and I choke while staring into your eyes. Landon, I hollered when he almost dropped me. Fuck. Stop talking like shit. Fuck. He held me tightly as we both came together, and he leaned his head back onto the wall while holding me. Kissing his lips, he let me down. Now we have to do the walk of shame. I ain't got no shame, but let me ask you something.
I was pulling my dress down while being a stuffed Twinkie, and he wanted to ask questions. What's that, baby? Was it everything you wanted? Huh? You said on your book page that you dreamed was to fuck in a library, being surrounded by books with your person. I gasped, slapping my hand across my mouth. You saw that video? I watched all your videos, Pooh, he said as he buckled his pants again. Walking slowly over to him, I reached up, pulling his head down to kiss his lips. Want to know something? Tell me something. You're my person. Thank you for seeing me, Landon. Even when I don't think you are, you see me. He kissed me back. Always gonna see you. Now it's time for you to plan this wedding. Whatever you want. Can we do destination? South of France? Yachts? Bachelorette and bachelor party? Joint one. On a yacht? Everything? We own one, so anything for you. I smiled. Yeah? Anything for my Pooh.
23. Don Caselli. Soon as I spotted that bitch, I pulled my Rolls Royce up on the sidewalk. He and the woman he was with jumped back as I hopped out with my eyes trained on his ass. They were leaving some clinic on Ditmas Avenue, but that wasn't my problem. Every action had a reaction, so he should have considered that when he tried to fuck my wife on the sidewalk. Jet purposely waited until after the proposal to tell me about this nigga and Pooh's little interaction, and while he said he reached for her pussy, I heard he tried to take the shit and fuck her in front of the building. What the fuck, bro? You damn near fucking hit us. I smirked. Yeah, bitch, I considered that shit. He looked at me weird as I reached my hand out and choke-slammed his ass onto the ground while his mother screamed out, Stop, stop, you're hurting him. Beans moved her away from me while I beat the shit out of him. Don't ever put your fucking hands on my wife. Reaching for my pussy? You fucking crazy. I bit my lips so hard I could taste the blood on my tongue. I was fair and moved back to let him get his balance so he could swing back. Then I flashed out and started beating the shit out of him before pulling my gun out. Tapping that bitch against his temple, I looked him in the eyes. Don't ever fucking speak to her again. Whatever you thought you had is done, nigga. She's fucking mine. And I'll rip your mama's walker from her and beat you with that shit when it comes to her. Feel me? He nodded his head, pissed that he got his ass beat in front of his mother. I'm calling the police. This is ridiculous. Oh, you want to meet Jesus, huh? You look like you damn near there. I walked over toward her. Ma, chill. Antoine hollered. He was lucky I didn't A-Town stomp on his fucking legs. Had he not been an investment, I would have done the Cupid shuffle across those bitches. I looked at him once more before I tucked my gun away and got back into the car. Have a great day, ma'am, Beans had the nerve to say, like she didn't watch her son get stomped out. I whipped off the sidewalk and looked at him picking himself up from the floor while becoming lost in my head. Why hasn't Wilson hit me back, mens? You said that you had to talk to him real quick, I asked when he entered the kitchen. Slowly, quietly, and in his own head. His body moved perfectly, almost like he was floating. I saw the blood splatter on his shirt, and my stomach turned. He washed his hands, taking his time to answer me. Menace didn't answer to anyone, and in the chance that he did, he was going to do it on his time. I sent him to live with his grandmoms. I paused, staring at my brother. His grandmother passed away last year, Menace. He smirked, exposing the gold in his mouth. Exactly. He was my best friend, Maverick. Why the fuck would you kill him? Like I expected, he didn't reply or give me an explanation. I had tears coming down my face as I stared at him. Stop fucking crying in here like a bitch over another nigga. You a fucking Caselli. Ain't no fucking room for tears, bitch. You straight? Beans brought me back to reality, and I merged on the highway to head back to the city. Yeah. You went somewhere, D. Let me know if you good, I got you, he assured me, and I held my fist out and he bumped it. The day that Menace introduced me to Beans, I felt like he was giving me a friend. He had lost my teddy bear, and this was his way of replacing it, and Beans was the replacement. Beans had been running with Menace and Corleone before we came into all these billions. He was loyal. Now, knowing why he murked my best friend, it made sense why he put Beans with me. He was loyal, and if it came down to it, he was going to ride out with me and have my back. You ready to see a nigga get married? Shit, I heard weddings be lit. Heard you get ass, too. I snorted. You only want ass from one person, though. Yes, sir. She called me crying about the engagement. Green so damn happy for the both of you, shit refreshing. Whole damn family refreshing. Can't wait to make her my wife. Shit don't feel real. I thought about watching Navy walk down the aisle to me, telling her how much she meant to me in front of our family and friends. I couldn't wait to sit down with the lawyers and have her pick out anything she wanted. As a honeymoon gift, I was taking her away on a month-long honeymoon. We were going to explore Europe like she had spoken about on one of her videos from a year ago. I didn't want to rush down the aisle. I wanted the full wedding experience for us. Navy was close with her family, and I wanted her mama to help her plan the wedding and to have everything she told me she wanted in the front seat of my car. Word. Everything on pause until we know something, right? Until we got the green light, everything was moving as usual. Menace was watching Sigil and Agent Robinson like a fucking hawk, not giving them any room to make a move without us knowing. We couldn't do anything right now, so business continued. With Jasper's brother dead, there was no immediate threat, because Cora had Core wipe every piece of information that he had. Goon and Mans was talking about having Diablo handle Robinson. He back fully? He'll make the exception when it comes to Menace. I looked at the text that Navy had sent me. She was sending me pictures of houses she was looking at for her family. You really getting your balls cut? I'm not a fucking dog, Beans. I'm not getting neutered. He laughed. Shit, I'm not letting them put nothing sharp near my shit. Green wants kids, so you good. As for me and my baby, we good on having kids, I replied, thinking about my appointment in a few days. I want a few of them, too. You gonna let them spend the night? My godkids always got a home with me. Probably gonna want to get the fuck away from you. Fuck up, he snickered. Navy's name popped up on the screen and I answered. What up, Pooh? That one is over $1 million. And? That's a lot and over the budget, and don't kill me. I laughed because I knew she had something crazy to say. What? All right. Well, we were looking and your realtor took me to this house that came on the market. She said that it was beautiful and perfect for newlyweds. A huge yard for Mink. We don't have to go all the way downstairs to walk her. I don't have to sleep in your fuck-pad bed. Bean snorted. Do you want it? I want you to see it, then we can have a conversation about it. The realtor said she's going to send you the information because you're a numbers guy. She mocked the realtor. I think the house is perfect and it's in the same neighborhood as ours. I heard Stevie in the background. They were going shopping for the event that we had coming up. Stevie, I'm not trying to live within distance of my brother. Not even your nephew? The call switched and her FaceTime was coming through. Beans answered and held the phone up. Look at his cute little Caselli face. Pooh held my nephew up into the camera. I make pretty cute babies, Don, Stevie bragged. How do you know, Stevie? You only made one. Double that shit and I'll believe you, I joked with her. Don't tempt your brother. He thinks Dennis is the cutest thing until he starts actually moving. I'm seeing you later, Pooh. Yes, come to my apartment. I have a few campaigns that need to be filmed before we fly out. We were flying out to the south of France for the Caselli Gala. All that shit he spoke about with the budget and not wanting to do anything new, and Jeffy made it all come together. She found a beautiful villa that was cliffside and accessible by boat or helicopter. The family would be flying in on the helicopter and everyone else would be coming in by the boats. All right, see you later. Later, baby. I just love people in love. Everyone can be... I didn't hear what else Stevie was ranting about because Navy ended the call. Got my tux ready. Need to buy some shoes, Bean said as he checked his phone. Get this shit together, B. I ain't gonna be last minute to see you tie that knot. Might fucking cry. Depends on my mood. I'll check in with myself that day. Nigga, you nuts, I chuckled as we continued to handle business. I had a pit stop to fuck Antoine's ass up, but now I was back on track. Don't ever fucking lie to me like that again, Menace muttered as he tried to get comfortable in the waiting area chair. I was trying to bond with my brother and get him away from that damn house. He always spent time home, but now that he was married and a father, it was damn near impossible to get him away from their fortress. Stevie and Navy had been spending a lot of time together, so she was out doing more without him. You came, though. He slapped his arm like there was a bug on him. Don, I'm really starting to feel like you want me to kill you. Gotta be the reason. You want to die, right? I snorted and checked my phone. I could have had a heart attack. Never know. I'm touched that you came. Duke called me and was concerned because you flew out the house driving yourself here. Fat bitch, he muttered. Why the fuck we here, Don? His hands rubbed together because he wasn't in control. He acted on his feelings, thinking something was wrong with me, so he didn't have the chance to think about his actions or how he would feel. Now he was in this waiting room, feeling like he was about to scream because he didn't know what was going on. I looked up from my phone. I'm getting a vasectomy today. He nodded his head. It's all right, Don. What? I remember when you used to play in dirt, and I used to look at you and never understood. Moms even had us take a picture in the dirt, and I shoved you away from me. You fell back and hit your head. I'm sorry for that, because I can see how you're dealing with it as an adult. He stood up and paced the waiting room. Menace, shut the fuck up. I'm doing it because I found myself in a situation. He slowly turned to look at me. What kind of situation? Navy was pregnant. That's why she was bleeding at the dinner. He looked at me. Did the stain come out that chair? I slapped my hand on my forehead, because why was he focused about the damn chair and not the fact that Navy was pregnant? Yes. Guessing the baby didn't make it. Nah, sorry. I leaned my head against the wall, nervous for them to mess around with my dick. This was my prized possession. Thanks. And because of that, you don't want kids at all? He sat back in the chair and gave me his attention, which was fucking weird. We don't want children. I respect it. After Dennis, it would be hard to compete with him. Fucking boy is perfect. It's because of the way Never mind. I chuckled. Yeah, we don't want to compete with Dennis. You're committing to forever with her. Is that something you can deal with? I ignored the fuck out my brother and looked at the lady behind the desk. I saw how scared she was that night, and it made me realize I never want to see her in pain like that. Not from something that she doesn't want. What do you want? I want her. Kids ain't never been a thought. So why the fuck would I give up the love of my life for some fluid floating around in my ball sack? Fair. Yeah. I told her to plan the wedding of her dreams. Men's, want to do me a favor? He looked over at me slowly. What? Be my best man? He snorted with a smirk. Word? Yeah. You're my favorite person, but I don't want to take that next step without you by my side. Now, Beans? Beans don't give a fuck about shit like that. Not when it comes to him or you. I laughed because Beans just happened to be in the function. Let me cover the wedding. My gift. I leaned forward and looked my brother in the eyes. Fuck no. I'd fuck a dolphin before I let my brother give me any money for my wedding. I watched the way he was on Jeffy for this damn gala. He wasn't about to make an already stressful process even more stressful. I'm a bum? Ain't say that. He leaned up, getting serious. Childbirth is the closest thing to death a woman experiences. I like death, live for death. But for the first time, death scared me. It involved wonder, and I didn't like that shit. This was the deepest conversation I had ever had with my brother. You understand how I felt then? Yeah. She's healthy and had your baby boy. Don't even think about it. I could see him in his head, running back different scenarios. Question. Angie always been good to you, right? The random fucking questions never failed with him. Hell yeah, Ange was good to me, I replied, knowing how much she meant to me, and how she was like a mother to all of us. In what way? What way you mean, Maverick? In any fucking way, Landon. He shot back. Are you asking if I fucked Angie? Nigga, ew. His body relaxed and he nodded his head. Cool, cool, cool. He repeated himself and stopped rubbing his hands and looked at me. You gonna tell me what that question is about? Nah. We both remained quiet, waiting for them to call me to the back to get this shit over with. Navy sent me a bunch of vasectomy jokes she saw online, not making the shit any better. I know I didn't pay much attention to you, Don. I'm sorry for that. I leaned up. Menace, are you dying? Nah, just being in therapy has me having to look at my shit, that's all. He rubbed his hands together and was feeling uncomfortable. It's okay not to be all right, mens. I ain't never gonna look at you different, I told him, and he looked over at me. We're not about to be having sleepovers or shit, Landon. I chuckled. Pooh showed me a house in your neighborhood, so you never know. I winked at him. Avril started helping with the baby. I closed my eyes. Her name is Avril, Menace. Avril. He acted like it was news to him. She don't never correct me. Been calling her that for a week now. 'Cause she has learned how to deal with you. He nodded. She's good people. Yeah, make you feel all warm and shit. I always felt warm and cared for when Avril was around. Reminds me of Mom, he mumbled. I allowed him the silence, not pressing him because he became overwhelmed and then shut down. My hope was that the more therapy he did, the more he opened up about our parents. Working with him, I wanted him to open up about a lot of shit that he had to keep to himself. Cora, Jeffy, and Corleone knew everything about Menace. I just wanted to be included in that. I'm coming back there with you. What? You not looking at my dick? The fuck? Menace sat there with his legs crossed and bent forward. I'm coming in there. I stared at him before closing my eyes, getting ready to get this shit done and over with. Anything for my baby. Right now, we were using condoms, and I was pulling out. If she felt unsure, she would pop a plan B. To avoid her having surgery, especially since she had a miscarriage, I was going to make sure we protected ourselves, and that started with me getting snipped. I wasn't about to make her take birth control again and fuck up her cycle and shit when I could do this 15-minute procedure. Anything for the future, Mrs. Caselli.
24. Navy blue. Soon as the elevator opened, Mink ran out the elevator to find Landon. She was so fake and it tickled me. Whenever he wasn't around, she would cuddle with me. Let him come around, she was acting like he was her man, snuggled up on him and giving me the stink eye, like I wasn't the reason she was rescued. I sat my purse down onto the counter and washed my hands before going into the fridge to grab water. Tossing Jet a bottle, he sat down at the counter and guzzled the water. Today, I made him ditch the car and take the train with me. He had every reason to be more tired than me because we used an oversized IKEA bag to transport Mink in while on the train. He was the one that had to carry her up and down the steps, and then we walked 5 blocks to get here. I hit the gym every morning, Navy. Take the fucking car next time. He pleaded as I smirked, tickled that he was out of breath and ready to quit because I enjoyed the train. The minute I become a Caselli, my train days are over. I am enjoying the train as much as I can until that happens. The slippers shuffling across the wooden floors and the taps of Mink's feet let me know she had found a person. Little traitor. Don rounded the corner with his towel wrapped around his waist, and his body was just calling me. We had to play it safe when it came to sex. He still had to get an analysis, so we weren't having sex. Blue, if you came over here with some fucking cards, knowing I want to fuck, you can take Jet and get the fuck on. I covered my face. Really, Landon? The cards in my purse would remain because he clowned my card games. Jet dapped him and then headed out. I could tell he wanted to cuss me out because I made him take the train. He bent down and gave Mink a shake, and then she was gone. What's going on, Pooh? He walked up to me, staring down at me. I backed away from him. I am doing perfectly fine. You need to keep your distance. Licking his lips, my weakness, he moved closer. You scared? Never scared. We just need to be careful, or I'm going to have to get on birth control until we have the clear that your soldiers aren't marching anymore. Landon said the doctor said that it could take up to 2 months before he was fully sterile, and that we may have wanted to get on some birth control if we were serious about no children. You said that shit makes you sick and breaks you out. He rubbed my face with the back of his hand, staring down at me. It does. I can mess around with different ones to see how they work. Nah, don't you be putting that shit in your body if it fucks you up. Condoms and pulling out. Okay. I reached up and kissed his lips. Did you ever get the leak fixed in the sitting room? A couple of weeks ago, Don said that the sitting room had a leak, and he had to have someone come in and do construction. The sliding doors were closed, and I kind of liked sitting in there. Yeah, you want to see? Yes, I kind of miss sitting in there. He pulled me behind him as he slid the heavy doors open with ease. Fixed it. I stood there in shock as I looked at what he had done to the sitting room. There were built-in bookshelves going up toward the ceiling with a ladder that attached to it. In the front of the shelves, he had a comfy couch with a throw blanket and recording equipment. Landon, are you kidding me? He came from behind me and kissed my neck. You always at peace when you talk about your books. Always so into what you're reading and doing. I want to keep you at peace. I know this is a hobby, but I wanted you to have your own space where you can close the door, ignore me and Mink. I spun around in his arms and kissed his lips. Why are you so good? How? You really listened to me. I watched your videos and heard the bus in the background, or a typical noise out the window. Blue, you are the love of my life, and it makes me happy when you're happy. Mushing my lips against his, I kissed him. Baby, you want head, don't you? Shit, if you dropping on your knees and filling your mouth, ain't ever gonna turn that down. His thumb rubbed, caressed my lips as he tilted my head back. I rubbed his body and then closed us into my personal library, keeping Mink outside. I looked up at him with a sexy grin as I pulled the towel from his body. His dick was already hard as I took it in my hand, massaging it and then kissing it. How nasty do you want me, Don? I want you to be my filthy slut poo. Fill that mouth and swallow those seeds. All he had to say was a word, because I took him into my mouth, shoving him to the back of my throat, gagging with tears in my eyes. He got at my head, pulling me back and slapping his dick into my lips. Open your mouth, Pooh. I opened my mouth as he rubbed his dick onto my tongue and I moaned. With Landon, I was different. I wanted him to slut me out because I knew that aftercare showed me that I was his soon-to-be wife. Rubbing the tip on my lips, smearing his pre-cum like lip gloss, I opened my mouth and welcomed him in, while his hand in my hair tightened. Fuck. Blue. Shit, he grunted. Am I doing good, Don? He nodded his head. You doing good, baby. Go deeper for me. Breathe, too. Loosen your jaw. He talked me through, telling me exactly what he wanted done. I did exactly what he wanted, poking the back of my throat with all of him, pulling it out of my mouth. I licked and slurped that shaft while staring up into his eyes. Nasty bitch, huh? Uh-huh. He jerked his dick while the tip sat on my tongue, and he shot his seed into my mouth and I licked him clean. More, baby. He continued to beat his shit, emptying it on my tongue. Eat it all, baby. You wanted more, right? Sucking the tip like a lollipop, I emptied him to the point that he held onto the door. Fuck, Navy. I stood to my feet, and he grabbed my neck, shoving his tongue down my throat and kissing me. Pulling apart, I kissed his lips. Does this mean I can finish the book I started on the train over here? He kissed my lips again. Yeah, I have to head out for a couple of hours anyway. Soon as he put the towel back on and opened the door, Mink was sitting there. Be safe. Should I order some food? Your parents are on their way with dinner, he called over his shoulder, and I stood there shocked. You had me acting like that before my parents are coming? You my nasty slut poo? I leaned on the door, twirling my curl around my finger. Whenever you need me to be, Don. He winked. Landon Caselli made me feel so good that I was certain he had crack on the tip of his dick. There had to be something, because the way I was always ready to hop on it should have been a crime. I enjoyed that we could have each other anytime we wanted. The freedom to just exist and do whatever we wanted in our bubble. We didn't have to follow what everyone thought we should do. As long as our family supported what we wanted for our life, that was all that mattered. Landon Caselli met me, and he knew he wanted me. He didn't second guess or give me mixed signals. He told me what it was, and applied pressure, showing me that I was worth the chase. I was worth the fight. He listened and took the time to learn the things that I liked. Landon didn't just listen to me tell him, he did his research, recreating things that I had forgotten about, making what were just dreams recorded in my studio apartment realities. I was home for him in comfort. He found comfort in my parents, and he treated them like they were his parents too. Asking for my hand in marriage from my father meant so much. Landon was meant to be a husband, and I couldn't wait to become his wife. 25. Kennedy. The sun crashed into the room, and I yawned as I sat up, realizing that I was completely naked. As I looked around the room, it wasn't the room I was sharing with Green. It was much more lavish, with the balcony of the most perfect view. The bluest water, and boats docked at the shoreline with hotels and businesses tucked into the cliffside. I leaned up, my head pounding and my body aching. My knees were scraped up, and I winced when I felt the scrapes. Taking a deep breath, I looked at the view for a little bit more, then felt something moving in the bed beside me. I closed my eyes, praying that I didn't hook up with someone. Rubbing my vagina, I smelled my fingers, and it didn't smell like sex, so I was in the clear. "Morning," Don grumbled as he stood up. He wore a pair of briefs, but his morning wood was the star of the show. "Don, what the fuck?" I yelled, realizing that I was naked in his bed, and he had only underwear on. I snatched the sheets and blanket and covered my body. "I saw all your shit last night when I had to carry you to my room. Why wouldn't you let me stay in my room? Don, this cannot happen. God, why?" I panicked. "'Cause that weird bitch you kept trying to leave with knew your room. Beans took Green to his room because we couldn't chance his ass coming back. As for your clothes, you snatched them off and were running around naked. Lucky that the fucking cops didn't arrest you." He went to the bathroom while I quickly gathered my clothes. God, I have to stop partying so hard. "We didn't fuck if that's what you over there mumbling about. I don't take shit that don't belong to me." He came out, brushing his teeth. "This never happened. We can never happen, and you need to understand that. Please don't mention this to anyone," I begged him, as if he was the type that would run his mouth. The expression on his face told me that I hurt his feelings. "You good?" "Oh, yeah. Fuck. I needed this." Alex grunted as he released himself inside of me and then left me bent over the dresser. My thoughts about Don were so vivid. I could smell him when I thought about him long enough. I knew there was no chance in hell that he was going to ever speak to me again. Even with menace, he had no words for me, and Jeffy kept telling me to give him time. I don't think time had anything to do with it. The Casellis had been family to me, welcoming me in, and I spit in their faces because I was scared. I stayed leaned against the dresser. My eyes closed and shame covered me like a blanket. I couldn't shake the feeling. Couldn't put it in the back of my mind. How the fuck did I end up here? How did this become my life? "You're not my client anymore, Alex," I whispered, trying to avoid my voice cracking in the process. "I'm your wife. You can't just fuck me whenever it's convenient." I finally opened my eyes and watched him buckle his pants. A smug grin graced his face like he didn't give a damn what I was talking about. And he didn't. He had done this so many times before, unbuckled his pants, dropping them to the floor, and having me whenever he wanted. This time, something in me shifted. Maybe it was the way the room's lighting painted across his skin, or the way he adjusted his tie like nothing happened between us. Like he hadn't just fucked me on the dresser and didn't care if I was aroused. "Kennedy," he stated, eyes meeting mine in the mirror. "You know how stressed I have been. Everything is fixed now. He clapped his hands way too excited. I flinched. What was fixed? Fixed. I laughed bitterly, finally removing myself from the dresser. You really think this is fixed because you fucked me and released yourself inside of me? He adjusted his cufflinks like I wasn't standing here, losing it piece by piece, wanting to fall apart like a dress when you pulled a loose hem. My chest heaved up and down, and heat scorched my body like I had stepped into a stove. We were in the south of France at the Case House Gala, and I felt stupid. Don't start that tantrum shit, Kennedy. It was cute when we first started dating. Now you're looking weak. Why are we here? You're not supposed to be a client anymore, but you still mess with the girls there. Maxie? Really? She ain't much of a friend, huh? He snickered. I shouldn't have cared about what Alex did because I was here for the money. My feelings shouldn't have been involved, and they were. I was at a gala as his fiancée, and he was still messing around with women. He would leave me back in our room while he gallivanted around shore with one of the Case House girls. You're not my fucking client anymore, I screamed, and he looked around. Shut the fuck up with all that hollering, Kennedy. He came over toward me, and I thought he was going to hug me. Wrong. He grabbed my face and looked me in the eyes. Everything can't go your fucking way, you little brat. I fuck that pussy whenever I want. I keep you in this designer shit and in beautiful homes. Same rules. Only difference is you'll be married to me. He spun me around, slapping my ass and kneeling down so he could taste me. Taking a deep breath, I checked myself. This was the life I wanted, pleaded and begged for. This life was the one that nearly had me ruin a man that wanted to give me more. Feeling his tongue licking me gave me the ick. I shoved him back, placing my heel onto his chest. Did I fucking say lick me, bitch? Like a dog, he panted, wanting this. No, Kennedy. I licked you without permission. It was a mind fuck how Alex's mind worked. One minute he took what he felt he was owed. Then the next, he wanted me to humiliate him and treat him like the bottom of my shoe. When he was my client, I only saw the one side where he chased me around like a puppy while I slapped his ass up. Being his future wife, I was marrying Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I stepped over him, standing over him, and looked down at him. Say sorry, bitch. He licked his lips. I'm sorry, Kennedy. So sorry. Make me pay. Drown me. I released myself on his face and watched as the dark-colored urine, stained with my period, covered his face. I looked over at myself in the mirror, my eyes tired, my soul weary, and quickly fixed the somber expression on my face. I asked for this.
Epilogue. Don Caselli. My legs rested against the small pool that was in our hotel suite. I had my laptop rested on my legs as I got lost in Pooh's ass in that bathing suit. She was making a video about the book she finished on the jet here. She used the backdrop of Nice, France, as her background and spoke about the book. I watched as she claimed why the main male character was her man and reminded her of me. Navy had this way of being transparent and real, but she was private too. While she announced her engagement, she said she wouldn't be posting her man. I bit my lip as I watched her ass move while she spoke. Her hair was pressed straight, but she had it hidden under my hat she took from the closet. I looked down at the reports and wasn't as interested in them. As if he knew I was having dirty thoughts about his daughter, Ro called me. What up, old head? Nothing much, my guy. How is the weather? Shit, I should be asking you. Ain't it late there? He chuckled. Yeah, Avro took us to sleep already. Wanted to check in with you two before I turned in for the night. Blue recording a video about her book. I'm going over reports for that dog shelter we got mink from. Jordan was so grateful that she offered to watch mink for us while we were gone. I got the plans you want to go with for the new space. Let me know the moves. Appreciate you. Ro became quiet and then looked into the camera. Don, you don't know how much you make her happy. I've never seen her this way. And I'm starting to feel like I ain't never experienced my child happy. She changes some shit within me. I love the shit out of her, Ro. I know it, G. I can see how she have your eyes floating, like how Avra had me floating years later. Other than that, you good? More than straight. Have a good night and kiss mamas for me. He yawned in the phone, and I nodded my head. Got you. Done? Yeah. Love you, son. I smirked. Love you too, old head. As we ended the call, I watched the water fall from her ass. Getting back to work, I hummed, so fucking elated I could save a dolphin. You listen to Coldplay, Landon? I looked up and noticed she was standing beside me and closed my laptop, replacing it with her ass. I chuckled. Yeah, Menace. It doesn't take me as a Coldplay kind of guy. You'd be surprised. The man listened to the same song every morning on a loop and had been doing it for years. Well, that is done for the day. What should we do today? I kissed her lips. Let me do you. Already did that this morning, baby. She kissed my lips back. You still want to get married here? I'll let you know at the end of the trip. I'm nervous for this gala, though. Bringing her close, I kissed her neck. Don't need to be worried. Shit is regular, and you'll get used to it. Okay. Old men don't be running around with their dicks out, right? I laughed so hard that I damn near dropped her off my lap. By the time night hits, we know to stay the fuck away. This is a getaway for them. They're sex Olympics. Stevie said Kennedy is here. I heard. Why would she be here if she's married? I sighed. Some wives know what goes on and just want the trip. Then you have some that don't know and are completely oblivious. That's sad. That's life. Not my problem because I got my wife right here. And I'd be damned if anybody else getting this dick. I might fuck around and smile in a mugshot over you, Landon. Say it. I love you, Landon Caselli. She kissed my lips. I love you, navy blue Caselli. Whistles and claps erupted through the foyer of the villa. As we stood on the circular staircase, Jeffy, Skylar, and Corleone stood at the top. Menace and Stevie stood in the middle, holding hands, while me and Navy stood up a few steps, me on Menace's left. I held her hand, looking at her casehouse pen that was placed on the top of her dress. Navy looked over at me, looking so fucking beautiful. Whenever she looked at me, I could feel and see the love pouring from her. She fixed a loose strand from Stevie's hair and then faced forward. Cora and Zoya stood a few steps ahead of Stevie and Menace, as he held the mic in his hand. At one time, it used to be Menace and only Menace standing here alone. I used to watch from the side and watch him rub his hands before the lights came on. Welcome to fuck back. New location, same saggy-ass fucking balls, am I right? They always laughed and got a kick out of him, not realizing that he was so serious. Everyone laughed and clapped their hands, while Menace looked over at Stevie. She held his hand and smiled at him. I want to send a congratulations to Don Caselli on his engagement. The Casellis are growing. Congratulations to Don in Europe. We both shook our head while Stevie pinched him. I looked at my soon-to-be wife and couldn't wait to experience life being her husband. I wanted to get this shit right so bad that it kept me up at night. As she lay in my arms, I thought of all the ways to keep her happy. I never wanted her to second-guess how I felt about her. When I met Navy Blue, I never expected to care. Women were something to do, never supposed to be forever. I switched them out like I did clothes, even more frequently. She got into the front seat of my car, and she was herself. Vulnerable. Not trying to be anyone but herself, and I needed that. Someone so authentic and true to themselves that they don't ever try and change to be someone else. That was exactly what Navy was. She enjoyed books, hollering about her sim characters, and baby talking with our dog. She had access to any of my whips, and her favorite mode of transportation was the train. Navy showed me her version of a city I had lived in my entire life. A city that had always been about money and opulence. I've had more than a dozen summers in New York, but I never had one with Navy Blue. She welcomed me into her world, never ashamed of where she came from. In fact, she was proud of where she came from. Her family was her world, and she would do anything for them. Family wasn't just a word to her, it meant everything to her. They looked out for each other and would ride for one another. When they all could live anywhere in the world or city, they all chose to live within blocks from each other, voluntarily getting together to spend time. Nothing was ever forced when it came to them. I loved them. They were my family, too. Nana would call me to say she seen something in the city and told me to avoid traveling a certain way. Skip was forever calling me to see when I would come over so he could take my money. I was learning dominoes and was almost sure Skip was cheating us all. His rules were forever changing, but I'd deal with it because along with taking your money, there was wisdom that came with the shuffling of the dominoes. Kennedy moved through the crowd, and our eyes locked. I looked at her, and then back at my fiancé. Menace's rules saved me from making a mistake that could have cost me everything. I could have crossed my brother, ruined myself, all while trying to piece her back together. Kennedy didn't want to be healed. It was easier being broken with the life she lived. She didn't have to stare herself in the mirror. She knew what she was in it for, and that was all that mattered to her. Stepping into my role, I knew that it required more from me, and it required me to move like my brother, never letting anyone know my next move, protecting my wife with my life. Navy didn't need to have my babies. A life with just us and Mink was what we desired. I didn't know if I was more like my mother or my father because I didn't know them. They died when I was too young to remember. I did know that I was more like my brother than I thought. Navy kissed my cheek. "Say it, Blue," she whispered into my ear.
I love you, Landon Caselli.
I kissed her lips, pulling her closer to me. I needed navy blue. She was my favorite hue of blue. My poo. This recording of Don Caselli was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Jamal Roque and Elise Anthony. Published by arrangement with Jacquel J., care of SBR Media. Copyright 2025 by Jacquel J. Recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.